morning on a Tuesday to everybody out there getting off their graveyard shift. If you're at work, what is happening? If you're getting ready for work, what's happening? Professional dancers, teachers, students, everybody out in the creek yesterday at Buon Vino. What a time we had for the Warriors Summit. 2 hours flew by as everybody was in the building, all the fans we got to meet. Shout out to Scott. I mean, freaking Scott. This guy and his son gives me a pair of golf clubs. I mean, that's how the day started. We're getting all kind of gifts. We're getting all kind of love. And we're talking Warriors basketball. We'll do a little bit more today. We'll talk some Giants. We'll talk some Niners. OTAs open up today. Trey Lance season, Brock Purdy season, Sam Darnold season. We should have a 49er summit at some point because that will get spicy as well. And it feels like we'll be on the same side, well, for the most part, when it comes to 49er stuff. But Jaskin, good morning.
What? Are we not on the same side?
We see things differently with the Warriors.
How
we see
so?
things a little differently. The biggest takeaway for the Warriors Summit is that everybody's pro, not everybody, but there's this hesitance to move off the core. There's this hesitance to say, you know what, goodbye, because of the championships in the past. And the inability to look forward into the future saying, you know what, at some point we may have to break this up. Do we really want to ride this till the wheels fall off with all the baggage that one of the players in the core brings? Not two, but one. Uh-huh. And it just feels like the youngsters, again, are getting all the heat.
Come on. You knew that was going to happen.
No, but I don't like it. No, I don't. I really don't like it.
You think I love it? I find it to be way over the top. But I'm watching Denver last night. I'm tired of hearing from Warrior fans, the refs, we should have won game 1, we should have won game 4. You lost to the Lakers. They out-executed you, okay, on a variety of fronts. And then they got absolutely destroyed by the Denver Nuggets. Now, I don't know if the Warriors win 1 game or 2 games, but I know this. They were not getting past the Denver Nuggets. The Denver Nuggets for this year, their roster, the way they're playing team defense, their offensive synergy, their role players, their stars, they are playing at such a high level right now. I don't think anyone was going to beat them coming out of the West. And to me, whether they move off of a player or two or retinker their roster, whether they win the championship or not, that is the team I have to assemble my team to beat. And then there's other teams that you're not trying to just build a team to beat that team, but you get where I'm going. You got to get through that team.
You have to get the Nuggets.
And I'm looking at LeBron James. I'm looking at LeBron James. Is he a genetic freak?
Yeah, no doubt.
Okay. He's one of the greatest athletes American sports has ever seen.
No doubt.
No one denies that. He's 38, and he did everything he could, okay, to put that team in a position. And when it came down to crunch time, in the Warriors series and in this one, he looked exhausted at every single turn. And we all agree, this is one of the greatest athletes ever in any sport.
Well,
and you want to sign yourself up?
He played every single second, all but 14 seconds or 5 seconds? All but 5 seconds yesterday as a 38-year-old, and he dropped 40, 10, and 9. 40, 10, and 9 as a 38-year-old. And played all but 5 seconds.
Had nothing in the last 5 minutes because he was exhausted.
He was exhausted, but he didn't get any help.
But I'm not trying to rip him. But, okay, no help,
I can't rip LeBron.
No, but what I'm saying is the metaphor of this. And you want to sign up for a 36 and 37-year-old Draymond Green at $30 million a year?
I don't know about that.
That's my point.
Well, and here's the thing.
Warrior fans need to have a come-to-Jesus moment.
But not only that. We were having a conversation yesterday, and that's one thing I want to get into. JD talk about Clay had the same attitude. His attitude was just as bad as Draymond Green's, which is just laughable. I like JD. I like his analysis. But that's just laughable to say that anybody had an attitude as bad as Draymond Green's this past season. Really? We're going to say Klay Thompson, the guy who hit 300 threes in a season. We're just scoffing at that. Oh, he just hit 300 threes, whatever. Oh, he just had a couple good months, whatever. Those 3 months from January, February, March helped get you into the damn playoffs when Klay Thompson, when Steph Curry was out and Draymond was doing what he was doing and Wiggins disappeared. Those 3 months that Kuminga helped play with 23 minutes a game helped get you to the damn playoffs. And all of a sudden we want to jettison these guys. But when it comes to Draymond Green and it comes to everything that happened, and Draymond admitting after the season, he's admitted all season long that the punch derailed the season. Well, if one player helped derail a season and nobody was able to get on the same page because of that one player, and this guy wants 25 to 30 million a year, and he scores 7 points a game. Is that helping the Denver Nuggets? Like, who's Draymond Green? Like, honestly, we need to have a come to Jesus moment right now.
Yes.
And this is what the show is going to be about. Come to Jesus.
Could be real. He dominated defensively in the last series.
Yeah.
Okay.
They got cooked against the Nuggets.
Dude, Jokic had one of the. Now, Jokic is an all-time talent. Jokic had one of the greatest series that we've ever seen.
Did he drop a triple-double in every single game?
He had eight triple-doubles in the postseason.
He's had 8 triple-doubles in the single postseason, passing Wilt yesterday for the most ever in a single postseason.
And these aren't these like hollow, like we're losing by 15 and I'm chasing numbers. Like, he's the centerpiece. And here's the key to be. Fourth quarter, when you need buckets, who's the ball go to?
Jokic. And he's going to get buckets.
And he destroyed Anthony Davis, who destroyed the Warriors.
So I'm going to go in like this. So Draymond Green is an all-time warrior. All-time warrior. And he's balling. And he's a banner guy. He's a statue guy. I know what he means to the team. We all know what he means to the team. We know what he meant to the championships. But moving forward, because he was a guy, when you were in the prime and winning these championships, you stick Draymond on the top player.
Yeah.
Anthony Davis, Nikola Jokic, top wing players, sometimes guards. Can you do that now? Can you just say, Draymond, go check AD and shut him down?
And Jokic.
I
think he can. Yeah, I think he can not shut him down, but I think he can guard those guys for periods of time.
All right.
Periods of time. I guess because I'm trying to be benefit of the doubt. Like, he's
3 minutes here, maybe 2 minutes there.
Well, he's going to get in foul trouble. Like, look what happened in the Lakers series.
Well, that's a problem.
Right?
That's a problem. Did he check LeBron James at all?
No.
He did not, right?
No. I mean, just no. He had a tough time guarding in the Sacramento series, if we're being 100% honest.
Listen, man, when I talk to other fan bases, like D-Lo and KC,
yeah,
they watched Game 3 and they said, oh, my God, this series is over. Draymond Green comes off the bench. That's what they said. Said, you guys are better without Draymond. I think there's some people in the organization who watched Game 3 against Sacramento and thought, boy, we got a lot of wide open shots. We might be able to, the ball's flowing a lot better. It's not, Mr. Fab joined this show a month ago. Mm-hmm. Mr. Fab is boys with Day-Day. That's his guy. Well, the offense is a little too predictable when Draymond Green's in there. That's just the facts. And I don't want to rip Draymond Green whatsoever, but why are we so quick to, Kuminga's got to go. Poole's got to go. Clay, he needs to get a grip and this and that. But you're telling me the guy who helped derail the season before it even began needs to sign up for another 3 years and $70 million? I'm having a hard time with that, Shasky.
What did you think of because the summit yesterday was a lot of fun, and I want to laugh and giggle a little at some point today. What did you think of the fan reaction when we asked? I think it was, what did Willard ask specifically? Do you want Draymond to stay?
Yeah.
And it was a decent cheer. And then, do you want Draymond to go? It was kind of loud, wasn't it?
No, it was very loud.
Was that surprising to you?
No, it wasn't. It wasn't. I watched Dub Nation win ring night. And I watched when Draymond Green got announced to the crowd. He didn't get the loudest ovation. He didn't get boos. Dub Nation didn't boo him. But there's a lot of hands in pockets saying, we're not really feeling you. We're not really feeling you. Not right now. You gotta earn some stuff back. And when is enough? You said it yesterday at Buonfino. We had a lot of fun. Shout out to Judy. Judy, who read a spot. She great. It was her birthday the day before.
Who was in their bag the most?
Well, before I get to that, I want to get to some of the Zucci man was in the building. Okay. We had JP Escobar.
Zucci man, by the way, as I was walking out the door, he had one of the sweetest
Ace throwbacks.
Oh my God!
Oh, he's
what a great
legit.
guy.
He's
Zucci,
Ernie Chavez,
like Zucci, great guy.
Ernie Chavez showed his
Ernie
face.
Ernie Chavez was there.
He was in the building. Rocky New
Way
Era,
taller than I thought.
Rocky New Era _84 was in the building.
Gave me a hat.
Scott threw me some clubs.
Yep.
The Lawsons was in the building. I saw the Lawsons. They're retired.
How about
They're chilling.
My man with 5 Christmas trees.
Oh, my man with 5 Christmas trees.
He was there.
He goes, Bonte, I got 5 Christmas trees every year. I said, man, you got to reevaluate your life. Even the cell was like, yeah, I don't know what my dad's doing.
No, he was a great guy. He had great real estate too. He got front row seats.
Oh, dude, that crowd was packed. I was surprised it was packed. A lot of love in Buonfino. It was a lot of fun. Shout out to Buonfino. Give us a custom bottle of wine with our names. You didn't get the wine?
I had to go. I had to pick.
Yeah, you always got something.
I was exhausted.
It was a lot of fun.
I was lucky I made it.
I got shout out to Steve, Premier Limos, and JP. My limo driver wasn't a limo. It was an SUV. But JP, who was driving me,
okay,
has
Tony
been
Soprano.
a referee for 30 years. Mountain West, Pac-10, West Coast Conference, Big West, and a bunch of JUCO games. I'm like, I can't believe I'm talking to a ref.
Yeah.
But he was a good guy. He was running material. I said at the end, he was very happy. He loves a career. I said, you could become our unofficial, official referee correspondent on the Morning Roast.
Yes, I like it.
He lit up like a Christmas tree. No pun intended.
The 6th Christmas tree.
The 6th one. So, it was a really lot of fun, man. It was a lot of fun in Boavito. But who was in their bag? Well, I knew Guru came out like it was Game 7. Guru came out like it was Game 7.
Guru wasted the clip on all the cliches.
Hey, it's all good.
He was on fire.
Let me say this, Fedoni and Lubman, as I say good morning to you two guys.
All the smoke.
I knew it was going to be a long night. So Willer asked me a question. It was the first question he asked me
I had
all
to
night.
cut you off.
Shasky jumps in, cuts me off, answers the entire question.
Yep.
And I'm like, wait, are you Bonte Hill or am I Bonte Hill?
The Squire had to get his words in.
You were going to get your words in. Literally, because I was going to be short-winded yesterday.
Oh,
my whole
you're
thing was
so full of it.
my thing was 45 seconds, pass the rock, get out and chill. My guy Shasky cut me off on the first question. I said, well, that's, it's all good. It's all good. Yeah, my boy Justin Hathaway was in the building.
I didn't see
NBC
him.
Sports. Yeah, I came in. We had some big meetings yesterday.
I don't blame him for avoiding me.
Yeah, I don't either. People saw me when I got I wasn't too big time to drive myself. No, this is what
Michelle
happened.
said that you were wearing the glasses indoors, and she did not think it was the best look for you.
It's all good. Anna doesn't think so either.
Yeah, oh, so the women are in agreement.
Whatever.
See, women have great taste. They're tastemakers.
Well, whatever. If I told her it was Dolce & Gabbana, she'd be like, okay, that's cool. What a Guru. Guru had the Ray-Bans on.
That's cool.
So I didn't drive because Steve,
Lay
Premier
off.
Limos, was like, yo, you want to ride out there? And I drive a lot. Back and forth to the station, back and forth to Chase Center. I drive all the time with my family because, God forbid, I trust Anna with the car behind the steering wheel. She gives me nightmares.
Dial that down.
Yeah, well, she
You're
knows
gonna get
it.
in trouble later.
No, I won't get in trouble. She knows it. She doesn't even like driving.
Anna, I think you're a great driver.
No, she doesn't think she's a great driver. She knows. Babe, can you drive? She never wants to drive.
How about Dibs with the
City?
No, he had shades on. He looked like he was trying to be an extra in a Joe Fortenbaugh 30-second promo
Dibs.
in Vegas. No, was that the only one?
Dibs, have a take. Have a take, Dibs.
What do you mean?
Don't be straddling the fence, saying, "Yeah, I want to keep the core together," but I don't think you can keep the core together and win a championship. Then what are we doing?
How about
What
the
are we doing?
vibe change when Steiny started to go full wrestling heel?
What do you mean?
Well, he was like, "You guys have to accept the fact that this is a team in transition," and just you could feel a pin drop in that place.
Oh, they were not. They booed him. They booed him at one time.
I think he was feeling it.
Dude, they were Team Guru for sure. They were Team Guru. But no, I got a ride because I was like, I don't have to drive. I'm going to get a ride and sit back.
Okay.
It's good to not drive. And it's out in Wanda Creek. I'm going to watch the Laker game on the way
It was
back.
beautiful, 90 degrees.
Dude, it's beautiful. You know what was great? Steve Erickson was in the building.
Oh yeah, I saw him.
Steve,
yeah,
and
great guy.
He sent me a great text yesterday. Shout out to Steven. Steven Premier Limos was there. Young Beck was there. It was great. But Steven sent me a text and said, hey, man, just when you peek over Berkeley, right? You're driving back home.
Yeah, it's the best.
You drive to Berkeley. You see the
24.
city.
Yeah.
Say you see the city. Just realize that Joe Montana, Steph Curry, Barry Bonds, and all this stuff, all these athletes, we're in the prime. And he goes, you're in the middle of it. He was like, you're in the middle. He got me in my
Did he
feelings a
say
little
like
bit.
Joe Shasky wakes up the
He
city?
said nothing about you.
Oh,
It was a personal text. It says you're in the middle of it. You just scratch it. I was like, man, Steven, that's like deep right there. I was thinking about it. Man, we just had the Warriors Summit. That's how big the Warriors are now. Like the Warriors Summit. It was a lot of fun. What else? What other takeaway? Nice guy Steven was there.
Nice
John
guy Steven
Gurley.
got married. Or is getting married. Congratulations.
Wait, he proposed?
Yeah.
When?
Well, maybe I'm letting this information out
Wow, I don't
prematurely.
think you were supposed to say something.
She said
Was
it
he
to me.
not supposed to say
She
something?
said it to me. She said it to me. So we've got engaged. And I said, congratulations. So,
I'm mad at Steven now for not telling me.
well, maybe he
What,
wanted to
is
tell
it-
you personally.
Is it on Instagram?
That I don't know. But they told me that they got engaged.
I might have to go up to KCBS during the break and
Yeah.
talk to him about this.
He said nothing about that to me.
Well, I mean,
I
you're
don't
not
think you're
as close
supposed to
with him as I am.
No, I don't think you're that close with him either. I don't think you're supposed to say nothing. I think you just busted it out.
I hope not. I mean, you got to know once you tell me, everyone knows.
I'm not seeing any social announcements, so I don't know, Shasky. You might have let the cat out of the bag.
Wow.
I'm with Spadoni, though. I'm about to go up to KCBS with him and give him a what's going on.
No. We don't go to KCBS to go see him.
They come to us.
He comes downstairs and lets us know, hey, I got engaged. I proposed to Jesse.
I was giving them all kinds of wedding day, what I call, truthisms. Don't waste all your money on one day. It's just a party. Don't alienate family members. It's not worth the fight. It's not worth the stress. Save some money for buying a home. All the little things.
Should have just told him to elope.
Well, hey, look, some
Shasky
people
just
like
busted it out.
my wife and I. Part of getting married was so that her 90-something-year-old grandfather could walk her down the aisle, right? So there are things that maybe your significant other has envisioned in their entire life that they want, and you need to be sensitive to that. And you need to be able to, bend a little. That's part of a marriage.
That's when you say, right? Honey, I appreciate you. I hear you. We could bring him to the courthouse and you can walk down there. There you go.
But what if they want the photo? And you know what? To this day, my wife has that photo and her grandfather has passed on and I love him dearly. But I'm just saying that, that's a photo that I look at and I smile and I'm happy that happened for my wife. And he was able to physically walk himself down the aisle.
Shout out to Jay LaFrey, who was in the building. Jay LaFrey was in the building. Great to meet him. He works down the street at Walnut Creek.
Kyle Madsen
was in the building. I told him I'd do lunch with him soon. Kyle Madsen was in the building. It was a lot of fun, man. It was a lot of fun yesterday at the Warriors Summit. Whitley said Drano made her way out there. Whitley said Drano was doing the damn thing.
Yeah.
Alex of the digital team.
Can I ask about
JP? JP was in the building. My boy John Paul Bermudez.
Yes.
It was great.
Jacked out of his mind. Looked like he was ready to throw me through a table.
He probably was.
Well, I think he said that a few times on the internet. The amount of people now that wear slides out, and it's a great look for certain people. They wear the slides out to out in public. Mm-hmm. I can't pull that off. I feel like I can't pull the slide look off. I'm very jealous of people that I feel can pull off I look casual, but yet I also still look like I'm going out in slides. Do you know what I'm talking about?
No, not really.
Well, you do it sometimes and you pull it off.
Oh, you just wear slides and you go out.
Yeah, but I feel like I can't pull that off.
Why can't you pull it? It's all confidence.
Yeah, I know, but for some reason I feel like
you're your dome. You're dope.
And you don't wear flip-flops, do you, Shasky? You think we talked about this? You're not a sandals guy?
No. Well,
I love sandals.
Here's the thing with sandals.
I wear them every day.
Comfortable. No. I want to, too.
But here's the thing with sandals. I don't like because it irritates in between the two, toes.
You gotta get used to it if you're not a sandals guy, yeah.
And so, I'd rather have the slides, personally.
Yeah, no, it's all See, you can't get in your head. And I figured out with fashion, and even, it's helped me on television. I disagree with Ed so much. It's like, that doesn't go well together. I shouldn't wear that. You don't know what you're talking about. And then I wear it, and everybody's like, oh, my God, it looks good, it looks good. I'm like, damn, Anna knows what she's talking about.
She does.
Fashion is a confidence. You got to have confidence to pull it off. You got to wear it.
Yeah, but
you got to feel like, I own this
Russell
suit.
Westbrook thinks that he owns things, and then he comes out and he looks like a traffic cone.
Well, some people can't do that. But sometimes Russell Westbrook comes in and he's looking dapper. That's just money right there. I mean, that's a different level.
He is a high-volume shooter.
That's a different level. But in Paris, they love that stuff. They love it in Paris. That's how they dress. But no, it's a confidence thing. So when you wear your slides, you got to be, it's me. I'm out here. That's why when you wear glasses indoors, you got to have a certain confidence.
Well,
got to have a confidence. Michelle watched the summit.
Yeah, she was.
She actually did.
Well,
really?
She had to take an Uber because I told you we didn't have a car. It's a long story, but she was watching it on YouTube, she said, and she was like, why is Bonte wearing glasses indoors? He only does that after big-time wins.
Oh, well, that was a big-time event. And the sun was shining. The sun was shining, baby. It was a lot of fun at the summit. A lot of fun. I can't believe Shasky cut me off on the first question. I thought about that all night. He's like, damn,
really?
I can't even get my word in. He just came in and sniped me. Willer looked dead at me. Bonte. Shasky jumps in. And then you bust out Stephen Langford. God, now business.
And this is why I'm me.
Steven's business all in the street. All in the street. You won't be invited to that wedding. Oh, by the way.
Well, you know what?
Gotta go.
You know what? They'll save me a couple $100.
This segment was brought to you by, that's the truth. Brought to you by Golden State Lumber.
It's not the worst thing in the world.
It's not the worst
Don't get
thing
married
in
on
the
a
world.
Friday either. I really don't want to take a Friday off.
Serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. Gosh, there's a wedding I got to go to on a Friday in Livermore. 4 o'clock wedding. Go figure.
That is going to be a 110-degree wedding.
It's going to be a nightmare.
And a $500 wedding for you.
Oh my god!
Because you got to take the day off. You got to drive
I'm
out
not taking
there.
a day off.
You have to get in that fast
I'm not
lane.
taking a day off. Are you kidding me? I'm not taking a day off for no wedding. It's at 4:00.
Oh, 4:00. Why?
Yeah.
I thought I heard.
No, on a Friday? Hell no.
Oh God, Friday traffic out there. Oof.
Oh, brought to you by Go to State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoToStateLumber.com. What's coming up on the game? Sponsored by Valley Transportation Authority. I'm cooked right now. We're going to try to get through a show. Giants win 4-1 against the Twins. How about that, huh? Giants are rolling right now. Giants. Winners of 6 of their last 7. That's a lot of good things. We got OTAs. David Lombardi's going to join us at 8:30. Talk about OTAs.
Nice.
Got the voice of the Niners said Sam Darnold could be the 2023 Brock Purdy. Oh.
What about Brock Purdy being Brock Purdy? Is that not on our board of our flow chart of success? So now Brock Purdy's being wait a minute. So we all right, you know what?
Just save it. Looking for a fulfilling career with opportunities for job growth? Do you want to earn up to $39 per hour within 3 years of starting? Then apply to become a VTA bus driver by texting VTA bus to 333-161. Again, text VTA bus to 333-161 to apply.
Since first opening its doors in 1964, Fremont...
people, pay attention. Austin Reeves look in. 4 seconds left. 2 buckets. 2 points ties it up. LeBron in the paint. Layup no good. Got his own board. There's the horn! And the Denver Nuggets, for the first time in franchise history, will go to the NBA Finals! Oh, my God. They swept the Lakers. Wow!
Scott Hastings on the Denver Nuggets radio network. And one thing that Steph Curry can laugh about this morning is he's never been swept out of a playoff series. Nor is Klay Thompson, nor is Draymond Green. They've never been swept.
So they've got that going for them.
They've got that goal for them. LeBron James and the Lakers. The Lakers now not improve, but they dropped the 0-9 when they're down 3-0 in the series. They never win that fourth game. They just say, you know what? The hell with it. We're done.
Yeah, I don't blame them. Do you know who sings this song? Do you know the name of this song?
It's a Bostonian song. They always play it all the time with the bagpipes
Shipping
and everything
out to
like
Boston.
that. Yeah.
Or up to Boston, I guess.
I'm Irish.
Yes.
Boston Pops?
Huh?
The Boston Pops? Is that a band?
Think of the catcher from the Atlanta Braves.
Yeah.
Right now?
Yeah.
Murphy?
Okay.
Murphy's Law?
Okay, what do you do with a football when you get a free kick?
Murphy's Drop?
Close.
Drop kick?
Drop kicks.
The drop kicks?
Drop kick Murphys.
Drop kick Murphys? Why are they named
They
the
had
drop
a moment
kick
in
Murphys?
time. They were awesome for like 15 years.
But why are they named the drop kick Murphys?
I don't know why they're named that, but that's
a weird name.
I mean, they're
Does
a
it have
pretty
a
popular
meaning?
band.
Drop kick Murphys?
It's a Celtic like punk band. I don't even know if do they call it Celtic? I know it's a punk band, but they like lean more, Irish music, if you will.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well,
Not Bonte's wheelhouse.
Well, so LeBron James drops 40, 10, and 9, right? And the Lakers lose.
Oh, my God. They swept the Lakers.
Oh, my God. They swept the Lakers.
I couldn't believe that he couldn't get that shot off, and the way Jamal Murray came to the trap, and Aaron Gordon hands up, Jokic coming over to help.
AD was wide open on the three-point line.
Well, I thought it was symbolic of just kind of where everyone is right now. The Nuggets are unified as a defensive team, which I didn't see coming. And then I look at the Lakers, and when have you ever seen LeBron not get a shot off clean? With the guy, I couldn't believe it.
Yeah, no, I mean, it was bad. It was bad. I mean, he played well in the first half, 31 points. They're up 15, but the Nuggets came back, and you know what, man? A lot of people are worried about the NBA Finals, saying, man, there's going to be a long layoff, the Denver Nuggets, who do they resonate with, blah, blah, blah. Spinoti just came in with that. But look, man, Jokic is a generational talent.
Agreed.
He may go down as one of the best centers ever with all the triple-doubles, the way he takes over games, and the ball goes to him in the fourth quarter every single possession. Jamal Murray's a budding star. Aaron Gordon's playing defense out of his he's playing unbelievable basketball right now. Michael Porter Jr. is now coming into his own. Kentavious Caldwell-Pope, good Lord, this guy could play. Bruce Brown Jr. could play. And the Nuggets right now are rolling. And that's why I look at the Warriors saying the West goes through the Denver Nuggets from here on out. You need size and athleticism. How do I get better to beat the Denver Nuggets? I don't know if the Warriors beat the Nuggets this season. I just don't know. They're a connected team, no egos, no nothing. It starts from Mike Malone, man, who sets the tone. You got to give him credit. He said it after game one. The narrative nationally was, the Lakers are fine because they made an adjustment because they put Rui Hachimura on Nikola Jokic for 6 possessions. Okay, fine. We'll see how that plays out. Put it in your pipe and smoke it, is what he said after game 2. We up 2-0. We knew we were going up 2-0. So this team is really good, man. Really, really good. And they really stomped the Lakers. I did not see it coming like this. I thought the Lakers had a really good shot to win this series. All credit to the Denver Nuggets.
Why don't you think that, forget the media aspect of it, why don't you think the Nuggets resonate with people? Because I've already gotten a few, man, they remind me of the Spurs texts.
Do they really remind people of the Spurs?
I think just in the sense that the Spurs never truly resonated with, I think, the majority of casual NBA fans.
Why do you think that is?
I don't know. I always thought the Spurs, like the early Spurs with David Robinson and Sean Elliott, and then you add in Tim Duncan, that was a fun team. As you got older, they were plodding, methodical. Them in Detroit were kind of like...
See, I thought the last few championships for San Antonio, I thought the first couple were plotting.
Yeah.
Let's go down low.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like
the last
88,
couple
88.
But the last couple championships, the ball movement,
Yes.
their 3-point shooting, the fast pace,
And they
getting
also-
up and down.
They played the Miami Heat, which made it an appealing matchup.
Oh well, and they destroyed them.
Yeah.
They destroyed them that second time around. They should have won the first time around.
Well,
before
the
all
Ray
came together
Allen
to the Buck.
shot.
But maybe it's just because of the personalities you have. Jokic is a low maintenance superstar. Low maintenance, doesn't want a lot of attention, doesn't want to speak a lot.
Well,
but he
English
goes out
is
there.
his second language.
Exactly. So you get that aspect. You get Jamal Murray, who's Canadian, right? And he hasn't resonated
Although
with the
I would
American
think
fan base.
kids would like him.
He's just flashy, swaggy, and he talks that
Well, he
talk.
plays the game the right way.
But
You know what I mean? Like he does. He plays under control.
It's on the NBA though. Like when I think of the NFL, they market all their teams. By the way, Kevin O'Connor. I keep seeing Kevin O'Connor tweets popping up. He's kind of getting on my nerves.
I don't think
from the
he's
Ringer.
that like profound in terms of wisdom.
Well, he just sent out a tweet. Interest between LeBron James and the Golden State Warriors could be mutual. Why is it all about LeBron James after he got swept? I get it. He had a great game yesterday. Great game.
Would you take LeBron?
I don't want LeBron James on my basketball
The right
team.
deal?
I don't want LeBron James on my basketball team.
Straight up for Draymond?
I don't. Yeah, if the Lakers do that, sure. Why not? I mean, who wouldn't do that? Who wouldn't do that? I'd be reluctant.
I'll listen to a LeBron deal. It's got to be the right deal. I'll listen to it. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah.
I'll take him.
But
I'm
again,
not going to lie. I'll take him
why is it all about LeBron?
because he's LeBron.
He just got swept.
Okay.
Because I'm contemplating retirement. No, you're not.
Well, when
you're
Peyton,
lying.
just for a
You're
second,
lying.
you were talking about like the media and whatnot, and I think this is unfair. Carolina Panthers, okay, when they had Cam Newton, like most people were like, Carolina, like whatever. And what was that Super Bowl about? It was about Peyton Manning, even though he was god-awful that year.
Super Bowl 50.
God-awful. And that defense was the premier thing. DeMarcus Ware and Von Miller. But what did we glom on? Peyton Manning. Why? Because Peyton had 20 years of equity in the fans' eyes and in the media's eyes. So I get where you're coming from on LeBron, but Bonte, it's always going to be about him.
Yeah, but that's why the NBA has a problem.
I don't
and that's
think it
why
does have a problem.
I don't think it has a problem. I'm going to be watching the finals.
Yeah.
I think it's
I think people are gonna watch.
From a basketball purity standpoint.
Yes.
The Lakers, do they play an appeasing brand of basketball at times?
They have the Laker brand.
They have the Laker brand.
Anthony Davis brand.
But
and
I'm
then
just
they have
talking
the
about
LeBron brand.
the on-court brand.
Yeah,
on court.
I don't think it's the greatest watch.
The Celtics, they have the brands, right?
Yes.
They've won one championship since 1986.
Oh, no, we've overrated their brand. The
But-
Miami Heat have been a better franchise
Over
since
the last
turn of
20
the
years.
century.
No
Yes.
doubt, no
That's
doubt.
not even close.
But look at their brand of basketball, too.
Well, it's
A lot
your
of
turn, my
one-on-one.
turn. Yes.
Exactly.
A lot of, I call it top of the perimeter, create, force it to someone else.
Yep.
He jacks up a three late in the
Exactly.
shot clock.
So, in terms of basketball, Miami and Denver is as good as it gets.
It's a good matchup.
It's a very good matchup.
But let's not pretend. Like I was listening, to everybody talk about Miami yesterday because we kept using them as a litmus test, and they are hitting in the playoffs. They were the worst shooting team in the league this year. They were the fourth worst at 3-point shooting this year. And in the playoffs, things have obviously changed. They've played different players because of injuries, and they've had to play various combinations. No one knew Gabe Vincent could shoot like this.
Right.
No one knew that he was going to be this locked down.
Playing a good brand of basketball, though. It's
No
appealing.
doubt. But like throughout the regular season, as you were talking about, Eric Spoelstra and whatnot, like they used the regular season to get ready for the playoffs. During the regular season, this team did not shoot well.
No, they didn't.
But they've turned the switch in the playoffs.
Well, they were just trying to find pieces, right? Guys in and out the lineup, whatnot. Jimmy Butler taking time off here and there. But no, Denver, they should resonate because they play up-tempo. They push the rock.
Yes.
They shoot the basketball really well.
They've
They
got
go to the rack.
a variety of player types.
Yeah, different combinations, a lot of two-way
Bruce
players.
Brown is fun.
I think Mike Malone is a fun coach.
Yeah.
He can get tight at times, but I like him in the
He's
media.
growing on me.
No, I like Mike Malone, man. He calls people by their first names. He smiles. Do you see him with the Jokic brothers after the game? The Jokic brothers pulling them up and throwing them in the air. Jokic brothers, by the way, you don't want to smoke with them, man. They're about that life.
So did they, was that a real video or was that the internet like fooling me? Him doing the 4 on the owners of the Lakers.
Oh, you mean that Jack Nicholson?
Or Jack Nicholson, excuse me.
Yeah. Probably it was real.
No, it was real.
They want
that
were
real.
waving bye-bye to Jack
They're waving
Nicholson.
bye-bye.
Okay,
the
I
Jokic
thought-
brothers about that life.
Yeah, I know, but I didn't know if it was the internet,
Like-
fooling me with an old
like-
video or whatever,
like
because
there's-
apparently the Giannis video wasn't real.
Well, like the Twitter account was real with the Jokic brothers.
Well, I follow
Mike Seeger from the Denver Post.
Yeah.
Remember he told me, he was like, yo,
Yeah.
that's a real thing.
Yeah.
They're about that life.
Yeah, you don't mess with guys in Fila suits.
No, you don't rock with them at all. More coming up on our host. 888-957-9570. We'll take your phone calls. 888-957-9570. How you feeling about the Lakers getting swept? Already people coming in. Brina said, Butcher, for the love of everything sacred to the Warriors. No, we don't want LeBron James. Wow. Gosh, I don't want
the right deal. If you're not thinking about LeBron, you're tripping.
Yeah, I'm not thinking about LeBron. What's coming up in the game? Sponsored by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. Your phone calls. You want LeBron James? Really?
The right deal, obviously.
Do you want LeBron James? Warrior fans, do you want LeBron James?
It's worth considering.
All right, we'll talk about that coming up.
Oh, my God. They swept the Lakers.
Looking for the right senior living situation can be a challenge.
drive, goes inside, stop, shot block, gets it back. It's over. It's over. Denver makes history. The Nuggets are going to the NBA Finals for the first time in franchise history.
I like to say it's a successful year because I don't play for anything besides winning championships at this point in my career, and I don't get a kick out of making a conference appearance. I've done it a lot, and it's not fun to me to not be able to be a part of getting to the finals. But we'll see what happens going forward. But I don't know. I got a lot to think about, to be honest. And just for me personally, going forward with the game of basketball, I got a lot to think about.
The Morning Roast is live on YouTube right now. Take it away, Bonte.
Oh, man. May need foot surgery. That's LeBron James. You heard Mike Breen on the call right there for ESPN as the Nuggets make history. They're going to their first NBA Finals in franchise history. It's the first time they've ever swept a best-of-7 series. First time they ever have swept. That's crazy.
Oh, my God. They swept the Lakers.
Yeah, even Scott Hayes can't believe it. Nobody could believe it. Oh, Detroit Young, the L.A. stuff. This is where the NBA has to nip some of this stuff in the bud. NBA fans are ridiculous when it comes to stuff. As soon as the season over, let's trade this guy for that guy. Let's go get Trae Young. Let's go get this guy. We better start looking at things from the other team's perspective because we're going to feel very humbled. Everybody, this is one thing about the summer yesterday, Shasky. Sorry, I know I want to get LeBron James, but I'm sorry. This just popped up. It's so funny to me, Shasky. We do this with Trae. We do this with everybody. You brought it up. Jimmy Garoppolo, right? Jimmy's not that good. Everybody wants Jimmy out of town, but let's go get 2 first-round picks for him. Well, if you don't think he's that good, what do you think an NFL expert, an NFL GM thinks about Jimmy Garoppolo?
I got laughed at because I said that Peter King was one of the worst takes of all time, that Jimmy was worth 2 first-round picks.
Yeah, that was laughable.
I was like, he's not even worth 1.
That was laughable. Yeah, he was not worth 1. So...
And I'm not even being mean. I'm just like, you got to understand value.
So think about the way Jordan Poole was discussed at the summit yesterday. Don't know what you're going to get. He gets cooked on defense. Not good enough.
No, basically he's a turnstile. That's the way. We were talking about him like he was a traffic cone.
Yeah.
Which was, I thought, unfair.
Yeah, very unfair.
I just think the way we talk about the youngsters in general tends to be unfair.
It's unfair, right?
Yeah.
But Kuminga can't play. He's not ready. He's too raw, blah, blah, blah. But you think you can go get a Jaylen Brown for them? You just think, let's throw them in the deal because the money matches, and let's go ahead and throw away these players. You don't think they're any good. You don't think they have any long-term future with the Golden State Warriors, so let's dump them to another team, but let's go get one of their best players. Oh, because that makes all the sense in the world. Wait, Jordan Poole's unplayable, but yet you expect to get a big boy back for Jordan Poole.
Well, I think that's where, forget Jordan Poole for a second, I keep coming back, and everyone's like and Dib started off the entire summit like, you trade Jordan Poole. I'm like, okay, but what are you getting? Like, what are you getting back? Like, what are you getting back? Like, if you're not trading a 23-year-old player who's under contract, yes, it's a lot of money. Have you looked around at some of these contracts? Gabe Vincent this year is going to get a contract. Gabe Vincent's body of work isn't that comprehensive.
No.
And I like Gabe Vincent. Someone's going to give him $15 to $20 million a year, okay? And he's done a fraction of what Jordan Poole's done.
Right.
And Jordan Poole has done a fraction of what other people making comparable money that he will be making next year have done. So just because, you want to move off of someone, you got to get something back that can actually help you. If you want to trade all the youngsters, okay, what are you getting back that is actually any good?
That's going to help you win a championship next season.
Like the OG Anunoby, I've heard that name over and over. Last I checked, and I don't know, but what did he do with the Raptors? And I'm not saying that he couldn't help the Warriors right now. Like, yeah, they need a lot of help. Of course they could. Difference maker, closing lineups, shutting down opponents on the perimeter, getting big offensive rebounds, knocking down big shots with 4 minutes to go in games.
Here's Dublin March.
Is that what they can do?
I don't know.
Well, but that's what they need.
See, the season's not even over yet. So I don't know who's available. I don't know who's not available. I don't even want to assume who's available. The Toronto Raptors, we'll be hearing about OG Anunoby, Pascal Siakam being traded for 3 years. Now, maybe this is the year with the new coach coming in. But they've been talking about trading those guys for like 3 to 4 years. Nothing has happened yet. So I'm going to stop assuming that they're going to get traded, especially to the Golden State Warriors. Now, 925, Dublin March. How you doing, Dublin March? Trade Poole to the Nets for Spencer Dinwiddie and Dorian Finney-Smith. Does that make you better? Spencer Dinwiddie's okay.
I mean, Dinwiddie's got a lot of Jordan Poole qualities.
Right. He's basically traded.
And I would probably rather have Jordan Poole moving forward.
And Finney-Smith, I don't think the Warriors had a problem with him in the Western Conference Finals.
Kind of redundant to JaMychal Green, where I don't. Yeah,
not even JaMychal Green. He's a little smaller. He's like
I know,
6'7".
but I'm saying in terms of a guy who's just catch and shoot, and he doesn't do a whole lot.
Does he play defense? Sure, he plays a defense, but you got to get buckets on the other side.
But if you acquired LeBron James, Bonte, how quickly would he dismantle this roster?
Well,
it's a joke. That was a joke.
No, I know that was a joke. But if James comes to the Warriors, he needs to wear one thing on the back of his jersey: ring chaser. That's Sheldon from the 510.
But don't Warrior fans want rings?
Yeah, we do want rings. We just don't want LeBron James to get rings with Stephen Curry. We want Stephen Curry to have more rings than LeBron James. We want to say that, hey, Steph Curry played in his prime and he got more rings than LeBron James. He finished with 5.
So you can accept Deion Sanders, but you won't accept LeBron.
Why not Deion Sanders?
Well, Deion Sanders was an enemy of the state for many, many years.
Yeah, but he was with the Falcons and he was the top quarterback in football. And he was right there in the NFC West. He was, but we also loved him. Well, LeBron James, we love Deion Sanders. We didn't. I don't know if a lot of people hated Deion the way that you think.
But what about Richard Sherman?
I was bothered by that. I was very bothered by that.
Yeah, and then you embraced him.
I embraced him. LeBron James, sure, we'd embrace him, but what are you giving up for him? Is that style of play? LeBron's going to want to slow it down and have the ball in his hands. I'm good. I don't want to deal with it. I'm good.
Look, I'm open to, at this year, look, the way I'm viewing this whole offseason, I'm open to anything.
I'm
not closing any doors.
I'm not closing. Oh gosh.
Was Sherman more hated than LeBron, or is LeBron more hated than Sherman? Because Sherman was pretty high up there.
Sherman was up there. This is a different level, though. This is a different level. This is a different level with LeBron James, man. Oh my God, it will make me sick. It will make LeBron James fans sick if they have to root for the Warriors because of LeBron James. Because you don't hit Laker fans.
I'd rather.
You get guys like Worldwide Hef, right? Who are just strictly LeBron fans. There's a lot of strictly LeBron fans. And they just go wherever LeBron goes.
Yeah, Hef lost a lot of credibility after that Lakers series. Oh, he was coming at me on Instagram, and I'm like...
Well, it's been crickets. I actually tapped in with him the other day. I said, man, Hef, you've been kind of quiet. He goes, yeah, I'm a little hurt.
Yeah, he's coming up with
my God.
simulation trades.
He got swept.
Well,
he got swept.
I mean, they humbled the Warriors and then got humbled by the Nuggets.
Yeah,
that's sports.
I'm good. I am good off LeBron James. 703. Did you see what Austin Rivers said? Compare Reeves to Poole. Yeah, we'll play that sound. Oh, you have the sound? Let's hear what Austin Rivers had to say about Austin Reeves and Jordan Poole. Because Austin Reeves, I'm warmed up to him. He's a nice young player. He's a nice little player.
So now he's good.
I love
Austin. He's a nice player.
I love his talent. His best skill is how aggressive he is as a player. He's aggressive every time he gets the ball. He's in attack mode all the time. Turn it over, miss shot, don't matter. He's not the quickest, can't jump the highest, not the greatest shooter, not the most skilled. He can do a little bit of everything here and there. He's aggressive. He attacks. I love it. And he competes. His skill level is not the same as Jordan Poole's. It's not even in the same realm. It's not. I don't know if you see the shit that Jordan Poole does.
No, Jordan Poole's crazy.
And the range he has, the shot making ability. If you're talking skill level for skill level, they're not even in the same. And I say this as an Austin Reeves fan. I like his game. He's nowhere near Jordan Poole. Let's not get it twisted in terms of skill level.
I feel like Jordan Poole's so saucy. Whenever he gets the ball, it's too much. It's too much.
That's where the other half of this comes. Well, okay, for what Austin Reeves lacks in ability, or maybe certain skill levels, not being matched to Jordan, he makes up in how hard he plays on both ends. Does he play the right way? Can he fit in almost any team system in the NBA? Does he get to the foul line? Is he efficient? Does he know his role?
Do his teammates like him?
Does he buy in? Does he do everything you ask him? I mean, bro, we just named 9 things. So if he does all these things well and he's solid, This guy, who's probably a better basketball player and has a skill, is so erratic that he's either 30 or 2.
The highs and lows.
Highs and
high and the lows are low.
Yeah, the highs and highs are lows, where this guy's just consistent.
Who is asked to do more on their respected teams this year, you think?
Jordan Poole.
Who had higher expectations?
Jordan Poole.
I think moving forward, it'll be interesting to see what Austin Reeves evolves into or devolves. We're so quick to anoint people, and we did this with Jordan Poole, and I'm probably guilty of this. We'll see, because he's due for a payday this offseason. Like, we'll see. I'm still waiting to see on Austin Reeves. I like him. I'm not saying I don't like him, but I think that they're at different spots in their careers.
I think there could be an argument the Lakers asked Austin Reeves to do more in these playoffs. He was a starter. Jordan Poole was getting no minutes at critical points in some of these games, though.
Would you also agree that he was their clear-cut fourth option on offense?
I think Reeves' post-trade deadline turned into that for the Lakers.
Not in the playoffs.
I think he was a third option.
You think he was over
I think he
D'Lo?
should. Yeah, I think. And I
thought
think he
D'Lo asserted himself in the Warriors series better.
Well, no, I thought
Not
Reeves
in
the
this
last
one,
the last three games against the Golden State Warriors. Also, Reeves
He was good.
really good.
Yeah.
And I actually think they snuffed out D'Lo with Gary Payton II. D'Lo was not a factor.
No, but I thought he was a higher priority on their pecking order. But maybe I'm misinterpreting that.
He had the good game 1. He had the good game 3. But I thought other than that, Austin Reeves, as the series got deeper and deeper, he got better and better and better. Austin Reeves is a good player, man. And I thought last night the Lakers should have maybe force-fed him a little bit more. I don't think he got the shot of tips.
I hated that he was the inbound passer. I would have liked him to take that last. And I know it's LeBron. He's going to have the ball in his hands. But come on, draw up a play. Do something there. That's where I think Darvin Ham's rookie head coach showed.
Austin Reeves gets to the
LeBron's
line.
a veteran head coach. I mean, he should know.
Well, LeBron.
No, he's the head coach. We all know this.
I could put some respect on Darvin Ham.
not trying to rip
I thought
Darvin
Darvin Ham had a big voice in that locker room. I actually did. I thought Darvin Ham, look, you're going to have a polarizing player like LeBron James, but Darvin Ham ain't no punk. Put some respect on his name. He ain't just finna be there to be a puppet. I don't think that's in Darvin Ham's DNA.
No one's saying he's a puppet, but in a final possession like that, like LeBron's the one who's going to be dictating who's getting the ball and where they're getting it. Like, that's just how it is.
Yeah, probably. I mean, don't all-star players do that though?
I think LeBron more than others. I think it's pretty obvious. Like, he's run out a lot of different coaches. I mean, look at his resume.
Well, that's not good. And that's why he can't be my GOAT. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMG FM and HD1, San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. Don't forget that you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you're there. Jordan Poole, whether he's better than Austin Reeves or not, he does have some sauce. Jordan Poole does have some sauce. That's why I go back to that trade Willard proposed. And everybody was
that
like,
trade again for those
that trade that Willard proposed was Jordan Poole, Jonathan Kuminga, Andrew Wiggins for Jaylen Brown and Malcolm Brogdon. 6 men in a year.
Don't like Malcolm Brogdon.
Well, Malcolm Brogdon, you want to talk about Jordan Poole's defense? Let's go watch Malcolm Brogdon's defense tonight against Miami. Let's go watch his defense against Philadelphia and James Harden. Has not been good. Has not been good. So then you give up 2 young assets in Kuminga and Poole, and you give up a player. This is what I want to ask. How much better is Jaylen Brown than Andrew Wiggins? Was Andrew Wiggins not the better player in the fight? You take away Steph Curry. We know Steph Curry was the best player last year in the NBA Finals. What's the next best player? What's Tatum? Because Wiggins shut him down. What's it Jaylen Brown? Because at times Wiggins was on him.
And Clay did a good job.
And Clay did a good job on him.
I think we've forgotten that final series. I thought Clay did a much better job on Jaylen than we gave him credit for.
I didn't forget. Trust me, I didn't forget.
Well, we know you're Clay's biggest fan.
Yeah, I didn't forget. I just think people scoffing at 300-made threes, scoffing at some of the things that Klay Thompson did. Oh yeah, he had a bad stretch against the LA Lakers. I get it. Open shots he missed, and trust me, I was as disappointed as anybody else out here. But we just go hey, Klay Thompson 300 threes. That's nothing. Who cares? Okay, sure. Let the league at 3-point makes. Anyway, Andrew Wiggins. How much better is Jaylen Brown than Andrew Wiggins?
I'm unwilling to part with Wiggins unless it is a really, really good deal for the Golden State Warriors. And right now, I think you would be surrendering perimeter defense for another guy who's a perimeter defender. But
how much better is Jaylen Brown and Andrew Wiggins?
I think throwing in JP and throwing in Kuminga for Brogdon. Like, if we're going Wiggins and Jalen, I think they're closer than people want to admit. That I agree
Jalen's
with.
better, but I think Wiggins is right there.
No, I think they're closer than we want to admit. I'm with you there. But then when you get to the JP and Kuminga for Brogdon portion of it, to me, that's an overpay. That's where I go, where I think you're overpaying. Like, why am I throwing in Kuminga?
So my thing was yesterday at the panel, everybody was saying the Celtics would do that trade. And I'm thinking to myself, I think the Celtics would do that trade.
Well, I think Boston in general, like what we don't realize out here on the West Coast, that I was blown away when we got out there.
They do not like Jaylen Brown.
At all.
And there was a conversation about who's the one. And they were like, get rid of Jaylen Brown.
This was last year.
Jermaine Wiggins was like, yo, I don't like Jaylen Brown at all.
Yeah, and I think what Wiggins did against them is going to resonate with that fan base and that organization. Wouldn't you agree? When you play a team in the playoffs and a guy puts his imprint the way that Wiggins did in that series, it's hard to not, have your eyes jaded by that.
So Brogdon's 30 years old. He's an older player. Mm-hmm. You get less athletic by going to Brogdon from Jordan Poole. So he's 6 man of the year. I don't like the deal whatsoever. If I'm the Celtics, though, and I'm thinking to myself, boy, I have to make a decision on a super max extension with Jaylen Brown, who's now eligible to sign a $295 million super max extension with the Celtics. That will make him the richest player in NBA history. That's what we're talking about here. Jaylen Brown, $300 million, basically.
But here's another element of that. Bringing him in, does he make more now than Steph Curry?
That's what it is.
How does that sit with everyone?
So you got a 300 player.
I'm asking.
I know. Yeah. Well, I'll get to that.
Okay.
Because
I don't know.
No, that's probably not sitting well in anybody. But think about that. Jaylen Brown now is your $300 million player. You have Wiggins and Poole who don't even make that combined with their big deals. They don't make that combined.
And as we're worried about money because of what their salary situations are. Yep.
And then you get and here's the other factor. You get a wild card at Kuminga, who we saw. I'm
just not ready to get rid of him.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know I don't understand why we're in such a rush to get rid of Kuminga.
So here's my thing with Willard. He brought up the trade yesterday. We were talking about it, and mostly on the panel, people were like, oh, we accept that deal. And I'm thinking to myself, Boston would accept that deal. I'm telling you right now, Boston would accept that deal. Because here's what happens for Boston. You get rid of Brown, right? There's no more conversation about who's the number one. It's Jason Tatum. It's your team. You're the guy.
Well, they would also move Marcus Smart and Derek White in a deal like that. They would move those guys elsewhere, or one of the two of those guys elsewhere.
Or you keep them to add depth, right?
Well, because I just think that one of them is expendable. If you bring in Jordan Poole.
Well, Derek White would be expendable because I think he's overrated.
He's $17 million.
Well, let's just say they're on the side. Forget them for a minute.
Sorry.
You got Jason Tatum, your clear-cut number one option. This is your team, Jason Tatum. Okay, cool. I don't have to worry about force-feeding Jaylen Brown or whatnot. Andrew Wiggins. What do we know about Andrew Wiggins? He don't mind being the second or third option.
No.
He'd be perfect alongside Jason Tatum. Plays very good. I think his defense is very comparable to Jaylen Brown's.
Are you ready to give up on Wiggs, though?
I'm not. What I'm saying is, in that deal, listen to me, what I'm saying, the Celtics would accept that deal because Wiggins is that good. I would not do that deal if I'm the Golden State Warriors. If it's Brogdon and Brown, I'm getting back for Wiggins, Kuminga, and Poole. I say, hell no, I'm not doing that deal if I'm the Golden State Warriors. That is giving up way too much.
Would you want Robert Williams or Grant Williams?
Grant Williams?
I'm just asking.
Grant Williams?
I'm trying to think of some of their ancillary pieces. Horford, I think, makes $10 million next year.
Are you kidding me?
I'm just asking.
This dynasty would be over quicker than we all think.
I'm just asking.
Grant Williams? Wow. Hell no. Keep that dude away from us. Hell
I'm
no.
just asking.
The same Grant Williams
Robert Williams, his leg is all screwed up.
Grant Williams, take him? The same Grant Williams
I'm just
who talked to Jimmy Butler game 2 because he hit a 3 and then got his ass cooked straight up to the bench.
He got his head stepped on.
What?
I'm just asking.
Grant Williams?
What would it take then for you to accept
hold on.
that deal?
I'm not accepting that deal, Shasky. What I'm trying to explain here is I'm not accepting that deal if I'm the Golden State Warriors. For Boston, if you get that deal, listen to me now. Jason Tatum's your clear-cut number one. Wiggins is your number 2, number 3 option. Jordan Poole has a new lease on life, and he's a starter.
Okay.
And now all of a sudden he's like, wait a minute, I got Jason Tatum, I got Andrew Wiggins, look at all the space I get to work with at the Boston Garden.
And you look at the Eastern Conference, and there's not that great of elite guard play in terms of defensively.
No.
I mean, I think Drew Holiday, obviously Milwaukee, would have a word. But
and last but not least, Jonathan Kuminga gets a new lease on life. And he's going to see 20 minutes a game in Boston.
Yeah.
And he gets back closer to New York City, where all his family and friends are. Andrew Wiggins is closer to Toronto. They're all on the East Coast. New lease on life. Kuminga in a Boston uniform playing alongside Jason Tatum, where he gets to play his role. If I'm the Boston Celtics and Mark Willard called up saying on behalf of the Golden State Warriors, here's Kuminga, Poole, and Wiggins. You can have them. Give us Jaylen Brown and Malcolm Brogdon. I guarantee you the Celtics do that deal. But on the flip side, it's kind of it's a lot of it's not a contradiction. Hypocrisy. No, that's not the word I'm looking for. But it's kind of funny to your boy that Poole and Kuminga aren't good enough to play on the Warriors, but all of a sudden you're going to get a guy like Jaylen Brown who's an all-NBA player.
Aren't you the one that says there's always a fool in the NBA who thinks that
There's always a sucker. There's always a sucker. I'm saying for the people who speak on Poole, I think Poole and Kuminga are good. I wouldn't give up on those guys. Me personally, I think they're good players. But there's always a sucker in the NBA who will take a guy at a low value saying, wait, this guy started to average 25 a game. Now we're laughing at 25 points per game as a starter? So all I'm saying, Shasky, is that deal, if I'm the Boston Celtics, because I heard a lot of yesterday saying the Boston Celtics wouldn't do that deal. Why wouldn't they do that deal?
Well, because of, I think, the unknown with Andrew Wiggins. Like, the one thing that they do know, because I know that they're frustrated with the inconsistency of Jaylen Brown, and maybe there's a fit that we're not accounting for. Like, Wiggins did miss 45 games this year.
He did.
And if I'm a team that's receiving him, I would want to know some context behind that.
So, okay, you'll get some context behind that.
And I know that people think that that's some off, like, no, that you can't discuss that. I'm just being real. If I was a part of an organization that was acquiring Andrew Wiggins,
and they will,
I would probably want to know a little more about what happened there.
But is that the first time?
Just to know, like, hey, moving forward, are we going to have
Is that the first
absences?
time? Is that the first time Wiggins missed a long
he was an Iron Man for the Warriors.
Yeah, he's an Iron Man throughout his career, right?
No doubt.
So maybe this isn't a one-off.
Well, but that's why I would want to have some context. I mean, I think any employer would.
I don't think Jaylen Brown's that much better than Andrew Wiggins. I think he's a better player. I'd bet on his future, but I don't think he's that much better.
As an attacker on offense, does he provide something? Is he a little more aggressive than Andrew Wiggins?
Possibly. But they're both inconsistent.
In terms
I just watched Jaylen Brown. He's had playoff games where he shot 3 times in the last 3 quarters.
But what about having a guy opposite Steph Curry who can guard those elite guys on the perimeter?
Wiggins could guard those guys.
Jaylen's a little twitchier. I think he can guard the smaller guys a little better.
Did Wiggins not guard those guys, though?
No, he did a good job. I think they're just they're slightly different body types. I look at Jaylen as more nimble against the smaller guys, whereas I think Wiggs can guard some of those bigger dudes.
Yeah.
I mean, they both have strengths.
I mean,
I don't want to part with Wiggins unless it is a really good deal.
Wiggins guards Fox. He guards
true.
He guards a lot of guys that Jaylen Brown guards. I don't know if we're thinking this one through here. I don't like the trade anyway. All right, let's continue to roll. Sorry, we got caught up there. It's coming up in the game, sponsored by the law offices of Robert Goldstein. Your phone calls are 888-957-9570. If you have IRS estate tax problems and don't know what to do, contact the law offices of Robert Goldstein because resolving tax problems is all that they do. Call 1-88-TAX-EXIT, 888-TAX-EXIT. David Lombardi, 830.
Complete your dream outdoor kitchen with a grill from Heston.
Oh, my God. They swept the Lakers.
This is Steve Kerr, and you're listening to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
Had a little Michael Irvin to it. Can we play them back to back? The oh my God and then the oh my God, the Lakers.
Put me on the spot. Keep talking. Hold on,
okay, my bad. You put a finger up like it was going to happen. It's my fault. You good, B?
No, I'm just looking at some things. I'm looking at some things.
Yeah?
I'm always good. I'm always good in the hood. Shout out to everybody out there
waking
up
West,
with us on
Ja?
Tuesday. Ja's not good in the West.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
Ja's not good in the West.
Now that, chef's kiss. Giants are looking better in the West.
That was okay. Yeah, Giants look all right. Lutman's dying to get in the Giants, by the way.
Lutman, give me 30 seconds on the Giants.
He's like every single break before the show, during the breaks, So you want to get the baseball here? Oh, you want to get the baseball here? Oh, you want to get the baseball here? Oh, you want to get the baseball
I don't
here?
think I'm asking that often.
Oh,
well, then give us your Giants takes. Sean Manaea.
He nutted that thing.
Yeah, Manaea, he had kind of a coming around outing last night. I don't know. Hopefully he can, maybe build on that. And I can't say that with a straight face. No, he had a good night last night, though. It was a good win.
Good win.
Conforto, looking really good.
Lamont Wade Jr. as a leadoff man, I'm going to be real. I laughed at that. I scoffed at it, in fact. He takes a lot of pitches. He will swing with 2 strikes. Clearly has an unbelievable on-base percentage because he's drawn a ton of walks. I was really wrong about Lamont Wade heading into this year. They were right, and I was way wrong. Not only can he play first defensively, which I completely didn't see coming, offensively, as a leadoff man, though not the traditional prototype that I'm looking for, he does a lot of the things that you do look for in a leadoff man in terms of taking pitches and being able to put the ball in play with 2 strikes and drawing walks.
Didn't have his best game yesterday. Drew a walk, 0 for 3, 1 run. But I get your point.
Gabe Kapler in the postgame said that he thought the opening at-bat of the game changed the game. It's like, interesting, Gabe. The opening at-bat changed the game.
That's just what you know. You can tell right off that first at-bat of the game. It tells you everything you need to know. That's how baseball works.
I would disagree with Kapler. Say Michael Conforto's home run changed the game.
Conforto's coming around.
Yeah, that's why I said yesterday, you don't trade him. You're talking about trading him.
Well, because you can get something back, and it's all about, the future.
I don't want to keep him. Especially if you're in it, I'd rather just keep him. Just ride it out. Just ride it out. What's the point? Just hurry up and flip it up for a guy we won't see until next year. If you're in it, keep him. But that was the at-bat to me to change the game. It's a 3-run home run. 4-0. The walk.
I'm just telling you what Gabe Kapler said.
I disagree with Gabe Kapler. It's like Lamont Wade with 0 for 3 yesterday, man. What are we doing? What are we doing? 95.7 The Game, thousands of other stations and millions of podcasts are free. The Odyssey app. Shout out to everybody at the summit yesterday. That was awesome. Buon Vino put on a great show, great setup, great wine. Met some great people. Judy, she stole the show at the end, giving her takes on the Golden State Warriors. What did she say? She said Draymond had to go?
Yes.
She said Draymond had to go. That was a pro Draymond has to go crowd.
She was talking about business evolving.
Yep. It all evolves. I'm trying to get over that trade proposal, which just seems, the more and more I think about it, I was like, oh my God, please, Bob Myers or Joe Lacob, do not listen to Mark Willard. That is an awful deal. The Celtics would accept that. No. Imagine that, just for a second. I've said on the front end, Jaylen Brown is probably a better player than Andrew Wiggins, although I don't think the gap is as wide as what people think. Would you feel comfortable paying Jaylen Brown $295 million? Jaylen Brown. Think about that. Jaylen Brown.
I mean, they paid Jordan Poole for about a year and a half's body of work, $140 million. So
up to 140. 123.
I know. Like
123 is different than $300 million.
I hear you. These numbers are astronomical.
Yeah,
to me.
but that's $177 million less than Jaylen Brown.
I'm not surprised anyone's making that kind of money. He came into the league and got to play right away and has taken his team to the Eastern Conference Finals 3 years in a row, I believe. And they went to the finals once. He's 25 right now? I'm not surprised.
I think Jordan Poole has a very team-friendly contract, a very tradable contract. Andrew Wiggins has a very team-friendly contract, a very tradable contract. I'm just asking. Are we comfortable paying Jaylen Brown and making him the richest or the highest paid player in the NBA? $300 million.
If Steph wants it, I'd be in on it, but I'd have a tough time.
As a fan, I'm asking you as a fan, would you like to pay Jaylen Brown $300 million?
To me, the money in terms of like the maximum deals and whatnot, like if you're in your prime and you're healthy, that's what these guys are getting. It's when
I don't care.
The number one thing
I'm not asking that.
I know, but when you talk to like executives, and I've come around on this, and this is now my thinking, the number one thing that is the hardest thing to swallow as a fan is paying for a guy not to play or paying maximum money for a guy to play so poorly that you have to put them on the bench. I'm talking about not to play as in they're injured.
Okay, but would you pay Jaylen Brown $300 million?
If I acquired him in a big-time trade, you'd probably have to pay him.
You have to.
Yeah.
But how would you feel about that?
Not great. I don't feel great about paying Klay Thompson the ninth most amount of money this year. So,
so there you go.
Like I admit I have kind of a, sticker shock on a lot of these things.
He's eligible for a $295 million Supermax extension. Jaylen Brown. Is he a top 20 player? Probably. I get it. He averaged 26 points per game. That's fine. His head ball handling. I mean, God, it's $300 million for Jaylen Brown.
Well, what do you think he's worth?
Not $300 million.
Okay, so what? 200?
Yeah, I guess that's the going rate. But I like the contracts I have now. Can I navigate without getting a Jaylen Brown? What's the big drop off? Like OG Anunoby's a guy, right? Everybody brings him up, bring him up. What's the big? Is there a huge drop off from Jaylen Brown to OG Anunoby? Maybe a bigger drop off from Andrew Wiggins to OG Anunoby, but that's what I'm looking at.
I've seen OG Anunoby do it in big time playoff games.
Right.
Excuse me. I've seen Jaylen Brown do it in big time playoff games. So that's where I think the pushback would be.
Right. But I'm looking at Andrew Wiggins and I'm saying to myself, outside of Steph Curry, he was the best player in the finals.
Oh, I agree.
So like the drop off between Andrew Wiggins and Jaylen Brown alone, I'm thinking, let me pay Andrew Wiggins, who's now making, what is his contract extension? Let me pull his contract extension up. I forgot what his was, but he took a very team-friendly deal. And I'd rather pay Andrew Wiggins, and I get it, he left for 25 straight games. Now, we were told it was personal, and we're not going to get into that.
But he also missed 20 games, essentially, because of sickness.
Right abductor
thing.
So First time he's been hurt.
Yeah, exactly.
First time he's been hurt. First time he's dealt with issues like this.
Yeah.
But you look at Andrew Wiggins' contract. Okay, he signed a 4-year, $109 million contract for Andrew Wiggins. $25 million a year.
It's a good deal.
That's a very good deal.
I agree. I think it's their best value on the team.
I would rather keep Wiggins, knowing that, okay, he's probably going to play a lot more games than he did this year. And did he lose some trust within the organization? I don't know. The organization threw him right in the starting lineup right away and had him playing high-level basketball. I would rather keep Andrew Wiggins and go get a Jaylen Brown.
The only deal that I'm really like, oh, yeah, okay, I see that. Trading Andrew Wiggins is for an elite big. I just don't see that trade materializing. I don't know if I'm swapping him for another perimeter player.
Yeah, I'm good off that. Let's go to Eric in Dublin.
Would you throw Klay Thompson in there as opposed to Wiggins?
So Klay Thompson instead of Wiggins?
I'm just asking. I don't know.
So you go Jaylen Brown?
Is there another deal that
you
like?
Instead, you would go Klay Thompson, Jordan Poole, and Kuminga?
No, I still think that's a lot of money to give up for him, but you would have to make the money match up, so I don't think you have to throw in Kuminga in that kind of a deal.
So it's just Kuminga. So then it would just be Klay and Poole for Jaylen Brown and Brogdon.
Yeah.
And why the hell would the Boston Celtics do that?
I'm just asking. I don't know.
All right?
I'm just asking.
Because part of the allure of Andrew Wiggins is he's under contract for the next 3 years. Part of the allure of Jordan Poole is he's under contract for the next 4 years. Part of the allure of Jonathan Kuminga is he's a young prospect who has a couple years and it's a team-friendly deal.
Well, the Celtics would be able to have a freed-up spot at the end of the year with an expired cap spot. Again, I'm just thinking out loud.
Yeah.
They need some shooting. They have a clear-cut number one in Jason Tatum, and then they can have an off-ball shooter in Klay Thompson. I don't know.
As Boston, sure, why not? Jaylen Brown and Andrew Wiggins next to each other would be special. That would be great. That would be great. 2 perimeter defensive hawks. I would love that. But why would Boston do that? See, I like to look at it from the other side. Why would Boston do that?
I thought we were just throwing things out there.
No, we're not. We're throwing what Mark Willard threw out there, and I think it's a load of crap.
Okay.
Honestly, I think it's a lump of coal. think it's a terrible deal for the Golden State Warriors. I just can't get over it.
So
I can't get over it.
What's the player or the deal that you're looking at?
I'm looking to see how the dominoes fall with the Golden State Warriors. What is Bob Myers going to do, and is Draymond Green going to opt in?
Okay.
And then what do I do about that?
Okay, so
my
if Draymond opts in, what do you do?
first order of business, personally, is I think you have to move on from Draymond Green. I think this is the
So you let him walk and get nothing back in return?
I'm hoping he opts in. You could do a sign and trade.
Gotcha.
But if he walks and you get nothing back, if you trade him, what are you really getting back from Draymond Green? That's the question you have to ask yourself.
That's the thing I don't have an answer to. I don't know how he's viewed and how many teams have a need for what he's providing.
There you go.
I mean, you look at some of the malcontents around the league, like DeAndre Ayton. It feels like DeAndre Ayton's on the move. Would they take Draymond? Probably not. I would be open to DeAndre Ayton. Don't love his attitude, but I'd be open-minded to something like that. He does give them some, inside presence to some degree, although he's a guy that hasn't played well with others. And then I look at someone like Chris Paul, who's also on Phoenix. He's going to be on the move. Most people don't want Chris Paul. I understand that. How many teams out there have guys that would or have a spot for Draymond Green? I just don't think there's a lot of them.
Yeah.
I don't think his market is as robust as he thinks it is, nor as what Warrior fans think it is.
I'll say this before we get to Eric in Dublin. I'd be more open to trading Clay and Dre than I would be Poole, Wiggins, and the rest of the guys.
I think I agree with that.
I would be more.
I've
come to that, but
I agree with that.
I'm a little hesitant with Clay because of the spacing and the 3-point shot making you need in today's game. And I don't know when we start taking for granted. Hey, a guy just made 300 threes in the season. How many times has that been done? How many times has that been done, folks? 300 made threes in a season. How many times has that been done? But we want to just get that guy up and laugh at it. Well, just say 300 threes is nothing. Whatever. 300 threes. He played good for a couple months. What? What?
Well, it was a mixed bag of a season. I mean, if we're going to have a Clay conversation, the reality is that, yes, he had phenomenal moments, and he had long stretches where it wasn't so good. And I do believe, I don't know if it's as extreme as saying, because JD was saying that he felt that the Klay Thompson aura all year was as impactful on the Warriors in a negative way as the punch. I don't know if I'd go that far.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
But I do think there's some truth to Klay's woes were a Debbie Downer for the team at times. I do think that that's real.
In terms of what?
In terms of the energy, I think that there was times at the beginning of the year where he was so focused on getting right that it kind of brought down the collective.
So it did early. It did early on in the season.
Yeah, and I also think it reared its head toward the end of the year.
They had team meeting about Klay Thompson taking bad shots when the team meeting should have been about Draymond Green on how to navigate through the season. But okay, we scapegoated Klay.
I don't think it's either.
But you know what Klay did? You know what Klay did? I knew this was a load of crap from JD yesterday, and I respect JD's opinion. But this was a load of crap to say that Klay Thompson had as bad as an attitude as Draymond Green this past season. They had the team meeting. They talked to him. What did Klay do right away? Did he not adjust?
He did. But
did he not get better with his shot selection?
I'm not taking anyone's temperature on attitude. We did the same thing with Kuminga and Jordan Poole, and I don't think it's fair. We don't know what these guys are doing at practice and stuff. So I'm not able to assess those.
Well, I kind of do. I kind of know what's going on.
You do.
Practice.
I don't.
And let me tell you, there's nobody who had a worse attitude on the team. To compare Klay's attitude on the team to Draymond Green, I get it, because he's sulky, because he missed a shot, because he wants it too bad. Klay also carried your ass from January, February, and March to get to playoffs when Curry was out.
Agreed.
And as much as we talk about Jordan Poole changing his roles and DiVincenzo changing his role, Klay Thompson had to change his role too.
What should his role be then?
Well, you see number 3 option.
Okay.
At least at the most.
And who's he guarding when you're trotting out your? If you had let's say
Austin Reeves types, which he did a good job in the first half of the series. Back half of the series, he fell asleep on Austin Reeves.
Okay,
I get that. So those are guys he's going to have to guard.
So then who's Steph guarding?
You got to hide Steph on. That's a problem.
All right, well, that's
a problem.
So like that.
But Wiggins is guarding the point guard. Klay Thompson is guarding somebody.
That's a lot to ask from Wiggins. Yeah, I hear you. But it's probably the role they're going to ask him to do.
What do you mean? He did it in the finals last year. Did we have short-term memory? He did it all last season.
He did. No,
we
he did.
considered it in the playoffs this year.
I understand.
Are we forgetting about Andrew Wiggins? Like, honestly, did we forget about Andrew Wiggins? Who we could guard? Who's Andrew Wiggins guarding?
I'm just going around the court and I'm asking questions.
Did he not put Jason Tatum and Luka Doncic in Alcatraz?
He did a great job.
So I'm just asking. So Klay Thompson will guard somebody. Not bad. But we're just going to scoff at the months he had this season to help you get to the playoffs and then become the third player in NBA history to hit 300 threes in a season.
No, I just think it was more of a mixed bag. And I think that's kind of is symbolic of the Warriors' frustrations throughout the year in general. Like, Steph's great, and then he's hurt. And then, Wiggins is great, then he gets hurt, then he's gone for quite some time. Klay was bad, then he was good, then he was back to bad again. Draymond, good one game, bad for a couple games. Like, I think it was a mixed bag for a lot of guys on the team, hence why they got bounced.
Yep, it was. It was a bad year. Look, Klay's not good. He's not the defender he once was. The fact that you got to hide Steph all the time, that's a problem.
It is. But that's... If you're going to be a Steph-dependent team, which is what they are, and you're going to be that kind of an organization, well, you've got to insulate him with enough defenders out on the court so that you can hide him. That's the reality. And more than anything, not just because of foul trouble and getting cooked on defense, to save his legs so that he can be the offensive, productive player that you need throughout the bulk of the year and into the playoffs.
Let's go to Eric in Dublin. Eric in Dublin, what's happening?
Hey, what's happening, guys? I was at the summit yesterday, and I did hear Willard's comments about the trade. I also heard John Dickinson's comments about Klay. So first, I wanted to say, in terms of the trade, I don't love it with the Celtics. I personally think that I don't know how we get significantly better if we move Draymond. I do personally think that Draymond's waiting for Bob Myers to make a decision before he makes one. And then we'll kind of see how the dominoes fall. In terms of John Dickinson's comments for Klay, though, I'm likely to give him a pass. This is his first season back, and I know he submitted a great body of work. And I think the expectation was just he'd come in and look like the player that we all knew he was going to be. And I think he was still trying to kind of figure himself out again and get back into the flow of things.
It's a fair rebuttal from people about it's his first season back. Let's see what he looks like. He is also 33. Next year he'll be 34. It will also be a contract season. And I think you're in a tough spot. I think everyone's in a tough spot. I really do. And that's what makes these decisions so difficult.
I think Klay will be fine to retire. I don't think this thing that, does Klay want to come off the bench? Well, first of all, Steve Kerr, we all forget that Steve Kerr said it when Klay Thompson was working himself back. When he comes back, he's going to start. Now, if Steve Kerr didn't say that, maybe Klay Thompson does come off the bench to start when Jordan Poole's rolling. But Steve Kerr put his neck out there basically saying Klay Thompson's starting when he comes back. There's no ands, ifs, or buts. That kind of set the tone for everything, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, I think he was trying to quiet the rumblings and everything. Like I get it from his point of view for a variety of reasons.
Mentally.
Yeah, and just to keep everything there's enough stuff going on. I think the last thing you need is all this chatter about your lineup every single night.
Right.
I get that.
Right.
And I think it's actually a really savvy move by Steve Kerr.
And so I don't know where this narrative about Klay Thompson won't accept the bench role. He's too ego-made. He's not going to do it. Well, do we forget that his father, and I know a lot of youngsters weren't watching the NBA in the 80s. Hell, we were young too. Well, Michael Thompson was the number 1 overall draft pick in the league by the Portland Trailblazers coming out the University of Minnesota. Number 1 overall draft pick, Michael Thompson, who happens to be the father of Klay Thompson. When Michael Thompson moved on to the LA Lakers, again, he wasn't the player he was in Portland, but he had no problem coming off the bench with the Showtime Lakers. Played his role, won a couple championships, and now he's still with the Lakers organization. I don't think Klay Thompson, if it came to that, if you said, hey, we need you to come off the bench and be a six man, I don't think Klay would have a problem with that.
In a year where you're but in a year where you're trying to get another contract?
Well, I think he can still make as much money. Because some team may see him come off the bench and light it up, and then they say, hey, Klay, we want you to start.
Okay. I just... I don't know. I don't like the whole, like, your father did this, so you've seen it, so you would do X, Y, and Z. Like, my dad was a plumber. I wanted nothing to do with plumbing.
Yeah, but that's you. But that's different. This is the family business of basketball, and you're in the NBA.
My whole family does plumbing.
Like
Curry. That is the family business.
Like Curry. Well, you didn't want to do it.
But that's my point.
Maybe your
like
family members call you soft for that.
Well, but everyone's different.
Everybody's different.
I don't think it's like saying that his dad did X, Y, and Z.
I think Clay soaking up that game in the NBA, being around his father, being around the NBA for so long, I think it does matter. We can't say it doesn't matter in this situation, but yet we always bring up, man, coach's player's son, his dad was in the NBA, he gets the NBA model. Well, again, maybe that son didn't really want to play in the NBA. He played in the NBA just because he was talented. You know what I'm saying? What did Pat Bev say a few weeks ago? Only 40% of guys love the NBA, blah, 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 which I don't believe.
Wait, what did he say?
No, he said like only 40% of the league, they don't really care about playing in basketball.
Oh, Pat Bev said that?
Pat
Okay.
Bev said that, which is ridiculous.
But I also think Clay's had a better career than his father in terms of, individual accolades.
I'm saying that wisdom from his father saying, hey,
I get that.
Clay, maybe you need to do this. I think he will be a little more receptive than I think.
But at what point in his career has he been receptive of taking the lesser role? This is the one guy who said when Kevin Durant's coming, like, I'm still going to get the same amount.
He said, I'm not sacrificing nothing, and he didn't. I don't blame him.
I know, but he's
why
at
was
a
he
different point in his career.
Well, so that's why I think he would be receptive to changing his role.
But he just hasn't showcased it, so I think that's why people are skeptical.
Why should he have showcased it last year?
I'm just saying he hasn't. I'm not saying
honestly,
he won't.
Honestly, he came back last year, helped you win the championship, played the most minutes in the postseason. Played the most minutes out of anybody in the postseason, coming off 2 gruesome leg injuries. Comes back this year because he doesn't work out, bad shape. That's a problem. Got to work on that this year. There's no doubt. They had the team meeting. They say, hey, you need to stop being selective with your shots. Okay, fine, I will. Now all of a sudden Curry gets hurt. All of a sudden you got guys out the lineup like Andrew Wiggins. What did they ask Klay Thompson? Hey, you need to put up some shots. So what does he respond with? His best offensive month of his career in January, the 3rd best offensive month of his career in February. Okay, that's 2 months where you helped stabilize the season. Then you get to March. Okay, I get the numbers are down a bit, but also you said this, and I'll never forget. When Curry came back, and you asked me, or actually you said to me, Curry coming back has killed Clay's flow.
It did.
So now he has to readjust to Steph Curry's game. Yeah. He has to evolve again with his role within the season. So it wasn't just Jordan Poole. It wasn't just Jordan Poole, though, that had to adjust his role.
No, of course not.
It was Clay. It was Wiggins. It was
but welcome
Dante
to the NBA.
DiVincenzo.
That's what every team's doing.
DiVincenzo. So if we're going to talk about inconsistency, well, the roles for this basketball team was inconsistent. So how could anybody on this basketball team gain traction on consistency when there was no consistency all season with the roles and the rotations?
Yeah, I agree with that.
And Steve Kerr's patterns.
I agree with that, but like at the end of the day, that doesn't excuse bad shot selection. You know what I mean? Like I get that you're way too worried about roll and flow, and this the guy just missed a million shots. He couldn't stay in front of anybody.
Look at the Denver Nuggets.
Like I think we're overthinking.
Look at the Denver Nuggets. They bought into their roles, right? They've had consistent roles and rotations.
Yes.
How's that helped them now?
Well, yeah,
they're in the NBA Finals for the first time in their careers. Why? Because they're the one team in the Western Conference that had continuity, that had cohesion. Why did they dust off the Phoenix Suns?
They're all in their prime, so the Warriors can't run it back like that.
I had to disagree with that. I think the continuity, if the Warriors had continuity this year, I think they beat the Denver Nuggets. They had no continuity whatsoever.
But they've got a 35-year-old Steph Curry, a 33-year-old Klay Thompson, and a 33-year-old Draymond Green. So you're not going to play all 82 games. You're going to have moments where guys are missing time. And so you're going to have to adjust to various roles and load management. So that kind of is baked into how you're assembling your roster. Whereas I look at Denver, and I'm sure that they'd load manage Jamal Murray coming off of the ACL to some degree. But, like, Jokic plays every game. And when you have the one dude out there that plays every single game, I think that the way that they've built their team is just different. And it should be different because they're all in their prime.
Let's go to got some calls here. Let's start off with Mystic, then we'll go to Anthony and Livermore. Mystic. I thought we were gonna get you. My bad. All right. Go ahead, Mystic.
Good morning, guys. I love talking to authentic San Francisco natives. Check this out, though, guys. This is something that I'm looking at. I think we're looking in the wrong direction when we're looking at Klay Thompson and Andrew Wiggins. To me, those guys are untouchable. Andrew Wiggins missed a huge part of the season, and so that messed up the whole thing with everybody's rotations. And by the time we got to the end of the season, Klay Thompson had absolutely no legs left. So really, the key to me is that the young guys have to play. So the person who I'm looking at that's holding up and gumming up the works It's Draymond Green. Draymond has to step aside so that Kuminga and Andrew can play together, and now you got your wing defense covered, you've got your perimeter defense covered, and Klay, he's still a starter in this league. Maybe he's not, all-star Klay anymore, but he's still a guy who can shoot, who can get hot, and when his legs are good, he's still one of the best shooters in the league. So to me, you have to keep him on the floor. The guys who are in the way of Jordan Poole, Jonathan Kuminga, and Andrew Wiggins being here every day is going to make a huge difference for them next year. So I'm hoping, I'm praying, please, let Draymond opt in, and then let's trade him. I don't expect to get much more than a half-eaten Twinkie and a Diet Coke for him, but at the same time, he's got to go because not only is he a locker room killer at this point, but because he doesn't have the energy or the defensive prowess that he once had, what is his real value today?
Mystic.
Clearly see
Mystic,
Klay Thompson's value.
real quick, because I don't want to misconstrue your words. So to summarize your phone call, you want Wiggins and Klay to stay.
Absolutely. Untouchable.
Draymond Green to go.
You can't. Draymond, you've been a great service. I love you, brother. But at the same time, your act has grown tired. You've worn out your welcome, and your teammates don't really like you, except for the guys you came in with. And there's not many of them left.
There it is.
The Klay Thompson leg thing, I think that's a real thing. I think that is. If we want to talk about coming back off the injury and playing a full season, which he did, it was a remarkable season. I do think that there's truth to his legs got a little tired at the end. Did he get good looks? Of course he did. He was missing so short on everything. I mean, he was way off. And I do think his legs were gassed throughout the year. And I don't think they had the luxury to be able to manage him appropriately because they were chasing wins from the beginning of the year on, that they just didn't have the exact same luxuries that they've had in years past. And that's part of getting older. And that's part of, you're going to have to rely on the young guys. Like, it was such a grab bag of mistakes throughout the year. We could point to 15 different things that all had a trickle-down effect that poured over into the playoffs.
341 Comcast Business Text Line. Do you think Klay was nervous because his dad was watching for the broadcast booth? You're playing hometown team. I don't know how much that weighed in on things, but you're playing at family and friends. I don't know what that's like, but I think Mystic was spot on. I'm having, somebody in the chat said, all right, Bonte, shut up, man. You keep talking about 300 threes. Well, you scoff at 300 threes. Only 3 players in NBA history has made 300 threes in the season.
I'm not scoffing at it.
No, I'm not saying you are. I'm saying this guy in the chat.
Yeah.
Scott, go ahead, get rid of that.
He was a big reason that they got the 6 seed. There's no doubt about it. But I also think if you want to get a higher seed next year and you want to get the best out of Klay Thompson, that they need to tinker the roster so that he can be a more maximized version of himself.
He's more catch and shoot.
Yes.
Than but I also think the back to the basket game, he has that in his bag if he goes to it consistently. I also think the mid-range game is wide open for him. He could just knock down mid-range jumpers. I think Klay Thompson this year, he settled on threes so much. I think it was a career high in three-point attempts for Klay Thompson per game. I wasn't a big fan of that. He's got to embrace a mid-range game. There's no doubt he's got to tweak his game. This year, think about it. Klay Thompson attempted 10.6 threes a game. That's by far a career high.
Where's that stack up in the league?
Last year, he averaged 9.3 three-point attempts a game. Those are by far the two biggest seasons he had when it comes to three-point attempts. Now, he shot 41% this year, which is still 41%, not a lot. I mean, Jordan Poole shot 32%. Tells you make 4.5 at every 10.5. Not bad at all. But he shot 43 from the field. That's got to step up. So the mid-range game's got to step up there with Klay Thompson. There's no doubt he needs to get better. But when I'm thinking about the worries or my issues on this basketball team, I'm not sure he's in my top 3.
So what are your top 3?
Draymond Green.
Okay.
What to do with the youngsters.
Okay.
Jordan Poole. Excuse me. The youngsters. Draymond Green, number 1. The youngsters, number 2. And you can put Jordan Poole in that box right there. And then how do I get bigger? How do I get bigger and more athletic?
Yeah, I think that's going to be a tough one. There's just only so many big guys in the league that can help that can run what the Warriors want to run. That's the other thing. I think there's a lot of guys that are big that don't really fit. They don't really help. screen setting is a very important thing for the Golden State Warriors. And I think this is where, as we talk about evolution of individual play, evolution of half-court offense needs to come as well. I'd like to see them get an offensive coordinator. I'm dead serious.
Anthony Livermore. Offense wasn't the problem for the team. They had the number 2 offense in the league.
No, but you're looking at raw points. I'm talking about situational scoring.
Field goal percentage, everything.
Bonte, half-court, 6 minutes to go, the offense was not good.
Average 119 points a game.
And when they needed buckets in the half court in the playoffs, was it hard or was it?
Well, it's always going to be hard in the playoffs. Defenses ratchet up.
I don't know, man. You can look at the raw numbers and say they scored a lot. I would sit there and say there are a lot of bad offensive performances from guys that I deem to be good offensive players this year. I'd like to see some tweaks offensively.
Let's go to Anthony Livermore. What's happening?
What's up? Top of the morning, fellas. So, kind of where you just stopped at, Bonte. You mentioned getting more athletic. I think both of you guys mentioned that. And I kind of want to point out that they have athleticism. It just wasn't allowed on the court in crucial moments. Like, Kuminga's an athlete. Wiggins is a hell of an athlete. GP2, once he's completely healed, because I believe he might have been playing at 85%, he's a pretty good athlete because he can jump out the gym. And Moses Moody is a sneaky good athlete as well. So I think the last caller, when he mentioned that, Draymond Green was holding a lot of stuff up, it really is true, man. Like, not just from the punch, but also just the spacing. Like, we're stuck on Klay Thompson having a bad shooting performance in the Lakers series, and a lot of that was predicated on spacing. Now, I will definitely say that he needs to change his game a little bit, which is rely more on the 2-pointers because of the 2 injuries he's had. His legs get fatigued faster, so I think both of you guys hit on that point. But I think that we have some guys on our team that can give us more if they were allowed to give us something. But you also mentioned having a big man presence, and I really like Brook Lopez. I think he's a guy. He is older. He's 35. But he can play the traditional 5 position. He can shoot the 3. He can space the 4. You also have somebody like Big Eyes Bobby Portis that can kind of do the same thing. So I believe that we have options out there. We just had to move a couple big contracts, which would include Draymond Green and possibly Jordan Poole. But we're not that far away. But looking at Miami, I think that the Warriors definitely need to kind of like take it back to the essence and truly try to develop their young guys. Because Miami having 7 undrafted players that are all contributing, I think that's really eye-opening. And that goes to coaching. And this is why I believe that overall this season, there's so many people to blame, and everybody can take a slice of that that culpable pie that Joe always talks about. So I think that we definitely need to move on from Draymond Green, not because I don't like him. I just think that, like Mystic said, the act is over, as well as really developing our young guys, really giving them the opportunity to flourish and see what they have.
And Anthony, you make a good point. It's the point I tried to make last night at the Summit in Vino and Walnut Creek. The spacing was not there for Stephen Curry, and it was not there for Klay Thompson because of lineups, because of personnel that you have, because you don't have enough bucket getters. It's the fact. These guys need space.
The Brook Lopez, everyone could laugh all they want. He's going to be a unrestricted free agent this summer. I love him. I know he's old, but he can knock down a 3. Yeah, at times he can be a liability defensively, but he's also a giant man. I watched him play at Chase Center in the game where Curry had the late fourth quarter flurry. You remember that one?
He was playing drop day coverage.
Yeah, and Brook Lopez for 3 quarters of that game was excellent. Excellent. They had no Giannis in that one. I like Brook Lopez.
Is he a guy you could play?
No, but he's a piece that's trustable. He's a piece. And against certain matchups, I think he is a nice body. And I think he is a guy offensively that fits what we're trying to do. I like him.
Think about ESPN's rundown right now. Time for Celtics to break up Tatum and Brown. Kyrie to the Lakers. Celtics to Lakers sweep. Bad for the NBA. Jets title contenders with Aaron Rodgers. The Denver Nuggets get no love. That's what ESPN. Adam Silver's got to do something about this.
Oh my God!
But they also know
swept the Lakers.
They did this last year during the finals, right before Game 1, Warriors Celtics. It was all about Kevin Durant leaving Brooklyn. It's too much.
I mean, Bonte, if we just went like this, Jokic, 888-957-9570, and then I wait for the calls to line up, or I go LeBron. 888-957-957.
Remember the Warriors-Raptors series is, where's KD and Kawhi going to go?
Exactly.
Like, during the finals.
Literally
are you
during
serious? Like, no game breakdown?
Yeah, no
Okay.
game breakdown. No game breakdown. Jokic has had one of the greatest performances, having one of the most impressive postseason runs I've ever seen in my life.
Triple-doubles.
But yeah, let's not talk about the Denver Nuggets. Whatever. Let's get to the injury report.
Oh my God, they swept the Lakers.
Today's injury report. We're here to state there's no injury. I don't have any injury to report. That's right, the Giants. They got some good news yesterday. Their ace, Logan Webb, he was removed from Saturday's start against the Marlins with back stiffness. He said after the start on Saturday that he was not worried about missing any time, and Giants manager Gabe Kapler made it official yesterday, telling reporters that Webb is expected to make his next start, which could come Thursday in Milwaukee against the Brewers. By the way, Corbin Burns got rocked yesterday by the Houston Astros. Corbin Burns not having a great year at all. But Logan Webb, it's good news, man. He's been pitching really well for the Giants here as they've won 6 of their last 7. We'll get back to the calls for Ducci and Calvin. You guys are coming up. The injury report brought to you by Boxer Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up on the gate? Sponsored by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. Your phone calls. Plus, we'll get into a little 49er football and some Giants baseball here in the roast.
The following is an attorney advertisement.
JP, we're just getting started. We're just getting started here on the roast. Summertime's coming up. Football season's coming up. We're in the midst of baseball. We got everything going on. The Nuggets beat the Lakers last night to go to their first ever NBA final. First time they've ever swept a series in their history. That's crazy. Crazy. LeBron James gets swept. Something Steph Curry doesn't have on his resume. He's never been swept. Hell, he's never been down 3-0 in this series. 888-957-9570. We'll get back to the calls as we say good morning to everybody getting off their graveyard shift. Good morning to all the professional dancers, ballet dancers, pole dancers, ballroom dancers, salsa dancers. I got love for all the dancers. Good morning to all the school bus drivers. Good morning to everybody who came out to Buon Vino yesterday at 1501 North Broadway in Walnut Creek. The crowd was amazing. I can't believe how much love we get here at 95.7 The Game, from the Lawsons to Judy to Ernie Chavez to Rockin' New Era to Jay LaFrey to Escobar. You had a who's who. Zucci Man was in the building, dreaded up. Big Dog City was in the building. What? I mean, it was a who's who. So good morning to everybody out there, man, on a Tuesday morning, a foggy way. What's up, Chasky?
I'm excited for, I guess the Niners are going to be out on the field today, huh?
Yeah.
I'm excited for
David Lombardi about that, 8:30.
I know. I'm excited about that. Who are you most excited for?
Well, quarterbacks. It's all I want to know. I don't care about anything else, honestly. All I care about is the quarterbacks.
When you're talking about, like, because I've heard so much about arm talent right now. It's so funny.
Oh, my God.
It's so funny when I hear about, like, Sam Darnold and arm talent and all these people who, I don't know if they ever watched Sam Darnold play, and they're talking about arm talent. What's the common trait amongst all the best football throwers in the league right now? All the top quarterbacks. What do you think is the common trait?
Accuracy?
Well, accuracy absolutely is part of it, yes.
What's yours?
I was going to say footwork.
Okay.
All right? Sam Darnold has some of the worst feet when it comes to scrambling the putt. And I know people say he's athletic. When he goes to throw across his body, his feet are so bad. And I went back and I did what some guy claims he always does, which is go back and look at some of the old games for Sam Darnold. And his footwork is so sloppy. Now, everyone's saying Kyle Shanahan can coach it out of him. He could coach him up and get him to a place where he's ready to go. Was Jimmy Garoppolo a better quarterback 3-4 years into the system with Kyle Shanahan?
No, he was the worst quarterback. He regressed.
Did he do anything better mechanically?
He regressed.
Interesting.
He regressed.
No, I don't think that's an indictment on Shanahan. Because sometimes the student may not be good enough.
But also Rich Scagliarello, we don't think is a good quarterback coach. And Brian Griese seems like he's a better one. So if Brian Griese was here in 2019, maybe Jimmy approves.
No, I agree with that. But I find it interesting as we talk about quarterbacks. Like last year, it was like, can he develop Trey Lance? And that's still TBD. And we saw what Brock Purdy did, and that was really, really good. Now, I don't know if you can call that development, assessment. I don't know what you can call that, because like you don't take a guy that late in the draft if you really, really love them. You know, you don't give $2 million to Sudfeld last year as the third quarterback if you truly believed in Brock Purdy. Now, maybe he wowed you, and as time went on, your opinion evolved. That I will hold out for them. But to say that he's going to like all of a sudden change the trajectory of Sam Darnold's career, don't we kind of got to see a little before we put the cart before the horse?
Well, we're going to see it.
Because a lot of people are saying that Shanahan, Sam Darnold is going to reach the height of heights. And I'm not saying that you're wrong. All I'm saying is, do we have any evidence of that at the quarterback position from Shanahan since?
It's wild to me that Sam Darnold's been propped up to be the guy if Purdy's out, and we've just completely dismissed Trey Lance off of 3-4 games. When we've seen 5 years of Sam Darnold play terrible football, just be awful, just not doing anything well. Hell, we got USC footage right here, Pac-12 country. We watch USC football. We watch Sam Darnold. 1 week he's on, 1 week he's off. 1 half he's on, 1 week he's off. 1 half he's off. See, he goes on Monday Night Football. I saw it coming, and I'm here for it. I'm here for the chaos.
What part?
I'm here for the Sam Darnold stuff.
What do you mean?
All the rhetoric we're hearing. This did not. Shask, I told you the minute it happened.
I know.
And I'm not trying to say, hey, I told you I'm a prophet, blah, 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 blah.
No.
But as soon as it happened, This is what we're talking about.
Well, so let's have a quarterback conversation, because I do think right now it'll be a conversation all year. Is Brock ready? Is he healthy enough to play? Who's the backup? What does the guy in the interim while Brock's out do? Should he be the starter? Can they reclaim Trey Lance? Can they figure it out with Sam Darnold? Like quarterback. Let's go through quarterback traits. I want to talk about this. Mahomes is amazing. And I know that people are going to say arm talent is the first skill that they think of. I think decision-making is his number one skill.
Yeah, but it's.
What do you think it is?
Well, no, I think it's all of those things. I think all of his skills are elite, and his skills are.
But what's his
arm
best?
Talent.
Okay, what's his best?
I think his throwing arm is his best. The
Okay.
way he whips it, the way he gets it there, the velocity of the football, that may be his best. But his footwork, his mobility in the pocket, where he can move around and slide and
How
not
about
be
his feel
quick.
for the defense?
Well, that goes into the feel with the pocket, stepping up in the pocket. That all goes with feel, right? If you're
Reading
stepping up in the
coverages.
pocket, you're sliding left, you're sliding right, you're feeling the heat. That's all a feel of the defense. So when to run, when not to run, decision, all of that stuff goes into play here when it comes to a quarterback. That's why Mahomes is the ultimate weapon. That's why he's the ultimate guy at quarterback. Look at Josh Allen. Good footwork at times. But accuracy, right? Accuracy is not his greatest trait.
And decision-making is
Threw
questionable.
a lot of interceptions.
That's the area that I think Joe Burrow, to me, and I love Josh Allen, but I think Joe Burrow, when it comes to decision-making, and he can turn the ball over too, because he's forced to throw a lot more than some of these other teams at times. But I think decision-making for Burrow and seeing the field is extremely good. We can talk about arm talent. There are guys in the league who throw the ball a long way, who throw the ball very, very, very hard, who have great quote-unquote arm talent.
Well,
do they make the right decisions?
Well, Jim Druckenmiller, who we all remember with the 49ers,
great example.
Had a great arm. Great arm. No decision-making, accuracy, footwork, robot in the pocket.
Peyton Manning.
Not a great throwing arm.
No.
Hell, when he threw his record-breaking touchdown pass, it was a classic wobbler duck.
But you know what? It got there. And it was to the right guy at the right time in the right place. And it was his brain.
But his brain was elite.
So, all this Sam Darnold stuff that I'm hearing right now, I'm not dismissing, arm talent, all that. Can he make the right throw at the right time to the right guy?
Well, what does he do well? What does Sam Darnold do well?
I think his pedigree is the number one thing about him, meaning he went to USC and was a top 5 pick.
Okay.
I really think that clouds a lot of judgment.
So outside of Carson Palmer, what quarterback has balled out of US? And I don't like doing this. Well, look at all their quarterbacks. If that's the pedigree.
Well, I think Caleb's going to be the number one, no doubt about it.
Who came from Oklahoma.
I know, but you're asking.
But we talk about pedigree. Okay, that's the number one thing, pedigree?
No, but I meant pedigree in terms of he was a blue chip high school player. Okay. He was a top-notch college prospect, and then obviously.
So was Kyle Bowler.
Agreed. So was Carson Wentz.
Right. So what does he do well? To the point to where we're like Dov Kleiman, who always tweets out stuff. 49ers quarterback Sam Darnold will push to start week 1 over Trey Lance while Brock Purdy is sidelined, per teams that talked to Jeremy Fowler of ESPN. Teams will lead that Darnold's major talent has gone largely untapped, and Shanahan could bring something out of him. Can he bring something out of Trey? Or is Trey just done? Because I don't hear anything about Trey Lance.
I kind of like that.
It sounds like Trey Lance has no shot to start at quarterback.
No, I don't know about no shot. I just think that flying under the radar is not the worst thing for the guy right now. I think keeping your head down, not hearing a lot other than hey, making progress.
Or the Niners trying to soften the blow from this being a bad pick.
Well, look, if they miss the pick, they miss the pick, and we can crush them till we're blue in the face. But the only way they will insulate themselves from getting ridiculed over the pick is if Darnold or Brock Purdy ends up being a franchise quarterback. I don't even know what that means anymore in this day and age, franchise quarterback.
Sounds like Trey's gone.
Why do you say that?
I don't. It just sounds like Trey has no shot here.
I don't think that's accurate.
I hope
think they're
wrong.
Going to give him a chance.
I hope I'm wrong.
I think that they're all flying under the radar, and I think they're going to let the best man win.
David Lombardi's going to join us in 18 minutes. I'm very good to hear what he has to say.
I think it's open. I
think it's open too.
I think it's an open canvas.
I think it's open too, but I'm just thinking about Laura Britt, and I'm listening to you. And I'm listening to all the national writers. And then I hear the voice of the 49ers, and I hear just so many people around the team. They don't even mention Trey.
Okay, but we didn't
They
even
don't
mention Brock Purdy last year at the beginning of the year at all. At all.
Some people did. Some people
Bonte,
did.
I was at these practices and I was
But
watching.
some people did.
It was Jimmy on the side.
Some people did.
And it was Trey Lance.
But that's a different situation because we didn't know about Brock, and it was like, well, you got no choice to play.
No,
him
I
now.
think it's more an
You
indictment
don't
of the 49er quarterback situation
Right.
where things can flip like that. Like that.
But it could flip. But Purdy comes out of nowhere because he had no choice but to play. We're going into a season now.
No, that I
we
agree
haven't even
with.
got to OTAs yet. All right? We haven't even got last year around this time at OTAs, we said, okay, Trey's our guy, Jimmy's gone. We didn't think Jimmy was coming back.
No.
Thought it was Trey's team. This year, less than a year removed from Trey starting week 1 in Chicago. I don't hear anybody around the team bringing up Trey.
But I think that's fine. Like, I don't see that why they need to, like, pump their chests out and wave pom-poms for the
It's
guy.
not
He needs
them.
to prove it.
I don't think anybody needs to wave pom-poms, but the fact is that Darnold's basically, in a lot of people's eyes, is going to start week 1.
So let me, okay.
Even Grant Cohn. We talked to Grant Cohn. Grant Cohn's like, I think Darnold is starting week 1.
Well, he might be.
And he doesn't believe it doesn't mean he's a great quarterback. A lot of people don't believe he's a good quarterback. Ryan Hensley, who we talk to all the time out there in the V, don't believe Darnold's a great quarterback. But with this regime and everything we've seen from Shanahan and the way he runs his operation, there's no doubt Darnold's going to get a shot to start and take that job.
I think they're all going to get shots. I think it's going to be may the best man win.
But also clouds the mistake that they made. This is a monumental blunder if Trey Lance doesn't work out here.
I think it's a monumental blunder. Like, even if, Brock Purdy ends up being a great quarterback, there's going to be people like, you could have had Micah Parsons. You know what I mean? You could have had this guy. You could have had that guy because you gave up so much, which, hey, that goes with the territory, right? That goes with the territory. But it would be like the Zito signing, though, right, B? The Zito signing was a disaster. But if you win that one, we just look the other way. Last year, let me ask you about, you're talking about like news and stuff. Heading into last year's camp, I remember me, by myself, I was like, I got to go see the offensive line because I want to see Aaron Banks. This is a guy they took in the second round very highly, didn't play at all his rookie year. And I was like, I think he stinks. And I went and I was looking at practice like, I don't know. And then I'm looking at the Jake Brendel, who was playing center. And I'm like, I don't know about this. And then 74 pops out. And I turned to Stephen Langford and I said, I don't know who this 74 is. He's going to play. And he goes, that's because he had the sheet right there. He's like, oh, that's this guy, Spencer Burford, whatever. And I was like, that guy's massive. He looks legit. So heading in, I didn't hear anything from anybody who knew anything about Niner football, about Aaron Banks taking this huge step forward, Jake Brendel being the center, and about Burford. And then as the season progressed and those guys got their opportunities and they balled out, I look back and I go, man, that worked out. So I think that they've earned some level of benefit of doubt to let the thing play itself out and let the best man win.
Yeah,
they did that with the safety position as well.
I'm with that. I'm with you on that one. I'm kind of blown away that the Darnold stuff has taken off this quickly. I knew it would at some point, but it happened right away. Right away.
Yeah, but wouldn't it evaporate when he has a bad preseason game?
You would think so. You would think so.
But knowing the Niners, if he's the starter in a preseason game, he's doing like 3 handoffs and coming out.
I'm just blown away that Sam Darnold, who has 5 years of tape. Everybody talks about 4 games and say, yeah, we saw 4 games. That's enough for Trey Lance. 4 games, he's proven that he's not good enough. A lot of people call the show and say that, right?
Yeah.
A lot of people on YouTube right now saying that. Yeah, we've seen 4 games. Trey Lance ain't ready. He's still 2 years away. But Sam Darnold has 5. And now I hear the argument about coaching and personnel.
Well, they had personnel in Carolina.
But,
that I'd push back with.
But you got to make plays as well. You got to make plays. He had 5 years of tape of looking horrific. Horrific. And now he's going to step into a high-level situation, into a team that expects to compete for a Super Bowl championship.
This is
and Sam Darnold's going to help you lead you there? I have a hard time believing that, man.
Well, I think the thing that most people are completely overlooking, the biggest frustration with Jimmy Garoppolo wasn't arm talent. It wasn't getting rid of the ball on time. It was decision-making. What is the biggest knock on Sam Darnold?
Decision-making.
Decision-making.
Right.
Literally, like, the number one. To me, that's the number one attribute for a quarterback. Why is Tom Brady Tom Brady? Decision-making. Now, yes, he had, for his age and his size, great arm. Patrick Mahomes, great arm. But the decision, like, he throws so few interceptable passes.
I know.
Right?
Yep.
Aaron Rodgers, yes, he throws a beautiful ball. Decision-making. right? Part of what kept Brett Favre from winning multiple Super Bowls was what, Bonte?
Yep, decision-making.
Decision-making.
Yep.
So, like, to me, until I see it with Sam Darnold in decision-making from the pocket, I'm going to be skeptical, and I hope I'm proven wrong.
But that's the problem, man. We're going into year 7 of the Shanahan era, and I can't believe there's going to be – now, a lot of people say it's Brock Purdy's team. But Brock Purdy's coming back off a major injury, and he's just going to come back week 5, take the job, and – not skip a beat.
Well, I want to ask David Lombardi where Brock's at because I haven't heard a lot of updates.
Heard a lot, but he's supposed to come back and just the Niners are not going to skip a beat. He's going to come back in like he's a savage player. I still have reservations about Brock Purdy.
Well, I watched back that Dallas game a couple weeks back, and I see a lot of people, he outplayed Dak. Dak played horrible in that game. Brock had 2 plays. He made 2 plays, and one of them was an unbelievable catch by George Kittle, which they get credit for. But literally, watch it back. He threw so many, like, let me jam this into a tight window. Now, I will also say, I think Dallas's defense was the 3rd best defense or 2nd best defense in the NFL last year. I think that you can make an argument that the Eagles' defense was number 1, Niners and Dallas, battling for number 2.
I thought you were going to keep going.
My bad. I was just saying that the Brock Purdy just. I
was expecting more.
I know. Brock Purdy had his moments, but at the end of the year, as the year started to progress, and I don't want to diminish him. Well, I'm just saying that I saw a lot of the Jimmy Garoppolo tendencies where throwing over the middle of the field got really congested, and I saw some predictable things. And I'm hoping that those are, hey, we play an elite defense that was all over our stuff, and that was a one-off.
Shanahan made great adjustments in the second half the last 4 to 5 weeks because the first half against Arizona was not pretty for Brock Purdy.
No.
The first half against Washington was not pretty for Brock Purdy.
The Raider game, he was good in the second half.
Raider game was really
second
good.
Half.
Really good. Second half against Washington, he was good.
Yes.
Arizona second half, he made plays.
Yeah.
Seattle second half, game got away, but he started making plays. That was a 20-17 game with about 3 minutes left in the third quarter. So we'll see about Brock Purdy. We'll see as more teams have tape on him how much better he will get. How much better will he improve? Now, again, is he throwing right now? When does he throw? What's his update? How's his elbow doing? How real is it with Sam Darnold? Where's Trey at? I see Trey at a lot of Bay Area. Trey's so damn depressed. He going to Bay Area Panther games, and I love the Bay Area Panthers. Shout out Evan Giddings and Mark Grady.
I don't think his career with the Niners is written off yet.
I don't think so either.
Everyone wants to say it's May 23rd. It's May 23rd. Let's see what it looks like in camp. Guys could go down, guys can go up, and I don't mean go down in injury. I'm saying like go down in performance. They can go up in performance. I think we're nothing is set in stone. If anything, look, Jimmy Ward was a solidified starter for this team.
Right.
He missed a week and a half of camp, and the next thing you know, Tashawn Gibson is your starter for the entire year, and Jimmy Ward is relegated to playing slot corner. Right? Things happen throughout a year and throughout a camp that I think we're way ahead of ourselves. It's May. Let's just see where it happens. I'm not ready to say this guy, that guy. I think right now the leader in the clubhouse is Brock Purdy.
If Darnold lights it up in OTAs, oh my God.
But aren't the Niners the benefactor of that? Like if Darnold lights it up.
No, he does.
If Darnold lights it up.
It's a great move for the Niners.
Hell yeah, guys on a dirt cheap contract.
But it also covers up a terrible draft pick in Trey Lance, if that's the case.
Yeah.
The Niners need Trey Lance to work out.
That part can be critiqued.
They need that to work out.
But they can overcome it. Like
they can overcome it.
They overcame. Look,
they haven't overcome it yet.
The DeForest Buckner trade was a bad trade. Even though they haven't won the Super Bowl, I'm here to say they've overcome it.
Yeah, no.
I mean, they've been to 2 NFC Championship games. It was a bad trade. That happens. Sometimes you lose the deal. Sometimes you make the wrong
wouldn't
pick.
you say quarterback has kept them from winning the ultimate prize?
That I don't dismiss.
The most important position in football has kept you from winning the Super Bowl trophy. Because that's what this thing is about. Let's be real.
I subscribe to that.
We talk about the Warriors all the time, about championships and this and that. Well, the 49ers are in that same business. Yeah, it's been a fun ride the last 4 years. I've enjoyed it. 3 NFC championships the last 4 years. 2 Super Bowl appearances. Or 1 Super Bowl appearance, excuse me. But it's about winning championships. All right? It's about getting over the hump. And it's about finding that guy who can throw a ball, who can make decisions, can get you over that hump. And I don't know. I have my doubts about it being Sam Darnold. I have my doubts about it being Trey Lance this season. And I have my doubts about it being Brock Purdy.
Well, may the best man win. I I think there are strengths and flaws to each one of these guys. I don't think any of these guys is a top 10 quarterback in the NFL. I hope I'm wrong. Like, I really do. I hope I'm wrong. But if you're asking me, be real, Joe, and if I was a Rams fan looking at the Niners quarterback situation, these are what I would say to you. I would be like, we'll see if Brock's the truth.
Yep.
Baker Mayfield broke rookie records as a passer and then completely regressed.
Yep.
Jared Goff at one point looked so promising in his career, and then he regressed, and then he's bounced back. But I don't know where he's at. What's his face? Jalen Hurts had a monster season this year. And look, I'll be real. If you don't think it's a huge risk to give him $200 million, I think you're not reading the tea leaves. And I like Jalen Hurts, and I'm betting on the person.
No
but
doubt.
He really had one spectacular season. Now, he's gotten better every single year. But what I'm going at is, if Brock took a slight step back but was still good, would anybody be that shocked?
No.
If Darnold took a huge leap forward.
I don't know. That's a great question. I don't know.
If Darnold took a huge leap forward, I don't think I'd be that surprised.
I wouldn't be surprised with this person.
And if Trey took a huge leap forward, I don't think I'd be that surprised. Anything's possible with this team.
Let's go to Travis and Vallejo. Travis, what's happening?
Hey, what's up, guys? Thanks for having me on. I just wanted to comment real quick. Bonte, Joe, I think you guys are absolutely correct in everything that you guys have said, especially the fact that what Bonte says, that we already have 5 years of tape on Darnold. He's a decent player. He's a backup quarterback, in my opinion. I'd rather see Trey Lance get a few more opportunities. He only had 4 or 5 starts. People were going crazy when he was lighting it up in the preseason last year, about all the bombs he was throwing and things like that. I'd rather get a little bit more of that to see what we got going there. We know what we got in Purdy so far. Now that there's tape on him, like you said, Bonte, we'll see what happens. He seems like a pretty decent player that we can move forward with. But with Trey Lance, he's only had a small sample size,
right?
And people are already giving up on him. And I went to the mall the other day for some weird reason, and they got his jerseys on sale for 50% off. Some nice bomb jerseys. They're 50% off because people are giving up on them.
Yeah, that's the truth. People have given up on Trey. Let's go to Rob and San Bruno. Have you given up on Trey, Rob?
Man, you know I ain't giving up on Trey. I think Trey a future superstar. In my opinion, I called him yesterday when I was at the game last year when he got hurt. And I called it after I told y'all. The only thing that's going to stop Trey Lance is Kyle Shanahan and his non-willing to do something better with his offense instead of playing the same old style of play with the same old style of quarterback. At the end of the day, you got to let Trey grow. And I don't see nothing from Darnold. When I've been watching him since USC, I'm a USC fan. I've been watching him. He's not that good. He reminds me of Jeff George and Rick Meyer. Big arm, big ability, but they don't turn the ball over.
Yep.
So I look at Trey in this offense and ability to be a threat in the run game in terms of the play action stuff, deep down the field in the stuff 15 to 20 yards where he can spiral that thing in there. So to me, I have never watched football almost 30 years. I have never seen a quarterback pick this high, and you telling me a 7th-round pick and a journeyman gonna come in and compete with him? No, that's not fair to me. You drafted this guy this high because you thought highly of him. Let this man develop. I have never seen this before. If we go on our first 4 games, well, Peyton Manning, if we was Kyle Shanahan, Peyton Manning wouldn't be who he is now because his first year was terrible. So, I mean, get this guy a break. Let him play. To me, I just feel like it's sabotage. Last year was clearly sabotage. I'm going to call how to see because the first play put Jimmy Garoppolo out there, you throw a deep bomb to number, what's that dude named Gray? That's not Jimmy G game, but you want to run this dude up the gut like it's the end of the year or something. No, let this man get an opportunity to play quarterback. I'm going to tell you what. I'm going to give you an example. Purdy and Sam Darnold, they're system guys. They're going to keep Cal employed. So every time they lose, they can say, well, he didn't have a real quarterback. But I think Trey Lance is the type of guy that can outwork coaching. He become a bigger star than a quarterback. I think we got a problem like we have with Jim Harbaugh. Even though Jim Harbaugh's a good coach, Jim Harbaugh was the star of the team. Cal's trying to be the star of the team. The star of the team got to be your quarterback. It can't be your coach.
Good call, Rob. Good call. We're full swing of football, baby.
I can't wait.
I love Rob and San Bruno. I can't wait to see him in training camp because you might think Rob and San Bruno's crazy. But there's a lot of that I agree with. I did not like the game plans. When Anna, my girl, tells me, and she don't know a damn thing about football, she's listening right now. She'll tell you. Now, she's learning. She's getting better. Babe, is a quarterback supposed to get hit like that? Hell no, he's not supposed to get hit.
We should ask David Lombardi that same question next.
Should. And that's coming up,
Covers the
sponsored
Niners.
by 7-Eleven.
3 to 7, playing your best hip-hop and throwbacks. Now back to my boys Bonte and Shasky right here on 95.7 The Game.
All right, we're getting right back into football, but Sam Amick of The Athletic has a news story up, new column. Will LeBron James actually retire? Sources close to him believe it's unlikely. Again, sources close to him believe it's unlikely. So maybe this was just a moment of raw reflection in the wake of Carmelo Anthony's retirement, or maybe the leverage game has already begun. That's Sam Amick's latest piece in The Athletic. We love Sam Amick here on The Roast. But source close to him believes it's unlikely. Did you believe that LeBron James is actually contemplating retirement as you get your mic on, Joe Shasky?
I thought he was going to play with his kid. I mean, I thought that's all he's been talking about. He's not going to retire. But what he is going to do is capture headlines for as long as possible. Guaranteed you're going to get certain LeBron leakage during the finals. Just mark my words.
Don't like it. Don't love it at all. Before we get David Lombardi on, let's go to George in the Jungle. George in the Jungle is happening. You're on The Roast.
You know, gentlemen, about this regime, the one thing I'm grateful for is we didn't get to make the decision between Kyler Murray and Nick Bosa. I think we won that. We won that draft, hands down. So I love what Kyle can do with quarterbacks, but I don't think he's going to get a good one. I don't think he's going to get one that just lights it up. I think he's going to dink and dunk for the entire time he's here.
How do you feel about Darnold, George in the Jungle?
I see ghosts.
That was pretty good.
Is he going to wear number 14 like JT O'Sullivan?
Oh, God. 14's a terrible number for a quarterback.
Purdy wore 14 last year.
I don't
in the
like
preseason.
14. I want him to change that number. 14's not a good number. Purdy needs to change that number. Is Purdy changing that number? Let's bring in David Lombardi, 49ers insider for The Athletic. Brock Purdy strikes me as a guy who doesn't care what jersey he wears.
He was wearing 13 because of Dan Marino,
right.
Correct?
Yeah, Dan Marino's his favorite player.
Yeah.
So, yeah, he wore 13 during the season. He wore 14.
In preseason he wore 14.
Preseason wore 14, but he changed it 13. Yeah, no 14. No 14. 14's a terrible number.
You know, David got married recently.
Did he really?
Congratulations,
David.
David.
Got hitched?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Damn.
Congratulations.
Are you still going to be able to unload the spreadsheets now that you're a married man?
The reason I do the spreadsheets is because I'm married. My wife now came up with them. She's like really good at spreadsheets. I'm not kidding.
This is breaking news right now. So your wife is the architect behind the spreadsheet movement. I'm impressed.
Yeah, I wanted to make something a couple years ago. I forgot what I think it was the roster. We made the Build Your 49ers roster in the offseason, and fans can go and make their team and sign free agents and do whatever. And I was working on it a few years ago, right around the time I met her, and she's like, "What are you working on?" She comes over to the screen. She's like, "Hey, hold on, that looks like crap." And 5 seconds later, she spins the computer background on me, and it's all color coded, and it looks nice and everything. So that's all her. She does. I mean, I've learned how to do it now, but I got a lot better at the spreadsheets through that.
You're off to a roaring start of your marriage because behind every great man is a much better woman, and you need to acknowledge it at every single turn. So smart man, David. Now, on that spreadsheet, if I were to ask you, put down a spreadsheet of biggest storylines heading in to today's camp, what do you think's number one?
Well, the most popular storyline is going to be Trey Lance's mechanics. I'm really excited. I think he looks a lot better based on the videos that I've seen. And then obviously, we talked to Jeff Christensen. I'm sure Patrick Mahomes would tell you that he looks better because he's been working out with Patrick Mahomes this offseason. The release is quicker. The base looks a lot healthier, a lot more solid because he's had a chance to work on this stuff in the lab. And the big question is, can he carry that improvement over from the lab to live action? And it's not going to be live action until September, but it's going to incrementally build up, right? So we're going to see Trey in 11-on-11 OTA stuff in shorts today. So that's going to be the first test. Can he take that improvement of his mechanics to 11-on-11 action? And then the next step past that is going to be, can he take it to padded action and training camp, and then preseason where rushers are actually trying to get you, right? And then finally regular season where it's full speed. So many times you see
in any sport. Somebody work on their technique, but then once live action starts, there is a reversion to the old bad habits. And the 49ers believe that Trey was so raw coming out of college, had so few passing attempts, they actually have believed that this is going to be not the norm. This is going to be something where they can see him mechanically improve over time and, really embed those improvements into his style of play come Sunday. So that's what we're about to find out this season. And that journey really takes another big step today because we're going to get to watch him try to carry those mechanical improvements into 11-on-11 action.
David Lombardi, 49ers insider for The Athletic, does an excellent job covering the Niners. Did a great job when he was back at Stanford back in the day. Parlayed that to the 49ers. Yeah, no doubt about it. You learn something reading David Lombardi's work at The Athletic. All right, before I get to Sam Darnold, what's the latest on Brock Purdy? What's the latest on him? What have you heard about him? Is he throwing? What's the latest on Brock Purdy?
Yeah.
David?
He's throwing, but not a football. He's going through the throwing motion, but with a towel in his hand. And supposedly he's moving his arm violently, like he's going 100% with his arm, but the football just isn't there yet. That's expected in about 10 days or so. Early June is when right after the surgery, which was about 2.5 months ago, they said 3 months is when the throwing should resume. And based on everything that I'm hearing, Brock Purdy is on schedule to resume throwing then. And then as soon as he does start throwing, they're going to be able to make a much firmer prognosis about when he can return. So the initial general prognosis was 3 months of no throwing and then 3 months of throwing, and then the rehab is done. But it could be quicker than that. It could be 3 months of no throwing, 2 months of throwing, and then he's worked back in. It could also be longer than that. But we've never really expected to have an update until early June. But I look at the calendar now, and it's almost early June. And based on everything I hear, that update should be coming here in a couple weeks.
Let's just play this hypothetical game. And we don't usually do that on the morning roast here at 95.7 a game. But with Brock Purdy, I think it's important. If Brock Purdy does, say if he's not ready until week 5, and it sounds like the team believes he's the starter. It's his team. But what if it is week 5 and Trey is rolling? Or hell, it could be Sam Darnold. They're 4-1. Is it guaranteed that Brock Purdy's going to step right in and take back over the starting job? Or will Kyle Shanahan step back and say, you know what? I just want to roll with the hot hand?
Well, I don't think anybody's been named a starter. They've said that Brock is the leader in the clubhouse, and that's it. They haven't said, this is his job. I think the 49ers love the fact that they have competition, and that they believe all three of these guys within the context of their system, playing for Kyle Shanahan, playing with the stable of weapons that the 49ers have, they think that they have a potentially good quarterback in all three of these guys, so they can let this play out organically. So, I mean, you talk about something developing naturally. Well, if Brock is unable to play for the first few weeks of the season and Trey Lance starts and is playing at the level of efficient football that we saw Brock Purdy deliver last year, of course you're going to keep on going with Trey Lance. Same thing with Sam Darnold. Of course you're going to keep on going with Sam Darnold if he's the one that somehow wins this job and you're 4-0 and he's leading the league in passer rating. I mean, you'd be out of your mind to not stick with him, right? So, but these are all decisions that the 49ers can't make right now because we don't know what the situation is going to be. But their idea of the quarterback room is that they have 3 darts, and they could throw these darts up against the wall, and you have to get hit as close to the bullseye as possible, right? That means that you found yourself a good quarterback that can work well with what looks to be a really strong roster. If you only have 1 dart, you can miss really badly, and your whole season could go down the drain. But they figure that with 3 darts, at least one of these is going to hit close enough to the bullseye to where this team can be competitive. And I think that's the plan. They're viewing this quarterback room as a game of numbers, right? They want one of these guys, at least one of these guys, to pan out for them this year.
Yeah. Last year, I know you're there every day. I went to as many as I could, the training camps and things like that. And it's like, there were days Trey looked good, and then there were other days he didn't look so good. And there were days that okay, Sudfeld, whatever, and Purdy looks decent in some drills, and I'm not seeing a whole lot in 11-on-11s because he's only getting 1 rep to their 3 or 4 reps. And so I guess my question is, can we really learn anything? like as fans that are going to go to any of these practices coming up in a couple of months, as you as a reporter, eventually when you're allowed to be on the field, do the players, like, can we truly learn anything until live bullets start happening in these exhibition games from these quarterbacks?
I think that we got on Trey Lance over the first few years. Like you said, we saw days when he did spectacular stuff, and then we saw days when he looked horrendous. And for me, Trey Lance has always been, through these first 2 years, a low floor, high ceiling quarterback. And the challenge for the 49ers is to raise the floor that you're not getting these terrible days and have him reside near that ceiling more often. Because, in my opinion, his ceiling is higher than Brock Purdy's. There's a reason why he was drafted at number 3 overall, and Purdy was way down at number 262. And it's because, you could see it. You could see the bigger arm. You could see, one thing about Purdy that I think everybody underestimated coming out of college was his burst. I mean, his first 10 yards, he can get out of the pocket really quick. But as far as straight line speed over a longer distance, I think Trey Lance probably has the ability to rack up more scrambling goes than Brock Purdy. So you have, that could open up a whole other dimension of the offense. But if Purdy's floor is so much higher, and we saw that last year right now because Trey Lance remains, undeveloped. He's
erratic.
Raw prospect. Yeah, and obviously the mechanics haven't caught up yet, so the accuracy has been an issue, at least more so than somebody like Brock Purdy. If that's where you're at with Trey Lance, well, then you've got to bring that floor up. And I've learned that through these practices. I thought that the last 2 years we've seen that the roller coaster ride that we've gone on day in and day out has actually carried over to his limited sample size on the field. There has been erraticism on the field. Now, the sample is still tiny on game day for Trey Lance. So one thing the 49ers need to get this year is they need to get a bigger game day sample from him before he got hurt too soon in both of those seasons. And in the first year, it was in week 3 of the preseason. He broke the finger, and that scuttled a lot of learning opportunities for the 49ers. So all you can do at this point is gather information on these guys, and again, let it play out organically because these seasons present so many twists and turns that nobody can expect right now.
Yeah, 2 quick little points here that I would love your elaboration on or your clarification on. Like, I'm enamored by seeing a lot of people who weren't in any of these practices or camps talk about what Purdy was, what Trey wasn't. Like, I don't know, man. I think there's a lot of changing of the narratives, if you will. Like, Purdy was solid, but to say that he blew people away, I found that to be a little absurd because I wasn't blown away, and I didn't think other people were. He was fine. That, and then just the overall... the amount of clicks and buzz that the quarterback position gets, like as someone who writes for a living and puts out these articles and is talking, like it feels like it's 10-1 on this team. And there are superstars galore on this team. And yet all we're focused on are these 3 quarterbacks.
Yeah, well, on your first point, Brock Purdy was the 3rd quarterback during training camp. And remember, he was a rookie last year too. He made us forget really quickly that he was a rookie with how polished he looked down the stretch. But I think that there was a learning curve for Brock Purdy. It mainly happened behind the scenes between training camp and when he took over against Miami. And I don't think that the Brock Purdy that we saw against Miami moving forward was the same Brock Purdy as training camp.
Agreed.
I think that there was a whole heck of a lot of improvement. I'm sure he absorbed a ton from Brian Griese, from Jimmy Garoppolo, from Trey Lance, because I know that Trey Lance was helping out after he got hurt. And I think that was huge for the 49ers season, that he had time to work behind the scenes, because he looked a whole lot better to me once he took over than he did during training camp. There was just his comfort with the NFL playbook was substantially better at that point. So I think that the bridge that Jimmy Garoppolo built in between Trey Lance and Brock Purdy last year was really important for the 49ers because, you toss the QB into the wrong situation. If he's not ready, he's a little overwhelmed with the playbook or this and that. His career can really go off on the wrong foot, and he's not in the same place that he is now. As far as the bigger picture of the QB situation, you're absolutely right. It seems that that's the only thing that people care about. And this is a fascinating team because of the star power everywhere. I mean, this offseason, they already had the number 1 defense, right, in the NFL last year by essentially every metric. And they go out and they pick up Javon Hargrave.
baller,
was the best defensive free agent on the market, and hardly anybody's talking about that. So theoretically, the number one defense should be even more dominant this year if they can, maintain the same level of health as they did last season. And to me, that's like, whoa, everybody's talking about these quarterbacks, but you have that on the defensive side of the ball. You're about to pay Nick Bosa. On offense, you have Christian McCaffrey, who's one of the most electric players in the league. He really transformed everything. Every single one of these quarterbacks is going to have the benefit, like the chance to play with Christian McCaffrey, to prove themselves with Christian McCaffrey, right? At least during training camp, he's going to be out on the field, and he changes everything. And, it's phenomenal to me that you have this much talent, yet every single day it seems the conversation just circles back to the same spot because, there's a lot of teams in the NFL that would want to trade rosters with the 49ers right now.
No doubt about that. David Lombardi, before we let you go, what's the storyline that we're sleeping on going into OTAs? A storyline, we all talk about the quarterbacks. Obviously, you got Bosa, you got Ayuk and the extensions, Debo, McCaffrey, the starters. But what's the storyline we're sleeping on here that you think is really big for the 49ers?
Well, I'm talking about that defense, the edge rusher spot opposite of Nick Bosa. If Drake Jackson steps up this year, and they say that he's added some muscle, they say that he's been working so that his endurance and his strength against the run is such that he doesn't have to come off the field down the stretch run of this season. If he can take over that starting spot and be an effective pressure generator opposite of Nick Bosa, this could be the best 49ers defense they've ever had. I mean, you look at it. Bosa's the best defensive player in the league.
Agreed.
Javon Hargrave's one of the best pass rushing defensive tackles in the league. We know that Eric Armstead is really good if he could be healthy. Last year, obviously, that was an issue. We know the linebackers are the best in the league. We know they've got a lot of good players in the secondary. If you can figure out that second edge rushing spot, oh my God. I mean, we won't be talking about the quarterback this season because this defense could be holding offenses to such a low output. So, to me, that's kind of the hinge point here. Is this going to be a really good defense, or is this going to be a transcendent defense? It's that second edge rushing spot, and there's a lot of pressure on Drake Jackson to make that happen. Second-round pick from 2021.
Well, I lied. I have one more for you now. I lied, David. I want to keep you on the air. I know my boss is going to get mad here. But game you're looking forward to on the road schedule. We're going over the schedule yesterday because we're finally kind of moving past the Warriors a little bit as they have a big offseason, but their season just ended. So we were kind of recapping the schedule yesterday at Pittsburgh, at L.A., at Jacksonville, at Cleveland, Minnesota. What's the road trip game you're looking forward to?
There's a few kind of under the radar cities that I haven't been to Cleveland. I'm looking forward to seeing Cleveland, but I have been to Pittsburgh, but I haven't seen a game there. That's going to be neat. So I don't know. So some of those cities in that area of the country, especially since they think the Niners are going there before the weather is going to be bitter. I think Pittsburgh's obviously, or it might still even be warm in Pittsburgh in early September. Cleveland, I think, is mid-October.
Yep.
I like when there are games in cities that the 49ers don't usually visit because it's something different. You go to the divisional opponents every single year.
Right.
You know those stadiums better than Levi's. Those stadiums have a home field advantage that's like Levi's in some cases for the 49ers if you go down to SoFi. So nothing against SoFi. It's an awesome stadium, but I can't wait to see Cleveland, and I can't wait to see
Minnesota.
I can't wait to see Pittsburgh. Minnesota, too.
US Bank Stadium. Yeah, that's a good stadium up there with the roof. No doubt about that. David Lombardi will be at OTAs. We'll be reading your stuff. We'll be looking for recaps as everybody goes crazy over the quarterbacks.
Yep.
I want to see you tweet something else about edge rushers, David.
And congratulations on the marriage.
Oh, yeah, congratulations,
from everybody
man.
here to
No
you,
doubt.
man. Congratulations to you and your wife.
Appreciate you guys. Yeah, thanks so much. And she'll probably be out at a game or two this offseason.
Nice.
So,
Sounds good.
Come up and say hi.
Hell yeah.
Sounds good. All
Let's
right,
go.
David. Good stuff, man. Good
Very
stuff.
cool.
David Lombardi from The Athletic, 49ers insider for The Athletic, doing a great job. She's the wife is behind the spreadsheet. She's behind the spreadsheet, so maybe he gets less heat on Twitter.
Yeah. If we were to say Ronnie Lott is the greatest 49er defensive player of all time, I don't think you'd get much pushback, do you?
Who would give any pushback on that?
I don't know. I'm just asking. I don't know. Like, I'm sure that there's some Charles Haley or maybe Patrick Willis guys out there like that think that there's an argument, but I think most reasonable people would say it's Ronnie, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. But in terms of pass rushing specialists, it's Charles Haley, and then, at least in recent memory, Charles Haley and then Alden Smith, right? in terms of who
Yeah,
Nick
I guess
Bosa
you
would
could
be.
go there.
Who else would you even throw in the mix?
Charles Haley. Would you throw Brian Young in there?
Yeah, but different kind of player. I wouldn't call him like a pass rushing specialist, just more of an elite defensive lineman. Like him and Justin Smith and Dana Stubblefield all go into like a different bucket. And maybe I'm being too nuanced.
All right, where are you going here?
Well, basically, I was looking because when he said that Nick Bosa is the best defensive player in the league, I thought about it and I was like, I think he's right. But I'm sure there's other players like Parsons who have.
Micah Parsons may have had a better year. But Bosa was a DPOY. Bosa was really good.
There's an argument for multiple guys.
But here's my problem.
What's that?
We're doing the same thing with Klay Thompson, right? Klay Thompson.
I'm glad you're going. Yeah.
Because Klay Thompson struggled in the playoffs, and that's all we remember.
Yeah.
It's all we remember, him struggling.
Yeah.
3 for 19 against Lakers Game 6, struggled the last 4 games, shot 25%. What did Bosa do in the playoffs?
No, he was terrible in this playoff. All the other ones leading up to this one, he's been elite. This playoff, he was not good at all.
There's maybe Raider fans arguing that Max Crosby had a better year.
Which I think he has an argument.
Bosa's really, really good.
Yes.
But I'm so glad David Lombardi brought up the edge rusher because I was with my boy Saturday. And I forgot who it was. But they're, edge rusher. I don't think the second edge rusher. Bosa takes a lot of snaps off. So if Bosa's not on the field, who's that edge rusher? Not having a comparable, you need Drake Jackson to really, really step up here because outside of Nick Bosa, I don't know who you have to rush the passer at a consistent rate. And my guy Sean Seeger, the Philly Zoo, Eagles fan, obviously knows everything about the Eagles inside and out.
Is loaded.
He goes, look, Javon Hargrave, I like. And we obviously like Javon Hargrave. He blessed the roast and he was really good. But Philly Zoo made me think. He goes, look, man, Javon Hargrave's a very nice player, but he also got single coverage because of Fletcher Cox and the rest of our defensive linemen. And so
I don't deny that.
If he sees doubles, how effective will he be? Will Armstead be effective seeing doubles or off of those doubles? I think they needed more from the edge. That's why Frank Clark was a guy. I was like, man, can you go get Frank? Frank Clark even still out there? Did he sign with anybody?
I thought he signed a 1 or 2 year deal with somebody, but I could be wrong on that one. I could have sworn he did. The thing that I was thinking about when it comes to Nick Bosa is he clearly wore down, even though they load managed him throughout the year. So I don't know if it was the groin or what. Like he was nowhere near the same player in the playoffs that he was in the regular season.
Yep.
That's undeniable.
Not even close.
It was a change of course because he's been one of the elite playoff players for the 49ers.
Yes.
This blew me away, though. So I know the seasons because Bosa missed almost an entire
By the way,
season.
Frank Clark's still a free agent.
Is he?
Still a free agent.
See, that'd be a guy I'd bring in our with our roster.
He's one of the best playoff performers we've seen.
I'd bring him in. Alden Smith, 50 games, 44 sacks. Now, I know there's more nuance than just sacks. Nick Bosa, in 51 games, 43 sacks. Does that surprise you?
No. It doesn't surprise me. Doesn't surprise me at all. It sounds like you're surprised.
Alden had such an unprecedented start to his career that I didn't think anyone would come close to those numbers to start it. It really does surprise me. I mean, 18 and a half sacks last year. That's a monster year. And he missed a couple games.
He did. He had a monster year. So Javon Hargrave's here. Philly Zoo's like, hey, look, man, I don't know if he's going to be that effective. We'll see about that. I think it was Dacre who said they don't need another edge rusher.
I think they need an edge rusher.
I was like, wait, what a minute.
What made Von Miller so special was having DeMarcus Ware
exactly on the other side.
Yeah, that's a guy with
2 guys on the other side.
Exactly,
and
2 guys with 100
And
sacks.
that's what I'm saying. Bosa's really good.
I'm with you.
But he gets doubled, and he takes a lot of snaps off. There are possessions he doesn't start. I'm like, get 97 in the game.
I agree.
So when he's not in there, who's your edge rusher? Who's that guy? I think you need 2 edge rushers in today's game. With these quarterbacks, the way they're moving around and running, boy, oh boy. And the benefit of the Niners, I think people forget this in 2019 with the 49ers. Their front four with D Ford, Buckner, Armstead, and Bosa.
Yeah.
You didn't have to blitz. So now you got 7 in coverage. Now you got 7 in a passing league. You got 7 in coverage to get away every little zone, every little blade of grass. Now, if you can't get to the quarterback consistently, and you only have 1 edge rusher, and Drake Jackson doesn't step up, and you're blitzing Warner and Greenlaw, well, that leaves the back end very vulnerable. And how many times did we see Hufanga blow coverages in the second half of the season? That concerns me. Quarterback situation, Charvarius Ward, will he be healthy? Who's playing opposite of Charvarius Ward? Diamador Lenore? I worry about blitzing relentlessly, and I know Steve Wilkes, maybe that's in his DNA, but you want to blitz? You can get burned by the blitz. There's some big-time wide receivers in this division, let alone the conference. I mean, Seattle just loaded it. They got Jackson Njigba Smith from Ohio State. He's going to play the slot. This guy's a stud.
Well, I worry about the secondary, too. Talanoa had big-time moments last year, and he had big-time gaffes. Right? And so I want to see what this young safety from Penn State looks like. Like, that's a guy I'm very intrigued. I don't know if they're going to play him right away. They kind of did a wait-and-see approach with a lot of the secondary players in general. That's really where John Lynch, cuts his teeth. They've done a pretty good job finding value back there. But who's playing opposite Charvarius Ward?
No, I know. Exactly. Diamador Lenore? We're going to play Sammy Womack III, his first season as a slot quarterback.
I do like Sammy Womack, but they got a great year out of Jimmy Ward. I think a lot of people are forgetting Jimmy Ward had his most productive season.
Jimmy Ward was tough.
In terms of interceptions and breakups.
So I like Drake Jackson. I was wondering why Drake Jackson didn't play in the postseason.
They didn't suit him up.
They didn't suit him. He was inactive.
It was weird.
So if he can't step up and be an edge rusher opposite of Nick Bosa, well, Nick Bosa's going to see all the doubles in the world.
Yeah.
Everybody's going to see single coverage, right? But if you can't get home and you have to blitz even more, now you leave the secondary vulnerable. That's why I get another edge rusher. It's a big year for Drake Jackson, I believe.
The thing with Drake Jackson, and I'm not trying to body shame anyone. I'm just telling you what I'm seeing. So when we went to practice, both Steven and I noticed that, he's clearly ridiculously athletic, and he gets winded very quickly. And some of my buddies from SC, the Crow, is telling me, they had him playing inside, and then they moved him outside, then they moved him back inside because of different coaching changes. So his weight was fluctuating a lot at USC, and again, my naked eye, not a nutritionalist, not a strength and conditioning coach, you can kind of see it. He needs an NFL offseason to get in the weight room and get his body dedicated to the game. And I'm not denying that he's not dedicated to football. I'm saying the appropriate nutrition to play the appropriate position.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Right? I'm very interested to see what he looks like this year.
It's a big year for him. This is a big
And then
big
I
year.
think Eric Armstead, this is Eric Armstead. I think this is a make or break year for him with the Niners. This is the last big money year for him.
He should be able to benefit with Javon Hargrave next to him, right?
You would think. And they missed him last year.
They missed him big time. Big time. By the way, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMG, FM, and AC1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And do not forget, you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. Shout out to the Comcast Business Text Line. We appreciate the participation. Shout out to YouTube and Twitch. And shout out to everybody who joined us at the Warrior Summit yesterday.
Awesome.
It was a lot of fun. A lot of fun. All 7 hosts there. We missed Spadoni. Would have been 8. Spadoni would have got in. But you know what? He would have been distracted by 5:30. He would have been rattled. And he would have went home sad.
Oh, it would have felt great till about 7:30. Then it was night-night.
Yeah, at halftime, I was like, oh, boy, the Nuggets are down 15. I refreshed my phone 20 minutes later. Oh, boy, the Nuggets are up 1. What happened? Well, big third quarter run for the Nuggets. They're going to the NBA Finals. Giants win 4-1.
Swept the Lakers.
Oh, my God, they swept the Lakers.
Does
indeed.
anybody get a solace out of that?
What?
I know the Lakers bounced the Warriors, and then the Lakers end up getting swept.
Honestly,
I don't get a lot of solace out of that.
Honestly, I just sat back and thought, wow, what an incredible story for the Denver Nuggets. I was hyper-focused on Mike Malone, Nikola Jokic, Aaron Gordon from San Jose. How about that? Archbishop Mitty. You may get an NBA championship ring. I was hyper-focused on that. I don't get into the Lakers, you lose. Sure, I didn't want LeBron to win. They got swept.
Well, looking at it from that perspective, B, all I kept thinking was, we feel really far away when I look at Denver. But then I look at the East, and I'm like, an 8 seed in the Miami Heat who lost the play-in game?
Yeah.
And we're 10 minutes away from not even making the playoffs, are in the finals. I can see both edges of we're very close, yet we also feel very, very far away.
We'll get back into Niners, but it feels like Dub Nation is really conflicted on what to do. We all are. We all are. Do you want Draymond back? We heard the crowd yesterday. Do you want Clay back? Mixed feelings. Poole back? Mixed feelings. Wiggins back? Mixed feelings.
You know who we didn't talk about yesterday at the summit?
Steph Curry.
Yeah.
That was surprising. And you know what? Guru made a point. He made a point, and I think it got brushed under the rug.
Was that?
It was a great point Guru made. It's disrespectful to Steph Curry to say he can't win without Draymond Green.
Well, duh.
Well, that's disrespectful.
Well, people say it all the time, and it bugs me.
It bugs the hell out of me.
Did he? I mean, it's an all-star game.
They did have a point.
Well, like he needed Draymond to score 50 in an all-star game.
He needed Draymond to score 50 in Game 7.
And 47 or whatever it was in Game 4.
47 in Game 3 against Toronto.
I mean, come on.
I mean, I just okay, great. You can't win. Steph can't win. Can't win without KD. He won without KD. He won before KD came. But no, you can't win without Draymond now. He needs all those screens. He needs him barking at everybody.
What do you think he's thinking?
Like Steph Curry?
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
What do you think he's thinking? As he's sitting back and he's watching Jamal Murray get pretty much any shot he wants because of the inside-out presence.
Yeah.
As he's sitting back watching, the Miami Heat have unprecedented shooting compared to their regular season shooting. I wonder what his thoughts are.
I don't know.
What is he thinking as he looks at Giannis' situation, as he looks at Joel Embiid's situation? Is he making phone calls? Does he want to play with a Jaylen Brown? Does he want nothing to do with someone like that? Do you think him and LeBron are having side conversations?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. It's a great question. Can we get Curry? Hey, London, you want to book Curry?
I saw a video of him and his wife
on that.
In some exotic place golfing, and she was hitting a golf ball.
Nice.
Yeah.
By the way, are you going to the golf spot today?
No. Today I've got some vehicle things that I got to take care of.
Going to the golf spot.
Someone brought you off some clubs yesterday.
Yeah, shout out to Scott. We shouted him out in the first hour. Scott. I wish I knew. I don't remember where Scott was from, but I know he dropped off some clubs. Scott, he's a long-time listener. No, he's not from Scottsdale. That's corny.
The home of golf.
That's terrible.
Right
terrible
now.
Joke.
Well, that's also where
sort of
Ping
Bay
is.
Area,
Uh-huh.
sort of Bay. His son played with the clubs one time and was like, didn't really get into golf. But they're like, we know you, we love you, and we know you're getting into golf. And they're lefty.
Wow.
And he's like, but as far as 6'1", he's like, look, my son is 6'1". I know you're 6'3", 6'4".
Yeah, it should be somewhat okay. When you're starting off, it's not that big of a deal.
All right, so, but Scott, man, yeah, there you go, Jay LaFrey. Scott sat at the table with Jay LaFrey. He was a really good dude. I was on the way there, and I saw the tweet. Somebody dropped off some clubs for me, and that was a tearjerker for your boy. Like, we don't ask for anything. I don't want anything. Yeah. But when people come by out of the kindness of their heart and give you something, just because it's, hey, you guys are great. We love you. We thought, like, that stuff warms me, man.
Well, you know what was the thing that took me back?
It almost made me cry on the way there.
You know what took me back was hearing how many people said that you look phenomenal.
Oh,
and they were like, my God, Bonte, you look like you've lost so much weight. And now I want to know, like, how you did it.
The soda diet, baby. The soda diet. I'm telling you, it's all about the portions you eat. It's about when you eat.
What is soda? I don't even know.
SOTA.
Okay.
State of the art.
Okay,
so
how do I find it?
So how you find it? Soda.com. SOTA.com.
SOTA.com. Okay, so what exactly have you done?
SodaWeightLoss.com.
Because you look phenomenal.
So
right
I've
now.
done nothing.
I'm actually really jealous.
I'm just doing a little cardio, and I'm just eating right. I have a bowl of cereal in the morning, or 2 eggs, and a piece of bacon. 9:30, I have a nice little snack. I got my protein bar ready to go. Chocolate mint. Ooh, that's a good one.
I'm a big
little
mint
protein
guy.
bar.
Yeah.
These protein bars are good.
Mint chocolate chip, my favorite ice cream.
Baby Chaz likes them. Baby Chaz likes them. So then you do that. And then lunchtime. It's the key. Have a nice little bowl of soup. 2 cups of veggies.
Soup.
I do a lot of broccoli and mushrooms. Boom, you eat. You chill out. Drink a lot of water. You can have coffee, too. You can have coffee. You can have tea. And then 3:30, right before 3:30, maybe about 3 o'clock, you have a nice little snack. Some ranch little protein chips or whatnot. And then dinner time, you get your animal protein. You can have a piece of steak.
Okay.
Make sure it's no more than 8 ounces, 7 or 8 ounces.
So no House of Prime Rib for Bonte?
Not right now. And that's fine. I haven't had a slice of pizza in over 6 weeks.
Now, is pizza one of your top go-tos?
It is.
Really?
It is.
Yeah, that's my wife's favorite.
Dairy, a lot of dairy. You got to cut it out. Got to cut out the sugar. Got to cut out the honey. Got to cut out the cheese. Got to cut out all that stuff.
Well, I'm proud of you. You look phenomenal.
Well,
everybody kept asking.
Well, I'm trying to, man. You know, the suits get tight. That's the thing. If I didn't work in television, man, I'd be eating Taco Bell every single day. Every single day. As soon as they fire me at NBC, I'm going back to Taco Bell the minute they fire me. And I'll eat like a madman.
So damn good.
Because in radio, who cares what you look like? Well, now they got YouTube.
Well, I'd like to live to be over 100.
I mean, I would like to live a long time, too. You can live a long time eating Taco Bell. But no, you know what's funny?
Oh, that's when you meet those old ladies that are like 103 and they're still smoking.
Yeah, that's crazy. That gets me mad. But you know what's crazy is like the belts. I got to go to a belt shop or a shoe shop to get new holes in my belts because some of my belts are like loose.
Buy a new belt.
No, I've got like 10 belts. How about I just punch another hole? No, they're not Gucci. Only got one belt. That's
you have a Louis V?
No, Hermes.
What's that?
Hermes. You don't know about Hermes?
No.
Oh boy, look it up. But I got a really understated Hermes belt.
Hermes.
You know about if you know, you know about Hermes, folks. If you know, you know.
Hermes
right?
belt.
If you know, you know.
Is it Hermes?
It's pronounced Hermes.
Okay, I didn't. Okay. I'm trying to spell it.
Felt like Hermes, but it's pronounced Hermes.
Okay.
Yeah. So you know about it, Espinal.
These are pretty expensive.
I do now. Wow. Yeah, these are
pretty expensive. Yeah, I'm gonna full disclosure.
Not a fan of the symbol.
Didn't know about Hermes belts.
Yeah. So now the popular ones are with the H. You put the H on there. I didn't get the H. I got a very understated Hermes belt, but it was out in Paris, and everything in Paris was a lot cheaper than America.
Okay.
A lot cheaper.
Okay.
So, you know.
You could play cornerback opposite Charvarius Ward with the backtracking you're doing right now.
I'm just telling you. I'm just keeping it real. I'm trying to educate you, my friend. You know, the big boy league. Michelle, I bet you Michelle loves some Hermes. They got some good stuff in there. Stay away from those shops, though. It's dangerous.
I'm going to have to ask her.
So instead of buying a bunch of new belts, see, that's when you're reckless with your money, Shasky. You're Mr. Charles Schwab, and you're talking about just buying new belts. No. Go to the shoe store.
Okay.
Say, I need a hole right here.
Can I be honest
need a hole right here.
I could buy 50 belts for the price of one of these belts. I'm just being real.
How much are the belts right now? Which ones?
They're pricey.
Yeah. How much?
Well, I mean, I'm looking at the women's selections, and they range from $765 all the way down $800, $3,000. I mean, Bonte, these are expensive. These are very expensive.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a very high quality, I'm sure.
The quality is great.
$3,500,
awesome.
but like, I'm just gonna be honest with you. I'm not gonna be putting $1,000 around my waist so that a T-shirt can cover it.
Money time!
Well, my belt,
Money time!
the belt I bought was not $1,000. Not even close to it.
Wow!
I don't even think it was $500 because again, in Paris, things are a lot cheaper. Now, was it over $300? It's a possibility. It's possible. But you know, in this life, you gotta treat yourself, man.
Yeah.
You only get one life.
I mean,
you never know when it's gonna be over.
I didn't know we were gonna go belt talk.
You know, I mean, you brought it on. I told you. You said buy new belts, and I'm just saying these are facts, man.
You know what? There's Bonte's putting another notch on the belt joke somewhere. I just don't know where it is.
Yeah, let's not go there. By the way,
Don't talk about that.
You hear David Lombardi, everybody's like, everybody's getting hits except for Bonte.
I mean, if you turn in 3 or 4 of those belts, you could have a really nice ring.
Let's make that happen this year.
How much do rings go for? Rings are very expensive.
They are, but so are your belts.
How much you spent on your ring? $10,000? Spent about $10,000?
I am not going to tell you how much I spent 15 years ago.
Why?
Because that's an indelicate question.
Why? No, it's not.
No, we're not going to do that.
Oh, why? Because people are listening.
The real question.
It's just you don't do that to your significant other.
Because you told her you pay.
But also, can I tell you, I've upgraded, and there's the band around it, and there's all the stuff around.
So do you do that every 10 years? You upgrade the rig?
Oh, yeah. I mean, we could talk about that on the other side.
Oh, see, somebody told me that Saturday for the first time. I said they upgraded the rig. Why?
Oh, yeah. Because you love your significant other, and you want to showcase your love. And you were super poor when you first bought your ring, and now you're making more money, and you want to upgrade. It's like renovating your kitchen.
What's coming up on a game sponsored by S.E. Johnson? More ring talk. And we'll get to David and Calvin on the Morning Roast.
Wow!
LeBron in the paint, layup no good. Got his own board, there's the horn! And the Denver Nuggets, for the first time in franchise history, will go to the NBA Finals! Oh my God, they swept the Lakers. Wow!
Oh my God.
The Morning Roast is live on YouTube right now. Take it away, Bonte.
SF Bay Drummer with a nice little tweet here. He goes, as y'all can see, I get soulless out of the Lakers losing. The ship the Lakers thought they were going to, and it's a quarter to NBA Finals with the trophy, versus the ship they're actually going to, which is a cruise ship in the middle of nowhere. So they'll be in Cancun with the rest of us, no doubt. And Boston will probably join us later on tonight in Cancun as well, as we will, unless something catastrophic happens. Does anybody believe the Celtics can win 4 straight? If they do, you'll get a Celtics-Nuggets final. If not, it'll be Heat and Nuggets in the NBA Finals. We are talking some football. You saw what happened to Tariq Woolen, right? No. Cornerback for the Seahawks had arthroscopic surgery on his knee, not expected to play until training camp. Oh. Now, this guy, Pro Bowl corner, rookie corner, he was really, really good last year. Came on. This may linger. Arthroscopic knee surgery today. Expected to sideline him until training camp. All right, so there's that. We were talking about 49er pass rush real quick. Frank Clark's still out there. I know he's got some issues. He obviously was able to play. I know he got suspended last year for a situational pass rusher. Frank Clark? If Drake Jackson ain't ready to go alongside Nick Bosa? I know he's had some very strong words about the 49ers in the past. Obviously, he was a Seahawk. Dude, Frank Clark, man. He's still out there.
I'd take him. You can never have enough pass rushers.
Just saying.
I'd take him.
Yeah, we'll take him too. And I'm going to take David at Freebot. He wants to let us know why Purdy is the guy. Okay. What's up, David? What's happening?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? How y'all doing this morning?
Oh, man, I can't complain.
I say the same thing. I always say living the California dream. You know what I'm saying?
That's all I do, man. That's all I'm doing.
Real quick. Look, everybody is just like me. Just watch the game. You call in. I don't have any more knowledge than anybody else. I just love the 49ers. And, I just hope, just stay with me really quick, all right? Because I'm piggybacking off of something that I heard Larry Krueger say. And I know that the pushback amongst a lot of people is going to be, well, Brock Purdy only had a small sample size. Totally understand that. However, I feel on the contrary that if he had more playing time, or if he started earlier, obviously, these stats would have been even better. But here's some of the things that Larry Krueger said and why I believe Purdy's the guy going forward, all right? Play action. 130.3 QBR, number 1 in the league. Ahead of Mahomes, Allen, Rodgers, Brady. In rhythm, 125.2 QBR, number 1 in the league. Above those guys as well, too. Pre-snap, shifts, and motion. 118.3 QBR, number 1 in the league. Outside of the numbers, 112.9 QBR, number 1 in the league. Now, completion percentage in the regular season is 67%. Completion percentage in the playoffs, 66%. 3 touchdowns, no interceptions. 8-1 record. Now, we all know why he got that 1 loss. Now, again, sample size, smaller. But last thing I'm going to do, and I'll let you guys take this off the air, here are some of the 49ers quarterbacks since Jeff Garcia, Gio Carmazzi, Blaine Gabbert,
I know them all.
JT O'Sullivan. All
Sean Hill.
Right? So,
and one of them that I'd like to bring up is Colin Kaepernick, but keep going.
He hung up.
It's interesting. I'll be the first to know. I'll raise my hands. I'll raise my hands. This is me. I thought Colin Kaepernick and what we saw in 2012 was sustainable. I really did. You're talking about a guy who threw for more touchdowns in his time with the Niners in the back end that anyone had since Jeff Garcia, which was the 10 years prior. You're looking at a guy who had the number 1 QBR in the fourth quarter. You're looking at a guy who had one of the highest completion percentages on balls 10, 15, and 20 yards down the field in Colin Kaepernick when he stepped in 2012. You're looking at a guy that put up historic playoff numbers. Not good. Historic playoff numbers. You're looking at a guy who won huge road games against Hall of Fame quarterbacks in their prime, Drew Brees and Tom Brady down the stretch on the road and threw for over 280 yards in both of those games. You're looking at a guy who threw for multiple touchdowns in those games. Like, that was a bigger sample size, Colin Kaepernick, than what Brock Purdy did. And what I learned through that experience is not that I didn't like Colin Kaepernick and didn't think that actually he was better than 2013 than people give him credit for, because he was. What I'm saying is that you have to also allow for things to level off in terms of teams adjusting to you, players around you not being as good. You have to do it year after year after year. What makes Mahomes is not the singular year where he threw for 50 and had the MVP season.
Consistency.
It's the year after that. And then the year after that. You know?
Consistency.
Right?
Consistency.
Absolutely.
And I thought Kaepernick had that up until you had the coaching changes, and you basically had Tom Sula and a bunch of minor league coaches coaching the football team, and he regressed tremendously.
He regressed. The roster regressed. I thought it was everything around him crumbled, and he crumbled.
But you know what, though? We all forget 16 touchdown passes, 4 interceptions the last season, throwing to Jamry Curley and Torrey Smith. And nobody. Vince McDonald. And he can't get another shot. So that's
not what I'm talking about.
I know
what I'm
that's
talking
what you're
about
talking about.
is sample size. Like,
but
okay.
he regressed. It started to show flashes that, wait, there's still something in there.
Now, let's go a little more recent. Baker Mayfield. Whatever you think of him, okay? Whatever you think of him is fine. But Baker Mayfield comes in for a team that won 1 game in 33 games, the Cleveland Browns. They were 1-33. He steps in, all right? He breaks the individual rookie throwing record for touchdowns, yards, completion percentage, etc. for a 10-game minimum, and literally breathed life into an organization that we all believe to be one of the worst organizations in sports, the Cleveland Browns. Remember that, B? Mm-hmm. What did he do the very next year? Completely regressed and everything down. I'm not saying that Brock Purdy, he had a monster year. He was amazing. He was amazing. The same thing I'm saying about Trevor Lawrence, who was really good last year and won big-time playoff game. You got to do it for more than 8 games. That's not an outlandish opinion. What we saw was amazing, but you got to do it year after.
So
and I'm not even saying you got to be that good.
What's your big reservation on Brock Purdy then? What's the biggest? What scares you about him?
Size and health is
Okay.
at the top of my list.
Okay.
Number 2 is what's it going to look like when the league's adjusting to him? Part of playing quarterback position is that, Carson Wentz is another guy. He had a great year. And then things adjusted around him. People threw different defensive formations at him post-snap, and he just crumbled. Now, I'm not saying that's going to happen to Brock, but you got to put together multiple seasons.
I don't know. Okay, yeah, no duh. You got to do that. If you want to get paid, yeah, no doubt. You got to be consistent. But on this roster, with this roster, and the players that he has around him, who's to say Brock can't pick up where he left off last year?
Well, I would say that the Dallas Cowboy game, they did not. Their offense was, and that's
that
against
was a great defense.
Yeah,
that was a great defense. You knew that was going to be a
subpar.
slugfest. That was going to be a slugfest. That defense was fast, physical. They were nasty. And the Niners found a way to win a football game.
For sure.
They're not going to light up everybody.
For sure.
That's not how the NFL works. You're not going to just score 35 points a game and just light people up because you're so-and-so. No. That's not how it works. You get shut down sometimes. I see the Chiefs get shut down from time to time.
Absolutely.
They have clunkers. Everybody has a clunker. So we'll see. We'll see what happens with Brock Purdy. This is what I don't want to do moving forward, and I'm trying my best not to do this. Everybody it feels like we always wait for somebody to regress. Be like, he's going to regress at some point. How many people said the Warriors dynasty's been over for years? For years. Dynasty's over. They're not winning another championship. They're not winning another championship. They win a championship again. They win a championship again. They compete for a championship. They make the second round of play. Everybody's always waiting for the demise. I want to see where it goes with Brock Purdy. I'm actually rooting for the kid. I am. I was dead wrong on him. I was blown away by the way he played. I want to see what happens because I truly believe, honestly, if he plays in that Philadelphia game, they're going to win that game in Philly.
I don't know. I wanted to see it.
I don't know, but
sure.
that's just how I felt.
Well,
I'm not going to speak for everybody. I felt like with Purdy and the way that route opened up on that play alone, I was like, okay, there's going to be some things that's open in this Philly game, and I think they can beat Philly if they have a healthy quarterback. Now
he's earned opportunities. There's no other way.
But I don't want to just, hey man, wait for the demise. I want to see how he adjusts.
No, it's not waiting for the demise. No, Bonte, what this is like, okay, he's eligible for an extension if he has a great year again because of where his draft status was. Right? And so, like, I want to see what he does. I want to see it. I want to see if this is real and sustainable. Look, Jimmy Garoppolo had some great games, and I think what Brock did in his 8-game stretch was better, dare I say, than any 8-game stretch from Jimmy Garoppolo without disrespecting Jimmy G. I don't even want to do that, but I feel like I've already seen more from Brock than what I saw from Jimmy.
Jimmy G's stretch just last season was pretty damn good.
No, it was really good, but
I
think Brock's was better. Brock did a lot of good things.
He did a lot of good things.
But the other part of this, B, is, and this is the real thing, he is smaller. And to be that size and to play in the NFL for a long period and stay healthy is really hard. And I'm not saying he can't do it. Russell Wilson went like 8 years without getting hurt. And then eventually, because the league is violent, he got hurt. And Drew Brees, those guys are outliers. A lot of the smaller guys do get banged up. Baker, Kyler Murray. So
they do a lot of good things.
I worry about his size.
All right. I do say this though. Like a lot of guys, quarterback, the thing why Russell Wilson really, I think Russell Wilson's done a good job, especially early in his career, protecting himself. Patrick Mahomes protects himself. Josh Allen has to do a better job at protecting himself.
That I was 100% agree.
That's what did in Carson Wentz. Carson Wentz, I saw him go head up on the Thursday Night Football game with a linebacker. Say, what the hell are you doing at the goal line? Trey Lance did it in his first game. He went head up with Isaiah Simmons and their linebacker. Forgot who the middle linebacker was. But he went head up with two dudes at the pile. I was like, you can't do that. You're a quarterback. Got to protect yourself. I do believe Brock Purdy will do a good job at protecting himself. But I'm here to see it, man. I you need a quarterback to win the Super Bowl, obviously. You need to sustain something. It must suck to go, and George Kittle's hinted at this. Every single offseason I go into it thinking, who the hell is going to be my quarterback? That's got to be frustrating if you're Debo.
Sure.
It's got to be frustrating if you're Brandon Ayuk. Got to be frustrating if you're Christian McCaffrey.
Lineman.
And now Sam Darnold's here. What if Sam Darnold comes out and he's 4-0? And his fan base is going crazy, saying, oh, my God, look at Sam Darnold. He's finally got a shot. He looks great. Are we sure they're even going to go back to Brock Purdy?
To use your cross-sport analogy, Jordan Poole was pretty damn good last year.
Really good.
And then this year, like, after expectations are changed a little and you need, you want to pay the guy, like, we're looking at it a little differently. And I think Brock's a better player in his sport than where JP is in his sport, which is crazy to say.
Well, yeah,
you're looking at a guy right now heading into the year. If you're being realistic and you like Brock, I think he's a top 6 quarterback in the NFC, and I don't think that's a crazy statement. There's a lot of unknowns in the NFC.
You'd say Jordan Poole struggled this year, right?
And
if you had to summarize Jordan Poole's regular season, how would you summarize it?
I would say it was up and down. Spotty. And even then, like, you look at it, the numbers, and you're like, not a lot of guys could score almost 20 points a game.
So his regular season, because we want to talk about spottiness and up and down seasons, and the Warriors had a lot of those guys. Well, Jordan Poole averaged over 20, 4.5 assists and 3 rebounds, and didn't even know what the damn role was in 30 minutes of action. 30 minutes a game. You got a guy who scored 20 points. Now, you talk to NBA players. We both talked to Bully. We both talked to D. Wright. We both talked to Fezes. People are like, 20 points is nothing. Really? Go ask the players. Go ask the coaches. Because they're searching for players right now who can pump in 20 a game.
Yeah.
All right? So that's not easy. So what Jordan Poole did, despite everything happening, I'm looking like, well, damn, the guy played all 82 games, shot 43% from the floor. Now the three-point shot was off. But damn, he got to the free throw line, shot 87%, which is off from his career year a season ago. He gave you 20 a game. 20 a game. Didn't even know his role. And didn't shoot well from the three-point line. So Klay Thompson gave you 22 a game. So I'm looking at these numbers here, and I know it's raw data, and we got to watch the games, and there's context and everything. And they were both up and down. But damn. I'd rather have a dude who's up and down who's at least keeping me in the game offensively than a guy who's up and down giving me 7 points a game.
Yeah. No, I hear you.
Back to football.
Yeah, back to the football thing. Like, I'm trying to remove emotion because I'm as optimistic as anybody when it comes to Purdy. Like, dude, what we saw was spectacular.
I was blown
what
away.
he did on that Thursday night against Seattle, the slide the way he did, incredible. But if I'm a New York Giant fan, I'm feeling really good about Daniel Jones. Well, I'm not a New York Giant fan. You know what I'm saying about Daniel Jones? I got to see some more.
Yeah.
I'm skeptical.
Well, I bet you New York Giant fans are out there, damn, we're giving Daniel Jones $40 million.
No, but I think they also were like, dude, he was really good last year. Like he was. No, I think I think Brock was better than Daniel Jones, but whatever. Like that, but that's where I'm going. Like, this is how the league works. Like, how many running backs have the Niners had who've had a good 1 year, and then the very next year are third on the depth chart?
That's the reason why I want up Christian McCaffrey. Just take care of the running back spot. I got to run it back. We're good.
Did Debo have 2 great back-to-back seasons?
He hasn't yet, which is why I would bet on the future of Brandon Ayuk over Debo Samuel.
And Kittle's numbers have been good every year, but like he's had a great year and then little injuries.
You also got to realize the way Shanahan calls a game.
I hear, and as a quarterback plays into that, but I'm just
saying. He
saying,
doesn't call the same game as Andy Reid. If Andy Reid was calling plays for the Niners, those numbers would look astronomical for George Kittle.
You know why Bosa's Bosa? You know why Mahomes is Mahomes? Like the elite of the elite, right? Fred Warner, even Fred Warner like had a down year. Like, these guys are great game in, game out, week in, week out, right? And so just to say, and again, just to be like, hey, I'd like to see some more from Purdy. That's all.
But offensively, though, with the Niners, you know it's going to be a different guy every single week. They don't really pinpoint, okay, this is our number 1, this is our number 2. They just go with the flow.
Yeah, no, I'm talking more about the quarterback in terms of like just being dependable and reliable week to week.
Yeah.
I don't even look at the numbers. You know, I'm just looking like, how many interceptable plays are you having? Or is the team scoring points? Check.
Brock, and I hate doing this because people always want to say, well, you don't like Brock, you don't want to succeed.
I mean, they scored like crazy when he came in.
Listen, I want the Niners to win the Super Bowl. I don't give a damn who's playing quarterback.
Well, except Josh Johnson. You did care when he got in.
Well, I knew it was over. But if Josh Johnson was good enough, if you're winning Super Bowls to Josh Johnson, I don't care if it's Josh Johnson. I just want to win. Your shot to win was basically over with Josh Johnson. We saw that. But even then, okay, down 14-7, 2-minute drill, boom, quick slant to Debo. Debo almost breaks it. You're on the ball, and he drops a snap. I don't expect that. You know, it's like, all right, well, now the game is over. But Brock did throw some interceptable passes. You brought that up. And whenever we brought that up, it was, hey, you're hating. You're hating. You're hating. You're hating. You're hating. Well, I was up there in Seattle for that Thursday night game. They flipped that football game with Quadre Diggs, dropped that interception. That was a big, big play in that football game. Could have flipped the entire game. Now, he gets away with those. We say the Jimmy O-No throws all the time. Brock had plenty of Jimmy O-No throws. Did he not?
No, all quarterbacks do, but yes, he had some, absolutely, and I had more in the Dallas game than people want to admit. That game was way tight. I mean, watch that game back. Niners could have easily lost that game in a variety of ways. They didn't, thank God. Beat quarterback is going to get discussed the most. You know what the number one topic should be on this team? Right tackle. Who the hell is your right tackle?
Yeah, I don't know. But for some reason, they ignored the offensive line.
I mean, were they right last year? Did they ended up being right with the Jake Brendel thing?
They did.
You think?
They did. They put up numbers. They put up points.
They did. But I wasn't feeling that way 5 weeks into the season. But at the end of the year, I felt that way. But I honestly believe that the number one question mark on this team, everyone's going to point to quarterback, and that's a fair look at. Quarterback's super important. I think right tackle is the biggest question mark on this team, and it's not even close. Because I think they can get comparable production out of these quarterbacks. I'm not saying they're all going to play at Brock level. I'm saying they can win games with multiple quarterbacks. Right tackle could derail the season.
Yeah, but we say that every year, and they figure out a way to overcome it. They've overcome the center spot. They've overcome the guard spot. They've overcome right tackle.
I don't know. Offensive line was bad in 2020.
Last year coming into the season, I thought the offensive line was terrible. That's why I think when Brady comes in behind that offensive line, they don't win anything behind Brady.
Well, he's Brady, though.
Right. But
he's the elevator.
Offensive line, you got to protect him. When Brady doesn't get protection, we saw in New England, he gets popped, and he sees ghost. Go pop in the New York Giants game film.
He has magical intangibles that elevate everyone, Bonte. Who are you kidding?
Yeah. I don't believe it. Who
said that?
I don't believe it.
The TB12 method. Come on, get on it. Soda's great, state of the art, but so is the TB12 method.
Nothing like soda.
Hi, I'm Joe Spadoni, and I
like soda.
And
it's not SODA. It's SLTA. SLTA, weightloss.com. Check it out.
You don't think the offensive line was... I'm not saying it's the sole reason.
To me, it was the biggest question mark last season.
No, but they also got 4 quarterbacks hurt.
Well, did they get 4 quarterbacks hurt? Because
it's all of it. It's the quarterbacks.
That was a backup tight end trying to block Hassan Reddick, not an offensive lineman.
Well, why are you putting a backup tight end there?
Well, That was the scheme. I don't know why. Ask Shanahan. That's what they do. They have
it's
the
never
they have
one
the backup
thing.
tight end block all the time.
Well, it's never one thing.
Let's think about it.
I don't think that their
Trey
offensive
Lance
line
right
is
up the middle. What the offensive line problem?
Well, no, Trent Williams missed a block.
Right, but Trey Lance ran to the right side. All good.
On the play preceding that, Debo literally broke 3 tackles in the backfield.
Oh, I know.
And went 50 yards.
Oh, I know. I don't
think our O-line's that great.
Offensive line was the biggest question mark for me going into last season. But they were able to still average a lot of points per game and get to the NFC Championship. To me, the biggest question mark is who's opposite Nick Bosa.
Okay.
You need another edge
over
rusher.
quarterback?
Quarterback's the obvious one. Quarterback's obvious. We can talk about quarterback till we're blue in the face. That will settle itself out, right? Darnold, Trey, that will play itself out.
No, it will not play itself out.
Why
we are
not?
going to argue about that for the end
I'm
of time.
not arguing about quarterbacks.
No, not you and me. I'm saying people
No,
will argue about Niner quarterback. Even if Brock would have won the Super Bowl last year, there would be people that would be hesitant on him. Yeah, because that's Niner quarterback thing is like, it's toxic.
I'm not doing that this season. I'm not. I swear to God, I'm not. Mark the tape.
Mark the tape.
Mark the tape. Mark the tape. It is May 23rd. It's the 7th year of Kyle Shanahan.
Were people united when Steve Young won the Super Bowl? No. You know what? There were still people out there like, Montana might have won a couple of them at this point.
Yeah, but that's a problem. You need to seek help.
That's Niner fans.
Guy wins you a Super Bowl and you want to go complain
They're
about
insane.
something. You're never going to be happy if you're not happy after a Super Bowl win. You're just not.
That's probably
You're not going to be happy. I need an edge rusher opposite Nick Bosa. Quarterback this year, I swear to God, whoever's quarterback, we'll assess the quarterback and we'll move on. That's how I'm going to do it. I'm done arguing about
what happens when that quarterback struggles? There's others in the stable that people want.
We'll critique them, and we'll ask if there needs to be a quarterback change. And I'm sure people out of Santa Clara at 49-49, Marie P. DeBartolo away at the auditorium, they will ask Kyle Shanahan, switch the quarterback. But I'm not going to do it this year. I'm just not. I'm tired of it. I'm exhausted. It's 7 years of this stuff. 7 years of trying to figure out who the damn quarterback is for the San Francisco 49ers. And they keep coming up short because of the damn quarterback position.
All right, let me
so
ask,
I'm not going to do it anymore.
I want to ask the room. I'll give you $100. Yes or no? During Shanahan's time, we will have a legitimate Pro Bowl quarterback while he's the head coach of the Niners.
Did Jimmy Garoppolo make a quarterback?
Not an alternate. Not an alternate. Not some fake replacement. Okay? I'm talking about a real Pro Bowl quarterback.
Let's take it a step further. What about an All-Pro, Joe?
Well, that's never going to happen.
Ever?
I don't think so. But I mean, they can still win without one.
I think Brock could be an All-Pro under
You
Shanahan.
think?
Maybe. Who knows?
Well, no, that's the question. I'm giving you $100. Yes or no? You gonna put it on the yes
because
or
I think
no?
Shanahan's going to be here for like another decade. So yes, so the odds are in my favor there.
Okay, what do you think, Bonte? Sam, I'll go to you because he's not ready.
I don't care.
Sam?
That's why I was going to say,
that.
I don't care.
A Pro Bowl quarterback.
I don't care about individual awards. I want a Super Bowl. I want a Super Bowl. I don't care about All-Pro honors. I don't care about DPOIs. I want a freaking Super Bowl.
I can already imagine. They win their 6th Lombardi. We come in the next week, and it's year 9. They've got 2 Super Bowls, and I still don't know who the starting quarterback is.
Nah, won't be me. I'd be happy as hell. I'd be so cocky. I'll be so arrogant with the 2 Super Bowl wins. All I want to do is win. I don't care, man. That's all with the whole Draymond and Clay and all this stuff. I just want to see Steph win. I want to see the Warriors win another one. I want to see how they retinker this roster around Stephen Curry. That's all I care about is winning. I just want to win. I don't care how it looks. I don't care what you do. You can win the damn game 2-0. I don't care. I want to win the Super Bowl. It's been since 1994-95. All right? I'm tired of coming up short in NFC championships and Super Bowls, and then at the end of the season, well, who's going to play quarterback? We need a quarterback because we're going to win a Super Bowl. I don't give a damn. Who cares? Who cares? I don't care. I don't care. Whoever plays quarterback, if you're all pro or you're rated the 32nd worst quarterback in the league, I don't care. Are you winning Super Bowls? And if you're winning Super Bowls, I got nothing bad to say about you. So I'm not going to get into the quarterback thing this year. I'm not. Whoever plays quarterback, we'll assess the games. We'll break them down. We'll say why this quarterback struggled. Who's a starter, who's not? I don't care anymore.
When we go to training camp, are you going to watch the quarterback drills?
I'm going to watch the quarterbacks, absolutely.
And then you're not going to bring it up on air?
Oh, I'll bring it up on air.
Oh.
Who looked good, who looked all right.
Oh, okay.
But I'm not going to complain. Once Shanahan makes his decision, it is what it is.
Okay. I'll admit we will critique the quarterback at this show at some point. I don't know when.
We will.
It's just what we do.
I didn't say
what we do.
I didn't say we weren't. But what I'm not going to do
is my number one strength.
What I'm not going to do this year is do the Team Trey, Team Brock, Team Darnold. I don't want to do that anymore.
Well, who
I'm
says
done.
we're doing them? We're Team Niners.
I was excited about Trey Lance because it was something different, and he lit it up that day of practice. And then the next year, he was erratic in practice. Well, damn. I never heard anybody just bring up the fact that, wait a minute, Trey Lance is practicing against the number one defense in the NFL. Wait, no wonder he struggled. Second-year quarterback going up against the number one defense in the NFL. But does Trey Lance get that benefit of the doubt? Absolutely not. I watched Jimmy Garoppolo look like crap against that defense in training camps. Nobody said a damn thing. You know what they said to me? Well, Bonte is just training camp. But when Trey Lance struggles in training camp, it's, oh my God, Trey Lance ain't ready. Wait a minute. He's going up against the number one defense. So what is it? So I'm not going to play that game this year. I'm done with that. Stuff drives me crazy. All right? It made me a madman during football season. I don't like it. They pull out the videos of me talking about quarterbacks. I look insane. I got veins popping in my forehead. Not doing that no more.
2 years ago, we're sitting on the sidelines. DJ Jones to my right, Bonte Hill to my left. Bonte goes scurrying over. I don't know who the hell he was talking to. And we're watching plays, and all of a sudden this ball just goes end over end. And it's going down the field. And Bonte turns to me and goes, was that a punt? I go, no, that was a Jimmy Garoppolo throw into no man's land. And it gets intercepted. And Bonte goes, that had to be a punt. No, that was a Jimmy Garoppolo pass into no man's land. He goes, look at Deebo Samuel. And Deebo's ripping off.
Deebo's hot. Hot.
And Bonte goes, there's no way that was a Jimmy Garoppolo pass. I said, that was a Jimmy Garoppolo pass. Oh, that was funny.
Here's the dirty little secret.
Devontae's going to take off the helmet and just walk out.
Dude, here's a dirty little secret that we don't go revisit. Trey Lance should have started that season in Detroit. I mean, let's just be honest,
Got the first touchdown of the year.
I watched the players react.
Who was that throw to?
Ran it in, didn't he?
Trent Sherfield.
That's
there you go.
phenomenal.
So this whole thing about, I watched Trey Lance in that practice. Robin said, Bruno, he called back the show. He was at every practice. I know what I saw. I know what we saw. But last year was Trey Lance struggled in practice. He's erratic, blah, blah, blah. Well, damn, what do you know? The Niners have the number one defense in the league. No wonder he struggled. Go throw Brock Purdy in against the number one defense. You don't think he's struggling? Jesus Christ. So I'm going to let it play out the way it's playing out, and I'm going to assess each quarterback the way we assess them. I'm not doing this no more, dude. Shanahan has exhausted me from this. I'm done trying to figure out the quarterbacks. I'm done trying to say who's this guy. This is going to be a damn Super Bowl. That's all I want.
Has it gotten to the point where a successful season for a San Francisco 49ers quarterback is just starting every game? I'm being dead serious.
Well, 2019 was awesome because Jimmy started every single game.
That's the thing. Do you have any faith that any of these quarterbacks will do that?
You know what? Somebody just came
and
up with a great
thank God Jameis Winston threw that interception in week 1 because they would have lost to the Tampa Bay Bucks week 1. I'll never forget that. Jimmy looked so hesitant.
Shanahan yelled at him.
Oh, my God.
My guy Jason from TNT. My guy Jason from TNT works at TNT, right? Been there forever. From Chicago. Niner fan. Met him in Boston back in 2014. We talk ever since. He was at that Tampa game. Blowing me up. This guy, Jimmy Garoppolo, ain't the dude. All caps. I thought I was talking to Shay. I was like, wait, Shasky's sitting next to me.
Well, the week before he got hurt in the Miami game, it was the Saints game, and I kept texting Bonte. I'm like, dog, he's getting hit hella hard in this game. What are we doing? And this goes back to my offensive line thing. Like, Jimmy got hit over and over and over and over. And I was like, bro, there's no way he's lasting the year. What are we doing? And then we came in on Monday. They won an ugly game against the Saints. And I was like, I don't know if Jimmy Garoppolo can stay upright this year. He's getting crushed. And then literally the next week on a way lesser of a hit than any of the others because of how unfortunate the step-on was, he got hurt in the Miami game. Literally the week after he got tagged in the Saints game.
Dude, that was an ugly win. 13-0. Boy, that was an ugly win. Andy Dalton was actually throwing some dives. Saints got holes to that game. The rest,
that was a much closer game than it should have been.
The officiating was hosing the Saints.
Andy Dalton.
They were hosing the Saints in that game. But yeah, I don't care anymore. I just want to win the damn Super Bowl.
So if they brought in Kirk Cousins, and he wants a Super Bowl, you wouldn't care?
If he wins a Super Bowl with Kirk Cousins, God bless Kirk Cousins. He's eating for free in the Bay Area. Because all this is about the ring. And I ain't talking about wedding rings. I'm talking about Super Bowl rings. It's about the Super Bowl rings right here. Let me not do the wedding ring. Right here. Super Bowl rings. We haven't sniffed that. Aren't you guys sick and tired of losing NFC Championship games?
No, I
Aren't you
love
guys
it.
sick?
I love
Aren't you guys-
getting
aren't you
my
guys
teeth
just
kicked in the
after
NFC Championship game.
How depressed
Love
he was
it.
walking out
Love
of
it.
Charles Haley was sitting there depressed. Your boy Rocco and I had to pick up Charles Haley's head. That's how down and out he was because we watched Jimmy G throw up all over himself. And we knew. Everybody in that stadium knew. The third play of the game the Niners had offensively. When he overthrew George Kittle.
He's got him. He's wide
I swear to
open.
God.
Wide open.
You look at there's Niner sections everywhere. When he overthrew George Kittle, everybody threw their hands up and said, God damn it, we got
on the
bad
Ayuk
Jimmy.
play, on the Ayuk play where Purdy got hurt. Ayuk was going to be wide open, coming right toward us. And I go, double move, double move. I'm literally elbowing Bonte. And he's like, got him. And the ball just couldn't get out of his hands.
Got him. Jimmy Garoppolo overthrew George Kittle. And I looked at Rocco. Everybody said, we got bad Jimmy today. It's going to be one of the games. How do you figure out a win without Jimmy?
I'm going to miss Jimmy.
George Kittle was going to run to Rocco and I for the touchdown to set the tone.
Hey, you know what? God, Raider fans are lucky. They're going to get so much content out of Jimmy Garoppolo.
Oh, my gosh.
I'm going to miss him.
Do you know what the content is in Raider fan? We can spend 30 seconds on this. People are mad that rookie Aiden O'Connell out of Purdue is wearing number 4. And people are like, that's disrespectful, Derek Carr. Derek Carr didn't win anything. Stop. Why are we getting mad about that?
Fastest to 100.
Oh, my God.
Touchdowns.
He stunk.
510. This is a great idea.
What's the idea?
Comcast versus text line. Are we going to see the Morning Rose broadcast live for the joint practices between the Niners and the Raiders?
I'm in. I'm all in.
Hey, 510.
Where are those joint practices?
Vegas.
Let's go.
Henderson, Nevada.
Let's go.
Let's do it.
Jimmy Garoppolo against the Niners. What if he shreds up the cut?
Dude, if he shreds up the Niners defense in practice, I mean, seriously, that's not going to happen.
Listen, man, I just want to, at the end of the day, I just want to win a Super Bowl. I'm tired of it.
I don't believe you on that, though, because I do think if they still had quarterback country, let's say 3 quarterbacks played in the Super Bowl winning game, and then we went into that, they won the Super Bowl, and then we go into that offseason. We're in year 9, and they won a Super Bowl, and we still don't know who the quarterback is.
Nah, man.
That still would blow your mind.
I've been broken. I don't care. I don't care who's playing quarterback for the Niners. Name a quarterback I hate. What quarterback do I hate?
Kirk Cousins.
I don't like him.
Sam Bradford.
Sam Bradford.
That's a great one.
Facts.
Oh, that's a great one.
Stafford.
They won a Super Bowl with Sam Bradford.
Stafford.
I would be all in on
Russell
that.
Wilson.
I would be all in on that. I just want a Super Bowl, man. That's all I want.
Jordan Love.
That's all I want is a Super Bowl.
Who has better numbers? Does Jordan Love play more games than whoever the starter of the Niners is this year?
I think so.
You think Jordan Love plays more games?
I think he plays all 17.
You think he's going to be good?
I kind of like Jordan Love.
Really?
I like the I don't think he's that bad. Alan Lazard, I don't think he's that bad.
I think they're bad. Yeah,
I don't think he's that bad. I don't know.
I'll be shocked if they're good.
I don't know.
Wait, didn't Lazard go to the Jets?
Yeah, he's one of the 17 guys, along with Mercedes Lewis.
Who am I thinking of? Who am I thinking of?
You're thinking of Watson from North Dakota State.
Christian Watson. Yeah,
number 9.
That's my bad.
Yeah, who's the baller?
By the way, the Jets are freaking out because I guess Aaron Rodgers turned his ankle or something at OTAs. Oh no,
he's favoring the ankle.
Quote favoring the ankle per Diana.
Only the Jets could get Aaron Rodgers hurt at practice.
Yeah, no doubt. 442. Bonte wanted an appearance fee for the Warriors Summit. Boavino. Always looking at. We all wanted an appearance fee, right? Did we get an appearance fee
for what?
For going to the summit yesterday, Boavino.
Times are hard financially, and so I'm not
called your salary.
Expect anything. Yeah, it's called doing the job. It's called loving the station.
Oh. It's called Final Thoughts.
Final thought. Golden State Warriors guard Stephen Curry has been named the 2022-23 Kareem Abdul-Jabbar Social Justice Champion. The NBA announced Steph Curry doing all that great work in the community. Shout out to Steph Curry. That's my final thought. Do whatever you need to do to build around Steph Curry. All players on the table in a potential trade.
My final thoughts are I can't wait till they leak out 49er Twitter, Instagram videos of all the quarterbacks throwing drills and a slow motion pass. Who will it be from? Is it going to be Darnold or Trey? Or are they going to put both of them in the same video? Stay tuned.
Stay tuned. Spadoni. Lakers?
Unlike a certain fan base, I know when a better team has beaten my team, and I will take that and say the Denver Nuggets were a better team than the Los Angeles Lakers. You know what? I will be that big person and say that my team lost to a better team.
Were the Warrior fans not doing that?
No, they're still not. Shout out the YouTube chat.
I will tell you, the Warriors lost to the better team and would have lost to an even better team in the Denver Nuggets.
Nah, I'm not going that far. I'm going to be the homer of the show. Warriors would have beat the Nuggets.
Of course.
Go ahead, Lubman.
I'll say this. I think the 49ers are probably more likely to win a Super Bowl before Kyle Shanahan gets an all-pro quarterback.
I agree with that.
I'm with that. And Jay LaFrey on YouTube. Bonte should have had walk-in music after getting out the black SUV.
Kurt Angle?
I was the first one there. I was trying to be like the last one there. I was not trying to be first.
Now I gotta go.
I was trying to be the last person there, All right, anyway. Fun show. Giants win 4-1. They played the Twins today. Sonny Gray against Alex Cobb. Garlic Fries and Baseball, guys. Go listen to the podcast. J.D. Davis with Sam Lutman. How about that?
Killer interview.
Giants insider of the Morning Roast, Sam Lutman. That was Fast 5. Brought to you by Xfinity, the next generation 10G network. Only from Xfinity. The future starts now.
Oh, my God.
Goo, I'm still on a high from yesterday, man. That was a lot of fun.
Cheech and Chong type of high, Stoney. I'm with you. It was surreal, man. Shout out to the people.
Yeah, shout out to everybody who came out to Buon Vino in Walnut Creek. Special thank you to Dan, the owner, and my new really good friend, his sister Katie.
Okay,
who's a sweetheart. Met her last night. Big crowd out there. I told you, Goose, sometimes, man, you throw a party and nobody shows up. I was a little worried, but we had a big crowd out there.
Pictures with the fans.
That was a lot of fun. Yeah. Ernie Chavez.
Everybody.
Duck Sauce.
Yeah.
God, I shouldn't have started.
I'm going to narrate a couple's wedding. They asked me.
That's right.
Yeah.
And I'm going to get invited to that, apparently.
Let's do it, buddy.
Yeah. So a lot of people were upset with you, though, at the very end of the night. But
upset with who? Can you save it, or do we got to get into it now? I have no idea what you're talking about.
You know, we went across the street to have a
next door, okay,
and,
which I came back to. I was in the car leaving.
Yeah, but you left without saying goodbye to Ernie.
It's the Irish goodbye.
And
Black Irish, Steiny.
All right. Steiny with the most okay, hey, here we go. Duck Sauce, by the way, Duck Sauce, if you're listening. Thanks for the advice.
Everybody was
some
awesome,
great
man.
advice. Great
you want to share
advice. Yeah, maybe later.
Huh?
Maybe later. But yeah, a couple things to talk about. You know, last week, obviously, we talked a ton about the Warriors. Their offseason is going to be absolutely, positively fascinating. I think we all know that.
Great work.
And, yesterday we kind of not wrapped it up, but boy, did we hit all the pertinent subjects I thought Warrior related. Yeah. And so we're still going to talk Warriors, obviously, but, hey, like the Warriors, maybe we're going to start to transition just a little bit.
Yeah, we got OTAs. Giants one game under 500, Steiny. Rule changes in the NFL.
LeBron may retire.
I love him for doing that. You know, he ain't walking away from $92 million, Steiny. What he's doing is he's taking his toys from the playground. I don't want y'all to focus on me getting swept, so I'm going to say that I might retire, and it's all about me. It's kind of genius, but I'm not falling for it.
So you don't think he's retiring?
Hell nah. He's a narcissist, and he went for 40. Steiny, he was playing his ass off. AD, wake up.
It's about teams. Wow. I was trying to tell the crowd there yesterday at Buon Vino and Walnut Creek, quit talking about Warrior players individually. Steph, he's still 97% of himself. And, Clay's dropped a little, but he's still a darn good player. Draymond's not about them individually. It's about them as a team. Where are they as a team?
Yeah.
Where are the Warriors as a team, by the way?
1 year removed from a chip and a parade, which we won't be having this year, damn it. It's kind of weird watching these finals and the Warriors are not around.
It's funny.
No, seriously, it is.
Yeah, every time. And you actually just got under my skin right away because I'm not doing this all off season when you reference a championship from years ago.
It's like because their name's still on the trophy.
Let me put the rat on the table.
Brought to you by Atco. Get this, pestcontrol.com. Go to AtcoPestControl.com for all your pest control needs.
I was talking to.
We got a great picture, you and I.
I know.
We're giving what I kind of.
I thought you meant the one with just me, where I was going like that.
I didn't see that one.
I'll show it to you.
Yeah, but yeah.
The text line saying I look like Tatum Channing. 11 months ago, the Warriors won a title.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know what? They would have lost to Denver in the first round had Denver been healthy.
Woulda, coulda, shoulda.
Yeah.
Had I had the right lotto numbers, I would be somewhere on the boat.
Shoulda about who cares about 11 months ago they won a title. Yeah. Ancient history. Pyramids of Egypt. Sphinx. Yeah. Ancient history. The other thing I was thinking, I woke up this morning and I saw a story in The Ringer by Kevin O'Connor saying LeBron to the Warriors?
He's in LA. Come on.
Kevin O'Connor is not.
He's a real one.
Like he is.
But you understand. Why would he do that?
Why would who do that?
Kyrie Irving is on his way to L.A., and they're going to Jetson D'Angelo Russell and whoever, and it's going to be them three. And think of that Denver series, LeBron, AD, and Kyrie, another closer, a guy that creates. Schroeder and D'Lo played themselves off the Lakers, Donnie. I truly believe that. He's not coming to play with Steph.
How soon until Draymond Green begins recruiting LeBron to the Warriors? That's what Kevin O'Connor wrote. Did it happen when he stepped off the podium last night, meaning LeBron? Interest between LeBron James and the Warriors could be mutual.
How could they afford LeBron, Steiny?
They would just trade him for Poole and Wiggins, maybe Kuminga.
Would you do that?
I might.
Chef,
what?
So you got an agent LeBron.
So wait a minute. Now all of a sudden Steph's going to say, no, we need to keep Kuminga and Poole.
No,
So you'd have Steph, Clay, LeBron, Draymond, Looney.
Well,
yeah.
No, O'Connor has to know that Dre needs to worry about his chicken first.
Well, maybe
so you're
Dre,
saying they're going to trade?
Maybe Dre will just opt in.
Well, and he'll be okay with that because he's playing with his buddy. I don't see that happening. That's what you call a long shot.
It's definitely a long shot, but as we were talking,
Warrior fans would not want the king. I don't believe.
What are you talking about?
Yeah.
You don't think Warrior? You don't think
888-957-9570? I honestly don't believe they want him. I mean, he would help, but I don't think they want to win that way.
Why not?
He's an arch rival of Steph Curry, and he just eliminated the Warriors.
He's BFFs with Draymond Green. Yeah. The way it says here, I'll tell you, if LeBron goes to Golden State for the final chapter of his career, it could be basketball nirvana. Ooh.
So Curry would have played with Kevin Durant, you know who I am, and the king. He ain't leaving L.A., Steiny.
No team would want to star LeBron's caliber without getting a lot back long term. Eyeing future stars. If LeBron wants out, and I'm reading from Kevin O'Connor's story in The Ringer, if LeBron wants out, the Lakers could retain those future assets and could ask for all of Golden State's young talent, Poole, Kuminga, Moody, and a boatload of picks.
For 2 years left for the king, maybe, Steiny? I wouldn't do it.
9250 chance, Steiny. Stop the hype.
Yeah.
Ordinarily, I'd say you're right. Here's the issue with LeBron James saying, "Yeah, I think I'm going to retire." It's not what LeBron James says. It's why he says something.
Yeah.
So he's up to something. Clearly.
No, he's embarrassed, and now he's hijacked. Why did you get swept? He hijacked. We got swept by saying, I might leave. Brilliant.
No, retire.
Which means leave. That man ain't going nowhere. Steiny, he almost played the whole game.
510 Warrior fan here. I'd welcome LeBron.
All right,
I don't mind LeBron if we get a chip.
Wow.
Nobody would mind LeBron for another year or two.
Yeah.
I mean, somebody like Naheem, would you do it? Believe it or not, I would trade for LeBron James. I'd give up Poole. I'd give up Kuminga. I'd give up Moody.
But draft picks too?
No.
Okay.
Not giving up draft picks.
Okay, there we go. Who you tripping? We taking LeBron. Wow.
It's about winning. That's all that matters.
But he ain't leaving. That's all.
Well,
he loves L.A.
Speculating.
Yeah.
Oh, you know that. You know him? He loves L.A.?
He's a narcissist. I'm just telling you, he's in the right spot. Kyrie's coming. Couldn't believe you but Connor wrote it. We'll monitor it.
He loves L.A.? Last night, LeBron James, I don't play for anything besides winning championships at this point in my career. I don't get a kick out of making the conference finals. I've done it a lot. It's not fun for me. Ooh.
Okay, they made the Western Conference Finals. The Warriors did not.
Right, but they probably could with LeBron.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's out there, and it's interesting.
Yeah.
And
but you know why he's doing it, though, right? To get the focus off of them getting swept.
It's not a bad theory.
Yeah.
It's not a bad theory. By the way,
what you got?
Even if LeBron comes to the Warriors, they ain't beating Denver, are they?
The best tandem in the game?
So many. Do you feel foolish now about your Denver take all year long?
What was it? No, I just said I'm from Missouri.
No, you know what? It's.
I said no. I gotta see it. I saw it.
Of course,
they are.
Every once in a while, you should look at something and say, you know what? I'm not going to hold it against them because they haven't won a title.
I gave Jokic his love, but they are. I thought it was Embiid and Harden, the new Shaq and Kobe, but it's in Denver right now. And the others are balling. Aaron Gordon, hello. I mean, Bruce Brown, hello. KCP, hello. I'm trying to think of somebody. But yeah, that's enough. You get it? Spadoni, he ain't hurt like I thought he'd be.
Why would he be?
They got swept.
They beat the Warriors. Let me tell you something. He would rather.
Hey, I'm laughing with you, Spadoni. Not at you.
This is crazy.
I mean, if the Lakers can't win it, all Spadoni wants is for the Warriors not to win it.
You're speaking.
And you know what? I was talking to somebody about this last night too.
Boy.
Warrior fans, you won 4 titles in the last 9 or 10 years, whatever it is. Hey,
Been to 6 of them.
Stop enjoying the Lakers' demise so much.
Are you seeing that?
Yeah. I mean, I get it. You wanted Denver to win, but
the King fans wanted the Warriors to lose to the Lakers. Yeah.
Yeah, did they?
No, it was out there.
Wando's in San Jose. What's up, Wando? How you doing, man?
Hey, guys. Good morning. Doing good. Thank you. I just wanted to, listening to this conversation about would Warriors fans welcome LeBron, big Warriors fan, big Steph fan, and respect LeBron, obviously. But I remember years ago when he was making the decision to return to Cleveland, I believe it was, talking to some friends and saying how great it would be for him to finally end up in LA and for them not to have the success, just to cause turmoil, to cause, infighting around Laker fans who might want to argue about LeBron and Kobe, and just for the NBA to sort of be set afire. And as a Warriors fan, after seeing this season, knowing we need a change, I do kind of welcome LeBron. I do think that he could help us win, but, I worry about that, the consequences of what could go wrong and how, just like I said, setting the league afire. It would be pretty interesting. So I think I welcome him, though.
Yeah, it'd be weird.
Yeah, Jenny Buss is not letting LeBron James leave, Steiny. There's no way. And I don't think he wants to leave. He's talking about him playing it all. So I'll give him credit for that, not even playing this card to come. He don't want to play with Steph.
That's the player he said he wanted to play with during the shop show last year. Remember? Then we went to Steph. Remember? I said, you were in the room.
Yeah, I got the video on my phone.
Hey, Steph, did you see what your boy said? He said, who's my boy? And I said, LeBron. Said he wants to play with you. And LeBron, and at the time, would Steph say? He said, I'm good right now.
Yeah.
Well, he ain't good anymore.
He got a chip since then.
Crypto Dreams is paying $2 for the following on the YouTube chat line. Stop it, Steiny. You shot down the Giannis thing. It's the same. Yeah. The only reason I'm bringing it up, Crypto, is because it's in the ringer.
Yeah.
Steiny, why are you always chastising Dubs fans? No, it was fun being out last night with a lot of Warrior fans, and they were out. They were glad that the Lakers were on the verge of getting eliminated. Let's just put it that way. I think Warrior fans are like Spadoni. If you can't win it, anybody but the Lakers.
Yeah.
And I get that.
So that's what it is. I'll tell you what, we are one Boston Celtic loss away from a 9 days without NBA basketball.
See, I thought you were going somewhere else with that.
Tell me where.
I thought you were going the Celtics game 4 tonight. We might be 1 day away from a team ready to blow it up, meaning the Boston Celtics.
Because that Jaylen Brown subject came up at the summit.
It sure did. Yeah. It sure did. What was the trade? Jaylen Brown and Malcolm Brogdon.
And there was one more. Might have just been them two.
I think it was. And then the Warriors were giving up 3, which
Poole,
was
Kuminga, or was it Wiggins?
Evan, do you remember? Oh, Evans wasn't even there.
Well, he was listening, though.
Yeah, it was Wiggins, Poole, and Kuminga for Jaylen Brown and Malcolm Brogdon.
Yeah.
That's the Willard trade.
Right. Wiggins, Poole, Kuminga for Jaylen Brown and Brogdon.
I'd do that.
If you're the who?
If I'm the Warriors.
Wiggins, Poole, and Kuminga.
I would do that. Yeah.
Would Boston do that?
Well, if it's as rotten as I feel it is, or there's some stuff going on and Tatum and Brown really don't like each other, or Tatum feels like he can go a fourth quarter with no touches.
Yeah,
we'll see. We'll find out, Stoddy. That adds to it, though.
No, I definitely think, look, game 3 for the Boston Celtics was terrible. So one of two things is going to happen. They're either going to lay down again tonight,
Or
and if they
rally.
lay down tonight, then there's no way they can bring that team back.
I'm totally with you. Missoula might be in trouble.
Uh-oh, you got to read.
Oh, gosh, what we got? What is it, the text line?
George Rodriguez. He pays
$4.99. Guru, you're a Laker fan. Is that correct? No, George. No, the show and the host. My buddy from the Union, Phil Handy, coaches on the Lakers. And if my team is out, which the Warriors are, I'm going to root for my buddy to get another ring. It's not hard.
Yeah.
No Laker fan.
It's his second favorite team. Big deal.
Stop.
What?
Real fans don't have second favorites.
I disagree with that. You're allowed to have a second favorite team because you have a personal tie.
That's
to the
like being
team.
an A's Giant fan or a Met Yankee fan. It does not exist.
I
in my
disagree.
world, it can't exist.
They're not even
You're
in the
a
same
fraud.
leagues. Who? Me?
No, anybody that has
Better
two
be careful.
teams. You got one spouse. That's how your sport teams are supposed to be. Oh, Giants and
You can have
A's.
mistresses.
Not me.
I have a wife.
Yeah, 3 kids.
See, I actually, and boy, we're just the Mets Yankees fans. You're in different leagues. Who cares if you're friends? If you're
But who
fans
has
of
room
both?
for two?
I mean, you watch enough games, you could have 5 favorite teams.
Well, that is true.
I mean, that's all I'm saying. I
Get it off your chest.
I gotta. Nobody liked. Well, I shouldn't say. I thought I had some great takes yesterday.
Yeah, I thought you were great.
They were met with.
But the moderator tried to get on to others, and you hogged the mic a little bit. I ain't mad at you. Like Willard had the gavel trying to
that one time
restore order,
and
you just blew past it.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
No, my one point was, and to an extent, I believe this. We haven't talked about. We haven't talked about maybe the biggest part of the offseason, and that's the draft.
You're blowing my mind.
The Warriors have the 19th pick in the draft, all right?
I have no confidence that they're going to get it right, and whoever they draft, Matt, they're not going to play. You told us that.
They're not going to play.
I'm tired
next
of
year.
the Moody, the Kuminga, the Wiseman. Why would you get up here and say into the mic they got the 19th pick like they could get it right? They couldn't get better picks right, including the number 2 pick. Now
So
you're
what
up
are you
here
saying,
like
they're incompetent
No,
drafting?
I'm just. Whoever they draft's not going to fit in. They're not going to play the 2 to 3 years.
Well, that's important. You better have players in 2 or 3 years.
I'm trying to win next year.
Okay, well then draft
Trade
somebody.
that.
Sadiq Bey, you don't want him?
I like him. I do always like
Tyrese Maxey?
He ain't going nowhere.
No, my point is he was picked 21 and he just completed his 3rd year.
Yeah, okay.
He's pretty damn good.
Yeah. So
He's
the
pretty damn
Kuminga,
good.
well, I'm not calling the Kuminga a miss, but right now, Snotty, come on.
Brandon Clark, the guy from Memphis.
I like him.
Yeah. Pick up a Brandon Clark.
All right.
What about John Collins?
So
A
you
great
selling
pick
tickets
at
for
19.
2025, 26
No,
Warriors?
I'm saying Draymond's either staying or going. Myers is either staying or going. We haven't talked about, well, they have the 19th pick. Maybe they get, look, Draymond Green was the 35th pick. I'm just saying we're glossing over.
Yeah, I'm focused on the pain, but you're right. You got a 19 pick, but I mean, man, Stoney, everywhere I look, Kerr doesn't. The young guys aren't ready to contribute right away.
Well, that's either gonna change or it's not. You know what I mean?
That's a good one. That's the truth.
So I don't know. I'm just Kevin Huerter, a guy like Kevin Huerter. Are they game changers? No. But are they rotation players? Absolutely.
And that's why I get off, and I'm looking forward to watching Miami and Denver supporting players are stepping up, man.
408, you're wrong, Goo. I got 2 favorite NFL teams, the Niners and whoever's playing the Cowboys.
That's a 4. Because I was about to get into him or her, but yeah.
I'm an A's and Diamondbacks fan. Yeah,
How can that happen?
You be a fan of whoever you want to be a fan of, and ain't no rules that Guru wants to lay down.
No,
There's no rules.
It's
There are
gang
no rules.
Sports is gang mentality. You ride with who you're with. You know what I'm saying? You from the haystack. You can't be from Pleasanton. You got to ride with the haystack. You from the Union. You can't be a Diamondbacks and A's fan.
Yeah, see, 908 is agree or 9.
What?
986 agreeing. Steiny, you cannot have a second favorite team.
I'm a Dodger fan.
Can't root for a team if your team's not playing. Oh, you can't. Let me do this over because he's got rules. Or she. Steiny, you cannot have a second favorite team.
Thank you.
But you can root for a team if your team is not playing, but there's no second favorite.
That's what I did with Shaq and Kobe when you were sideline reporter. And it wasn't just me.
And you know
Warrior fans adopted a playoff team.
No.
Steiny, it was
but you're the only.
Our playoffs were the lottery.
I must be honest.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, I'm going to go out.
Shaq and Kobe in my top 5, both.
And we know.
Okay.
Oh, we know.
Go ahead.
See, this is why many have a problem with you.
Go ahead, Steiny.
Because no self-respecting Warrior fan, who's been around, and who's seen the highs, and no self-respecting Warrior fan would ever have the Lakers as their second favorite.
It wasn't the Lakers. It was Shaq and Kobe.
Even worse.
No. One of the best duos, if not the best duos to ever do it. I would take that duo, that tandem over Magic and Kareem.
How about Pippen and Jordan?
Steiny, you know me. They wash each other out too much of the same. So I'm going Kobe, Shaq, because they're like Jokic
How many
and Murray.
titles did those guys win?
They did a three-peat. Yeah.
3, and the Bulls won 6.
No doubt.
Don't do that, Goo.
Yeah. Who played that?
No, that's
It's Warriors on mine.
Huh?
No.
I didn't hear you. I'm sorry.
It's the Warriors on mine. My friend Ronald Tillman, we were in 3rd grade. We would bark by ourselves to the Coliseum. His auntie was security, the Warriors, and we could sit wherever we wanted. Don't tell me about this franchise. The joke was, what's your team in the offs? Because the Warriors weren't in there.
Right.
We were the Kings. So you picked the team.
And you picked the Lakers.
I picked who
I don't think
I
lot
liked
of people,
their game. Shaq and Kobe. Steiny, it ain't just me.
No, it isn't just you, but it's you and about 3 others.
Goo, you are a damn lie. You stated multiple times.
Isn't Goo a front
You're
runner?
rooting for the. Please, I'm objective.
You went 0 for 2 this year. Warriors got thumped, and then your Lakers got thumped.
Do you really expect 100 back?
I don't. Just buy me a drink one time. That's all.
But it makes me wonder why you even brought it out. Because now I got an expenditure that I shouldn't have, but I did.
You don't have 100, do you?
Yeah, payday.
That's Friday.
I got you, baby.
Oh boy, yeah. So keep in mind, watch tonight's Celtics-Miami game, and if you see the Celtics wither,
you think they're done? I feel like if they can win tonight,
I think they're done.
Okay,
but it's just a matter of can they.
Don't get embarrassed.
Yeah, exactly. Can they hang in there?
Yeah.
Can they show some pride? We got Tracy Sandler coming up at noon. She covers the San Francisco 49ers, CEO of Fangirl. She's been covering the 49ers for a while now, and she's going to join us at noon. We're going to get into more basketball, but on the other side, it's OTAs.
Yeah.
And Guru has some ideas on the 49ers quarterback situation, and you're not going to believe this, but Jimmy, I kind of disagree with some of them. 888-957-9570. What are the Niners doing again? We'll talk about it.
See ya.
Mom, Dad, Sis?
Here we go again.
I'm not a leader. There's a surprise.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, Matt Stein, Matt Darrell, the Guru Johnson with you. Just getting started here on a Tuesday. Once again, if you came out to Buon Vino last night, Walnut Creek, thank you so much. Met so many of our listeners. Big crowd out there. Special thanks to Dan and Katie. They were dynamite.
Judy was her birthday. We all sang happy birthday to her.
Judy is their mother.
Yeah.
Because Dan and Katie are brother, sister.
Okay.
And Judy is their mom.
She got emotional about her love for the Warriors.
I thought it was for our station.
Well, that too.
Oh. Okay. Yeah, it was a lot of fun, and it's fun.
Yeah.
Willard ran the show.
He was great. Dibs too. Bonte Shasky, JD, Tim Jordan,
JD a little bit
frisky.
Yeah, it was the JD Uncut saying Klay Thompson. He called Klay Thompson out.
Yeah, I love it.
No doubt about it. If you haven't been paying attention to anything but the Warriors, certainly understandable. Giants creeping toward 500, and the San Francisco 49ers have started OTAs this week. And here's where I'll start.
Go ahead.
You got to be kidding me. You got to be kidding me with this quarterback situation. 7 years into Kyle Shanahan's tenure. Seriously.
We're laughing, but go ahead. I'm with you so much of what you're about to say, but
now
there's two NFC championship games and a Super Bowl.
Though. Yeah.
With
I thought
not
it was
Joe
about
Montana quarterback. Well, but you're the guy that says, "Goo, Andy Reid on line one, let it play out." And everything that I think about coaching and winning, I'm going against with Kyle Shanahan because he took Brock Purdy, the last Mr. Irrelevant, people. He let that guy quarterback his team, and together they made beautiful music and got to the NFC Championship game. So I know Brock Purdy is not Dan Marino. They got thumped because he was not a part of it.
Yeah, they're
come
offensive
on,
and
Steiny, meet me more than halfway with that.
They would not have won that game with Brock Purdy. Their offensive and defensive lines were getting dominated.
Okay, but Steiny, to the point to where it got him hurt, but
they lost 31-7.
But the game was 7-7 after he went out the game. But
come on,
I feel like you're judging Brock on a half of quarterback in that game. We didn't even get a half.
I'm judging Purdy on 8 games.
Oh yeah, well yeah, he won all those.
That's right.
In 2 playoff games.
You think Purdy's going to be better than he was last year?
I think there's something really good. I want to be wrong.
Then they're not going to win it. Then they're not going to win at all.
You can't say that.
They need him to be better. They need a better quarterback.
And they may have one.
Who?
I'm hoping it's Trey Lance, but Sam Darnold with this offense, you're laughing.
I am.
But you would have laughed if I said Mr. Irrelevant is going to take this team and go 8-0 and get him to the Steiny, this is about Kyle. As much as I criticize his in-game management, he can do it. He's Frank Sinatra, his way, with damn near whoever. No, I'm not just – this is real. I've watched that NFC Championship game, which wasn't even a game, 50,000 times, and I said to myself, how the hell can Kyle not take a step back with his offense with Mr. Irrelevant taking over for Jimmy? So now if you're telling me it's Darnold, who I don't want it to be, there's nothing, no shade at Darnold. I'm rooting for Trey Lance. Like, Trey, if Brock Purdy can do it, I'm expecting you should be able to do it. And you got a head start if Brock Purdy's going to miss some weeks. If you can't beat out Sam Darnold, I mean, the organization should want him to beat out Sam Darnold.
They don't have a Super Bowl quarterback on their roster, as far as I'm concerned. And you don't know that. You're right, I don't. You're right, I don't. But I've watched their quarterback now do them in every single year, virtually, of the Kyle Shanahan regime.
I just hate that you...
Sorry.
Him getting hurt in the first quarter, the second, third series, I just feel like you're watching that game as a game that he stayed upright and they lost.
They lost by 4 touchdowns. Like, I'm not, like...
He was knocked out,
okay,
though.
And you know what? And the Warriors won a title a year ago. So, everything's fine. Everything's fine.
It was an ass. So I guess I'm asking you, partner, you can sit here and tell me and the listeners that you've seen Brock Purdy lose a game. I'm not telling you he's perfect. I feel like we haven't.
I feel like Brock Purdy was pretty darn good last year.
Better than that, Stoney. I'm with you. Go ahead.
And I don't think he's going to be as good this upcoming season. First of all, he's starting out with injury. Secondly, I just don't you can't tell me that the more defenses see Brock Purdy,
I'm with you,
that he's going to come down a little.
Right. So I need to let you know this isn't a Brock Purdy conversation about how good he is.
Yeah,
this is the guy that I wanted to kick to the curb because how we treated Lance and called plays. But, Stoney, this is about Kyle Shanahan telling you I can do it with Garoppolo, I can do it with Mr. Irrelevant, and I damn sure can do it if it's Darnold or Trey Lance. That's why I'm confident.
They can be successful. Can they win a Super Bowl? Super Bowl.
Stoney, I want to look at you and say, yeah, why not? Why should we think different? They got to the game before the Super Bowl.
Because I look at the quarterbacks that have gotten there recently, and I don't see, like, I get it. Kyle can make the most out of a quarterback.
Okay. All right.
But you need a better, that's an important position.
No doubt.
So every year they go into the season with an average quarterback.
I hate it, but you're right.
Well, and so to me, every year they're kind of swimming upstream because the most important position in the game, the 49ers have to cajole and finagle and everything else they think is set up.
No doubt. There's so many places I want to go, but again, I'm giving Kyle Shanahan the biggest compliment again, Stoney, with it could be Darnold or Trey Lance, and I still feel like the team goes to the same plateau. That's how great and of an impact Kyle has on this offense. And Kyle's not perfect. You throw the flag early on, maybe you win that game.
This is going to get people upset. Yeah. But the more I think about it, the more I think, okay, they're going to go into next year or this year, exactly like they went into last year. What did they want to do last year? They were talking about trying to do what the Warriors have failed at. We're going to develop Trey Lance and win a Super Bowl.
Because he started week 1 in Chicago.
Work out?
Stoney, hey.
How did that work out?
He got hurt in week 2.
You know what you're trying to do this year? You're trying to develop Brock Purdy and win a Super Bowl. You're going to rely on a guy that's got 8 starts to take you all the way to the Super Bowl.
Okay, but
I don't like that.
He's got 2 playoff victories over a damn good Dallas Cowboy defense and a Seattle team that they were losing to.
Seattle stunk.
Yeah, but they're better. But they were able to. Walker came in with that ground game. They controlled the clock a little bit. That wasn't no easy game, but
not good enough. They're not good enough at the quarterback position.
So I think we're on 2 different islands. Shout out Gilligan. You think this is a Brock Purdy? It sounds to me that you feel like they don't have enough. And I'm saying, what else does he have to prove to you or anybody, Kyle, that he can do it with Jimmy?
How about drafting somebody better than the quarterbacks you've had for 7 years?
Well, okay.
7 years. We've gone into every season, and that position is murky.
Okay, but can you honestly tell me with your chest
later
out, Matthew Steinmetz, that you know what Trey Lance is going to be? Because he could be a superstar.
No, he can't.
Quarterback 2 games.
I shouldn't say no, he can't.
That's okay.
That's hope.
We don't know. We need to find. The organization needs to find out.
Feels like they know.
See,
why did they sign
You're going to be
Sam
right
Darnold?
if Darnold comes out if he starts week 1. If it's Sam Darnold, then this thing's a failure. The Trey Lance thing. But I'm not ready to put him with James Wiseman, Stoney. I'm nervous about him, his throwing mechanics and all that stuff, and the baseball windup. But Stoney, they better have him under center if Brock can't go, just like they did last year. So what's changed? Trey Lance was your starter week 1 at Shy.
Right, he didn't look
and
good.
He got hurt a week later.
He didn't look good.
But that ain't good enough to keep him
So
from
you've
not.
got one quarterback who's played 8 games and one quarterback who's played
still hurt.
4 games.
Oh, nope. Yeah, right.
All right. But we're Super Bowl bound. I'm not saying Purdy stinks. I'm not saying Trey Lance is a bust. I'm just putting 2 major things together. They've got very little experience at the quarterback position. Again, but they want to win a Super Bowl. Those 2 things usually don't go hand in hand. That's all. Okay. That's my biggest concern with this team. The most important position in any sport the 49ers continue to have essentially mediocrity there.
Hey, but this is going to sound crazy, Steiny. It's good mediocrity. How do you get to a Super Bowl in 2 NFC championship games the last year with quote-unquote lesser at the quarterback position?
That's why. See, I look at the Niners now like I look at the Warriors. What happened this year? They won 44 games, okay? They're getting a little bit older. So
missed an important player for 2 months.
Well, the Niners miss an important player all year. Wow. What I'm saying is, what if I said to you, the one thing, they made what? 3 NFC championships?
Yeah.
They've won Super Bowl, but they haven't won any? Yeah, I would say the proof's in the pudding. You can't win this team and Kyle Shanahan can't win a Super Bowl with Purdy, with Garoppolo, with I don't know who else quarterback this team. Trey Lance.
So you're out. I'm just asking for the people in the back.
Quarterback position's not strong enough.
Are you out on Trey, Steiny?
I wouldn't say I'm out on Trey, but I'm not expecting somebody who's no. I'm not out on Trey, but I think it's ludicrous to think that a guy who's played 4 games, very little college, he's like Kuminga. You know, I just don't think Kuminga would play 30 minutes on a championship team, and I don't think Trey Lance is anywhere near being a Super Bowl type quarterback.
But hey, that's how you feel. But don't we know this? They left camp last year with Trey Lance with the keys, regardless
of
what
thought he was the best quarterback. Do you think?
No, I'm 50-50 because I'll never forget you saying Kyle probably went into the OGs and told them if this thing don't get off to a great start, we got plan B. I believe all that. My thing to you is politics involved. And if last year your prized possession that you moved mountains to get, you felt like he should start even if it was kind of sketchy, if Trey Lance is healthy, how the hell does the politics not help Trey get out there and let us find out what he can do? And that could be a fail, but we're going to find out, Matt. We have to.
Maybe they know. You know, practice matters.
Maybe they know.
The
other
thing is, I look at it from a differing point of view, and mine is, so they moved up to get Trey Lance. They risked, it was a big game. It was a gamble. It's Kyle's guy, and he still can't. For whatever reason, he's still not the number 1 right now. In fact, at best, he's the number 2. He's behind Brock Purdy.
Well,
can we say that's a fact?
That's
right.
No, it can't. To me, it can't be a fact because Brock is not going to be available week 1. I'm no doctor. That's what's happening here, Steiny. So now you're telling me that Trey Lance, who got the start last year, can't beat out Darnold, or he's not got it. Well, I'll go boxing. I saw a horrible score decision this last week with Haney fights. Steiny, shout out Oakland. But you're telling me he can't beat Darnold, and if he can't. Trey Lance?
No, he can't.
Then I'll tell you, you are right. They must know already. He's starting week 1.
Who?
And Trey Lance. And this is because 90% of it is
if I said that,
Darnold,
you'd be like,
Purdy won't be available.
Right, but if I said that, you would say, how do you know he's going to start?
Because he started Now you're telling me last year didn't mean nothing. He only won a game and a half and he was gone last year. So he didn't mess up that bad or show us that he couldn't do it. Yeah, you're right, in the monsoon, and then he got hurt against Seattle. Yeah. You're saying that's enough for them to say, we won't let him go out again? And
I don't know. I don't know. Who's going to start week 1 for the Niners?
It has to be Lance.
I don't know. And that's to me the biggest issue. Basic Kev. Steiny sound like a Niner hater. I'm not being a Niner hater.
You're speaking real on the quarterback position.
I'm looking at their quarterback position, and I'm thinking it's going to bite them again. That's all I'm saying. It's going to bite them again. I'm not saying they're not going to win 10, 11 games, but
I got to be careful here.
You got to be better at that position.
I got to be careful.
And Kyle Shanahan can camouflage as much as anybody.
He's done it.
Well, he has done it, but he hasn't done it if the ultimate prize is to win the Super Bowl.
Okay, and you set out to block your backup tight ends no longer on the team that allowed them to get hit. My point is, Steiny, they were robbed of Brock. We were robbed of seeing Brock Purdy against the Eagles. They got their ass kicked. You're right. But come on, the guy got hurt in the second series. And they might have lost 35-8, but we still haven't seen Brock Purdy on that stage. And if he's healthy, I think he can get him back. But this is where I was going. If you're a quarterback in the world, forget where you got drafted and how good you are. If you could pick where you could go and hook up with the coach and the offense, tell me right now that the San Francisco 49ers with Kyle
for this?
and what they have available is not prime destination.
Ready for this?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure it is.
How can you say it?
Because I think there's now a reason that the 49ers don't have their guy.
I'm all ears.
It's Don Nelson syndrome. Don Nelson, when his whole career, we need a big man. Don Nelson's never gotten his big man.
He did have one.
Yeah, at the very end. Never got his big man. Never got his big man. You know what? I don't think Nelson really ever wanted a big man. You know why? Because that wasn't quite his style.
So you think Kyle likes having lesser at quarterback?
Yes.
I want to rip my mind.
I don't think Kyle wants the pressure of having a star quarterback.
But you got to be careful, though, because the man of nuance, if you're saying that, then you're saying he drafted Trey because he didn't.
No, I think.
You know what I mean? I think he drafted Trey to be Peyton Manning, Steiny.
That's different. I'm talking about bringing a guy in. Yeah, if you draft Trey Lance and he turns into a star, that's fine. That's not what I'm talking about, because Trey Lance comes in here with no experience and Kyle gets to develop him into a great quarterback if that's what he's going to be. I'm talking about Kyle. Can we say he clearly has no interest in acquiring a quarterback that might be an immediate upgrade over what they have?
Wow.
Like, do you think there's anything to? Yeah, I bet you Kyle doesn't want to coach Tom Brady, and I'll bet you Tom Brady doesn't really want to play for Kyle Shanahan. That's what I mean. When people say, what a situation, what a situation. Yeah,
it's about control and ego,
for a certain kind of quarterback. Yeah.
What if Sam Darnold was that guy?
Which guy?
Sam Darnold.
The one that you speak of.
Oh, yes. You know why?
But his resume is not that.
He'd be a reclamation project, and Kyle would get all the credit for Sam Darnold. The stakes are so low for Sam Darnold that it's right in Shanahan's wheelhouse. What are you smiling at?
I'm mad at you, but
actually, the more the better, so I can help educate.
But you're saying a lot about his character, then, Steiny. If you're right, that he want in his mind, he's kind of the quarterback. Because if he gets an Aaron Rodgers or a Brady, that would be like, hey, step back, Bucko. I got this. Well, I'll tell you what. I'm giving Trey Lance the benefit of the doubt, and I'm giving Kyle the benefit of the doubt because I believe he thinks Trey Lance or thought Trey could be the man. I am so excited about September rolling around because I'm done betting, but I really believe the politics in this will allow Trey this will be his second week 1 start. Because if Darnold somehow beats him, Kyle, please just call the presser or tell everybody that's listening. We'll ask Tracy when we get around here today, Sandler. Gosh, they blew that pick.
Ask me if I think Kyle Shanahan's a good coach.
Snotty, do you think Kyle Shanahan's a good coach?
I think he's a really good coach.
I think he's a great one.
He might be. He might be. But as great of a coach, see, I look at it again, and as great of a coach as he is, he hasn't been able to win a Super Bowl, to me, because what's held the 49ers back the most?
You ain't going to like this in-game coaching.
That's even
the Super Bowl, the timeout that before halftime, Lynch is up there, the Hall of Famers calling timeout to his coach, and there was no timeout. You had a 10-point lead against the Rams. All kind of you didn't run against the Chiefs when you had the lead, and Honey Badger was saying he wanted to send a gift basket. You didn't throw that flag against Sirianni in Philly, and I know people could say it was quick in one play, but you would have took a touchdown off the board.
How can you say
those are
in one sentence that Kyle Shanahan is a great coach, and the sentence afterward, I said, what's the biggest thing holding back the Niners? And you said Kyle Shanahan. That doesn't make any sense.
No, it's nuanced. I told you, and anybody that would listen, Evan could back me up. I said, Steiny, his in-game management needs to improve. But still, with that, I can't be blinded about what he did with Brock Purdy.
Get a better
and to be honest,
quarterback.
what he did with Jimmy Garoppolo. Because Garoppolo could be sitting up here on a mic and be like, hey, guys, I got you a 10-point lead twice. Don't blame me for not getting it done.
I just wanted to be clear on that because that doesn't make any sense. To me.
No,
That's
it's
the
something.
number one. So the quarterback position has not been the biggest thing that's held the 49ers back. It's been Kyle Shanahan's coaching in a way.
I would check that box over having less at the quarterback position because you got to the ultimate game 3 times. Super Bowl and 2 NFC championship games.
Antonio in Oakland. What's going on, Antonio? How you doing, man?
Oh, good. Yeah, I believe in the Niners, man. Like we got about 5 or 6 top 2 players at their position. And you got to give Shanahan credit. He did take over an expansion roster and got them to a Super Bowl in his 3rd year. That's pretty impressive. And all these NFC championship games. And I know he has to win a Super Bowl, though. You know, kind of like, you know, the Denver Nuggets. All these years they've been getting close. And look, they're going to the finals. They might win it. You never know. And as far as Shanahan not wanting his own quarterback, I don't think he's picking guys like the wrong pick on purpose. That's like, Steve Kerr didn't really want a center, so he just drafted Wiseman because he wanted a bust center. Like, no, man. Like, I mean, these guys, he wants a great quarterback. I think Lance is going to be the guy on opening day. That's just my opinion. He's getting better. He's getting his mechanics right and all that. It's like a player working on his jump shot. But that's Lance. So I believe in him.
No, and Antonio, I'm not saying Kyle Shanahan saying, please don't, whatever you do, don't get me a good quarterback.
Yeah.
I'm saying I think there's quarterbacks that Shanahan kind of does want no part of, and that would have been a Brady.
A-Rod.
Rodgers.
Yeah.
I don't think he wants any part of Rodgers.
I agree. I totally agree with that.
Now, Sam Darnold, can he make a can he turn? You know what?
That's a project
that's the other
for
thing.
him.
That's the other thing. If Darnold, let's say Darnold ends up quarterbacking, 49ers go 11-6. They
20 touchdowns, 6 interceptions.
Well, that I don't
for
know
Darnold.
What I'm getting at is, if Sam Darnold takes them just as far as they got last year and they don't get it done, are we going to say, wow, this guy with quarterbacks is just unbelievable, Kyle Shanahan? Yeah, he can get the most out of a quarterback, but I think they need more talent at the position than they have. And I also want to make it clear, I'm not saying Brock Purdy can't get it done, but fine, call me a hater because I don't think that the 49ers are going to be a Super Bowl team with their top 2 quarterbacks having 12 combined regular season starts between them. That's all I'm saying. Yeah. It's got nothing to do with the rest of the team. We can go into Kyle Shanahan if you want and kind of what he wants and what he might not want. And I get it. Maybe this is going to be the whole argument that, has Kyle's done it before. Well, has he?
Yeah, Brock had no starts. 0.
Right.
And how did that work out? He became a star almost.
He became a functional quarterback for the 49ers. Yeah. And remember, we had this conversation last year. Some people think, Purdy's just a little bit elevated from Jimmy Garoppolo. Not really that much better. And other people thought he was a lot better. But
numbers were kind of the same.
Exactly. 888-957-9570 is the number. The Golden State Warriors, they're still in the middle of their important offseason. They're not going anywhere, but the San Francisco 49ers have started OTAs. And here we are again.
I love you.
Here we are again. Who starts? Who comes off the bench? Who's number 2? Who's 1? Who's 3? Well, we got all summer to figure it out. Hey, it's prime whale watching season at Bodega Head, a great time to plan a special getaway to the iconic inn at the Tides. Enjoy delicious meals at Tides Wharf, stunning views, and free breakfasts. Book your escape today, inatthetides.com. 888-957-9570. Let's talk about the Niners. On the other side, we also have Tracy Sandler who covers them at noon.
called the Garoppolo segment.
The days I think you complete me. Today's not one of them.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Matt Steinmetz now, the Guru Johnson with you, an hour in.
Dirty.
We're talking about the San Francisco 49ers who started OTAs yesterday. Kyle Shanahan going to talk to the media today at 2. So we'll have some fodder for tomorrow. Golden State Warriors always on the radar. But we had a great night last night at Buon Vino. And our summit was incredible. It was just so much fun. Man. Big crowd.
Still on a high, Steiny. You don't know, but I am.
I try not to get too high or too low, but even that one got me a little bit wound up.
Now, there were 6 other hosts. We had the crowd. Was there anything that jumped out at you, Warrior-wise, like real briefly here, that you hadn't heard or you hadn't thought about? Because when you played that sound, you have the sound.
I think Evan, that sound with Draymond.
Yeah, that was the one for me.
But usually when I hear things that I've never heard before, like a new perspective, it comes from me. So I didn't really hear a lot new out there. No, I was a little surprised by, the Draymond Green stuff.
So Jordan Poole and Draymond, Steiny, there's no world they're on the same team.
Well, take a listen. Evan's got it queued up.
By the way, for all of y'all out there that was like, oh, man, the Lakers lost and Draymond won't do a podcast. Like, I play for the Golden State Warriors. Some of you people are so pathetic in, like, the beliefs you allow yourself to believe. And I can absolutely understand why life don't be so great, because the beliefs that you allow.
Wow, look! I didn't hear that one.
No, I didn't hear that.
Wow,
that was interesting. I meant
he said pathetic.
I meant the Willard one.
Yeah.
We can switch back and forth. Let's. You know what? Let's table that for a minute, because we're on to this 49er thing, and I just want to be. I want to tell you why I think what I think, because it's very seldom personal. So I'm looking at 60 years in the NFL. All right. So many Super Bowls there.
That's big.
Essentially.
All right.
And I'm looking at the Super Bowl winning quarterbacks. All right. And all I see are Hall of Famers. Now, have there been some non-Hall of Famers to win us? Yeah, of course. We all know who they are. Trent Dilfer, Brad Johnson. You want to say Flacco? Okay, I'll give you Flacco, Foles, Nick Foles. That's about it.
Jeff Hostetler.
Otherwise, I'm seeing Bart Starr, Len Dawson, Johnny Unitas, Bob Greasy, Bradshaw, Stabler, Plunkett, Montana, Steve Young, Elway. So,
interesting.
All I'm saying is, yes, you can win a Super Bowl without a really good quarterback, but the odds say it's not happening. That, like, the odds tell me that you need to be, that your best chance to win a Super Bowl is with a damn good quarterback. And at this point, they don't have a damn good quarterback on their roster. They might. They might have 2.
Yeah.
They might have 2. But they're going to have to prove it. As of right now, they're not. So, sure, you're going to play Purdy, or you're going to play Lance, maybe even play Darnold, and they all might be able to win, and maybe Purdy will turn out to be great. I don't think. Here's the other. The logic tells me that a guy who lasted till the 7th round, but came onto the scene and was very playable, solid, didn't make mistakes. Logic tells me I don't think he's going to take a big jump up. Now, Trey Lance, I don't know what to make of Trey Lance. I don't like the way he started. And so we're going into the season, another season where the 49ers are saying that they're loaded. And they are. But for the quarterback position, that's it. That's it?
Yeah, I'm not.
So
I ain't mad at you.
I'm going to go with, I'm going with the NFL history. That's what I go with, NFL history, which tells me most of the time the teams that win the Super Bowl have damn good quarterbacks.
I love that. I love how you set it up. and I'm sitting here. I don't want to disagree with you, but I'm gonna tell you made some valid points. But I'm also gonna tell you this: we've been together 5 years, and Steiny, I can remember our top 3 fights: Lonzo Ball v. Ben Simmons. It was nasty, you and I, and then also the coach Andy Reid, and this was before he had cashed in the championship trophy. So I'm asking you, if on one hand you could say and recognize the brilliance that is Kyle Shanahan on the offensive side of the ball to dial up plays, not in game management, how much are you going to take away or hold him accountable for what he deems is the right way and not recognizing I need a top-tier quarterback? Because before you answer, I love the fact that he took a crack at it with the Lance pick.
All right.
Lance still being, it might not for some people look good, but he's still a relatively unknown.
Right.
So to me, that's a man that in retrospect is looking at himself in the mirror, Kyle, and saying, that guy, Trey Lance, is what I've been missing.
Right.
So the Steinies of the world, they're not going to be able too much longer to say that I had lesser at the quarterback position. So that's why I'm excited to see Lance, and I think he's ahead of Darnold in any and every scenario going into this offseason, the OTAs. And I'm not being a hater because I love Purdy. I just don't think he'll be available for the first 5 to 6 weeks.
All right, let's say he's available week 5. Then what you do?
Now, that's a great question. But if Brock Purdy, if Trey Lance is balling,
then
I roll with it like I rolled with Brock last year.
Okay, and then here's the only other thing I'm going to like. This whole discussion scares me because what happens when Purdy gets healthy? Well, we'll see. What do you mean we'll see? Is he the
could that
number
be
one,
a good problem?
Is he the number
Snotty?
one quarterback? Or no? Well, could it be? I don't know. When's the first time you'll say, Bill Parcells says if you have 2 quarterbacks, you don't have any? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, here's my thing. If Purdy's not ready till week 5, okay, what happens? Well, Steiny, how are they? Are they 4-0? Are they 0-4? Are they 2-2? Are they 3? Okay, they're 3-1. They're 3-1.
Right.
Okay, well, you know what? Purdy's probably not jumping right back in there. So Purdy is not your number one.
Gotcha.
Well, everything I've heard from John Lynch is Purdy's our number one.
Wow.
He's a little banged up now, but he's our number one. So
that's a big deal, though. He's banged up. I'm with you.
Right. So there's a chance that their best quarterback goes into the year hurt. Oh, for the first 5 games.
Then you really must be. I'm giving you your sneakers here. Some new ones, Donnie. This would be one of your biggest victory laps.
Why?
Because if you're right and they know that Trey's not it and the world kind of doesn't or hasn't seen it, like 6 to 7 starts from Trey Lance, then they really got it wrong. But I don't think your scenario is going to play out because I believe behind closed doors they want Trey to be the starter.
All right. I think 2 things can be equally true.
Barbieri.
Maybe Trey Lance does become a star. I don't think it's going to be this year.
No, you could be totally right.
Well, that's all. I'm just looking at this year.
But could they win 8 games? Could they win 10? Like Brock Purdy, he managed, and he was damn good.
Would that be okay for Niner fans? I think
I can't answer that.
I think
Niner fans are ready to break. They're ready to, like, going to the NFC Championship game. That's getting old. I believe for Niner fans, it's like going to
win a Super Bowl.
No doubt.
Right. So Trey Lance comes in here in year 1 and wins 8 or 10 games. Let's say he got 10-7. They lose the first playoff game he plays. I mean, the windows don't stay open very long in the NFL.
And we're watching one right now with the Niners. And for whatever reason, Stoddy, on this Tuesday, I feel like it's open with any quarterback you mentioned of the 3.
Last year, when they said they were going with Trey Lance, I said,
that's the wrong decision.
No. I'm not saying it's a wrong decision. I'm just saying, don't tell me that you can develop a quarterback with no experience.
Yeah.
None. Didn't play at a major conference. He's James Wiseman
but they tried
and Jonathan Kuminga.
They tried it. Game and a half.
Mm-hmm. Right. They did, and he got hurt. So you know what? Now, as far as I'm concerned, we have the same quarterback coming back with no experience. Sure, he's a year older, but he's got no experience. I do not think a quarterback with no experience. I'm not betting on a quarterback with 4 games of experience for his team to win the Super Bowl. I'm not betting on a team whose other quarterback has 8 total games of experience to win the Super Bowl. I'm going to go in a different direction.
Yeah.
I'm going to go with Hurts in the NFC, and I'm going to go with a host of other quarterbacks in the AFC.
I get how you end up on that, but I've seen so much to where I'm just like, man, the guy, and I told you, and it's funny you brought it up, behind closed doors, is there some mechanism of Kyle Shanahan's personality to where he likes getting more with lesser because he gets some of the credit? But if I'm wrong and that's not the case, I just can't tell you, Steiny. Jimmy Garoppolo, now he missed a pass in the Super Bowl to Emmanuel Sanders. I watched that game a million times. That wasn't why they lost the Super Bowl. And last year, when it comes to Brock Purdy, because I'm going at it with one of our guys on YouTube, Funky Freestyler telling me I got it wrong about Brock Purdy. Steiny, I don't think he has the strongest arm, but his IQ level is above average, and that allowed him to get rid of the ball, scramble, do all the skittle-scattle we talked about, and look downfield, things Jimmy Garoppolo wasn't, I don't think, particularly good at, and that's why Brock Purdy went undefeated. But if he's off, he's not even an option till week 8. I'm just keep pushing it out there. Good Lord, Steiny, I just hope Darnold can't beat Trey Lance, because then you will be right, and so will the naysayers. Trey wasn't a guy. He was a bust.
I'm not saying he's a bust, so I wouldn't be right if he is a bust. I am not saying I think Trey Lance is a bust. I'm saying I don't think any quarterback who comes into the league with 4 pro games under his belt is likely to take a team to the Super Bowl. That this particular year, right here, right now. I'm not saying Trey Lance is going to be a bust. I don't have a lot of confidence in Trey Lance guiding a team to the Super Bowl this early in his career. Ditto for Brock Purdy.
But I feel like we're going, Niner fans, put your seatbelts on, because that's where it's going. That's where it's headed, Steiny.
Drew don't care. What are we missing? What are we missing here, Drew don't care? What are we missing?
That's who it was. I said Funky Freestyler. That's the one about Purdy. I
don't. I mean, if people think the 49ers can win the Super Bowl, they might. They could.
But what they're saying and what you don't agree with is they can win the Super Bowl with any of the 3 quarterbacks.
I don't think so. I just don't. That's all.
Yeah, that Brock Purdy one shocked me, man.
Tell me what we're missing, Drew don't care. Bob's in San Francisco. What's up, Bob? How you doing?
Hey, guys. First off, I want to say that Summit was really fun to listen to.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you, man.
Appreciate it.
And then, sorry I wasn't there. It would have been a blast. Okay, so I think using the logic that Guru uses, saying that Shanahan can get a quarterback to play in his system, and then maybe even get to the Super Bowl. Well, okay, using that logic, we didn't need to draft Trey Lance. We should have spent those picks. How many number ones on defense and linemen and defensive backs? That would have solidified the team even more, right? Using that logic.
Okay.
Then I think on the other side, on Steiny's side, I think that Purdy actually passed the eye test. He has those intangibles.
I agree.
He does the little things. I think we do have our quarterback.
Okay.
Right there. And it's great to have Trey Lance as a backup, no doubt, because he has athleticism. He's still raw, and he can be taught how to play quarterback in the NFL. So I think the upside is really good. But I still feel we probably shouldn't have used that pick, all those picks, just for him. We should have actually increased the roster and solidified our team more that way. So anyway, that's my opinion.
Real good stuff. Real good stuff. And I'm going to, Bob, I agree with you. Purdy in 8 games passed the eye test. There's no doubt in 8 games he passed the eye test. However,
and the 2 playoff.
When I look at Purdy, and this is where I still think where he was drafted matters. That means a lot of people looked at Brock Purdy and thought, he's okay, but he's not great. So I don't know. Like, the thing that scares me, because he was a 7th-round pick, not that he can't overcome all the odds and all that stuff. Of course he can. But I wonder how much more of an upside he has.
I get it. And we haven't seen defensive coordinators make an adjustment to him. And as much as I watched that Dallas Niner game, to watch him against an elite defense, they kind of kept him in check. But I wasn't blaming Brock Purdy. But it was some things I believe Dan Quinn and company were able to kind of, okay, we'll make him roll this way. We'll do this. He likes to do this or that. So we'll see if he could continue. And when he's healthy, and this is what I hate for the young man, Steiny.
Which one?
Wasn't Purdy. It wasn't just about you were rolling. But now it's about, can your elbow even be what it was? And can you be what you were? So he's got that to where Trey Lance, by all account, and Sam Darnold are in pretty good health.
Who's the best quarterback on the roster?
Sam Darnold. I can say that. Now, you didn't say who's had much more success. Sam Darnold was the dog coming out of USC. It hasn't panned out, but you are a product of your environment. So I know he was saying he saw ghosts, but you were in football heaven. You were in quarterback heaven now. So I think Kyle Shanahan, if he can do that with Jimmy Garoppolo, do what, Goo? Win. Have Brock Mr. Irrelevant in the NFC Championship game. Sam Darnold's a walk in the park. Because Sam, on a good day, with good stuff around him, has some talent. Like, I can never take that from Sam Darnold, Steiny.
What, that he's got talent?
Yeah. Now, I can tell Guru, look at his stats. No, you got that all day. And I'm wondering, just what you said, are those the type of guys that Kyle's attracted to so he can get some of the Nelly stuff? I'm going Equifax, but get some of the credit.
Scott's in Marin. What's up, Scott? How you doing?
Hey, man. I got to say, Matt, your view of Brock Purdy tells me all I need to know about your knowledge of how the QB position is played. Because there's absolutely no way you could have watched him play that many games and see the complete how much better and heads above he is than Jimmy Garoppolo. He attempts throws Jimmy never would attempt. He processes way quicker. He has a pocket presence where he can move around in the pocket. He's got quickness. I mean, you just go. I suggest you go and check out online. Let
me ask you this:
what some experts that know what they're talking about.
Well, you know what's funny? You know what's funny is experts watched him play 4 years in college, and all those experts didn't draft him in 6 rounds.
So I never saw him play either until I saw him in the preseason in San Francisco. And as soon as I saw him, I knew immediately that this guy had something.
Well, what happened? Why didn't the scouts see that when he played 60 games in college?
Go back and look at the way he played last year.
That's
who
fine.
cares what he did in college?
My point is,
you don't know what you're looking at. You don't know what you're looking at, though. It isn't a matter of what defenses are going to be able to do to him next year or whatever. He can play.
So it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that 32 teams waited till the 7th round to pick Brock Purdy.
Well, how many rounds did they wait?
Okay, well, you know what? Say this, Scott. Scott, just give me this. If you're going to say, Steiny, you don't know what you're talking about, please say, hey, Steiny, you know what, though? 31 other teams don't know what they're talking about either.
No, you're wrong. Because I'm making my assessments after what I've seen in a professional football uniform on the field.
That's great.
Because I never saw him play. I never watched him play at Iowa State. So, I mean, I may have seen him fleetingly, but you can see the way he processes it. He plays the position better than anybody since Steve Young. There's no doubt in my mind that he will be the QB going forward if he's healthy. There's no way he's not going to be the starting quarterback for the foreseeable future, and Kyle has his guy, period.
All right. I'm not putting as much stock in 8 games as you. And, like, I usually don't think about, okay, yeah, he's a 7th round. But that's what I'm saying. Like, I get that what was his name? Shoot. The gentleman. Scott said, well, I didn't see him at Iowa State. Well, every NFL team saw him at Iowa State. Like, a lot.
You just think he's going to max out?
I don't know how good Purdy and or Lance are. I don't like the idea of Super Bowl expectations with 2 quarterbacks who don't have much experience at all. And yes, I think that Purdy was terrific. He was fine. He did everything he could ask in those 8 regular season games and in the postseason. But I do need to see more.
Yeah, I don't disagree.
That's all. I mean,
I guess you guys were talking about 2 different things.
The league is littered with quarterbacks who start out pretty well and then they come down to earth a little bit.
No doubt. It will humble you. And that's why I just think this is horrible timing. The injury itself, I keep going here. I'm no Dr. Steiny with the elbow. I just feel this is a big deal. And I can't wait to have our girl on, Tracy, because you are right. At different junctures, John Lynch did say he's our quarterback.
Right.
But what if he can't go to week 9?
What do you mean?
One of these dudes.
Start
what are you going to be 4-5 when he comes back? I don't know. And I mean what I'm about to tell you. Yep. If I know Trey Lance or I'm in his life, dude, this is it for you right here. You may never get, because it looked like you were done. Right. If Brock not got hurt and they lose or win, this thing's a wrap. Now, Trey Lance, if I can shake you, son, you need to play your best football, because if you don't light it on fire, Darnold may be taking over before Brock gets back, but you got an opportunity of a lifetime. You got a 9th life with this injury.
Last thing I want to be clear on. This, it has nothing to do with Purdy even. It has nothing to do it has to do with history. Yep. Thank you, Goo.
No.
And you know what?
I get it.
Here's the other thing. You know what? Brock Purdy may, comes in, healthy.
Yeah.
Week 1. He starts. 49ers go 13-4, and it's like he looks exactly like he looked last year.
Oh, watch out.
Everything's clicking, and they go into the playoffs, and they win it all. Okay. You know what that means? I was wrong. Okay, I was wrong. But you know what it also means? I need to see a quarterback that he may be the most inexperienced quarterback to ever win a Super Bowl. If that's what comes down.
Right.
What quarterback has ever won a Super Bowl after just
he would have it.
So that's the way I look at things.
I manage you.
That's all. 888-957-9570 if you want to jump into the conversation. At 12 o'clock, we're going to have Tracy Sandler, CEO and founder of Fangirl Sports. She's at the 49ers OTAs right now in Santa Clara. We'll get some clarity on the 49er quarterback situation, and looking forward to that. That segment was brought to you by the Department of Healthcare Services.
Kittle like a Niner.
Bang, bang, Niner gang.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty. Steiny Guru with you. Coming up in a half hour, Tracy Sandler, CEO and founder of Fangirl Sports.
Let's go.
She's out at OTAs right now in Santa Clara. Let me come at this from a little different angle.
Look at
a little different angle for you. We've narrowed this down to winning the Super Bowl. That's the only thing I've been talking about. One of these two quarterbacks leading the 49ers to a Super Bowl victory right now this year. I think it's very possible that Brock Purdy, just for the sake of argument, let's say he's back week 1 and the Niners go 12-5.
Yep.
All right, now the second or third seed, and Purdy wins 2 more games and then losing the NFC Championship game. Like, to me, that would be great. It would be great.
But would you have your answer?
Well, you'd have more of an answer, Goo. You'd have a much, much more of an answer. See, I just think it's kind of unfair to put the Super Bowl burden on quarterbacks this young. Now, I'd much just rather go into this Super Bowl or bust thing is to me is what ruins it all. Brock Purdy has played 8 games. Trey's played 4. I get that they're outside.
Trent Williams has played way more. Nobody's got time for that, though,
Okay,
Steiny.
well, then you shouldn't have a young quarterback.
Yeah. Okay.
That's your fault then.
But how did that work out for him last year?
What do you mean?
I know you. I feel like you hate when I bring it up, but we didn't see Brock not get it done. He might have been on his way to going to the Super Bowl against Kansas City.
All right.
So let's just say he's healthy. They wouldn't be foolish. Wouldn't you say, you know what, I'm going to take a step back. I'm skeptical, but this dude won 2 playoff games, got to a game that he really couldn't compete in because he was out. So they run it back. Wouldn't you then
With
feel
who,
better?
Lance or Purdy?
Purdy. Wouldn't you feel better about, okay, I'm assuming health. They might get back to the NFC Championship game and can win it and go to the Super Bowl. And then we come back here. Right.
Then I'm wrong. And we have a Super Bowl winning quarterback.
And they got their franchise quarterback.
Yeah, no doubt. But what we also have, Goo, is a quarterback who came into a season with just 8 starts. Came into the season with 8 starts and won a Super Bowl.
Right.
I'm just saying, this has nothing to do with Purdy. This is where I say, that's asking a lot.
Yeah.
That's asking a lot when you look at football history. I'm not saying it hasn't been done.
Well, it damn near got done for them. I could make a case that the championship game was the Super Bowl with what you talk about because Brock Purdy had 0 starts. So at least you got to feel better that in the 8 he looked dynamite in the 2 playoff games.
Yeah.
I just find myself like the Andy Reid lesson that I learned. Steiny, Niner fans may not want to hear this. Although you were right and you could take your victory lap, Andy Reid didn't get his Super Bowl in Philly where he had 4 cracks at it. And quietly, Kyle Shanahan is 0-3. The Super Bowl, we're getting there. So
Andy Reid won when he got Pat Mahomes.
But he had to go to a whole nother team
when he
too.
got Pat Mahomes.
But Donovan McNabb
he was really good.
Yeah, but you get what I'm saying. Like he ain't gonna be here forever on year 8, and we're gonna be like, "Hey, Kyle, this is cute. You ain't won yet."
Well, it's year 7. It's already year 7, Goo, when they don't have a quarterback.
I hear you played in the Super. Well, you may have one because you just drafted one with Trey Lance.
Maybe.
So when you look at me and I say I'm going CNN. Forget everything. Forget talent.
Mm-hmm.
What we invested in all 3 of the guys we have on our roster, the politics, follow the money should be, Trey, can you go? You're our starter because we look better if you are.
Who's the best quarterback? Start the best quarterback on week 1. If Purdy's hurt and it's Lance, start Lance.
Do we know it can't be Lance? That's where I think that.
Well, I think
if they want it to be Lance.
Yes.
They proved that last year. Then he gets hurt.
Right.
So Brock might not even be available. Most likely he's not. So why wouldn't Trey get right back? Here you go, Trey. Let's go.
Because maybe Sam Darnold's better. God forbid. But
I just told you I think he is right now.
Let's go to the consultant in Walnut Creek. What's up, consultant? How you doing, man?
Good, man. Hey, let me start off by saying great job yesterday. It was great seeing you guys.
Oh, thank you, man.
And seeing you guys in person. So nice work. Hey, look, Steiny, no one can come at you today and say you're wrong. I mean, you're just spitting facts, right? You're basically saying something like, hey, the earth is round. And what I mean by that is you're saying, hey, history shows that if you want to win a Super Bowl, you got to have a great quarterback. So I'm with you there. I guess as a Niner fan, what I'd say is if there was ever going to be a team to break that mold, right, to beat the odds, the 49ers in this next season are built to do it. With that all-star defense, on the offense, all-stars at every single level, from offensive line, running back, fullback, on, tight end, even wide receivers. They got everything to beat the odds. And as far as the draft goes, right, whether it be Purdy or Lance, look, man, at the end of the day, and again, this is one of those things that's hard to argue, at the end of the day, the odds are you're going to be a bust. If you come out of the NFL draft, the odds are you're going to be a bust because hardly anyone really makes it. So all these guys are doing is taking a flyer. And the Niners have picked up a ton of talent in the later rounds, and it just might happen. Again, it's all about beating the odds when you're talking about sports, especially when you're talking about professional sports, especially when you're talking about the NFL. And I think the Niners are set up to beat the odds next year with everything they got, including Purdy and Lance.
Thank you, consultant.
Yeah. Consultant basically saying whichever one is sufficient.
Right, and I
get it.
I agree with everything he says, even the one where he's like, of all the teams, this one's set up to maybe win with a let's just C plus B minus quarterback. I would say, yeah, it's hard to argue with that, but I still got to see it. I got to see either Brock Purdy or Trey Lance, be healthy for a season and. Like that's, I don't know, and consultant, like that's the other thing that the thing that's the incongruity that's kind of killing the Niners too is it feels like many of the 49er fans are assuming we got a window of 1 or 2 years. That's it.
And I feel like
do you feel like that?
No doubt.
Why though?
Because how many times you can't go every year, right?
Right.
Okay. You got
who goes every year? What kind of teams?
The Spurs, the Warriors, the Patriots, the Green Bay Packers.
Teams with really good quarterbacks.
Okay, I got you. And I give you that point, but I'll tell you this. For the Brock Purdy fans, if I'm listening to you and I today, I would be happy in the sense Steinmetz is not dissing Brock Purdy in his 8 games. You're looking at the totality of the history of the league.
That's all I'm doing.
Right. But to that is, I kind of hate he got hurt because he might have been the first answer to your question.
He might have thrown 4 interceptions.
Or 4 touchdowns.
Yeah. That's what you just said.
No, I said 4 interceptions.
No, I said 4 interceptions.
Yeah, and I meant 4 touchdowns.
Yeah.
And they win.
Right, but you said you're right.
Yeah. He might have pulled it off, is what I was saying.
Because you said he might have thrown 4 touchdowns, and I said he might have thrown 4 interceptions, and then you said, but he might have thrown. So you got 2 more. You got 1 more 4 touchdowns in than I got 4 interceptions.
And I didn't hear the first one. I got
what I'm saying is you're right. Like he may have flourished and they win. I'm not going to say you're crazy for thinking that. I watched the game against the Eagles. I thought it was going to be a hard game.
Man.
I think they might have gotten beat anyway. But
I believe that.
Doesn't matter. We didn't find out if Brock Purdy could actually take them all the way last year. Yeah, you're right. That does stink. Do you think the way I look at it, assuming Brock Purdy's the number 1 quarterback, I'm looking at Brock Purdy. Like, I'm sorry, I can't be looking at Brock Purdy through a prism of he got to win a Super Bowl with his team. I just don't like that. I don't like that for where Brock Purdy is at his career right now. I don't like it. I know they could theoretically pull it off.
I want winners.
I think, yes, Kyle Shanahan has shown a history of being able to get a certain amount of far with a certain kind of quarterback. He deserves praise for that. But these guys are inexperienced.
I really understand you today.
Garoppolo
is not the reason you didn't win.
But Garoppolo, maybe it didn't matter, but he had experience. I mean, he had some starts under his belt, didn't he?
Oh, right. Okay.
That's the only my biggest problem. Not my problem. My biggest concern for the Niners is you have a Super Bowl ready team, but you have inexperience at the quarterback position. He played 8 good games. Yes, he did. They won a couple playoff games. Yes, he did. I think I need to see a little more than that in the NFL.
All right, and I'm going to say this to you. And Evan, you Spadona, you guys let me know what you think. To me, I believe the coach can manipulate one position in the NFL more so than any other position on the gridiron, and that's the quarterback position. Do you believe that? I believe that Kyle Shanahan can make up or enhance whoever's under center to be the best version of themselves, as opposed to if it were a D lineman or a cornerback. Yeah. So I believe that's part of the recipe and formula that has allowed Jimmy Garoppolo and his Niner team to the Super Bowl, and Brock Purdy what he did last year up until he got hurt. But I'm going to put it right on the table, Stoney. It's a big rat, sponsored by ATCOPestControl.com. Go to ATCOPestControl.com for all your pest control needs. I've watched the NFC Championship game 9 million times. I keep rewinding that hit that Reddick put on Brock. Steiny, I hope I'm wrong. I just, for whatever reason, I have a feeling that he will not be, Brock Purdy, available for the first 5 to 6 weeks. With that said, the rat is, I know this is $1 billion business. I believe the Niners know who, if it's between Lance and Darnold, they know right now, before one ball is thrown at a practice, who their starter is. Do you agree with that? Or do you think it's really, let's see them battle it out? Come on. Because to me,
I think they may have a front runner in their minds, but I also think they're open to one of those other guys.
Wow.
Winning.
If it's not Lance, then you didn't lose a game, but you're saying if he don't start to you, he's still not a bust. Trey, like, when do you say, oh, gosh? I think people are saying that now. You go to the 4 starts, the one in Chicago, Seattle, whatever. I believe people are saying that now about
yeah.
And it's not fair, but man.
From the 707 on the Comcast Business Text Line, Steiny, we just need Brock to be able to compete to get to a Super Bowl, and I believe he's capable of doing that. I do too. I think he's capable of that. But it feels like sometimes the jump that 49ers make is, like, I just can't stand the idea that Brock Purdy may build on this year. Or he could theoretically, I see a scenario where he builds on last year, but they don't win it.
But isn't the JD line? We got to see how it plays out. Is he the reason that he look overwhelmed in the playoff game? Because he didn't do it against the Dallas Cowboys.
He was steady Eddie. He was steady Eddie, but you lost in the NFC Championship.
And if it's not all his fault, we're sitting pretty then.
Okay, but
we come back.
What about this? But everybody thinks there's this window that's
closing. I'm going to be honest. I look at windows. The first thing I think of with a window is who's the quarterback. That's how I look at windows.
It's Brock Purdy. Then
that window is gaping open then, even if we were to lose, because we'll say this is his second rodeo.
That's all I'm saying. That if Brock Purdy leads the Niners to a 12-5 season, maybe they win a playoff game. Maybe they lose their second game. And
I'm feeling good.
And he struggles a little bit. It's like,
oh my goodness, we got a young quarterback.
I wonder. But all I'm saying is I think there's a lot of 49er fans out there that don't think. You got time. Brock Purdy might be really, really good in a few years.
Well, where would the time be running out to Niner fans at?
Trent Williams.
You got me.
They got to make a decision on one of their playmakers.
You got me there with 99. You got me there.
James in Mountain View. Hey, James, how you doing, man?
Hey, thanks for taking my call. I want to agree with the previous caller that Steiny doesn't know what he's talking about. Just kidding, bud.
That was great timing. Yeah.
I can take it. I got booed last night.
You didn't get booed. Couple G's.
Oh, you buddy.
I think you guys are letting Coach the Shanahan's off the hook here. You're never going to have a winning, successful season unless you can get your guys to play through it. So the question for Kyle Shanahan this week at OTA, sorry, I'm skateboarding, is what are you going to do to protect your quarterback? Because I was in D.C. when they killed Robert Griffin III.
Oh, my goodness.
Overrunning them, overplaying them. I mean, these guys, their pedigree is quarterback killing, right? So they're the ones that are causing a lot of these issues. And then they look great because they got amazing teams. Like the defense, this team's defense makes it a Super Bowl contender, right? So just have a confident offense. You got these great quarterbacks, these young quarterbacks. It looks good right now with Bosa, at defense. So,
all right, you got to finish up that ride. Finish up that ride, James.
You ever get on a skateboard?
No.
I used to do it.
I tried.
Yeah.
It's not.
Ain't no glory, no girls.
Yeah. That's not true, apparently.
Well,
I think
my life is skateboard. That wasn't where the women, girls were.
Skater dudes do well, man.
Now, that's probably at the parties, but at the function,
well.
like we go to a skate park, ain't going to be no action.
Tony Hawk on
I did see him the other day. He aging a little bit. Aren't we all?
510, Steiny, why the double standard with Brock Purdy? You said if the 49ers put Trey in last year's expectations of Super Bowl, both are young. No, that's what I'm saying. Either one, 510. I think the expectation of winning a Super Bowl is unfair to a quarterback, one who's only started 8 games in his career and one who's only started 4. Like, if I would go into this year, of course you want to win a Super Bowl, and of course it's possible.
Their offense is catching up to the defense. To me, that last call, I think it's great. It's almost like, hey, the defense didn't actually just kill Dak Prescott. Like, I watched that game, and obviously when they lost their quarterback, Philly did what they did with 2 long drives, but I'm just wondering, is that defense still great? And I know they got a big guy from Philly to come in. We'll talk about it with Tracy here shortly. But I don't know what unit's better now. I honestly believe the Niner offense might be better with
It's the defense because the 49ers right at this moment have questions at quarterback.
I wonder how fans would answer that.
Seth in San Jose. Yeah. Hey, Seth, how you doing, man?
Good. How are you? Thanks for having me on. Love the show.
Thank you.
My point is just that expecting a Super Bowl win from anybody, period, is probably a bad idea as a fan. I mean, maybe we expect Tom Brady to win Super Bowls. Maybe Steph with Kevin Durant, we expected to win championships, but we're going to be disappointed if we expect pretty much anybody else of our teams to win it all every time, because 90% of the time it's not going to happen for us. So I think we should be hoping and believing as fans, and I think that's different. And I think maybe Guru and Steiny would agree that expecting our team to win it all is bad, but as a fan, the best way to go about it is hope our team surprises us. So, like, I expected the Warriors to beat the Lakers, and I felt pretty upset when they didn't, and then I realized I probably shouldn't have expected that, even though I should have still been hoping, and I think they were capable of it. So I hoped and was disappointed, but I feel the same way about the 49ers. I don't necessarily expect them to win a Super Bowl, even if they picked up Tom Brady. So
good stuff, Seth. Good stuff. And that it's like to me this year is, let's say Brock Purdy is the starter. He's our guy. We believe in him. Forget the injury for a second.
All right.
You know what this year would be about for me? All right, now we'll find out about Brock Purdy. We'll get a bigger sample size. We got 17 regular season games, knock wood.
Understood.
We'll go to the playoffs, see what happens in the playoffs. Maybe we win it all, and everything gets answered.
Yeah.
Maybe we lose in the playoffs, and at that moment, we'll have a better understanding if we think they can get it done with Purdy or not. Yeah, I think they can. I think they can too. All right. Well, last year, Purdy's now won. He's now 3, whatever. Yeah. He's 4-2 in the playoffs. All right, he's our starting quarterback coming in next year. You know what? We should be better. He takes a little tick up. He gets a little better. We better around him.
Now we're in year 9, though, of Kyle. You know what I mean? Like, we're kicking a can down the road.
I don't expect Super Bowls.
Wow.
I don't expect them. I'm not
Scotty, how long can this D stay stellar?
Well, that's my point. If you
But
really,
now-
if you see, I'm sorry. If you really believe we got a 2-year window, which, and this is the thing, I don't believe that Lynch and Shanahan believe that. I think they think that they can be good all the time. But if this is your window, well, guess what?
To win it all.
Yeah.
Because you can be good.
Well, then you effed up because you got no experience at quarterback. It doesn't mean Purdy couldn't do it, but there are sure things out. Like I could say, well, unless you have a quarterback, you don't even have a window. Now, I'm not saying that because I don't know how good Purdy's going to be. But to me, it's also more about Purdy than Lance.
And let's be honest. I heard the morning guys, Alex Smith and Kaepernick, this is a poor man's version, right? It's Trey Lance or Brock Purdy when healthy, right? Or is it Purdy when he's healthy, he's our guy? I don't think he has that much gravitas to where they can ignore as an organization. They can say he was so great in 8 games. We can wait. We got time to see what old Trey's going to be. But for the next 4 years, your boy goes off and turns into the next Elway, Brock Purdy. Like, that's a possibility. I just don't think what they seen from him just supersedes not finding out a Trey can ball.
They know.
Especially when Trey started last year, week 1.
From the 510, that I understand. Last year you said if the Niners put Trey in, expectations should be the same as Jimmy. No. Yes, 510. Because they had Jimmy on the roster and Jimmy had gotten him there before, my feeling was,
they kicked him
then if you're going to play Trey Lance, you have a quarterback on the roster that's already gotten there, so he does have to get there. This year, Jimmy Garoppolo's not on the roster. There's just Brock Purdy, who's another young quarterback. So I just don't like the idea of a young quarterback having to fit the timetable of a small window. That's why I don't think the 49ers, you'll never get the 49ers.
I'm going to get their win total, too.
You'll never get the 49ers to say, yeah, our window, we only got a year or two. I think they believe that they can put together a damn good team year after year after year. All right. It's prime whale watching season at Bodega Head, a great time to plan a special getaway to the iconic Inn at the Tides. Enjoy delicious meals at Tides Wharf, stunning views, and free breakfast. Book your escape today, inatthetides.com. Let's dig down deeper into the San Francisco 49ers quarterback situation with Tracy Sandler. She is down in Santa Clara attending 49ers OTAs. And she's the CEO and founder of Fangirl Sports.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, welcome back. And let's introduce Tracy Sandler, CEO and founder of Fangirl Sports. She is in Santa Clara as we speak, and she will be going out to the field in 15 minutes when she concludes this interview. Thank you, Tracy, for joining us. Really appreciate it.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for having me.
All right. Who's going to start at quarterback week 1 for the San Francisco 49ers?
I mean, if I knew that, then I would be in, I don't know, I might own your radio station, to be honest with you, if I had the answer to that one just at my fingertips. But I think we're going to see over the next several months, will Brock Purdy be healthy? I do think if Brock Purdy is healthy and ready, then it is Brock Purdy. But chances of him being completely ready, I'm not a doctor, but even under the best of circumstances, in my opinion, he probably won't be ready week 1 or 2. So it's going to be Trey Lance, Sam Darnold season in this offseason. And let's see what they got. I mean, I do think Trey Lance performs well and shows the 49ers that he's the guy that they traded all that draft capital for. He'll start week 1. But we have so many miles to go because, as you mentioned, I'm heading out to OTAs for the first time here in May in a little while.
Right.
Tracy, I was telling Steiny I'm excited about the Niners secondary, but what if I told you I'm also a bit nervous? I know they lost some guys. Ward is gone. I mean, where are you at when I bring up the Niners secondary?
Well, I think you kind of summed it up there. There's a lot to be excited about. There's some stuff to be nervous about. I think Diamador Lenore really came on in those last several games when he came in for Emmanuel Mosley in week 5, and he never gave up that starting position. And I think the 49ers are excited about what they saw from him. And I think 49ers fans should be excited in what they saw from him. He made such a jump from year 1 to year 2 with yet another offseason under his belt, with the job really being his to lose. I think that we're going to see an even bigger jump from Lenore. They brought Isaiah Oliver in, who will most likely be their nickel corner. So I think there are reasons to be excited, and there are some reasons to be nervous because of all the new faces that you're going to see back there.
Tracy Sandler joining us on 95.7 The Game. She's the CEO and founder of Fangirl Sports. She's in Santa Clara getting ready to go to OTAs in about a half hour. What's the strongest? I mean, John Lynch has essentially said that Purdy's their number 1, right?
Yes.
Okay.
100% said that.
Okay. So, in theory, if that's the case, when he's healthy, he should become the starter immediately, right?
In theory, he should, but this is sports, and this is professional sports, and in theory, yes, he absolutely should. But I'm just going to throw out a total hypothetical, and first of all, apologies, I've kind of lost my voice a little bit. I'm throwing out a total hypothetical here. Let's pretend Trey Lance has a fantastic offseason. He has a great preseason. They decide that until Purdy's healthy, Trey Lance is going to start. So let's pretend, this is also hypothetical.
I love it.
And that Trey Lance isn't ready till week 4. And I'm sorry, that Brock Purdy isn't ready till week 4. And Trey Lance has played well all this offseason. The 49ers are 3-0. Do you change up that chemistry? Do you mess with what you have, or do you continue with Trey Lance, let Brock heal even further, and know that you have someone very reliable behind him? I don't know the answer to that question. That is the very hard part about being a head coach in the NFL and really at any professional sports team. But, I think there's just so many things that are going to happen between now and the time the season starts, and between now and the time Brock Purdy is ready to actually start a game, that it's just hard to tell. There are so many variables that could go into this, and I know that we, of course, have to talk about them, because otherwise what would we do? But there are just so many variables that I think it is somewhat almost impossible to completely predict how this will all play out.
I'm with you, Tracy, and I got to be honest, this is another – I come down Kyle's road at times for in-game management decisions, not throwing the flag in the NFC Championship game, but I also recognize it's like I'm telling my partner here, he can do it with any quarterback. And when I say do it, Tracy, get close. Now, I just had a question I'm going to ask you. I'm going to put you on the spot. I know for many years the Niners – their staple was their defense, and I get it. They added Hargrave, but they lost Shire. They lost Ebukam. They lost Wards. Those guys aren't Bosa, but I believe that will affect them. If I said, what unit do you have more confidence in now? The defense for the Niners, or now with McCaffrey in this offense, i.e. whatever quarterback, Tracy, how would you answer that? Because I don't know. I think it's close now.
I still think it's the defense, because the thing with the quarterback position is we don't know who's going to be quarterback. We don't know who's going to be healthy. There's a lot of things we don't know. We know what that defense looks like. And sure, they lost those guys that you mentioned, and they were all big losses, but that's, you can't pay everybody. You can't keep everybody. The addition of Hargrave, I believe, actually catapults them to the number one defense in the league. I don't think that there's any defense that is as good. I'm not going to say that doesn't come close, because I would say that Eagles defense is awfully fantastic. But I think Hargrave does catapult them to the number one defense in the league, and that's how this team is built. This team has been built under the Lynn Shanahan era to have this incredible defense, a strong run game with offensive weapons, and a quarterback that can get it done, assuming that he is accurate and healthy. We saw in the NFC Championship game that they do need a quarterback to be able to win football games, but they can figure it out. But I also would make the argument, I don't think they can do it with any quarterback, because I do want to give some credit to Jimmy Garoppolo, because I know he got beat up on a lot, but he's a winner. And there were games that it had to be on Jimmy, and he won it, and his players play for him, and his teammates want to win for him, and he knows how to win football games. So I don't think they can do it with just any quarterback. And I would also say Brock Purdy came in. He didn't turn the ball over. Kyle Shanahan trusted him to get the job done. He had those 4 years of college football under his belt. He had a lot of the season to get used to the offense and to the playbook. So I don't think it can be just anybody, because I do think it takes away from the guys who've been successful here and have been successful because of their work and their talent.
Tracy Sandler joining us on 95.7 The Game, CEO and founder of Fangirl Sports. She's at 49ers OTAs right now in Santa Clara. And a fascinating situation at quarterback, no doubt about it. Let me throw this at you. Because here's it seems like some fans there are people who know the Niners that say they've got a limited window. A limited window.
Yep. I would agree with that.
I cannot believe that the Niners would ever say that, because, I guess what I'm saying is, how can you have a limited window and be relying on either a quarterback that's only started 4 games or a quarterback that's only started 8 games to fit into that window? Because they're really 2 young quarterbacks still.
They are, but that's how this team is built. So, they weren't going to make a change at quarterback. They weren't going to bring in a super high-priced guy, nor could they really with their cap constraints. And that's how this team is built. So I do think they have a window. I think it's somewhat limited. But I also will say this. I'm going to assume, as much as everybody likes to beat up on them, I think that the 4 NFC Championship games and the Super Bowl appearance, that tells me that John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan have some idea of what they're doing out there. And if they really thought they didn't have the answer at quarterback, they would have gotten a quarterback. They would have figured it out. So I'm going to assume that they think who they have will work in this offense and get the job done, because they do have a limited window. And no, they haven't flat out said that, but really even last year, starting with the first day of training camp, everyone to a man said, Super Bowl is on our mind. That's Super Bowl, Super Bowl, Super Bowl. And that is kind of saying we know there's a window without flat out saying it. So I think they do know, and contracts are going to start coming up in the next couple of years. And next year they're going to have to figure out how to pay Ayuk, and can they have Debo and Ayuk? And again, I'm so sorry about my voice, you guys. But all of these things. So I do believe that if they felt that they did not have what they needed at quarterback, they would have figured out a way to get someone else here. So they have to feel confident in what they have.
Tracy, we'll get you out of here on this one. Put us in your world. You're about to go out to practice. What's on your docket? What are you looking for? What are you excited about?
Well, I'm going to have to go straight to quarterbacks, because it really is just not a 49ers offseason if it's not all about quarterbacks. So I'm excited about that. I'm not sure if Javon Hargrave is here. If he is, excited to see him in person and just kind of see some of the rookies and how they fit in, even though we saw them at rookie minicamp. But this will be the first time we see them with the rest of the team. So it's also just going to be kind of cool to see some football flying in the air, because that means we're one step closer to September.
Tracy, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it. Great stuff.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me. And next time, I'll be all healed.
All right. Tracy Sandler, CEO and founder of Fangirl Sports. She's at 49ers OTAs. Maybe she was at Juan Vino last night.
Well, yeah. Look at you. Dude, I got the Niner win total up without you knowing. I know you like Jockpardy.
Yeah.
But can you guess where would Steiny have said it at? See how close you and Vegas come. Yeah, he likes this. Look at him smiling. We can't be here all day, though.
I'd say 11.5.
Oh, dude, come on. Evan, he had to hear. Don't, Evan, he heard.
Well,
you heard what Evan
I
came
did
in.
hear, but then you said I just saw him at 12. So if I said,
see, you really just wanted to let the people know I thought I had it right, but I was off. I had 12.5. It was 11.5.
Yeah, I mean,
so you cheated. He did me at the hoop court. Yeah.
What do you mean?
You knew the answer, but you played along with it like you just get
radio's theater of the mind.
Dude, I love when you say that. Hey, you didn't agree with her last part, huh?
Which one?
About the Niners. If they knew they needed a quarterback, they could have went and got one.
Well, no,
they essentially have done that.
No, I believe they do think they have their quarterback, but they've believed that before.
Yeah.
That ain't true.
Yes, it is. They believed in Jimmy Garoppolo.
Jimmy G.
Listen, Niners are going to be pretty good. I think we know that.
Shocker. Yep.
Here's the incongruity. The incongruity that doesn't fit for me, and it didn't fit for the Warriors. That's all. Is you're telling me there's a small window, and even Tracy alluded to it. Another year or two, and they got to start doing this, that, the other thing.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
I heard that.
I'm sorry if you put all your eggs into this small window that's been around for 2 or 3 years, maybe 3 to 5. Sorry, you shouldn't have your two choices at quarterback shouldn't be two inexperienced quarterbacks.
Well, then if you're right, they should deal with the wrath or whatever comes their way if they're wrong and they can't get that quarterback that can get them over the hump. Because you said this, you were consistent. You've been consistent. Last year, you were like, I can't believe they're going in with Trey Lance. They did it. But you said, he had to talk with the OGs, and if they, I'll put a plug. But Steiner, he did it. I got to believe that's going to happen again.
With Trey Lance?
Yes, he's getting the job. He's getting his job back for the meantime.
Well, she also said something else, and she was on a limited time limit because she needed to get out there. But she said, I said, who's going to say? She said, it's almost impossible to predict what will happen at quarterback. That's not good. I look at that as an innate negative. Maybe that's because I'm Matt Stein.
Okay, but what?
That's who I am.
If I told you, if we went over the 31 other NFL teams who started last year, and I'm using, if that same person's starting this year, that's a good thing. If it's Trey Lance this year, the Niners would be plus. We had the same guy we had starting week 1 last year.
Right, but you don't know anything about him. You still don't know any more about Trey Lance.
But the goal is still the same.
Right.
To find that out and still win.
Win what?
Win it all.
No, well, that's...
And if Steiny has shortcomings,
that's ridiculous.
Jimmy has shortcomings, they plan the game plan around him, right? That's what good coaches do. Kyle's great at that.
They'll make the best of it.
So Brock or whoever's under center does not, and Brock Purdy's proven this. Steiny, he doesn't have to be Steve McNair if it's Trey Lance.
And that's the thing.
What makes Kyle so valuable.
Well, we'll see. We'll see. You got to win a Super Bowl.
Or get close.
Well, getting close is good enough for me. It's not good enough for a segment of 49er fans because they want to win a Super Bowl and they've been too close. I'm looking at it, okay, we got one quarterback with 4 games experience, one quarterback with 8 games experience.
And 2 playoff games.
Okay, fine. Then that's fine.
Okay.
Purdy's your number 1. Okay, fine. Then Purdy's your number 1. I have no problem with that. But, okay, you're telling me the window is only this wide open. It's only open a crack for another year or two. And Brock Purdy, the last pick in the draft, who has 8 regular season starts under his belt, has to be the quarterback that guides you to a Super Bowl win. Like, Brock Purdy should be on a team that doesn't expect to win a Super Bowl, but it wants to see how good it is. And then once you get to the NFC Championship and you get beat, what do we need to take the next step?
Right. But if your youngster never shows you that he's overwhelmed, he never shows you that he lacks confidence, you're winning. Because it could be, hey, we lost because our backup tight end missed a block and knocked Brock Purdy out. My question to you, and I'm not being a prick, Stoney, I want the people to answer this. Can you lose your job with the San Francisco 49ers to injury?
It's a great question.
Because if you can't, then there's your answer. Trey Lance is going to be the starter if healthy, and they'll be helped out because Brock is still nursing that elbow. The only reason Brock got in is because your boy got hurt. And those two game plans look entirely different.
Couldn't you say that Trey Lance lost his job to injury? He was QB1 at the beginning of last year.
No, that's why I brought it up. He did.
Oh, and now Brock Purdy could be in the same spot, or he gets the benefit
I'm
of the
saying,
doubt?
does Lance get his job back now that the only reason we saw Brock Purdy was Lance getting hurt first?
Sounds like Sam Darnold's got next up.
What's going on there with the Darnold thing? I know they're family. I'm not mad at it, but something's going on.
Yeah, I know what's going on.
Dude, please explain.
Shanahan and Lynch are aligned with my way of thinking. That's what I see with Sam Darnold. I see Shanahan and Lynch acknowledging that they've got two young, inexperienced quarterbacks, and if they have the same kind of luck as last year, it'd be really nice to have a guy that they think, Kyle especially, can win with. And I think Kyle said, hey, give me Darnold. We can win with him.
But not leaving camp, not starting. They didn't bring him in to start. It's got to be one of the young pups.
I think they brought him in to compete. See, that's
crazy,
the other thing.
man.
Why is everybody... What's wrong with competing?
Oh, no, it's awesome.
Okay, well, guess what? If Trey Lance ain't good enough, and they know it, why would you even put him in a game?
The same reason the Warriors had no competition for James Wiseman and said you're going to start.
They didn't have championship aspirations. They were hurt. This team wants to win a Super Bowl. Mark in Vegas. What's up, Mark? How you doing?
LV.
How you doing? Well, now that we have your Jimmy G here in Vegas, I think most of the biggest Raiders are abandoning the team, and they're going to play with Carr in the Saints. And I think with the Niners are lucky. I think they're lucky to have young kids there, and they're able to compete with each other and not given the spot just because you're Jimmy G. I kind of really like the Niners in the positions that they have. They have veteran players. They have a great defense, and I think that now the Raiders are going to be in the same predicament as they've always been. They're not a really competitive team. They're the hope team that all Raider fans are, and they're not going to be in the position when it comes to going to the Super Bowl. I'm talking about the Raiders, and Niners have a better chance of going to the Super Bowl and winning, depending on the coach's decision on as far as players play.
You know what else, too?
Do you agree with that or not?
I do agree with it, Mark. Thanks for the call. I think part of it has to do with the conference that each team's in.
Well, the Niners are in the right conference.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
Good Lord, the AFC is just a glutton at quarterbacks.
So the 530, and I think was it Seth who called in early, who said we can't expect Super Bowls, but we can hope for them. And he said, if we have Brock Purdy at quarterback or we have Trey Lance at quarterback, let's go into the season and see how good they are, and maybe we can win it to that extent. I said, yeah, that's the way I would look at it. 530, Trent Dilfer, Brad Johnson, Mark Rippon, Jeff Hostetler, Doug Williams. By the way, put a little more respect on Doug Williams' name.
Yep.
All mediocre quarterbacks that won a Super Bowl. Yes, there have been 60 Super Bowls, and there have been a handful won by pretty ordinary quarterbacks. But in the history of Super Bowls, we're talking about Bart Starr, Len Dawson, Johnny Unitas, Bob Greasy.
Damn.
Terry Bradshaw, Kenny Stabler. Jim Plunkett, Montana, Steve Young, Elway. I mean,
yeah. Hey,
it doesn't mean they can't do it.
And they just shown you that they could get close last year.
Yeah, to me, it just means that it's not done often. And it's done so infrequently that, I don't think the Niners are going to win a Super Bowl this year with one of those two quarterbacks. I think they can win their fair share of games. I think they can win some playoff games. And
they got McCaffrey.
They might win it.
Yeah.
They might.
Oh, no doubt.
They're right there.
Yeah, they are.
But I just don't like the quarterback situation.
I get it.
All right, Mike. Mike's in Santa Clara. Hey, Mike, how you doing?
Good, man. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we're good?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, brother. Just on my way to pick up my new sand wedge. Took a nasty chip on the bunker. So,
all right.
Yeah, I know. Steiny, I know you would love that.
I would. I'd love to be hitting it right now.
Hey. Yeah, I know. What's up?
No, go ahead.
Hello?
Yeah, you're
okay,
on.
Yeah.
You're good, Mike.
So I just want to weigh in. Yeah, okay. I just want to weigh in on the Trey Lance Purdy thing. Reports that I'm seeing is that Trey Lance has also been practicing with Mahomes. More in like his release is also becoming a little bit more like Mahomes, a little bit quicker.
Mm-hmm.
I was actually kind of comparing his throwing motion almost like Byron Leftwich in a way. So I know he's been working on that, but with things coming around like that, and if they want to stick with Lance, why not look to see what the market is for Purdy? Obviously seeing what's going on with his arm, especially after the surgery, but I could see us still trading Purdy for like maybe, and I'm going best case scenario, like a nice second round for this coming off season. If not, maybe like a third and maybe a fourth as well. I just want to get your thoughts on maybe trading Brock Purdy, especially with Sam Darnold in the mix now. So I'll listen to you guys off there, but have a great day, guys.
Appreciate it, Mike. Appreciate it.
Before he wrecked his elbow, you probably could get a lot. I just don't think right now. That's the biggest question mark. He doesn't even know if he's going to play.
See, I think I agree with Tracy that John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan think Purdy's their number one. So that in and of itself means that, to me, that I don't think they're trading.
And that would back you up on they know what they need to know about Trey already.
Carlos in Concord, he's saying I never say anything positive about the 49ers or the Warriors. No, I think they're going to have a hell of a year. I think they're going to find out a lot about their quarterback situation. I think they're going to win a lot of games. I think they'll probably win the division, and then we'll see what happens in the postseason.
Yeah.
But I think it's not negativity. What I talk about is certain percentage of fans that Super Bowl or bust. Are there 40? Like, I'll always take the field. That's just who I am.
But if you lost the way they lost and where they lost, that's what you could understand a fan base saying, hey, what's changed? We got Hargrave. Let's go.
Yes, I can understand that. And nobody said, I'm not saying the Niners are going 7-10. I'm saying they got inexperience at the quarterback position. Let's see how far they can go.
Yeah.
And then we can find out more about Purdy and Lance.
Who do you want under center? I want Lance.
I know.
But who does Steiny want?
I don't care. 888-957-9570 is the number. Hey, this segment was brought to you by the Department of Healthcare Services. 888-957-9570 is the number. Got quarterback issues. Is the 49ers quarterback position right now a position of strength or weakness for the San Francisco 49ers? 888-957-9570.
Actually, the more the better, so I can help educate.
Hey, Brad. I thought you had a date tonight.
Hey, Mom. She just left. Using my phone for a Wi-Fi hotspot backfired again.
I keep telling you to get it.
said, how many of you want Draymond back? And we heard enthusiasm. And then he asked how many don't want him back, and I think we heard more enthusiasm. I'm scoring that at 60-40.
Yeah.
I was a little bit surprised about that, but then again, I give credit to Warrior fans for knowing the stakes on both sides, and it's a hard decision, I think.
Yeah. And again, I'm basing this just on my gut, Steiny. I think he ends up with the Lakers, especially with how they lost. I see Kyrie Irving coming to the Los Angeles along with Draymond Green. So that's my prediction. Hopefully he stays here. But, man, if the Warriors could somehow get it big and use Draymond or somebody else to get that, I would be down.
Would you consider LeBron James a big?
Yeah, basically now, yeah.
All right. Well, according to The Ringer, Kevin O'Connor, he was talking about LeBron in a story today.
All right.
Of course, LeBron has hinted that he may retire. And as I said earlier, it's not so much what LeBron James says, it's why he says it. But Kevin O'Connor speculates that LeBron may want to come to the Warriors.
Wow, man.
And play with Steph Curry. He said that last year that he'd love to play with Curry. And let me remind people what Curry said. Now, this is last year as the Warriors were poised to make a championship run. Here's what Steph Curry had to say about playing with LeBron.
You hear what your boy said?
Who my boy?
Take a listen.
Who else you want to play with?
In today's game, Steph Curry. Steph Curry's the one that I want to play with.
Oh, shoot.
The chef. You know what? Hey, he might want to play with you next weekend now.
That is phenomenal. When did he say that? Was that on the shop?
Yeah, I guess the latest one, yeah.
No. Well, we got his wish. So he's the captain. He's picked me the last two All-Star games. So I don't know if that suffices, but I'm good right now.
How's that make you feel, though?
Good right now. I mean, whenever you get the interest or curiosity of what it would be like to play with, arguably, MVP kind of caliber dude like he is, and one of the greatest of all time. Cool. Like, it's amazing.
Right.
We all can live in that fantasy world, though.
Wow.
It'll
never happen.
I'm good right now. That was over a year ago.
Yeah.
And that was when the Warriors were still alive.
That was before they won their chip, too, Steiny.
That's right. And LeBron didn't make the playoffs, I don't believe, last year. That's
yeah,
why
dude, that's the one thing about this whole Warrior process. I know we got into it yesterday, but to me, that is the ultimate rat on the table, brought to you by AtcoPestControl.com. Visit AtcoPestControl.com for all your pest control needs. Steph Curry. Like, if he ain't happy, that's a nightmare for Lakem. So we got to see where this thing is going. And I got to believe, Steiny, he's not – I wouldn't dare diss – and that's not even a diss. I would never say Lakem is not running things, but I got to believe Steph has a lot of say-so in where this thing is going.
I mean –
because that's the one thing you know right now, besides the uniforms they're going to wear in the logo and where they play, is Steph is going to show up balling.
If LeBron wants out, according to Kevin O'Connor, the Lakers could retain those future assets they already have on the roster, and they could ask for all of Golden State's young talent.
Wow.
Jordan Poole, Jonathan Kuminga, Moses Moody, and some picks. Would you do that if you're the Warriors? LeBron's making 47.
And who am I losing, Steiny? Poole, Kuminga?
You're going to lose. Let's just say you're losing Poole. Poole's making 28. Kuminga's probably making 7 or 8. Moody's probably making. Well, it's going to.
Oh, I'm losing 3.
Let's say Poole, Wiggins, and Moody.
I'm not doing that. I love Bron. I'm not doing that.
You're not doing that
stuff.
for LeBron James?
Nah.
Dude.
I'm telling you, I'm getting more out of Andrew Wiggins and that friendly contract. I feel like I'm getting more from Wiggins than LeBron. And now you're telling me I'm sending all the youngsters and some picks out the door.
Draymond. I forgot Draymond. And Looney. So what you're saying, Goo, is you'd kind of rather run it back. That team, if you run it back, has a better chance of winning a title than this lineup. Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, LeBron James, Draymond Green, Kevon Looney.
I mean, that's awesome.
Yeah. So why wouldn't you do it?
Because I'm not this guy. I like sci-fi and I like Star Wars and
Kevin O'Connor
Raiders of the Lost Ark.
He's not a guy who just makes stuff up.
I know, but Steiny, LeBron's in a perfect place if he decides to come back. This is a banana in the tailpipe. We lost. I want to make you guys love me. It's like likes. He's searching for likes on Facebook or wherever. I just can't put my. You know what? I would take that lineup with LeBron.
Oh, now you're doing it.
Yeah, but this is one of those. It's not going to happen.
Well, forget. Okay, I'll meet you halfway.
Curry would say, "Hell yes, Bob, do it." Bye bye, youngsters. Night night.
I
got the king coming. God,
now what about?
And Wiggins is gone. Yeah, I would really have to think. Steiny, no picks. Come on.
Well, I wouldn't.
LeBron ain't got like 8 years left. Come on.
I wouldn't give any picks. Yeah. Anyway, Kevin O'Connor is a
big boy.
He is a big boy. He's legit. What he did was after LeBron talked about retiring, he wrote 4 reasons. He said, "Okay, why would he say this? Why would he say this?"
Okay.
Well, one reason is to get some leverage over the Lakers. If you don't do some good stuff, I'm not coming back.
Exactly.
So
like Kyrie Irving.
I know this is going to sound crazy, but the last number I saw with the Lakers was they could get $30 million about under the cap. That ain't going to get you Kyrie, is it?
Yeah. What about D'Lo? D'Lo's making a nice penny too.
No, but whatever they do, like I just looked. I have a list of all the teams.
Windhorse had it. It was D'Angelo Russell. It wasn't Vanderbilt, who didn't start, by the way. Didn't even play.
Is it a trade?
Yeah, it was a trade.
Oh, gotcha.
And it was the contract of D'Lo, and there was one more guy that they got. Who else came with Vanderbilt? And when he explains it, he's like, no, this is just Beasley. Thank you. Yeah, like those. Like they got action easy. Like it could easily be done. I'm like, oh, this thing's probably already wink, wink.
What specifically?
Kyrie coming to L.A. by Malcolm X, any means necessary. They will gut whoever they got to gut, not name Anthony Davis, LeBron James, and Reeves.
See, the funny thing is, I don't know if I'm doing that if I'm the Lakers.
Why? All they needed was another guy that could score, not size, and they didn't have that. D. Russell was great against the Warriors. He was exposed.
Okay,
Schroeder, I love you to death.
You just toss aside all Kyrie's baggage. That's fine. I don't.
Wow. I do.
Now, I'm not saying I wouldn't do it. I do. I'd be real careful.
He's a baller, man.
When he plays. And by the way, how'd Dallas do after he got there and played? He didn't win in Dallas.
Yeah.
Quietly, he hasn't won lately.
I'll give you that. And so is your boy.
Who?
Kevin Durant.
What about him?
Kind of hadn't won lately. Like, if we're going to do that to Kyrie, we got to do it for KD.
Don't. Kyrie won 7 years ago. Like, that's much like Durant. But Durant, it's not about rings. I get he has champion. I guess I get it. He made a big shot. He won a title.
No, right. But he's damn Steiner. He can bring the rock up. He could get you a bucket, make his free throw. That's all they needed. Had they had Kyrie, you can be in the. You and Dallas will go 7. I firmly believe that. Or you might be better than Dallas. Every one of those 4 games, it came down to the Lakers with an aging LeBron and Anthony Davis, who was sometimey. But you put in Kyrie Irving there? Oh, my gosh. Like, it's over. LeBron could be in the corner. You got it. Give me the 6-minute stretch, buddy. I got it. Like, that's big. And that's what the Warriors don't have. What do they got now? Okay. Can they hit threes? Well, what about if the 3 ain't falling? Nothing else.
Okay, well, I'm just let me follow your thinking here.
Okay.
All right, Kyrie goes to the Lakers. Well, what the hell hope do the Warriors have? Then why would the Warriors just run it back?
Well, sometimes you don't have a choice, right, Matt?
No, they do have. They have plenty of choices, the Warriors. None of them are great, but they got plenty of choices. They can let Draymond Green go.
And again, does that make you better? But you could say, "Goo, what you getting back? What's it all look like when it's all said and done?"
44-win team. That's what they are.
I hate
the only thing we can base them on right now.
All right, which was good for a 6 seed.
Yep.
but I really believe there were some extenuating circumstances.
They're a 50-win team.
Okay. Then, man, maybe we're talking about a 5th or 4th seed.
Okay, 5th seed.
Let's go.
But
you're
are
saying
the Warriors beating the Lakers with Kyrie?
No.
Okay. Well, then you ain't winning it with Draymond or without Draymond.
And if you want to be real, are the Warriors beating Denver?
No.
That's scary.
It's not scary if you embrace it. That's all I'm saying.
Well, it's scary from the standpoint that if the Lakers were to pull that off, Kyrie and Anthony Davis are going to be there even when LeBron's gone. Jokic and Murray are here. They're Kobe and Shaq now.
So you have 2 players in Kyrie and Anthony Davis, both of whom play about half their games.
Well, I would look at Steph.
I'm just over Kyrie Irving.
Oh, it's not. I get it, but I'm not.
What's he done the last few years?
Just remind you that he can play the damn game.
He ruins teams, Goo. I'll give you the Cleveland Kyrie. Yeah. What's he done since?
But Dallas gave away their heart and soul with Dinwiddie, Finney-Smith.
Yeah, they made a mistake.
But
they got worse.
It sounds like you're saying it's 100% Kyrie Irving's fault about what went down in Dallas.
It isn't, but he didn't turn anything around.
No, right.
Nothing got better. I'm not saying the guy's not an unbelievable
getting mad,
talent.
but you're right. Because
you don't.
Nothing got better. They had bigger problems.
Gotten better.
Yeah, but he's leaving.
Kyrie has been. Anywhere Kyrie's been since Cleveland, no team has thrived if they've had Kyrie on it. I just cannot.
Dublin Marge is asking me, am I being real? Like, I have nothing for you, no rebuttal on since he got that chips, Donnie, and the biggest failure was in Boston. But now you're not asking him to be the guy. He's going to be one of the guys led by Bron, who he respects. They've won, and Anthony Davis. I mean, I just don't know if Evan, you could crack the mic. Tell me if would you even care who the other 2 starters were if you had this version of LeBron last night, AD and Kyrie Irving? That's a big 3.
I mean, I think that's better than what they had this year, but if you're the Lakers, would you rather have Kyrie Irving or Draymond Green?
I just don't even think that's close.
Draymond, right?
Kyrie.
Oh.
Last night they had no offense. Nobody could put it in the hole.
I'd rather have Draymond on the last year of the deal or under.
Oh, Draymond. Nobody's getting Dre on the last deal. Steiny, your boy's getting wrapped up. I don't know from who.
Kyrie played 60 games this past year.
Yeah. And if you want to be honest, there wasn't a lot of drama.
Year before that, 29. Year before that, 54. Good year for him. Year before that, 20.
Well, that was the pandemic. You think he's a bad guy?
No, not necessarily.
I don't. Okay, and that maybe I don't agree with him.
I wouldn't want to coach him, and I don't think I'd want to be his teammate. But I don't think he's a bad guy. No team has thrived. I said no team has thrived. Cleveland and Boston both made the playoffs. First of all, yes, they won a title. Kyrie was a championship player in 15 or whatever that year was. And Boston made the playoffs.
But he was supposed to be their OG and failed miserably. And then when they left, they got better. Dude, we can't bury the lead.
Oh. I'm excited.
So, this is for you too, Evan. Spadoni, we talk about our society, which we will today before we get out of here. We talk about money-hungry people that are so enamored with fame and likes and social media fame that we don't give kudos to the ones that really deserve it, that give back, that say things into a microphone or to a group of people. They back it up, not just with donations, but with their time. Time is more than important than any other entity in the world. Where I'm going, Stephen Curry, you've done it again. I know you're not going to the NBA Finals, but you were the 3rd recipient of the Kareem Abdul-Jabbar Social Justice Award. Shout out to Stephen Curry, Steiny, for being that guy that a community, a group that can count on. What's he looking? But why would he look at you having like I offered him crack? I just gave strap. I gave him the best compliment for being a real one, and you look like I just gave There was a drug deal going down.
I just don't like
my inner thoughts, Steiny. I'm just telling you.
Yeah, but I just don't like when you think you're saying something profound that we all know. We all know Steph
now
is
we get the truth.
Superhuman.
Dude, man.
Yeah, I know. It's unbelievable.
People don't say it enough. Though.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
And there's been 2 recipients of this award prior. Do we give you the game show music to see if you can guess?
Okay, why not?
All right, Evan, because I'm staring at. There's only 2. You'll be shocked with one.
Wasn't the one guy who was playing for Dallas a couple years ago?
You got, dude, Reggie Bullock. You got it.
Yeah.
Now that shocked me.
Well, that's because I know he had a story. Involving
I don't know.
Yeah, involving his sister, I believe.
This one, if you get this, and his name's been mentioned on our show the last 48 hours.
Draymond?
No, that's a good guess. Not Draymond.
I would say.
Give you about 20 seconds, Donnie.
I'm going to say Anthony Davis.
That's a great guess, but it's Carmelo Anthony. He was the first recipient of this award. Yeah.
By the way.
Oh, yeah, that's for you.
Evan with a stunning announcement this morning that I hadn't put 2 and 2 together with.
Do tell.
Carmelo can't have his number 15 retired.
Dude, this blew me away.
From Denver. Sorry.
But you could put one up just with the last.
It's been taken.
Sorry. That's Jokic's.
But you could just put one on the back of it.
Jokic's.
Did you see the 3 off of 1 foot from the?
Did you ever see
that? That was the game.
Did you ever see that clip of Larry Bird and Red Auerbach? And Bird was talking about how he was shooting. He goes, "Yeah, you don't want it to be back here because then it's more like a throw." And he throws it. Of course, it goes right in, and he goes, "Well, me, of course."
Oh boy,
that was exactly the kind of shot,
dude. I couldn't believe it, man.
That he's unreal. He's unreal, but he hadn't won it before, so he wasn't any good.
Please. This is Jokic's world. I don't know who the basketball gods are looking down upon more, Jimmy Butler or Jokic. We're about to find out. I don't think Boston's dead. I say that they're not going to win 4 in a row. No, Evan, you won one game at a time. They're talented enough to beat Miami 4 in a row.
Okay.
That's what I know.
Now this is I love
and
your
I believe
mind.
it.
Your mind is unbelievable.
Lakers weren't good enough to win 4 in a row. So Boston has it.
It has never happened in the history of the NBA. 60 plus years. Yeah. Nobody's ever come back from 3-0. What did you see so far in this 3-game series that would lead you to believe that this is the one that could happen? I love your mind.
For some reason, the Boston Celtics have forgotten how to play defense. It's not the results, it's the want and the will to do it. And I think a conversation, a pointing of a finger has happened since Mazzulla went up there and basically, to me, embarrassed himself and hurt his job chances if they don't win. But I look around and Miami's great, but what if those threes don't fall?
They rely on their
They don't
defense.
have a Jokic, and Bam's playing his ass off. But Steiny, if if Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown play off of each other, you can win. Like, I'm watching this closely.
4 games in a row. Oh, really?
What? No, I'm going to give you one at a time.
Okay.
Like, win tonight, then you got one Friday.
Let me play devil's advocate. Dude, did you watch Game 3?
That was an anomaly.
Stan Van Gundy said they quit.
Whoa. And I don't think Stan was right. And I like him. I don't think they were Steiny. They got took behind the woodshed.
What would you give me on that one?
Oh, there are no odds. That's what this is, just a guru feeling. Watch Boston. I just thought they could lose by 40. Then you got to pay.
Thanks,
you got to pay the freight.
Yeah.
But you win tonight. Then you go back to Boston.
Yeah. Then what?
It's 3-2.
Oh,
then you come back to
an automatic win. Okay.
Ain't no automatics.
Boston's under 500 in the postseason at home this year. Yeah.
I just saw Big
did you?
George Foreman. I'm going boxing.
Oh, God.
They're on the floor. They're on the mat right now, right? They can fall no further. Boston.
See, this is where
Did you just give them the Kevin Millar speech?
Don't
let us win Game 2.
Dude, wow.
See, this is where I'm going to rely on NBA history, and I'm going to say I think the Heat are going to win this series. I have seen nothing.
Gotcha.
Listen, no one. How about this? No team will ever come back from 3-0.
I hate this too.
Unless a game like tonight, the Celtics are winning and Jimmy Butler gets hurt.
Okay, and I didn't have that in it at all. We don't want that, but damn, that's what I don't want.
It would be like the Warriors. They're up 3-0.
And Curry gets hurt.
And Curry gets hurt in game 4 or something.
Oh, Jokic gets hurt for Denver.
Exactly. Moose is in San Jose. Hey, Moose.
And I got a question for you after Moose.
I can't wait. I love questions.
Hey, good afternoon, fellas. The summit was really cool. That was a really cool experience. I don't know that many other radio stations are doing that, so I want to say that was a great experience for the listeners.
Thanks, Moose.
I got a question for you guys for Steiny and Goo here. Maybe more leaning for Steiny because I know he's played some collegiate ball. But so Missoula comes out the other day and says, I didn't have my guys ready. It's on me. I didn't have my guys ready. Now at face value, we know what that means. Hey, we got our asses handed to us. We lost the game. I'm falling on the sword for my guys. But, coming from, it's a legitimate question as a fan. Are they out there behind closed doors in the locker room talking, hey, we went out there thinking game plan A and the Heat came out game plan B and we got caught with our pants down? Is that what he's really telling us when he says, I didn't have my guys ready? And if that's true, if what I'm asking is true, there's no way the Celtics got this. I mean, defense or not, whether they forgot how to play, they're like, they don't know where their front, their back, their left, their right is. I think that they're lost at this point, regardless of 3-0. But I'm curious what you think about that, guys.
No, I agree, Moose.
That was great.
I think they're lost, too. The only way they're not lost is if they somehow win game 4.
And
even I'll give them some credit if they can just stay competitive.
Tonight.
Yeah.
I'm with you, but Steiny, nobody predicted this outcome through 3 games going into this series.
You know why? Because Miami's more connected.
And if they're lost, why are they lost? What are they looking for?
Well,
do you think it's Miami or I think something's going on? I mean this with Brown and Tatum.
Maybe.
They're not jerks, but something's going on.
Yeah. They know they're not as cohesive as the Miami Heat. They know the Heat play harder.
Should have beat them last year.
That Miami's coach uses Missoula like a bar of soap.
Well, I never liked that in the Barkley stuff. But
All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. The Golden State Warriors Summit is complete, and we had a great time last night at Buon Vino. I was a little surprised that it felt like the majority of fans don't want Draymond back. They'd rather have Draymond walk away. By the way, there's a text here that wants me to explain something about why it's not the Warriors' decision. I'll do that on the other side. By the way, this segment brought to you by the Department of Healthcare Services.
I need a drink. Boy, I will have something tonight.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call
I'm 1 for 1 against Draymond Green in basketball knowledge.
Steiny and Guru will get you through.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, welcome back. Matt Steinmetz, Daryl, the Guru Johnson with you. Another hour to go. We'll have the crossover at 1:50 with Willard and Dibbs. I forgot.
Dude, we had 7 mics on at once and got through it. Tim Jordan. Now it's just you and me.
You remembered this. I'd forgotten that Willard tried to gavel me.
You blew past that thing like Bo Duke. Yeah.
But anyway, sincere thank you.
God, that was great.
Everybody who came out last night, I was blown away by the numbers, and it was a ton of fun. There are some stories from last night.
I don't see this. Why I know I'm good here.
We'll say this.
Yeah.
So I got there. It was 4 to 6. So I got there about 10 to 4.
Man, I was 5 of 4.
And walk in. It's pretty crowded, and I'm getting ready to go up there. And I'm like, you know what? I'm feeling fine. Just worked 2 hours ago, and I go to the bar, and there I see Dan, the owner.
Dan the man.
Yeah, and I say, hey, Dan, what's going on? Grab a beer. He goes, I can't give you a beer. I said, what?
What?
He goes, can't. He said, Nahegan said,
oh, my boy.
You cannot.
Dude,
please do not serve any of the hosts.
He's got some hang up on that.
I was dangerous.
And I said,
are you kidding me?
I'm dead serious. So I said, well, hold on a minute, Dan. And I went up to Nahegan, and I'm like, dude, are you serious? I can't sip on one beer over the course of 2 hours.
We're grown.
He's like, nah, it's not worth it.
I didn't know you did it.
Not worth it. I'm like, what? What's that?
What? Working me like a slave. I can't wet my lips. Come on now. Daddy, it's like, man, don't trust us.
So then we do the first segment, and
I saw you end up with one.
Of course, I had to go to the bathroom 7 times.
Yep.
In a 2-hour period.
Oh.
Anyway, I saw one of my good old buddies, Yo Mech. And I said, hey, you want to do me a favor?
I saw you smiling with one. I wanted to question it. I was like, whatever. I ain't a hater.
I had a lot of water up with me up there.
Yeah.
But
the boss made his rounds, huh?
I was not happy about
I'm
that.
50 years old. What you mean I can't?
Thank you. That's exactly what it is.
You're damn coach.
Here he comes. FCC. FCC.
He don't like us getting out there, get loose. I get it. That's pretty good.
He didn't even have to turn it on.
Yeah.
It's program.
Is it on now?
Yeah, now you got it.
He's got some hang up on that.
Yeah.
You're doing a radio show.
That's right.
Let's drink on the air.
A little sip, man. Come on.
Could you do anything more ridiculously stupid?
Let me tell you something, Matt.
Yeah,
Let me tell you about, because you don't understand a lot of the business.
No,
the media business.
That's a good point.
As a beat writer back in the day.
Yeah.
Common practice. Game ends, you do your interviews, you sit down to write your story, and you have one beer while you write the story.
Just one,
100%.
Right, I wanted one beer for the show.
Leads to 2, leads to 3. You think I'm a rookie? He's hung up. Yeah, exactly. He's hung up on that? Yeah.
Hey, Matt, but you make your rounds. Stoddy would have never known unless he tried to wet his whistle. Now, the boss said no. Oh, man.
Also,
I love it.
I'd like to also thank the big boss, Kieran Geffert.
Oh, she was awesome.
She came through for me, too, in hour 2. Yeah.
But, yeah, I saw you get it accomplished. I said, look at you.
No, once he said
no.
no.
Some help.
Once he said no.
Take the fun out of it.
I mean, this is
it's crack.
If ever there was a drop, I'm a man.
Yeah,
I'm 40.
That's real.
So anyway, great time, and once again, thank you so much. And Dan, the owner,
he was awesome.
He was great. He was not.
Who wasn't awesome?
Dan
Everybody.
was not as. No, Dan was good. Katie was great.
No doubt.
So his sister Katie Batlin.
Oh,
she played Division I basketball at St. Mary's.
Oh, wow.
And then her last year, she played. Fascinating.
So that was the one standing right next to you.
Yeah.
She had some height on her.
Yeah. So she played at St. Mary's.
The Gales.
And then finished up at San Francisco State.
The Dons.
And I hope I'm not breaking any confidences.
Gators.
Thank you.
You know what she's doing now? This is unreal.
Give me the music,
There's
Evan.
no chance
I'll
you're
take
gonna
10
get it.
seconds.
But she's fascinating.
She runs a group home.
No. She works for the NBA in Dubai.
What?
She works for the NBA in Dubai. She runs a basketball school in Dubai.
Come on, man.
That's affiliated with the NBA.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, hell no.
Did you ask her how much she makes? You know, that's your thing. You don't.
No, I didn't.
You can do it on radio, not in
didn't.
person.
D1 Steiny, not D3. Yeah, so St. Mary's Division 1. Did I say Division 3? I played Division 3.
Yeah.
In fact,
D3.
In fact, she gave me the, don't be ashamed. That's pretty good.
You
Division
brought it
3.
up?
No, she knows that she listens and Dan listens.
Oh, okay,
so.
gotcha.
All right.
Yeah.
There you go.
It's a cute division, you know.
Yeah, you played in it too.
Yeah, very cute division.
Yeah, how cute was it with your 6.49 ERA?
It was higher.
I'll never forget that. I was out. But he kept it real, Evan. I'd have been like 1.89.
No, 408. Nobody got paid overtime.
Now, why would they ask?
Because
that was fun.
I probably should have said yes, because now by saying no.
Now, I know we got to get back to Wiggins, but I got to ask you a question.
Okay.
Any bill issues anywhere that you went last night? Because I saw it when I came to see you, like at another venue, everybody, in my world, when you have a party and drinks and you got to pay for stuff, everybody having a good time. Then the record scratch, you know, when the record scratch, it skips, is when the bill comes and everybody's like, oh boy, what's going on here? So was there any of that with you when I left you yesterday at the restaurant next door?
That's interesting you brought that up.
Because I wasn't a part of it, and I felt good when I woke up.
Oh, no. I was home by 8.
Yeah, no, but was there a bill issue? Like, not bill issue, but no.
I went next door and bought a pitcher of beer for...
Yeah, and you offered me one. I turned it down.
With some listeners. Ernie Chavez.
Yeah. Awesome to see him.
Who else?
His buddy.
Kyle Batson. Good friend. And
so that was it. You didn't go hard at all, then?
No.
Yeah.
Well, first of all,
you said you drove.
First of all, how can you go hard when you can't get served? I mean, think about that for a minute. Think about that for a minute. Okay, hey guys, we need you to work 2 extra hours and do this and the other. Okay, fine. All right, but no food or drink.
Yeah. But drive an extra hour too to get to the 2 extra hours that you're putting in after.
I forgot about the drive. Oh, and I got a parking ticket.
Dude, did you get? I was in the library. I was good, man.
Yeah, $45.
Did you pay it? You're like Norm. You'll pay it.
Yet.
Yeah, you could fight it too.
The event must not have been in San Francisco if it was only $45.
Don't feel it.
Those are that ain't even funny, Evan. What's going on here in the city? SFMTA.
Look at this from the Comcast Business Text line. Adorable Steiny. That's from Dublin Marge. That's Katie's mother.
Oh, she's hey Marge.
Right? Isn't Dublin Marge? Oh no.
Well, Marge called in yesterday.
Right. Oh, so
he was invited.
That's right. I'm sorry. Dublin Marge has COVID.
Oh yeah.
The mother of Dan and Katie spoke at the end of yesterday's event.
And it was awesome.
Thank you. Anyway, thanks, Dublin Marge.
Had you been there, Buon Vino?
No.
That was my dude.
Yeah.
Hey, we got a couple gifts too that they gave out to go. I can't wait.
Listeners are unbelievable.
Well, fine.
You know what? We used to have a word back in college. I don't think they use it that much anymore. It's called tool.
Yeah, that's what he had.
Is Willard being a tool?
But it might be his first time.
Because he knows I'll talk right through that gavel.
Dude, he still had
that
it.
gavel doesn't
That lets
mean
me know
damn
he was
thing.
enjoying it, though. Yeah.
That was fun.
Yeah.
Hey,
No, he was enjoying having the gavel.
Willard, stuck it in. Let me ask Mr. Elevated Willard. I said, you know what? I bet you Willard only participated in that round table.
I didn't like this either, Willard. He brought this up. I had your back.
You were the MC.
I didn't even ask to be the MC.
And that's what I love about you, Mark.
I was told.
It was your show.
You think I bought this gavel? This was handed to me by the person who actually wields it.
This is perpetuated now by the boss. The bottom line is, for whatever reason, I don't know why, you're the only one that's considered a grown-up of the 6 or 7 of
Well,
us.
let's take the conversation you were having 5 minutes ago on my way into the parking lot. I asked the boss if we could have a drink. Yeah. He said no. I obeyed.
Right. I saw that. I said, John Wayne, how did he get one?
Well, you were talking
John
more than
Wayne
me, too.
Wheeler,
You were an organization sensation.
Yeah, that was great. He was on Front Street. Yeah.
The judge.
Are you
That's
a W-2
great.
employee? If you get paid $10.99, you can expense that ticket? No way.
Oh, whoa.
No way. All right, back to Wiggins.
Yeah, back to Wiggins.
Back to Wiggins.
Back
So
to
anyway,
Wiggins.
yeah, we talked. We
I got a question
We
for you,
hashed
too.
it all out
Yeah.
about the Warriors last night, and the one thing that you realize is everybody there knows what's going on with the Warriors in terms of the ins and outs and who could come and who could go, and if you understand where the Warriors are you kind of know how fascinating it is, and like that's what I sensed last night. All the fans they know it's we're at a crossroads here. Let's figure it out.
Yeah, no doubt. Bone Thugs and Harmony. I used that line last night.
All right.
Yeah. Evan probably didn't hear. I'm gonna be honest.
Sure.
If the Warriors don't win another title for the next, let's say they don't get to a conference finals for the next 4 years.
Very believable.
There's no Warrior fan walking that could say we haven't had the J.J. Evans, the good times. Like, that's where I'm at. But what's really at play or in play is you got a top 5 player, the babyface assassin, who still is playing at a high level.
He's been
Had the
playing, yeah.
Warriors won more than 44, he probably would have been an MVP candidate. That's not even a stretch. My point is, you cannot.
He's better than Jokic.
If he were
Wouldn't even
old
win it.
or LeBron, and you could tell you're watching Curry like, oh man, the end, he physically can't do it. I would be like, okay, that makes sense. But Steph is the one thing that Dub Nation and the organization has to be thirsty. They got to be. They can ill afford to just be okay these last 3 to 4 years. There's pressure on everybody, Joe Lacob included.
Yeah, not really.
We'll find out.
You think?
When is Bob going to talk? When do you think we get his decision?
I know
He's got
his
it.
decision. Come on.
Put this on the. Yeah. I wish I believed you
Just
knew
read
it.
I don't know anything. Just read the tea leaves.
But that'll
Read the
get
tea
you in
leaves.
trouble sometimes.
Read the tea leaves. I know I'm not going to make a prediction, but because it's just a guess. But
who would be
I
his
don't think
predecessor? Who
I
would
don't
come
think
in
he's-
after him?
I don't think he's. I don't think he's coming back. If he does, great. Because we love Bob. But I just don't think he's coming back.
Okay.
Here's-
Scale of a 1, real quick. I got to get this out.
Okay.
1 through 10, 10 being the highest.
Okay.
Your confidence level in Draymond Green re-upping with the organization if Bob stays as opposed to Bob gone. Because if Bob stays before you go, I'm at an 8 that Draymond Green will be back here with the Warriors. If Bob leaves, I go down to a 5.
I think it's a 5 and a 5.
Either way.
Yeah.
So then there's no impact of Bob to Draymond.
No, there may be. There may be. But I don't think that Draymond will make his decision solely on what Bob Myers does.
I just don't think it helps the
Right,
Warrior
probably
fans
not.
that want Draymond back.
It might not. I'm more interested in the other thing you were saying about Steph Curry. And man, I guess I got to be careful. What is he, 35?
Yeah, 34.
How old is Steph?
Go ahead, Stoney.
I think he was 34 2 years ago. Anyway, 888-957-9570 on the YouTube chat. I think he's 35, right? Unless maybe Steph's so superhuman, he's like Benjamin Button.
Dude, what a great movie. But go ahead.
I've actually never seen it. I just know about it.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
You know how I know people say I overblow age with this core. The reason I overblow age, the reason I worry about age to the extent I do with the Warriors is because, again, of history. Like, there are guys in the league who, when Goose says, Steiny, they won it 11 months ago, I really do feel like sometimes saying, Goo, that's a lifetime. I'm not saying you're wrong. It's 11 months. But I have seen a lot of, the older you get, the quicker it can go.
You are on fire.
So, like, as great as Steph Curry was this past year, and the year before, well, the year before his shooting dipped just a hair, but whatever. All I'm saying is, I have to allow for the possibility, believe it or not, that all three of them come back next year, and you're like, they've all lost a little more.
Wow. That would be bad for everybody.
Right. But every year we do that, we're taking more and more of a chance. You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying. That's the one thing that we're and the first, like, if you get, let's say you bring them all back, then you're one injury away from, like, a real problem moving forward. I'm not talking about a year that will be kind of forsaken, but what happens down the line.
Yeah, and Evan, with that $150 million, I believe, or the penalty, or the totality of everything to bring Draymond Green back, what that would mean to Joe Lacob. And then at the summit, and just listening to you, this is twofold. You're not going to bring Dre back or re-up Dre and have Clay in a lame duck season. Unless you say bye to Dre and then Clay, can we talk? We need you to take a pay cut, bud. Like, is Laker really going to do that? Because if he does, Draymond, you got me conditioned to think, hey, Clay, we need to talk to you. Let's get you taken care of. Here we go. But then where is that headed if what you're saying about Guru, that can be an eternity, an offseason? And I think I'm finally starting to smell that. Because I was so drunk on last year, but I don't think, what did that take out of him?
Well, I could see people having the view, one of the reasons we didn't win it this year was because last season went into June and it was hard.
Wiggins missed 2 months. I got to go there.
So
not that.
In theory, well, I think you're making way too much out of Wiggins 2 months. Do you play in the playoffs or not?
I'm going to answer your question. He played in the playoffs after missing 2 months.
Yeah.
So he was not ready.
Yeah, everybody says he looked pretty good.
No, he did, but to him standards, he didn't. Okay. Wiggins this year, Wiggins last year in the playoffs. It's easy. I'll help you out. Last year.
Yeah, but you give the Warriors Wiggins from last year, this year, they don't win it. They don't win it if Wiggins is, even if he's the same player. Yeah. I don't think so.
I don't think they go 7 with Sacramento if Wiggins was Wiggins. I mean that from the bottom of my heart.
I judge the Warriors exactly where they are.
35 in March. You're right. I thought it was 30. He had a birthday in March.
Right. Yeah. So he's 35 years old.
What's he playing like? Let's be honest. 29.
And this was my biggest thing last night. And it's the problem is that we're talking too much about the Warriors as individuals. Like last night, we talked a lot about, well, can Clay be better or worse? Or you think Clay's getting better? Or what kind of year did Clay have?
What's hanging over his head? His contract. What's hanging over Dre's? Those are individual.
Wait, this is the first I've heard of this. Hold on. You think that Clay and Draymond had contract in their mind this year, and that was a factor?
I think everybody did.
Oh, because that's never been brought. I haven't heard that one.
Yeah, boy, you ready for the improv? But you know where I'm going. That's a natural. It's about me and my future. The contracts. When you say you've been hearing
Clay's
a lot of
under
individual
contract next year,
but in reality he's not, because he should never.
Draymond
if
Green,
the relationship is great, he ain't in lame duck status. You know, if it's all love in the hood. Yeah. Hey, Clay, we need to talk to you. That's when you're flowing and clicking. You don't get to where Bob Myers was when Woj told us he's ruled out a contract or it's about to end in June.
Would you fit that under agendas?
I'm not running material. It's a natural agenda.
Well,
but
it's too bad. It hurts you.
Oh, yeah, no doubt. Or if everything was good, Stoney, you could exercise those options and everybody's re-upped and let's go.
You might be right. Draymond said he wanted a max before the season.
Bye-bye.
There was the report about Klay Thompson expecting to talk about the max
I remember
after the
one.
season. You know what? Maybe you're right. Maybe Draymond and Klay were selfish this year. Maybe it was all about their contracts. No, that's a great point. Stand on it. Own it.
No, Draymond is not. I'm going basketball. To be selfish, Stoney, you got to be a shooter or be selfish that way. Draymond gave his whole being as a basketball player is helping everybody else.
510 saying, "Goo, wouldn't that have made those guys ball out more?"
It could have, or are you seeing forget the money? They wanted to ball out, or are you seeing a glimpse of the future? They don't have it anymore. They wanted to ball, but they don't have it any. So why would you reward something that you think it's going to continue?
Because it's one of 5 undesirable options that you decide. The Warriors decide is the best of the options.
I can't wait to see how this Dre thing plays out.
I mean,
I'm not hating either way, Stoney, but are you going to really give him the max?
No. To me, talking
how does
about
that conversation
Draymond,
start? Yeah. With
It's very simple. It's very simple how it starts. Rich Paul talks to Bob Meyer or Lacob and says, let's talk about extending Draymond Green.
Yeah.
Okay. Warriors say we're thinking of how about 3 years and $75 million.
Gotcha.
And Rich Paul goes, no. 3 for 100.
Oh my goodness.
30, 35, 40 or something like that.
Yeah.
30.
Night.
Okay. Well, then Draymond says, you know what? Then Rich Paul goes, that's fine. He's going to the Lakers. He's going to take a 2-year deal with the Lakers for $60 million.
Wow. Man.
That's how it would work. But the other thing about this whole issue is if we're talking about do you extend Draymond or do you re-sign Draymond or not? And Willard brings it up. It's like every sign has the signposts are signaling that they're gonna, right?
Yeah.
The tea leaves say, you know what? I think they're going to probably re-sign Draymond, right? They may be wrong, but people are expecting Draymond to be back, I think.
I got a theory.
Hold on.
Okay. We ain't got time.
But they're missing the next part is if you go keep Draymond here and re-sign him, my question last night was, can you really then go into next year with 2 of the 3 signed for 3 more years, but Klay's on a contract year?
No.
Yeah, that's good. So if you're saying what I'm thinking, it's like you can't just re-sign Draymond and say, Klay, you're coming back for your last year. We'll figure it out.
Why do I think of Pat Riley, the disease of me, when you just described everything right there? It just fell under that.
Yeah, I know. Remember, I brought that up before the year ever started. It didn't look good from the get-go when Draymond was asking for a contract extension before the season for the max. It didn't look good when we heard Bob Myers isn't even under contract. It certainly didn't seem good when Jordan Poole got punched. 888-957-9570 is the number. We got 10 more minutes, and then we do the crossover. And the Golden State Warriors. It's decision time. Hey!
Draymond, go bye-bye.
Wine, NASCAR. Not exactly the first pairing that comes to mind, but in Sonoma, it's a classic duo. You've got 12 challenging turns for drivers, beautiful wine country, and high-energy campgrounds. It's a perfect combination all around. And after a weekend of stargazing, in the sky and on the track, you'll end up wishing you discovered this classic pairing years ago. The NASCAR weekend at Sonoma Raceway, June 9th through the 11th. Get your tickets today at sonomaraceway.com.
Do you hear that? That is the sound of BMW performance without a single piston or cylinder. A generation of all-electric vehicles designed and built like no other. The BMW iX, i7, and i4 revolutionize every drive into a thrilling opportunity to feel the pure rush of BMW 100% electric. But isn't that what you'd expect from the ultimate electric driving machine? Take advantage of exceptional lease and finance offers today.
Why do we knock on doors like this? Why do we make pets look like people?
Aw, your puppy looks so cute with that sweater.
And why do we make people look like pets?
Aw, your photo looks so cute with that puppy filter.
Why do we like secret handshakes more than regular ones?
Up high,
down low,
fist bump,
slow-mo explosion. Why? For the same reason we play scratchers from the California Lottery. Because a little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase, play, or claim.
Never had a girlfriend dangle your feelings?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Well, Goo, it never fails or seldom fails.
Tails.
Just woke up this morning. Again, I didn't stay out late last night after Buon Vino. Just an unbelievable time. Thank you so much to the great folks at Buon Vino and everybody who came out. But I woke up this morning, I'm driving into work, and I thought to myself, you know what, Steiny? I don't think I've ever said that word.
You went third person?
Anyway, I said, you know what, Steiny? Tell you what, do a great show today. And what do you say? You get home and you relax, you rest, maybe even do a little exercise.
Love it.
Yeah, and then it gets to be 140, 135, and I'm itchy. Oh, there he is, the rockin' new era 84. By the way, was Otis Bird there?
No, Otis didn't make it. Yeah, Otis didn't make it.
Anyway.
Yeah.
So now I'm thinking, you got anything to say? You got after the show.
Oh, no, it's rest. I had a long weekend.
Oh, that's right.
Plus yesterday.
That's
man.
right. All right. So
yeah,
you wanted to talk about this?
Well, okay. So
serious subject.
Yeah,
so
it is. And you and I, Steiny, there's not I got to set this up because I know we don't got a lot of time, but there's not a subject you and I can't talk about. Race, religion, we chop it up. Either if it's not on air, it's you, me, Evan, and Spadoni, whatnot. So we all know what happened with Mr. Kuiper. He was let go from the A's. How long had he been there, Steiny? 20, 30 years, a long time. He was a fixture. And I'll never forget hearing the audio of him using the N-word by accident or slip up. For the people that keep saying it's a slip up, explain to me, a black man, how you slip up. But he did. And I didn't like on that night that he issued an apology, which took 6 innings later. And I thought the apology, it wasn't sincere. And if I had been accused of, kind of being to a whole race of people, if I had said something that was offensive, I would stop whatever I was doing, Steiny, and I would tell that group of people, hey, I didn't mean to offend you, blah, blah, blah. I felt like he did not do that, okay? So that's neither here nor there. So the A's do their investigation, and I guess last night or this morning we find out he's been relieved of his duty. Now, his duty, Steiny, in 2020, he was also in Kansas City and I played it for you guys. He said kind of the same word again when the word wasn't used. And I don't know if it was Negro he was trying to say, but that thing happened before. And what I feel bad for him is Mr. Kuiper here is that you got people that this is their job to hear every word that comes out of your mouth, to make sure you look your best. And in 2021, Steiny, I think it's 2020, excuse me, nobody heard it. Nobody brought it to the forefront. So, yeah, he lost his job, but I almost feel bad for him in this sense, that there was nobody there to be like, hey, you got a problem saying this because we know you're not this type of person. But he also issued another statement that Steiny that said in this current climate, it was so bad, I thought it made it worse. And I'm not happy he lost his job. But Steiny, we're in a new era now, a climate, whether you agree with it or not, you got to be sincere. And I felt like both of his apologies did not have any sincerity.
Yeah, we're talking about Glenn Kuiper, the play-by-play announcer for the Oakland A's. He was fired after using a racial slur a few weeks back. And the one thing I'll say is in the wake of what Glenn said, you shared with me something from a couple years ago that was, I guess, would you say eerily similar?
No doubt.
Not quite. And my first thought, believe it or not, and I told this to Guru, was I think...
Not trying to get him off the hook.
I think Glenn has trouble saying the word Negro.
Okay.
Like it's a hard word for him to say, Negro. Like phonetically.
Yeah, right.
I mean, I worked with Glenn a long time ago. I don't know him anymore, but I loved the guy when I worked with him. He was nothing but aces to me. But when you shared me the one from years prior,
which just nobody even. That's sad that nobody caught it. But I'm not saying they're justified in firing you. But Steiny, you're a professional. You should know that you said a word, a very important word, the wrong way. Yeah. And for the people saying, "Oh, he got railroaded because he slipped up," I'm just asking, Steiny, you not being black, how do you slip up? But if you do, you're on TV every day. They should have had your back. So the A's failed you or NBC failed you because they should have been on top of this offensive word way back in 2020. So if they thought they were going to have you say it, they wouldn't have. So you wouldn't have to go down this road. But the apology today about it's a different climate, it almost like he was trying to share with us something. And I don't think it was good being a minority, how I process the different, like, could you elaborate on the different environment? That didn't go over well for me.
He's talking about cancel culture.
Yeah.
I'm sure.
Which we know, man.
The D says, really, Matt, that's some white BS about the.
No, I'm black and I said it to you. You think he came to work to say that, drop that word?
Of course not.
Okay. So when I brought that to you, you said, "Goo, he might just have something subliminal." I'm not trying to exonerate him.
That may be true too. That may be
true. But what bothers me is nobody caught it, and now it cost him. But it's his apologies to me. I can't. What did Norm tell me? My dad, you can't grade feelings, son. Stoney, it looked half-ass. It really looked half-assed.
Well, I also think by the tone of his statement, he's really not happy. Now, you might say, so what? He has no, I get the other side, but it's clear he's angry.
Right. There's no doubt.
He got fired.
Look at his,
From his apology, there didn't seem to be a ton of understanding, though. And specifically the line where he says, "I'll always have a hard time understanding how one mistake in a 20-year broadcasting career," when we just described multiple.
Yeah. Well, Steiny, speak to that's great, Evan, because it ain't about numerically.
No, I know. But okay, let me ask you this. I won't even answer. When you shared with me what had happened a few years ago, the way he said the word was not as clear as he said it recently.
Right.
The recent slur was
like a Jay-Z song, Steiny, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
In the thing you showed me from a few years back,
it sounded like a slip-up.
Yeah, it's
subliminally, like I'm trying not to say a word that I'm saying.
Yeah, it didn't sound like as forceful as he used it this time.
And as a brother, Steiny, as a black man,
you tell me.
I almost I don't know him. I almost apologized to him like I might have been too heavy-handed. But then I thought, how can anybody from the A's or just his life, his friends that are minorities, not say, "Hey, you said this word," and it kind of said, that's where I'm like, man.
It's an unfortunate situation for everybody, quite frankly.
Well
said, you wanted to address it, so we will, and we did. And that's why Guru and I are like the piano.
I know we got to go. You think he gets another gig, or would a team not because of this?
Boy, that's going to be hard. I don't know. All right, coming up next, the crossover with Willard and Dibbs. Here come the judge.
Steiny and Goo will get you through.
I'm in the power chair.
Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
All righty. Welcome
chef.
back. It is crossover time. Crossover is brought to you by California Academy of Sciences. Every visit supports the Academy's mission to regenerate the natural world. Learn more and reserve your ticket at calacademy.org. Let's welcome in Mark Willard and Dan Dibley.
Hi, boys.
Gents.
You shook. Man, you're affected.
Man.
Oh, yesterday affected you.
It was fun.
Oh, yeah, it was.
It's a good time.
Yeah.
You got booed.
I didn't say it was a bad thing. Who, me?
No.
I got booed.
You didn't get booed.
No,
My idea did.
You got hooed?
Yeah.
You got hooed.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You got gooed, which was pretty
That's
nice.
a full
Yeah,
word.
a lot of good.
They were saying.
But dude, did I get too mushy on the company email at night? It was just a great time.
I haven't read it yet.
Oh,
What'd you
okay.
say?
I just said
I'll go
that was
in.
one of the moments I remember in my career. Proud to be a part of the team.
It was great, and it reminded me of what actually.
When did he send it?
It actually. Well, he's not on the company email either. So, and I actually replied all as well, which is our new culture. But it reminded me of how you got your start here at 95.7 The Game, because you remember those Lucky Break.
Oh man, that's
live
what it
remotes?
reminded me of.
Dude, those Lucky Break remotes, Mark, back in 2011. 2012, yeah. It was like that. It was full houses. It was station vibe. It was Madison Bumgarner.
Yeah, right.
It was
David Lee. Look at my boy.
It was a whole thing.
Yeah.
And it was like
Mario Ellie stopped by.
it was full houses, and yesterday was the first time since the pandemic that
right.
we all felt like, okay, we're back out here. We're doing things again.
And seeing
It was
Judy get
awesome.
emotional and we sing happy birthday, I feel like she's in my family.
Right?
Like,
Yeah.
Mark, you did a great job.
Yeah, Judy's
I'm
raised
just reading your
a couple
email
great
now.
kids.
You only wrote like one line. You're fine. You're
But
fine.
to me, some people can take it like,
Never
oh,
will
God.
this be forgotten. I always read
Never.
Goo emails in a
7
Guru
miles.
voice.
You
have to, yeah. You have to.
First ever summit. Proud to be a part of it.
All right, Willard.
Kudos to everyone.
It's a 3 for your good.
Never will this be forgotten.
Seven mics.
We all were talking
7 mics.
in the
That's
green
incredible.
room.
Now my voice is
and,
going for the show.
Correct
That's
me
not
if we're wrong, but we had given the MVP to John Dickinson.
He was the greatest.
I mean, JD came.
Wow.
JD came with some hammer opinions. He came with-
Revitalization sensation with his clay take.
That's a bug.
No
yeah.
doubt. That was
it was a good clay take. It was good. He got mad at it. I was like, where'd that? Right? You ever have that where you're just like, where'd that come from?
Totally.
Guru got to meet the good folks at Atco Pest Control.
Yeah.
They came out?
Yeah, he's a YouTuber, our guy.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Yeah. He was you were taking pictures, but we all were. Just a great time.
No, super great. And I got to meet Bonte's consigliere, Wet was in the building in the BDC. Because Bonte always refers to, my buddy Wet. And
that's
BDC.
too funny.
So I'm leaving, and Bonte's like, you know who that is, right? I'm like, no. He's like, that's Wet. And I was like, I gotta
can
get
hear
a picture.
Bonte saying it right now.
And like
Wet.
one of the highlights for me in my long 25-year career, the young man who showed up with the I Love Dibs shirt.
Dude, that
I mean,
was-
come on, bro. Come on. What are you gonna say to that?
You had a lot of
It was
shirts
a
show up
magic
yesterday.
marker.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
exactly.
whatever, dude.
Exactly.
Don't be a hater.
Don't act like you paid any money to get that made. But then you got your lacrosse jersey?
Yeah,
Look
that's
at
pretty
you.
cool.
Good deal.
I did on-field hosting for the San Jose Stealth 14 years ago, and the equipment manager had
No
held
way.
on to my jersey.
No way.
He brought it for me. Yeah, so I
I'd
got
like
that
to
at home.
know, wouldn't you love to know the documentary of where that jersey's been
Right?
since you last saw it?
14.
How the
Yeah.
hell did that person, right? Like, where did it go?
It just
Where's it been?
It stayed with him.
And
If
how
you're-
did
you
this
know,
person think of it today?
Because it was a
he
live
heard you were
remote, and
coming.
he heard we were going to be there,
It's
and
not
he's
like,
like,
you're an inaccessible human being. He could have gone to any youth sporting event in the Bay Area over the last 15 years, and you'd have been there.
I'm an
Wow.
open book. Yeah.
So,
And I had
doubt.
a lovely couple that's getting married next May.
Oh, yeah.
Unbelievable.
I'm
They wanted
invited.
me to MC
Yeah.
their wedding. I'm there.
are you in?
Yeah.
I love it.
According to,
Dude, I almost broke
she said
down.
we're all going to get an invite.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
Let's go.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
if Guru is
Something
officiating,
Yeah, dude, come on.
I'm coming. Is it hosted? Because, I don't want to go to another event where we can't drink.
Oh, no.
I don't want that.
Well, some of us had drinks. Some of us had drinks.
I know you
I
did.
got Jesse James.
You
got
sneakers.
One for you.
You sneakers
Red
are under the
Solo
table
Cup.
in the
Look at the
back.
red cup.
Unbelievable.
The move was getting Nahigian's boss, to buy me the drink.
Whoa, Stacy?
Kieran Gefford.
Oh, Kieran.
Yes,
He
ma'am.
came and got on the
More of a
mic,
lateral position.
Yeah,
but
I was
I'll
gonna
allow it.
say,
That's pretty
that's-
good.
He wishes.
No, it's wow, it's genius. And I actually was talking to my wife who made an appearance. You didn't get a chance to meet her because
I'm so mad.
Well, because you were late and you had to rush in because
wow.
Yeah,
you know,
the Super Bowl party all over again.
No, I
You
got
went to
there
the
with
wrong
five-
door.
I got
find the building.
I didn't know you
so
guys knew
good.
this because I was around the corner. I got there in 5 minutes.
No, I was talking to Butcher, and Butcher's like, oh, "Excuse me, Dibs, I gotta go. Guru can't find the building.
Leave it to Butch to darn me out.
Well, because he was meeting my
I love you,
wife.
Butch.
Because he was talking to my wife, and Mark had come over, and we were having a moment, and then Butch had to leave. But
I gotcha.
yeah, it was pretty good to
That
see.
picture was
everybody out
awesome.
there.
All of us in there.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
except Steiny, because Steiny.
No, we got one with him. The one I got is the
I
one
didn't
with
take
us.
one picture, and that was the one with the guy who had the I Love Dibley shirt, and I was just
false.
This
You
is
didn't
when
take about 8, and
Yeah,
because
there were a lot of Steinless pictures.
Yeah,
That's
wow.
true.
When the show
I think
ended,
you
It's a true story.
No, he's in the
bolted,
one I
and
got.
there was,
I tweeted the one with you,
Did
all
you-
of us.
Did you see the one that the station tweeted? I'm like, this is, if you just need the 7 of us in a nutshell, like, all of us are lined up. Joe is like big energy. Bonte's big smile. Me and Dibs in the center were smiling. I got my gavel in my hand. You look like you're having the time of your life. JD to your left with the grin the size of the state.
Man.
And then there's Steiny.
I can fit Robert Redford.
Just straight faced. Absolutely no mug whatsoever.
and about
I'm like,
4 feet from the nearest human being, too.
Exactly.
And might have been on his tippy toe.
Maybe, yeah, that's fine.
sorry, Steiny. What were you going to say?
Well, I mean, look, it's no secret. I think I'm the oldest of the group. And I don't know if you guys realized it. I certainly did. We did an hour segment.
We do it every day.
Yeah.
Yes.
Did we realize that? That's what we do.
Hello?
From 4:50 to 5:40. That's what we do.
don't.
You can't. This guy in the bathroom at 5:42 was the most hysterical thing that happened to me the entire afternoon.
All that beer.
Go ahead. You describe it. You describe it.
The suds.
I needed to go to the bathroom.
Flomax.
It was an hour.
Now go apologize to Nahigian for telling you that it would be stupid to drink because you may not have had to go to the bathroom so much if you weren't sneaking so much beer. One beer.
I was daydreaming.
One bourbon.
You show me a
scotch.
You show me a
beer.
slur from alcohol.
I'm a man. I'm 40.
I might believe you.
I just want clues. The first clue was in the 5 days since we announced it.
Yeah.
I had, and these are whether it's listeners on social media or just friends, people who don't go to things like that. There was a buzz on my phone. Can we go? What's it going to look like? How many seats are there? What's this? What's that? I kept getting questions all week, and I'm like, oh, it's hitting like that. Okay. And then when the building wasn't full, but the seats were.
Oh, man.
By the time Dibs and I started.
Yeah.
At 2.
Exactly.
I was
So
like,
they had been there from the beginning.
When we started our show, there was a good dozen people.
Yeah,
like the
not
front
a
row
lot,
was
but-
already locked in.
I love it.
And then by the time we got to 3:00, all seats were taken. And we were, Mark had a bit like, I'm going to bang the gavel every time one of the staff members comes in. By 3:15 or 3:30 when Bonte got there, we couldn't see the door. And that was kind of the problem with the bit. I'm like, Mark, I had to nudge him to let him know that
They showed out. They showed up.
people
They
were coming
showed out.
in. Yeah, it was great. It was
stayed.
wonderful.
Guru.
But yes, Steiny, more often than not, the live appearances, when I was with the Rise guys with Whitey and Crides, we did a 2-hour Domino's bit in Walnut Creek. Not a soul. You want to talk about three jabronis in a Domino's lobby?
Now what?
There usually are.
Dude, no, it was not.
I've never been to a Domino's lobby where it doesn't look like that.
Dude,
You're listening to the 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Station. No, it was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun.
And didn't y'all think some interesting stuff came out of it? Not just in terms of how special it was and getting to break bread and hang with the people and all that good stuff that we're talking about, but. I was intrigued. Small sample size, understood, but I was intrigued by some of the reactions based on Warrior things.
Yeah, we played some of the sound
that I saw from the crowd, and we will definitely be having a healthy conversation here in 13 minutes and 12 seconds when you run out of here, Steiny. We'll have a very healthy conversation with the reaction to Draymond Green? Because I don't know if I knew. And again, yes, there's probably 150 people at most that were in that building yesterday. But I don't know that I knew that many people just want Draymond Green to go away. That surprised me.
Yeah, it did me a little bit too. But, and this is going to sound like pandering, but I mean this. Everybody that was in that building last night, they know the Warriors. Like, they know what's going on with the Warriors. They know that Draymond's got an opt-out or opt-in, and they know that, do you get him 3 years? And even when I was like, well, if you give him 3 years, can you really have Clay? Like, they know Clay's got one. Like, they understand the full scope of where the Warriors are right now.
They've been through the emotions, though, too, which is one thing that I think is the difference between us fans and an actual organization, is that we drive much more on the emotional side of the bridge, and Draymond takes you on a journey, and it frustrates the hell out of you sometimes. But when Monty Poole said to us, Dibs, when we talked about this just last week, is like the second he goes, the first thing you're doing is you're going out on the market to try to find another Draymond Green. Right. Now, and we know that one doesn't really exist, in at least in that form, right? All the things that he brings. So I get the emotional side of it, but I think that even if you fall prey to that, you're like, okay, we're done with the Draymond experience, that doesn't account for, so, okay, what happens next? What is he going to do about that and still win basketball games? I do not subscribe to the theory that some do. And by the way, and I heard Bonte and Joe talk about this morning, and they gave you credit for it, Goo. They said, this idea that Steph can't win without Draymond is disrespectful to Steph. I don't look at it like that. I don't think it's Steph can't win without Draymond. I think in this moment with this team and that player, what does it mean? Can he win without Draymond? Can they win some games? Sure. Is he going to feel good about it? Are they going to get to the end? No. Like they're worse. They're worse without him. I have zero questions about that. So why would you want him gone?
Well, Steiny made a good point earlier about like what we look at in terms of, and I think you were talking about the Niners, but I think it applies to the Warriors in terms of what do you qualify as winning, because only one team wins the championship. So if the Warriors would have beat the Lakers and then would have gone on to do what the Lakers did against Denver, you're one of the last four teams in the association, and you were, 4 wins away from being in the finals again. Does that make it a failed year? And I'll borrow from Giannis, where he says, no, it's not a failure. And you mentioned it in terms of the Niners, like with a young quarterback, what's the rightful expectation going into this year? So if you look at the Warriors next year, even if it's Steph, Clay, and Dre all back, what's your expectation in terms of what would be a success? Because only one team wins the chip.
I mean, it's a great question. And the one thing I always bring up is just because you might be done winning championships doesn't mean your legacy's over, the enjoyment's over. Like, just the Warriors didn't win a title, but Steph Curry scored 50 points in a Game 7 against the Sacramento Kings. Like, that's cool.
I'm not giving that series back, by the way. Like, that's what I mean. I think to your point.
Whatever. Well, because Bird and Dominique went in the fourth quarter, they didn't win it that year.
The championship or bust sort of mentality, I'm out on it. Like, I'm not giving that King series back. There were memories there. I loved that. But I think the audience loved that.
No doubt. But from a management standpoint, where Steph is at, and he's in a good place, and what's left in the tank, that's the title of the jam, is how do we get this team, led by the chef, all the necessary help, not so we could go to the Western Conference Finals, but to win it again.
Right. You get LeBron James, and that's it. Done.
But I feel like Kyrie's going down there.
If you're LeBron and you had your choice, and let's just put this out as a hypothetical here at 2:04, if you're LeBron and you had your choice of come to the Warriors and, have to do the KD thing and join this team, or ride it out in L.A. with Kyrie, what would you do?
And AD.
Well,
and you just went to the Western Conference Finals, so
I think he wants away from AD.
You think so?
AD is, I think I saw something today on Twitter. AD stands for alternative days.
Alternative days. I saw that too. That's amazing.
So I want to give credit.
He gave him. LeBron almost played every minute at 38 years old.
But he had 40, 10, and 9.
40, 10, and 9.
And AD was just
Well,
he was a KAD, what we called K-Wig. Just floating. It was like, dude.
What's your sponsor? Right on the table. Go ahead.
Atco Pest Control. Okay. Go to AtcoPestControl.com for all your Atco Pest Control.
I love you stare him down because he tries to come at you with addiction.
We got a picture of it. It's a beautiful
so good.
picture.
It's a great
We're both
picture.
smiling, giving down.
That is a good shot. That is a really good shot.
Yeah.
That's a framer. That's a framer.
And even JD on the side with a big smile.
Yeah,
it's an upset.
JD was,
I had it at plus 800.
Who knew? If you give JD a little salami charcuterie, it just explodes. Anyway,
it's a drop.
Point being, right on the table there is, what was LeBron actually doing last night?
Playing his ass off.
No. After the game. So, now why these people, and I always try to remind people this, when you are that big of a celebrity, you do not stand in front of a microphone and become flippant with what you're going to say because you know damn well what's going to happen. Each of your words are viral immediately. So when he's like, yeah, I got a lot to think about. I don't know. I got a lot. He knows exactly what he's doing. And my question is, why? Do you think he is genuinely just sharing that he is contemplating retirement? Or would it be possible that LeBron at his age realizes, and his contractual situation, that his leverage to the Lakers would be to drop retirement into the glass of water and let it fizzle.
Right.
And
like Alka-Seltzer.
And why would he do that? The only thing I can think of, because there are plenty out there who believe that while Rob Pelinka got all of this credit for these amazing deadline deals, rightfully so, they were much better. But as LeBron also said in that press conference, I could give a rip about making the Western Conference Finals.
And that's why Kyrie's a real deal to me.
All of your smaller deals that made us better weren't good enough. You kept all of your assets for the future.
No doubt. And that's why he's coming. And I really believe Kyrie's coming.
But will the Lakers do it?
Rob Pelinka, I think at this point,
he's not doing what LeBron's telling him to do anymore.
We're going to find out. And what he was doing to me real quick, my great boss, sales boss, Mary Langley, right on the table, inventor, she always had a term called the takeaway. You give the people the takeaway, like you know what? You're not going to school here. But it's really not the takeaway, but it's psychology. What he was doing was saying, we're not going to talk about me, the king, getting swept, so I'm going to do the takeaway. It ain't even about my location. I'm telling everybody I might take my services and never play this wonderful game again. And it was genius because now you had to report the score and the sweep, but it was more people because oh my God, he might retire.
Right.
So kudos to Bron. I know what you were doing.
But if you're Pelinka, everything that you just pulled off in February, whoever gets LeBron, but whoever gets LeBron this year,
Hachimura,
it's all chips into the middle of the table for 1 year.
I think they're there already.
Is that what the Lakers want to do? Because their deals at the deadline would suggest no.
I think LeBron and Hollywood are just a match made in heaven right now. That's why he's not coming.
Well, the bigger issue, I think, of him coming here would be the fact that his son's going to be playing at USC. And that's why I think that the retirement, even if it's a 1 year retirement, Kevin O'Connor with a great piece today in the Ringer. Maybe it's a 1 year, like, I'm going to take a 1 year off and do a Michael Jordan thing. I'm not going to play baseball. I'm going to be a USC fan at the Galen Center and watch my boy. And
is
by the way,
Bronny good enough to get to the league?
He's coming off the bench, Guru. He's not even going to start for that team. He's a seventh man.
And no shade at the kid, but is it because he's going to be LeBron's kid that he's in the league? Because I told Stoney, the young one's 6'6", Bryce. That's 6'6", the youngster.
If Bronny can play, he'll play. If he can, he can. Like nobody's going to keep LeBron.
I hate this for him, though.
Oh, that's brutal.
Get your drip drop ready. I've had this conversation directly with Jerry Rice Jr.
Oh boy,
and it's impossible.
It is.
They should not have named him Jerry.
That's incredible.
They should have named him, Ethan or something. Something. Because Jerry Rice Jr. was walked into NFL buildings and was supposed to be Jerry Rice. and this kid's name is Bronny, and we're all waiting for him, and he's not even starting
I don't hate
in college.
on no kids, but I'm like, is he really that good?
We're talking about his NBA career before his college career has even started. This is terrible.
Yeah, the
It's
junior thing has
terrible for
never
him.
worked before. You're right. Ken Griffey's on the phone.
Well, that's one.
Well,
That's
there's
one.
so many.
And he was better than
There's
his
so
dad.
many.
You think Bronny's better than his dad?
He could be.
Well, give me an NBA version of that. It's never happened.
What?
The father-son in the NBA. The
Gary
Ken Griffey.
Payton II?
What do you mean?
Is he as good as his dad?
No, I'm talking about at the same time. Like the Griffeys
Oh, no,
played.
it's never happened.
Oh,
No,
right.
it's
It's never
never
happened
No,
in
I
the
just,
elite.
I just mean Bronny's being set up for failure.
There's no man.
You've got
It's-
way too
wow.
much attention on someone who is
That-
Yeah,
maybe a prospect
man.
and maybe isn't.
And I worry about him being able to make ends meet after his USC career.
Not worried about him. Not worried about him.
Good God.
I'll just say this: of all the things that Kevin O'Connor put on the table, here's the one that's not happening. LeBron's not done.
Oh,
LeBron is
92
not.
million
No,
over
but
the
the
next
year
two.
off, the year off idea.
That's
is the
on the
thing.
table.
Yeah.
Damn, you shocked
But
me sometimes.
LeBron is not having no
He's a
retirement.
narcissist.
Thank
He's
you.
going
There's a
nowhere.
retirement tour, and it's coming. Is it this year? Is it next year? I have no idea.
I'm going to take my talents to Del Boca
Yeah.
Vista.
That man is going to throw chalk in the air at every NBA arena before he's done.
I know I know he's a gazillionaire, but he's also going to have to walk away from $97 million.
Right. Think about that.
If he doesn't play next year and retires, because he's got a $50 million option the following year.
And what Kevin put in there, which I think is genius, is that if he wants to buy a piece of a team, that $97 million goes a long way toward being able to buy a piece of a team,
no
right?
doubt. And Windhorst, I know we're up against it. He put out
really
the video.
not. Yeah.
I think he's connected, or he knows what's going on.
Sure he does.
He put that Kyrie video to LeBron almost like it was done. Like he had the names, the contract. I'm like, oh, there's no doubt and imagine Kyrie in that game last. We just need a bucket, man.
I'm
LeBron
done.
was me at the
I
gym.
heard
He
you,
was gassed.
but I heard you. I heard you, Guru, earlier, and I'm done with imagine Kyrie and then fill in the blank.
Wow,
Kyrie Irving.
Let it there.
Kyrie Irving
He
has.
ain't worse than Ja right now, though. Who would you rather have?
Oh gosh,
Come on now, guns and
is there a door number 3?
the world is square. Is
Is
different.
there a door number 3?
Oh,
Can I have Dylan Brooks
I'd rather have
instead?
Ja because I feel like if I'm Pat Riley, for example, and what Steiny called the best organization in the
Don. He called
association,
him the Don.
if you feel like you could take a young man into your fold, under your wing, his talent is almost
Incredible.
without comparison. He just has some personal issues right now.
Where it may cost him half a season.
For sure, at least.
Yeah.
You can go. He can stay. You don't have to close the show.
He's always going to stay.
No.
And he's always welcome to stay.
Yeah.
As are you.
Now, can we talk about tomorrow real quick?
Uh-oh.
It's Wednesday.
Oh,
it's
yeah.
my golf
It's a
day.
golf day. I'm actually golfing at 5:45 in the morning. As luck
You're going
may
with
have
Dan?
it.
Dude,
I'm
he
going-
just brought that
He invited
up.
me. He goes, hey, 5:45.
What did you
We'll
say?
be done by 8:30. I'm like, that's
Dude,
still
he
too
just
late.
brought it up.
I got an 11th hour text from the missus who Mark met yesterday. Guru blew her off on his way in, and she sent me a nice note. She
Hey,
said,
supper.
She said, you know what, honey, I appreciate all that you do. Go play golf tomorrow.
That's
so I'm
American
in
dream.
5:45 a.m. Mark.
No way.
Dude, will this be the
Yeah.
earliest you ever played?
It'll be up there, yeah, for sure. Dew Chasers
I mean,
tomorrow.
the only time you can play earlier is if you're in Ireland.
Or
Yeah,
Alaska.
Can you even see? Can you see where your balls?
Sunrise 5:53.
Okay.
Yeah, and Mark, you've seen me
Look
hit
at
the ball.
Stein.
I
That's
don't hit
true.
it very
That's
far
true.
anymore.
He's
And,
like,
I got
it's
these
50
new
yards
Vice
ahead.
golf balls, these
Yeah.
Dayglow Gleam.
Look at you guys.
So wait, what are you saying? You're leaving early tomorrow, Steiny?
Yes. Yeah.
Well, I'd like to leave at 2.
That's early. Yeah.
Well, okay, then I'd like to leave a little
Yeah,
bit.
that's
Look
fine.
how he
I'll
says
ask.
he would
It's fine.
lie.
Man,
Guru, will you?
jeez.
I'd like
You'll
to.
stay,
Yeah, I
right?
get you.
You'll stay. All right. Okay.
See y'all tomorrow.
That's the one that matters.
Okay, Willard and Dibs coming up next. All right.
Oh, my God.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows. Off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you so much, everybody. Honestly, thank you. That was a ton of fun. But at the same time, boy, it led to some things that we need to talk about. we really, really need to talk about it.
Topically, yeah.
And then Carlos Correa said some stuff yesterday. And then the 49er OTA quarterback situation. We got all kinds of stuff to get to. Javi Lopez and the good Doc Pandy on the show today. Hey, Twitch. Hey, YouTube. Thank you for being here. Appreciate you so much. Comcast Business Text Line and our lines officially open at 888-957-9570. And y'all should use them right away. I hit the bed last night and I went, we do this every day. And there's no sporting event, no player, there's no nothing, there's no stone left unturned on this station, on this show. This is our lives. We do this on the daily basis. It is very rare that I hit the pillow and go, I had no idea that that's how people feel.
Right?
About sports. There's all kinds of crap that I don't know about how people are feeling and thinking about other stuff.
But we take maybe in our show 4 hours. We might take between 4 and 17 calls. We might read between 12 and 43 texts. We might see between 18 and 54 comments on YouTube. But to have an audience of 150 people and to be able to gauge with the make some noise-ometer, which you were so good at doing yesterday, I was blown away at the crowd reaction, which I think is a thumbnail sketch for how the greater population feels.
Do you all want Draymond Green to leave?
What?
I mean, not all of you. There was a healthy
majority. Yeah,
there was a healthy amount on both sides, but. It sounded like a few more of the people in the building yesterday, and the question was not, do you want to trade him for this player, or do you want him to come back for less? The question was, do you want Draymond Green off this team? And it was an overwhelming amount of people who were boisterous and loud and firm and clear. Their applause was on that idea. We're done. We're done with Draymond Green. The experience is over. I've had enough. I want off this train. And that surprised me.
Yeah, me too. It surprised me because Draymond, and we've talked about this so much, we've beaten this thing into the ground, but Draymond on the negative is exasperating. He's frustrating. He costs you games, but on the positive side, you don't win championships without Draymond Green. And you know that the one player that nobody ever wants to get rid of, Steph Curry, loves Draymond Green as a teammate more than any other player probably that he's ever played with. So I was also surprised with the reaction from the crowd in terms of, who wants him to stay, who wants him gone. It was about 90-10, I think, against.
That feels like a big number to me. There was
80-20?
Well, listen, we're going to play the sound for everybody here in a little bit and let everybody hear what it sounded like, at least in the room. And again, I don't want to overdo it based on 150 people in the room. And if, you had 60%, 62.7%. I don't know. Do we have the sound? Take a listen to this from the room yesterday at the Warriors Summit. What's up, Juan Vino and Walnut Creek? This is what it sounded like.
This is something that worked earlier, and now we got an even bigger crowd, obviously. So let's let the crowd weigh in on this, okay? So, by a show of noise, do you want Draymond Green on this team next year? Say yes. Do you want to move on from Draymond Green next year?
It's not a massive majority, but it's a majority.
Right.
And for me, it's not even if it's a majority. It could have been 35%, and I would have gone like, I get it. Draymond wears you out. I understand the journey. I've been on it with all of you, and there is all of the good and all of the bad, and the bad is plenty. I mean, this guy may literally have on his resume when this whole thing is done, he is the centerpiece to why Kevin Durant and Jordan Poole don't play basketball here anymore. Like, that may be on his resume. He has stated that it's on his resume. He takes the blame for the championship that was not won, 73-9, getting suspended at the wrong time. All of those things. So I get all of the negative, but boy, what a rare circumstance when a player that has the resume he has taken everybody as a major piece on a journey that is the best journey we've ever been on with regard to this franchise. Normally fans will overlook everything. Look at Barry Bonds. Are you telling me that he didn't take you on a crappy journey? This guy literally became the face alongside McGuire and Sosa. Let's not leave them out. But he became the face. Balco Labs, you know what that stands for because of Barry Bonds. People are throwing syringes at him on the field at other stadiums. And I know many of you have had negative experiences through the years, even trying to get an autograph from this guy. But all I ever hear is people go, yeah, but. This guy's great. He's the greatest player to ever play. Greatest thing I ever saw. Unbelievable hitter. Okay, sure. And he didn't even win a title. Draymond's got 4 rings on his belt. And it sounds like a lot of you just flat want him gone.
Right. Frustrated by that. And you asked another question later about the Draymond Jordan Poole confab. Can they still play together? And we'll play that sound for you coming up. But I think that is the other piece that is telling, because if people want Draymond gone, that would mean that they probably want Jordan Poole still to be here. And, I don't think that Jordan Poole gives you the same chance to win next year that Draymond Green does. And Steve Kerr told you as much. He told us as much when he came on the show, and he said, I still think that Steph, Clay, and Draymond have enough left in them to still be a championship trio. And if that is the case, and that's going to be the way that the organization goes forward, then other pieces would have to be made in order to try to improve this team going into next year.
888-957-9570. Would love to continue the straw poll on this right now here today, because, again, I don't want to act. Maybe everybody had just had too much Pinot.
Perhaps,
you know what I mean? Like, yeah, you get caught up. It's kind of like what we say about refs when why do the home teams get all the calls? Well, the refs get caught up in the moment, right? There's a crowd, and okay, we want that foul. All right, you got that foul. And they may not even realize they're doing it.
Well, LeBron didn't get that foul, so your theory is fraudulent in the moment.
Well, it's not always.
Because LeBron wanted that call, but he didn't get that call, and LeBron was at home, and he's a superstar, and yet he didn't get the treatment. But go ahead.
You want me on that call. You need me on that call.
That was a great no call, by the way, by the officials. I'm elite no call.
No issue here. No issue here.
You'll never give him the credit that I'll give him, so I'll just go ahead and give him the credit for everyone.
You know that I
great
think that
no call.
Zach Zarba is a fine-looking man.
Was that double Z's on the call?
No, I don't think so. That's all that. If you want me to say something nice about a ref,
Zach Zarba
is a good-looking man. Outside of that, I really got nothing for these clowns. But anyway, I have no issue with that. But we know that the whistle goes the home team's way more often than not. Why? Human nature. And so maybe there was some of that in the room at Juan Vino yesterday. Is there a little human nature? Is there a little piggybacking off of the opinions in the room? So were they actually just supporting some of their favorite radio hosts as opposed to things that actually matter with the Warriors? I'm not sure. So love to hear from you today. 888-957-9570, especially if you are one of these Warrior fans. Are you flatly ready to say you want Draymond Green off of the team? 888-957-9570. We'll take your calls on that. I just think, when you listen to Steve Kerr's tone when that question comes up, I mean, the tone almost becomes flippant. It becomes someone who's like, well, that's a ridiculous notion.
Yeah.
And
I think he said, it didn't get picked up by the mics, but he said, that's a stupid question.
That's the stupidest question ever.
I think so.
Is what he said.
Yeah, because that's basically the tone with which he delivered the answer to you. And because you asked him, do they still have what it takes to be championship caliber? And yes. He didn't even let you finish the question.
Right.
Stupidest question ever.
He was mad at you.
Yeah. Well, that's what I do. That's what I do.
Yeah, hard questions.
Know what I'm saying? I got asked by someone, and I'm not going to reveal this person's name.
Yeah.
After experiencing the Warrior Summit yesterday, he goes, "Hey, does Bonte like you?" And I'm like, "No, don't you know that? No, of course Bonte doesn't like me. Like, yeah, but no, but yeah, but not really."
The correct answer is following a question with the question, which Bonte? TV Bonte.
That's right.
TV Bonte came by the Warrior shop when we were broadcasting live. TV Bonte loved you. He was loving on all of us.
Well, Bonte, no, I know whenever.
Radio Bonte despises Willard.
Well, obviously.
Thank you.
Obviously. Look, every room, there's a limit on how many alphas you can have in a room. That's all I'll say about it.
Right.
No, we've.
And how many alphas were there among the 7 of us?
How many people would you tag as alphas?
I would say.
I mean, everybody's got an ego.
You, Bonte, and Joe.
Everybody's got an ego.
And Guru, and that's probably it.
Do you think Guru is alpha energy?
I do, yeah.
You?
I do.
Yeah.
And
I know what you're saying. I mean, all 7 of us have a little bit of it. All 7 of us have a little bit of it.
In different spots.
A couple of us have too much of it.
I felt like yesterday was not necessarily my time to shine. Like if we were doing like a comedy summit or if we were doing, something in a little bit of a different setting.
Next week, we'll be at the Improv.
Thank you.
Yep.
I was happy.
Dibs gets center stage and the gavel.
I was super happy yesterday to take a step back and let, especially JD, my God, the expertise and the opinion.
He was fantastic.
JD was great.
Yeah.
I thought everyone was great. Steiny playing his role as curmudgeon, which was pretty hilarious.
Yeah.
Because he actually said it before the summit. He's like, everybody's got a role, and I'm here to play it.
That's right.
And
then he goes, Dallas in 6, and then he went to the bathroom. It's just like, no, I'm sure. You get this question a lot. When there are radio disagreements, people are like, do they like each other?
Sure.
Yeah. Bonte and I like each other just fine.
Right. And I'll say this. All 7 of us don't all show up in the same room if there's genuine dislike for one another.
Right. No, it's not.
That's that's honestly the end of it.
Do we spar? You damn right.
We all do.
Right.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And that's what we're doing here. That's what I mean. That's all good. But anyway, 888-957-9570 is the number. Would love to hear from some of you on that. We see you starting to line up. So we're coming to your calls next. We're brought to you by calhope.org. And then Javi Lopez at 3:15. I'll just tell you all this. The LeBron thing is out there. Carlos Correa said some things yesterday. If the Warrior playoff thing and the Warrior Summit and OTAs, if this wasn't all happening, I can think of a day about 3-4 months ago where the idea of the Giants playing against Carlos Correa might have gotten a lot more run. And that's happening right now. And he spoke publicly about the Giants yesterday. And I think it snuck under the radar. And there's some very, very interesting and important stuff that he said. We'll share that with you coming up in just a bit. But your phone calls are next on Willard and Dibs.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed.
refer qualified applicants to us. You can receive the game and Odyssey job vacancy information by contacting Human Resources at 415-765-4011 or by emailing sfhr@odyssey.com.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Can I shout out JD one more time? What does this guy do after coming to the Warriors Summit, dropping fire in the creek? That man is in Santa Clara today filming Trey Lance mechanics.
Grinding
with the content machine. And we got to get to the 49er quarterback situation today. And I mean that in a way that we have not before.
Nothing to see there.
Yeah.
We know who the starter's going to be.
Yeah.
Sure.
Right?
It's just like the Chiefs. Do you think the Chiefs are talking about who their starter will be?
Totally.
Same thing here.
You're on a Kansas City radio station and be like, we're going to talk about the quarterback situation.
Big time.
Like,
a lot of question marks.
Situation? What's the situation? So anyway, we'll do that coming up in just a little bit. Javi Lopez in 45 minutes. Carlos Correa with some very, very interesting things to say yesterday after the Giants beat the Twins. And then, of course, our surprise in the way the crowd yesterday at the Warriors Summit reacted to the Draymond Green question. Do you want him on the team? Yay! Do you want him off the team? Yeah! Like an even bigger reaction, which I think caught some of us off guard. So 888-957-957 the number. Bob and Marin, go ahead. You're on with Willard and Dibs. Hey, Bob. What are you doing?
Hey, Bob.
We got Bob? Oh, okay. All right. Can you put him back on hold there then for me? We just need just a moment on the technical side of our world.
Yeah.
And then we'll get Bob. Okay, now we're good. Let's go to Bob in Marin.
Hey, Bob.
Hey, Bob. What are you doing?
Hey, guys. I'm just driving out to Rooster Run to play golf.
Atta babe.
But just to say that, how many championships do you think Jordan Poole or Kevin Durant would win if they're not playing for the Warriors? And the second question is, what if Draymond's case in hand, Steph Curry says, hey, if Draymond's willing to take a deal, you take that deal. And if you don't, what if Steph says he's not going to play here? What are you going to do then? The other question I have is the 49ers quarterback situation you guys have been talking about all day. I don't think it's the quarterbacks that they have to worry about. I think it's the offensive line. When a lot of people have compared this kid to Tom Brady coming out that has the same it factor, this or that. Tom Brady had an offensive line. I think two of those guys were drafted and stayed with him for 5 years and one another 10 years. I mean, if this offensive line is not going to be back, doesn't matter who the heck's back there. So I'm just saying they have to get the offensive line right, and I think this kid Brock has it. He has it in him. He's gotten the opportunity. He's proven himself. All he needs is an offensive line. I think it's going to be a great shit for the 49ers. But
Hey, Bob, real quick. Do you think they did or did not have the offensive line situation, quote unquote, figured out last year?
I don't think so. I don't think they did, because if they did, he wouldn't be under that much pressure if he was under that much duress in the playoffs. I mean, the playoffs is a different animal. And then Tom Brady, you have to remember, Drew Bledsoe had signed a $110 million deal a year before Tom Brady was signed. So he was the future of that franchise, and they understood they needed to get some guys that are going to protect their investment. Drew Bledsoe got hurt, but Tom Brady was just in line, and that offensive line, man, I mean, that was one of the best offensive lines we saw for the next 5 years after Tom Brady was drafted.
Yeah, Bob, I thought the 49ers offensive line, by and large, was pretty good last year. I understand that it's easy to grab the narrative and say Brock Purdy got knocked out of the NFC Championship game, but
it's not a narrative; it's a fact.
Well, but that's one play. It's at
right.
play, and
that's what Bob's referring to, I think.
Right, but there's no offensive lines that don't have a breakdown schematically and give up a sack.
Well, I would add this piece to that and say, is the right tackle position better or worse than it was last year based on the moves that they made. So basically, McGlinchey out, McKivitz in. Are you feeling like McKivitz is going to be better than McGlinchey?
I mean,
same or worse?
You would think that it would start off worse, but I don't know.
Right.
I don't know.
I would say that the offensive line last year was better than we thought going into it in August. We all were thinking, and I know I was a part of it, saying, the offensive line, the interior three, it's going to be a huge issue. You have a new center and 2 unproven guards. This offensive line is going to really struggle. And they didn't struggle. And you're right, the one play where Brock Purdy gets knocked out, that's called football.
It was a backup tight end that was schemed to be on a great edge rusher, whiffed. And
Croft whiffed, and then Purdy got blown up. So it wasn't even an offensive line issue when you want to put it that way.
I mean, it was a scheme breakdown. It was a play that the Eagles had the right situation and personnel called. And the 49ers, because I'm not even going to rip the scheme because they do that all the time.
They've run that play so many times. Two tight ends, exactly.
And it often works. But on that play, it spelled disaster. But let's not forget the things that happened on the offensive line that people at this time last year said were going to be a disaster and weren't. Aaron Banks was fantastic, for example.
Yeah.
He had a very, very good year. And he was a punchline last summer. And so... I don't know. Trent Williams missed a period of time, but outside of that, he was his normal self, most dominant player at his position in the game. So I would answer it this way. Did the offensive line last year do enough for the 49ers to where they could win a Super Bowl? Yeah.
Agreed.
I say yes. Now, there are some changes this year, but I'm never the type that's going to tell you a player can't do it until we see that he can't do it. The 49ers are not dumb. They know that they need an offensive line.
Right.
I would imagine that they feel comfortable right now with who they've got. Let's see what they can do.
You lose Brunskill and you lose McGlinchey and you replace him with McKivitz and you figure out what you can do to make it work. But I kind of put faith in the Kyle Shanahan scheme and his ability to understand what you need to do in terms of protection to run the offense that they want to run, which is a lot of zone read in the run game. And so you're going to find nimble guys who can get out and make the blocks you need to make. And also, one thing that Kyle Shanahan, I'm sure, has stayed up late at night in the offseason about is the fact that he lost not 1, not 2, but 3 quarterbacks, actually 4 quarterbacks in the regular and in the postseason. So he's got to figure out a way to keep his quarterbacks healthy. Does that mean run them less, protect them more, both, or other things about that? Kyle Shanahan knows why the season ended the way it ended. Now, they might have lost to Philadelphia anyway. I think that Philadelphia was better. We'll never find out. If fully healthy, the Niners would have lost that game. But Kyle Shanahan knows what we all know. That season blew up in a heap because you couldn't keep your quarterback healthy.
Well, let me say this since we're on the topic now of Kyle Shanahan. Let me throw something out there that you and I were having this discussion earlier today. And this is what I think. I think everybody who listens to this show knows I'm a pretty damn big fan of Kyle Shanahan. Very, very big supporter. And that does not mean, I know a lot of people, so we're not allowed to criticize.
Nope,
yes,
not a word.
Yes, you can. Yes,
Your call's getting dumped.
You can call in and be like, I hated that play call. You can call in and say, I feel like we jumped the gun and speak about Kyle as if he's won a Super Bowl when he hasn't. You can do all of that stuff. Actually, you can go even further. You can scream that you think he should be fired. I will then laugh at you. I will think it is a moronic take, and I believe that I can prove it in a number of ways. The line you always hear, which is true, which is if the 49ers moved off of Kyle Shanahan, the line would be around the block of other teams trying to immediately hire him. But think about this. This is one thing that I think is really a feather in Shanahan's cap. The 49er quarterback situation is incredibly unique. There is no other team in football that is doing it like they're doing it. Go look at the leaderboard, if you will, of Super Bowl odds this year in the NFL and tell me one other team in the whole NFL that people think has a legitimate chance to win the whole thing, but they don't have a stud at the quarterback position. Give me one other team. I can do this quickly for you. You won't find one.
You've got Pat Mahomes at 6-1.
Yep.
You've got Jalen Hurts at 9-1.
Yep.
You got Joe Burrow at 8.5-1.
Yep.
You got Josh Allen
There's
at
Josh.
9-1.
9-1.
And then you've got Sam, Brock, and Trey
at
9-1.
At 9-1.
And then you get down to, I guess, Dak is next at 14-1.
Okay.
These are opening odds. And now current odds, you've got Aaron Rodgers at 14-1.
Yep.
And he tweaked his calf, so we don't know how bad that will be.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Yeah, who knows?
Dak at 16-1. Then you have Lamar at 18-1. You've got Jared Goff. Hang in there, big guy. At 20-1. Then you get to Tua, and then you get to Trevor Lawrence, and then you start getting down into the Chargers and the Browns and all that.
Sure, and so the Jared Goff, Trevor Lawrence, Tua group is kind of interesting because that's the group that everyone thinks, well, that's a solid team, but they're going to legitimately believe that they're going to win the Super Bowl. Like, they can win their division, they can make noise in the playoffs, but I'm going to skip out on that guy's going to beat Mahomes when it comes down the stretch.
Or Josh Allen or Burrow.
Oh, but not the Niners. Not the Niners. Yeah, the Niners can win the whole thing. And we're sitting here in almost June. It's not that we think that we don't even know who it is.
They don't even know who it is.
We don't even know who the quarterback is, and the world thinks they're 9-1 to raise a banner. That is unbelievable. And then take it a step further. How many times have you heard the whole conversation surrounding Sam Darnold just in the last month and a half sound different than it ever has before? Oh, Sam Darnold is an elite thrower of the football.
No one says he's elite.
Oh, he's the best arm in camp, and it's what every single beat. Now, they've never had someone that can throw outside the numbers like this guy. Don't forget, he's the 3rd overall pick in the draft. Don't forget.
Those are facts.
He's not just. I'm hearing all this during the spring. Why has the world suddenly decided that Sam Darnold is elevated beyond who you've actually seen him be on 2 NFL teams through the last handful of years? Why do you think that is?
Because he plays for the Niners.
Thank you.
Yeah. And if you just look at the odds, Mark, from opening odds to current odds, Kansas City, Philadelphia, Cincinnati, and Buffalo are mostly unchanged. Philadelphia came down a couple of clicks. Cincinnati stayed about the same. The Niners have not moved from opening odds to where they currently are. And the opening odds come out the day after the Super Bowl. That's February. So between February and mid-May, the Niners have lost their quarterback to arm surgery and brought in Sam Darnold and lost some guys and brought in some guys and all the rest of it. Their odds have been unchanged. To your point about what has happened. And an example is the Jets opened at 25-1. They're now 14-1. And what did they do? They brought in one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time in Aaron Rodgers. And so their odds went way down because they got a quarterback. So it kind of buoys your point to the extent of the Niners quarterback question is so up in the air. I'm sure they don't even know, is Brock healthy? Is Sam better than Trey? Is Trey still worthy of being the starter? Who's our QB1? Who is 2? Who is 3? We know that QB4 they just brought in, but other than that, it's a big-time question mark.
It's a great point you bring up about the Jets because why? The Jets already had a good defense. The Jets already had interesting skill position players, right? Like a lot of people go, oh, well, Mark, the reason the Niners are such a favorite, we don't even know who the quarterback is, but they've got every other position figured out. So do the Jets.
Right.
So do the Jets. But you didn't think they were a Super Bowl contender until what happened? Oh, they got Aaron Rodgers on the team. Now they're a Super Bowl contender. I've never seen anything like this in my life. It's not just this year. I've never seen anything like this in my life. They're Super Bowl favorites. I know we don't know who their quarterback is, but they're Super Bowl favorites. Tell me when that's ever happened in the history of ever, and explain to me how somehow Kyle Shanahan isn't at least part of the answer why. The bottom line is everybody thinks quarterbacks get better when they get to Kyle. So we've decided that Sam Darnold is still viable. I remember the GM, the unnamed, we've talked about it before.
Unnamed GM.
Unnamed GM.
Thank you.
In the draft, the Trey Lance year, was asked, which of these 5 young quarterbacks do you like? And his answer was whichever one ends up with Kyle. Now, it hasn't worked out that way. All kinds of reasons why, and you know. But I don't think there's a comp here of a team that is top 5, Super Bowl favorite throughout the entire offseason, and people are sitting here going, yeah, I don't even know who their quarterback is. It's one of those young guys over there.
Yeah.
None of them have ever done a damn thing in the league.
You'd be hard-pressed to find another example.
What?
Well, most teams by now know who their quarterback is, and the 49ers know they don't know a lot. They know that they want it to be Brock Purdy, but they don't know with any certainty that he can throw a football. They know he can throw a towel, as the reports have been during off-season work and all the rest of it. He's been throwing towels around.
Which I don't like just from an energetic standpoint. Don't throw in the towel. I think that
No, but throwing, you got to throw something. You can't throw a sock. So a towel kind of mimics what a football size would be.
I guess.
So from a hand standpoint, you can throw like a 4-ounce towel or whatever, and you can at least feel like you can do the footwork, and you can hold the towel up, and then you're throwing a towel.
I liked your spiral sound.
Yeah, thank you.
That was good.
Well, that's the towel spiral sound. When baby's getting a bath and the wife says, I need a towel, and I'll throw a towel in there. Because you don't want to, you don't want to hurt anyone.
What's your completion percentage?
Oh, it's about 95 with the towel.
Is it?
Yeah,
okay.
for sure.
All right.
For sure.
Supper can catch. I had no idea.
Hands on Supper,
Out
no
of girls,
doubt.
Supper, good to meet you.
Yeah, small target.
Yeah.
Pretty petite, but, you can definitely.
Slot receiver.
No doubt.
Okay.
A little bit of a Wes Welker vibe. Very quick out of the break. Great hands and a sneaky toughness, without a doubt.
Okay.
I'm going to put her as a Wes Welker.
I like that. 888-957-9570. Andy in San Lorenzo. Hey, Andy, what are you doing?
Hey, I'm actually driving home from work. But anyway, I do like the acquisition of Sam Darnold. I do feel that of the QBs that he does have the strongest arm, and being in Kyle's system may just be a huge blessing for him. And I'm still saddened by the fact that they passed on Patrick Mahomes in the previous draft. And then lastly, Harbaugh. He was a great coach as far as mentoring QBs, but that's because he was a former NFL QB. Hey, guys, thanks for taking my call, and I appreciate all of you.
Andy, we appreciate
Thanks,
you. Thank
Andy.
you. Speaking of the Harbaugh era, I thought Shasky was really, really interesting this morning with regard to the Brock Purdy situation, if you will. And yes, just get ready for a summer of the word situation. I don't ever know what other word to use to describe all of these teams. The 49ers have a quarterback situation. The Warriors have a contractual, financial situation. And we're going to be here to hold everybody's hand, and you'll hold ours, and we'll figure the whole thing out.
They've got a vibe situation, too.
There's that, too. Yeah.
I mean, they've got a number of situations, yeah.
So, but
a GM situation.
I love what Shasky said, which was, I thought, one of the best sort of rants I've heard yet in terms of not making it sound like you don't believe in Brock Purdy, but providing context that you can't decide firmly after 9 games, 8 games. You can't do that. And he gave a bunch of examples of people who not only we believed in when maybe they would come out of a draft or they'd be an acquisition, but then you see them play and you go, oh my gosh, this is incredible. And then there is regression for whatever reason. Not always their fault. Could be the team, could be an injury, surroundings. But he centered the conversation on Colin Kaepernick, which he thought was going to be sustainable. So did I. They brought up Baker Mayfield. And you and I are in the other room bringing up other names, and it goes to other sports. Here's why I believe in Brock Purdy. The situations that we're bringing up are rare. It's not often a Jeremy Lin will go crazy, people will buy jerseys, and then it's just kind of like, okay, that didn't actually become that big of a thing. Remember Kevin Moss for the New York Yankees?
Bishop O'Dowd.
And everybody wanted his baseball card, and then that was it. Like sometimes players will come in and it really hits, and then the league adjusts and things regress to the mean, and it's not what you thought it was. I think it's rare, but the belief in Brock Purdy has to be, to a degree, measured. just because it hasn't been that long yet. And what really makes a player work in this league is his ability to do it over and over and over again, and then be ready for the adjustment that the league is going to make to them and still succeed.
That's the big piece.
And that's the question we still have.
Well, that's the big piece, because now Brock Purdy went through what he went through, and he had a great run, and he lost to Philadelphia because of injury or because Philadelphia figured him out, whatever the reason was. Now you have all this tape on Brock Purdy, his tendencies. What throws does he like? What throws does he not like? What throws can he make? Which ones can he not make? What does Kyle Shanahan call for Brock Purdy that he didn't call in terms of plays for other quarterbacks? And so you start to think about how you can get to Brock Purdy, and hopefully Brock Purdy's looking at the same film and thinking, well, I need to get better on this throw, and these are things that I fell into bad habits on and all the rest of it, because Brock Purdy, at the end of a first season, he still is 5'11". He still doesn't have a huge arm. He still was passed over by every team virtually 6 to 7 times, depending on how many picks they had. And he still is a guy who has a lot to prove. So hopefully he's in the lab, shout out Guru, working to get better. There are things he can't get better on. Size, hand size, arm strength. Those are things that you can't really improve upon, but he needs to get better on the things that he can control.
Well, I just wonder what it is you're actually looking for, hoping for. What's the ceiling, if you will? Like Brock Purdy, even as well as he played, his record was dominant, but I don't know if he looked like a dominant football player. In other words, when you watch Mahomes play, you're like, dude is dominant. He's dominating. Jalen Hurts last year, dominated. Josh Allen can dominate a game. Brock Purdy just consistently made all kinds of correct plays. And at times, I think flashed an athleticism and a smarts, a presence that obviously no one thought was there, or else he wouldn't be a 7th-round draft pick. But even when you got to the playoffs, at any point in the playoffs where you're like, dude, Purdy is just toying with these people. It didn't feel like that.
No.
Little run, second half against Seattle in the first game after they all got their feathers ruffled and the Niners steamrolled them. But the Dallas game was not dominant offensively, and then the Philadelphia game for Brock essentially never even happened. So I don't know what it is you're asking of Brock Purdy to do, but last year was good enough with that roster at least, so that's probably okay.
Well, with the Shanahan offense, you don't need him to dominate, and that's always been my point about Kyle Shanahan and quarterbacks. You don't need a quarterback to come in and Mahomes it, because you have so much talent around Brock Purdy. It's more than just don't mess it up. It's make the smart play, the right play, and do that consistently. That's all you need from your quarterback.
Presented by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. Your calls welcome. Javi Lopez, 20 minutes away. Coming up next, 2 things. You might be surprised by what Carlos Correa said publicly yesterday. And Kyle Shanahan, OTAs, weighs in on Sam Darnold and the quarterback situation. That's all coming up on Willard and Dibs.
It's rain.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
The Giants and Carlos Correa, all in the same building.
I love it. The one that got away, Mark. I'm still mad at Farhan for that. Because Correa's been tearing the cover off the ball.
Sure has.
Monster year.
What's he hitting, like 206?
Whatever, it's early.
He might be up to 2. He had a couple hits yesterday.
Yeah, he did.
So he might be up to like...
couple of loud knocks.
Not really.
Can you just explain something to me in 30 seconds or less? Why can't they start Sean Manaea? I mean, he pitches anyway. Why can't you let the guy start the game? Are you so afraid of their top 3 hitters that you got to go with Brebbia?
Oh, you're talking... Well, Manaea, he's been terrible.
He was great yesterday. The fastball had life.
Well, so... Maybe.
And then your guy takes him out before he has a chance to get the win.
Before he has a chance to get absolutely hosed by a 3-run homer.
Whatever.
I mean, just, you know what?
If I was a starter on that team, I would be furious.
Apparently, we've got a Correa update. So Luke is standing by. But real quick, I think these days, I'll ask some players next time I get a chance. And Javi Lopez, we'll ask him coming up here in about 15 minutes. I think the days of these pitchers caring that much about wins are over. I think they're over.
I wonder.
I mean, because the only reason you would care about stats is because they equal money.
Exactly.
But the teams don't look at it that way anymore, so they don't.
I guess.
They don't. It doesn't equal money anymore. So this whole idea that, stick with the guys so you can get the win, I don't think anybody cares. I just don't. If you threw 3 2/3, 4 2/3 innings, and you shut them out, that's 4 2/3 shutout innings. That counts a lot more than getting that extra out so that you can get a win. It doesn't. I don't think they care.
If players really don't care, and like which ones don't care. I'm sure it's not universal that they don't care.
I just think players want to stay in the game. I don't think it's because of the win. I think they just want to. Right when Alex Wood came on with us, he was very honest. It's like, yeah, I didn't like when he took me out the night before.
Yeah,
but it wasn't about wins. It's like, no, I was pitching well. I don't want to leave. Right?
Yeah.
But I don't know. That's an age-old, like, I should be in, not other people.
And you can't start Manaea because he's not great, but we're going to bring him in the second inning. That's the one I saw that yesterday. I was watching. I'm like, wait, you go Brebbia for an inning? Are you that afraid of Manaea facing the top of the order?
Right, but do you remember when Steve Kerr came on and was like, look, I don't know why, but for whatever reason, Jonathan Kuminga and Anthony Lamb play really well together.
Yeah.
These are the analytics. So I don't know what it is, but the guy's pitching better when he does that as opposed to starting the game.
He looked good yesterday.
And Stripling being on the injured list, that's helping too. I mean, they haven't pitched well. Manaea and Stripling, those are a problem because they both have big, expensive options for next year.
Yeah.
And their ERAs are high. So
Farhan might have gotten those wrong, but he might have gotten the Correa one right. And I say it begrudgingly.
And we do have an update on that. Let's go live to the other room where Lucas is standing by with this update. Go ahead, Lucas. Yep,
that was a scratch, a record scratch, and that is exactly what happened. Carlos Correa has been scratched from tonight's ball game. That is a bruised left heel. It's his first missed start in over 5 weeks.
Wait. Bruised left heel, or was this an ankle issue? The heel is near the ankle, isn't it?
Close, yeah.
Yeah.
Is that on his failed physical foot?
I don't know.
The triple F?
Which foot, Lucas? Which foot?
The left.
And which one was the physical fail? We don't know, do we?
I don't.
Yeah, I don't know. I'll look that up. I don't know which ankle it was. I don't know. But, all right, there it is. Carlos Correa is out. But it's not even about that. Check these two quotes down. Did you see that Correa essentially has blamed his slow start on the free agency process?
And I don't think that he's wrong.
Okay, I'm not saying he's wrong.
And he says it cost him a month of prep time. A month.
I'm trying to find my stride with my swing. That's what happens when you spend a whole month going to physicals and not training and not hitting and not doing anything. I felt the whole spring training process, I was set back a little bit. That's one quote yesterday.
And I'll buy it. And Correa, by the way, right ankle for the failed physical.
Okay.
This is the left heel, which a lot of times it becomes, and I have my wallet out, an overcompensation sensation.
It could be that.
I've got a right Achilles issue based on my bad left knee, Mark.
He did say...
Thank you. Cash me out one time.
I will say, the overarching view yesterday, Correa was very complimentary of the Giants, expressed no issues from the players or the staff. He said, I thought the offer was unbelievable. It was a market value offer at least. So, like, he had nothing but good things to say about the Giants, but said with regard to the ankle, he's like, I'm still shocked to this day. I've never had a problem with it since I got to the bigs. But the Giants and Mets, who did talk to the same doctor, it flagged. But here was the one that got me. This got me. Remember, the Correa contract was 13 years. And he says yesterday, and why wouldn't you? Oh, it worked out the way it should, and I'm happy where I am.
Right.
Everybody's always going to say that. I love the fact that I lost $135 million. Okay, Carlos. But you know what he said that I thought was interesting? He goes, I don't even know if I want to play 13 more years. Quote, I don't have a contract holding me down for a long period.
Yeah.
All right.
It's a 6-year deal.
Correct. It's got some options for and incentives and could be longer. But I don't have a contract holding me down for a long period. Add that in with the arrival of Casey Schmidt, and let's just say what it is. If Carlos is here, Casey isn't. Period.
Casey was Schmidtless yesterday.
Thank you. Thank you.
The puns just won't stop. They're here all year.
To the R, TikTok.
Thank you.
You don't stop.
Right.
J.D. Davis is having a fantastic year over at third base. Your third baseman was going to be Brandon Crawford. That's fact. Your shortstop was going to be Carlos Correa, and your third baseman was going to be Brandon Crawford. Crawford's hitting $160.
65.
Correa is barely above Mendoza.
213.
Schmidt has come in and totally captured the audience.
Schmidtless yesterday.
And J.D. Davis has been the most consistent offensive threat for the team all year.
Big tank yesterday.
No, I mean,
he's your 3-hitter.
And he had a tank the day before in the final home game, a huge one. So let's just put it out there. Are y'all glad this fell through? I mean, it's only been 2 months, not even. But add all that up. Carlos, I don't even know if I want to play 13 years. 213 batting average, got scratched just now. Brandon Crawford struggling. J.D. Davis is the middle of the order performer. Casey Schmidt is a new fan favorite. Schmidt and Davis are not there if Carlos Correa is on the team. It's a fact, Jack.
Davis is probably there as a DH bench player, but not this J.D. Davis. You're right.
Third and
Correa's played in 44 of 48. He's hit 213 day in and day out.
Yeah,
Mark.
and this whole
he's a mainstay.
My spring training got knocked off a bit. Well, if you needed an extra month, what have you been doing for the last 2? You don't have it right now?
3-game hitting streak.
Okay, thank you.
Listen, I'm just dealing in facts.
I'll fall on the sword.
I'm just keeping it real.
I'll fall on the sword. I came in here that day. I was one of the most angry people in this entire city.
I was off that day, and I was listening to you and Krug. You were hot. I've never heard you. You use terms I've never heard before. You called him gutless.
Did I?
It's something like gutless.
I called him risk averse.
It was beyond that. I think you called Farhan a coward.
No, I didn't.
I think you went.
No, I didn't. No, but
I was cooler if you did.
I was very frustrated.
You were mad.
I was very frustrated.
You were hot.
And I believed that the Giants this offseason needed to make a financial splash, and they tried, and then the okie doke happened. And whether they had a good reason or not, as a fan, there was an emotional response. And maybe this is being equally as stupid in the other direction, because Casey's only been here for 2 weeks. So should we really get that excited about Casey? But I'm here, and I'll sit in this chair and tell you that a short 4 months later, I'm glad it didn't happen. I'm glad it didn't happen. I'm glad the Giants don't have Carlos Correa for 13 years.
And it's helped by the fact that J.D. Davis has been a monster, and the fact that Casey Schmidt has now come up and looked like the player that you all dreamed about, that we all dreamed about, and makes you think, like, can we give Brandon Crawford multiple days off? Because as much as the glove is still above average, the bat is, good God, it's bad. Brandon Crawford's an automatic out.
Yeah, he's struggling. He's
1 for 4 yesterday, and the average soared to 165. Correa, by the way, has gotten a hit in 7 of the last 9. So
that's
let's
exciting.
not throw dirt on his season just yet.
And he's still hitting 213.
Right.
He's still hitting 230. He's been bad. He's been bad. There's no two ways about that.
He was hitting 200 at the start of the month.
Yeah, he's been bad. He has not been good, but that doesn't matter. Carlos Correa is a great player. It's not about that. But if you're going to tell me that now a 13-year deal is some sort of like drag around your neck and Casey Schmidt is blocked, forget about Luciano for that matter, who also plays on the left side of the infield. What are we doing here? Did this end up better or not? I say yeah.
So far, yeah.
888-957-9570, and Javi Lopez hops in on this conversation coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
Why do we knock on doors like this? Why do we make pets look like people?
Aw, your puppy looks so cute.
at Staples. Rewards offer ends 5/27. Limit 1. Redeemable in-store only.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I mean, if you can't laugh at yourself, then life's going to stink a little bit, right?
No doubt.
So I have no problem laughing at myself on this one. I mean,
would you mind if I laughed along with you?
Yeah, laugh at me. Go ahead.
I'll wait for it.
This is a beautiful thing about getting into your 40s. I don't give a rip.
Your 40s. That's so cute.
No, thank you. It doesn't matter, right? I mean, I'm walking through the streets taking selfie videos all ticked off at the Giants because
funny.
right? Like I'm walking my dog, taking a selfie video, expressing anger because the Giants just let Carlos Correa walk out the door. 4 months later, I'm sitting here going, whoo, dodge a bullet there. Thank goodness Carlos Correa is not here because Casey Schmidt, because J.D. Davis. It's Willard and Dibs, and Javi Lopez now joins us live. Am I right, Javi? Like, thank goodness it fell through.
I think that's the reaction I'm getting from a lot of Giants fans. That, to be honest, when you're looking down 13 years or whatever it was going to be. I mean, the hot take is exactly right. Casey Schmidt wouldn't be here. J.D. Davis, who knows what kind of year he would have been having, but the young guys have been able to come up and do some things that you were hoping they were going to be able to do and contribute. And Carlos Correa, I would have loved to have seen him in a Giants uniform, but as of right now, I think I'll save the $300 million and see what we can come up with.
Yeah, especially knowing that Casey Schmidt is probably pre-ARB 4 and J.D. Davis is 6 years away from his ARB eligibility and the rest of it. But what about the longevity of these guys, especially Casey Schmidt? Are you seeing what you need to see in terms of this guy being a legitimate major league, not only a prospect, but a mainstay for years to come?
I'd like to say so. Again, you don't want to put too much pressure on these guys coming up, but you see it across the league. These young guys that get the opportunity, you want to see them take advantage. And for me in particular, living out here in Atlanta, you see a lot of these young guys coming up, getting those big deals, signing them, and getting those opportunities. And that's exactly what you want to see in San Francisco is have these guys come up, have success, and go ahead and invest in them early. And ultimately, it's going to be, you'd like to say it's going to be a bargain. I mean, again, these contracts are over the top big, and congratulations if they can get them. But you want to see these guys perform, and Casey Schmidt's come up, and, that's pretty much as good a start as you're going to get out of anybody when they first get a chance to come up into the big leagues. And, he's taken full advantage of it. And not only, you always knew he had the defense, but the offense has just been great to start his young career.
Javi Lopez with us on Willard and Dibs. Javi, this has come up in conversation more than once in just the last handful of days. Gabe Kapler pulls someone out where they're like maybe an out shy of being able to qualify for a win. And I'm sitting here going, gosh, the win stat maybe just doesn't matter the same way anymore. And there's no financial tie to it anymore. So I feel like players don't care, but maybe I'm wrong. Like, would you still get mad in that situation? I know you were a reliever, but do you think guys are ticked off if they get pulled right before they're able to qualify for a win?
I'm putting my old school hat on here, and I'm trying to learn that new school, and I'm doing the best I can with this. But me personally, yes, because ultimately in a box score, there is a winner and there is a loser. And you want more W's next to your name than you want the L's. And at the end of your career, whenever that might be, that is a stat that's going to jump off the page. And it's going to be wins and losses. Were you a guy that was able to be out there when your team needed you? Were you a guy that's able to get your team over the hump? And again, it's not the weighted wins and losses isn't what it used to be. There's going to be guys in the Hall of Fame soon that are going to have, maybe 200 career wins total. You never know. I mean, it used to be 300 was that magic number. But I think at the end of the day, when you're sitting there and you're looking, you want that W. You're working your tail off to try to get through that game. And when you get yanked a tick too early, it is going to bother you. And some guys might get ticked off by it. And that's a good thing. You want that. You want guys that are going to be upset because that means that they want it and they want to be out there in those big spots.
You mentioned 300 wins. I don't think we'll ever see another 300 winner. Justin Verlander's got 246, the leader among active pitchers. I don't know if he has another 54 in him. And this topic came out because I was mentioning to Mark about Sean Manaea yesterday getting the maybe earlier hook than he wanted or I wanted. But what do you make of the way Sean has started to pitch, presumably or most appropriately yesterday?
Yeah, the 3 2/3 he threw yesterday, and I think he got 8 punch outs and threw the ball a lot better. And he's a veteran. He's been around, and he knows what he can do, and he knows what he's been capable in this league. And he's not pitching to that yet. And I think that's been a source of frustration for him. And I'd like to think that yesterday was an encouraging sign for him. He threw an awful lot of pitches on the downside of that. In those 3 2/3, I think he threw 80-something, 86 pitches or so. So you'd like to see just the efficiency get a little bit better for him. But again, it's a positive step forward. The velocity isn't an issue, so the arm isn't the problem at all. I mean, he was throwing 95, 96, no problem yesterday. So I think it's just having that confidence. And for him and in the off-speed stuff, he's dealing with a lot more velocity than he's used to. So maybe that takes away a little bit of the movement that he was kind of real good at earlier in his career. But, I mentioned this before. I feel like to really unlock some of what he can do, it's just pitching glove side or inside to right-handed hitters. If he could do that, that's just going to open up the outside. You can make more mistakes middle away and get away with them. And with that velocity, it's always going to play. So it's just how you can set that up. But I'd like to just hope that he can pull off of that, build off of that momentum from yesterday's outing. I mean, you faced the first place club, and you were able to hold them down. That's big.
Javi, as far as a young core is concerned, Huey Lewis, if this is it, please let me know. Here's the question, okay? Because there's Logan Webb, there's Doval, now there's Casey Schmidt, there's Tyro Estrada. I know not homegrown, but you're starting to see, now look at catcher, maybe Bailey gets in there. Correa was probably a year before the Giants really wanted to spend big anyway, because they've always wanted that homegrown core first. Is this it?
Please let me know, Javi.
Please let me know.
I'd like to say it is. I'm with you on exactly what you're talking about. I think when you look across the landscape of baseball, you can look at across the landscape of any of these sports. You need to sprinkle in some free agent talent to kind of lock it all in, but you do need a strong base and a strong core to pull from your own league to set it all up, or else you're spending money like the Mets. You're spending, $500 million to be under 500. Like, those are the things you got to want to stay away from. And I think organizations have tried to really pour into the minor leagues. And the Giants had a little bit of a hiccup last year and a half, of their prospects not coming up quite as quickly as they wanted to. But yeah, you like to see what's coming up right now. You got Bailey, who's winning minor league Gold Glove awards, and you've seen it defensively so far. It's been early, of course, but he's able to kind of work with a good pitching staff. He's stolen, I think, maybe 13 balls that turned him into strikes, the way he's able to pitch frame. Those are little things that you love to see from those guys. But what jumps off the bat for me with these guys is the energy level that they're bringing. They're ready to go. They're pumped up. They're excited. Estrado's got some young running mates now in the infield that could hopefully be around for a while. And I think on the pitching side, you're seeing some good young arms, especially down in the minor leagues. I mean, you can never project too well, but you got a lot of guys in Double-A that are throwing the ball well. And those are some of the pieces that you want to see coming. You got to figure at some point Kyle Harrison is going to get an opportunity, the top prospect for them, the left-handed pitcher. So you gotta look at this and be excited about what you're seeing, but you are eventually going to need to land a free agent big fish that's going to want to be in San Francisco to kind of round out this whole deal.
And that would, I think, help keep the Jackals away. And by the Jackals, I kind of mean the fan base, because the fans have been clamoring for Farhan to do something. And does the fact that the farm is starting to really bear fruit, does that help to keep some of the criticism away from Farhan Zaidi for another year?
Well, I think you have to look at it like that. The minor league system hasn't developed the way I think he envisioned initially when it got going. But ultimately, you got to just keep grinding and keep trying to produce these guys and pour into them even more and more than anything, keep him healthy. And I think Pete Patilla's going to get in there, and he came in already, the GM, and he said, like, these guys got to get bigger, stronger, faster in the minor leagues. And I think they've kind of gone into that process early. I mean, it's his first year, so you got to give him some time. But he's a player development guy, and that's his background. That's what he did with the Astros. And, you know, you look at what the Astros were able to do. You like to think that if you're coming from that, you have an idea of how to win and what it takes to get to that level. And you got to give these guys some opportunity. And I know with Farhan to finally get some of his draft picks up here and perform when they do get up here, it's probably reassuring for him when you have the opportunity that these guys are stepping up and doing it.
Javi Lopez with us. Javi, I left out the number one reason why it's good that Carlos Correa and his deal ended up falling through. I was just thinking maybe they could take that money and Shohei Ohtani. Hello, right? Hello. Like, can we, right? Isn't that like maybe a little bit more likely now? I don't know.
I mean, I love where your head's at. I do. I love where your head's at. That's where I would love to see it. I really would. And I'm so interested to see what that's going to command. I mean, he's a top frontline pitcher. He's a middle of the order guy. He can run. He can play defense. Like, you know, are you willing to stake $50 million of your payroll, $60 million of your payroll into one guy? You know, if there's one guy you're going to pick, it'll be him.
Right.
Babe Ruth isn't available anymore, so you know that's the guy you're taking. And yeah, I mean, I would love for them to have a real good run at Shohei, but I think there's, you know, maybe not 29 other clubs, but at least 10 that are going to make a real strong push.
Farhan probably will get Babe Ruth because he's coming off an injury. So nice. That's something he looks for. But yeah, Javi, love it, man. Always love when you're able to jump on. Thanks so much for doing it.
Hey, no problem. Thanks for having me, guys.
Yeah,
thanks,
all right.
Javi.
There it is, Javi Lopez. Always good on all of this stuff, and yeah, I left that out. Like, I don't think necessarily the two are linked, but with where the Giants ended up, and they did end up spending more money than I think people realize because when they went out and did the Conforto and the Haniger and all of that stuff, it does add up. I'll get it right now, but they're somewhere in that back end of the top 10. In MLB payroll. Right. So it's not like they're not spending. But how are you feeling if you're the owners? You know, you're the owners, and let's say you did rock 13 and 350 for Correa, and then he gives you a little 213 batting average and whatever you want to call it, 15 home runs and a couple of injuries, and you get to the end of that, and then here come the personnel peeps. And they're like, so, Shohei, like,
am I right?
$500 million. You good? You good, owners? And I don't know. There might be a little bit more hesitation to
might be
right to stick that kind of an investment into two players. Now, maybe Carlos's presence makes Shohei want to come more. This is why. And if you're a Giants fan, this would be one word to the wise. If you're looking at this season, because I've heard this from a bunch of people, gosh, just bring the young guys up. Who cares? Not like you're going to win anyway. Like, but do you understand how important the second half of this season is? I don't give a rip about, going to win the World Series. Oh, that's not realistic. There's the Dodgers, the Padres, the Mets. It is important that the Giants play well and have a good record at the end of this year. Because Shohei needs to see that. That is important.
He's tired of being on a team that's around 500.
Thank you. They have got to believe, he has to believe, that they can be good. So that's why this season is so important. If for no other reason, you got to show Shohei.
You got to show him that you're going to be competitive and that you're going to be a team that is going to be reckoned with for the next 5 to 10 years. He's not going to sign on for a team that is mediocre or a team that doesn't feel like they're going all in to try to win because he has that already. He's got a situation where he could stay with the Angels and get paid $400 to $500 million and just play out the string and go 78 and 84 every single year. If he wants that, he can stay there. He already has that. So you're right in terms of it's not about the playoffs. It's not about the World Series. It's about showing him that you are a true big market, top line Major League Baseball organization, And I don't know if your roster going into next year can prove that based on who you have coming back. However, if your young players come up, if Bailey pops and Schmidt's already popping, if Harrison comes up and he shows that he's legit, if Ramos comes up, if all these young players come up and show that they are legitimate Major League Baseball players, or at least a majority of them, that's the sign you need to show.
Your next outfielder is Luis Matos. It is no longer Elliot Ramos.
He's been shuttled to the bottom of the... It's over?
Well, first
You've
of all...
given up on Elliot Ramos?
He's hurt again,
Sure.
number one. And number two...
Which is Austin Slater's hurt, right?
Yeah, Slate's. Giving up.
Haniger's been hurt. I mean, being hurt is part of the Giants' way.
No. But Ramos has been on the doorstep for a long time.
Right.
And it has not happened.
And he came up earlier this year.
Yeah.
So got hurt. He came up last year. And
giving up is a strong phrase because there's no reason to right now. But if you want to project and ask me who I'm more excited about and who I think is much more likely to be in this outfield at some point this year and lock down a starting job next year, Luis Matos. It is not Elliot Ramos anymore.
Yeah.
So, but Matos, who just got called up to AAA, is like 7 for 19, or actually 9 for 17 since he got there. He is very exciting. He's going to be here soon. So, and then there are other bit parts that we're not even thinking about. Lamont Wade is playing well.
Yeah, he's playing great.
J.D. Davis is playing well. If by the end of this year, and I said it was the record, it's not even just the record. Let's say the Giants win 84 games, go 84-78. But you look at this thing, and Logan Webb turns in another really good year, and Doval is one of the top closers, and Bailey has solidified catcher, and Schmidt is like, I'm that guy. I got you shortstop, and Tyro, there's our double play combo for years to come. And Haniger's going to have an outfield spot. We'll see what Conforto does. But if Shohei looks at that, and here comes Matos. Matos has got right field, and Haniger's got left. And if that's what it looks like, and you won 84 games, and these young guys look like they're really about to take over, how's that? And Bay Area, West Coast, all of the things that we already know attract Shohei, that's the message you need to send.
And to me, that's the opener of the message.
And then you show up with the bag.
Right.
You show up with the bag.
I think the bag is going to exist no matter where he goes.
But I mean, yes.
No, for sure the bag.
The competitive offer that is as high as anybody else's offer.
Yes, but beyond the bag, because I think the bag will be whatever it's going to be no matter where he goes. I don't think the Giants are going to offer him $600 million where another team offers just $500 million. I think that the Giants will make a competitive offer, absolutely. But if you're Shohei Ohtani and you're looking at where do I want to play and how do I make that decision, number one is going to be winning, I would imagine. And if you're going up against the Dodgers and the Padres that look like they have better rosters, you're going to be at a certain disadvantage going into that negotiation.
No doubt. Although, talk about the San Diego Padres. How many 9-figure deals are you doing? And look at the way they're playing. I'm not getting too excited about or down on anybody's record right now. Giants have an opportunity to get back to the 500 mark later tonight. Okay, great. That's good. That's good. After the start they had, that's fine. Nobody's won or lost anything here in the month of May. But I can promise you, the Padres, that is a terrifying. If there's any team in baseball right now whose fan base is like, this is terrifying, it's the Padres. They've got like 7 or 8 players with 9-figure deals. They have scored more runs than one other National League team, and that team is called the Marlins. And I challenge anybody to name a Marlin. Name a Marlin. And they were just here. They were just here. And you still can't name one. So the Padres are at a spot where they're not, I don't think, going to be throwing out a $500 million offer. They might lose Juan Soto. Because can they pay him too? Along with Tatis, right? Machado.
Interesting about the Padres because only one team has allowed fewer runs than the Padres.
Yeah, that's the only reason their record isn't a complete crater.
No, but it's crazy because we think Padres and we think about this unbelievable lineup, and yet they are second to last in offense and they're second to best in runs allowed behind the Atlanta Braves. And the Marlins with a minus 56 differential, and they're a 500 club. So I think it speaks to what you said at the beginning of this, which is you can't really make any determination based on the fact that we're in the end of May about the Giants, about any team. You can't really even think about any of this until you get into June when you're 54 of the way into it.
Well, Hobby said this, though, because I also love this, and I've seen it on the YouTube chat even just within the last couple of minutes. Giants have absolutely no shot at Shohei Ohtani. Oh, really? You sure? How many teams can offer Shohei the exact bag that he wants, can offer him the potential of winning, and that's why I'm saying that's what they got to show this year, obviously, but the potential of winning and offer him the geography he's looking for? Go ahead. I know the Dodgers are the favorite.
4 teams.
I'm well aware that the Dodgers are the favorite. But how many teams?
Dodgers, Padres, Mariners, and I'm going to throw the A's in, Mark.
Good.
You're welcome. You're welcome, Dave Cavill.
They are moving east,
Yeah, but if they can, I don't think they're moving east, by the way.
The Giants absolutely have a shot. And you will be hard-pressed to find any written article in any baseball circle over the last 4 months that does not place the San Francisco Giants in the top 5 in terms of landing spots for Shohei Ohtani.
And the Mets need to be included. The Mets are among the favorites. If you want to just look at odds, and we always look at Vegas.
Well, that's because they play with a blank check. They play with a blank check.
Right, and to think that Ohtani wouldn't go to New York, I think, is a little bit foolhardy.
Maybe.
A little naive.
I don't know. I do know that everything I have heard has suggested that West Coast is where he wants to be. And let's remember his first choice. He went to the Angels.
Right.
If what you're looking for is glitz and glamour, you don't go to the Angels. He went to the Angels. So
Disneyland. I mean,
maybe the West Coast thing is real. Maybe that really, really matters to him. I don't know.
Mets are the betting favorite, followed by the Dodgers, Yankees, and Padres.
The Padres are not getting Shohei Ohtani.
I'm just telling you about the betting favorite.
And I promise you, the Giants are the Giants are probably 5th. How many?
And this was from about 2 months ago, so I'll try and find fresher odds to see if the Giants. But I would put the Giants probably 5th.
Yeah, the Giants are.
But
right
you're always going to have the New York teams at the top of any list,
of course,
when it comes to landing the biggest free agent.
Yeah, and then Austin and San Jose. I wanted to mention this real quick. Hey, Willard, why are you always worried about the owner's money? Fans don't care. Do you think I'm worried about it from the standpoint of the owner's money? You think I'm worried about Joe Lacob? I'm not worried about their money. What I'm worried about is I know how they think in many cases, and if you throw a bunch of bad money out there, it means that you won't spend on the next. Am I worried about Joe Lacob's money? No. But am I worried about the fact that he says, we ain't going over $400 million? And all of you are like, let's bring everybody back. Well, that would be $470 million, and he says he won't do it. So I don't care about his money, but if it starts to get to a point where they won't bring in players anymore, you damn well better believe I'm worried about it. And that's why I always preach spend smart. I love how it was just spend it, spend it, and spend it, and spend it. How do you think the Mets guy is doing right now with his sub-500 record? With $8 billion in payroll or whatever.
Early.
It's early. But it matters. All right. Kyle Shanahan has spoken about Sam Darnold. Brock Purdy has spoken. Sam Darnold has spoken. We've got all of it coming up for you in moments. It's presented by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises. It's Willard and Dibs.
Wine, NASCAR, 12 challenging turns for drivers, beautiful wine country, and high-energy campgrounds. A perfect combination all around. The NASCAR weekend.
95.7 The Game.
Remember when this song took over TikTok?
Hey.
It was right before the pandemic. Right before. I mean, my gosh, if you had children and this song, it was on loop constantly because everyone had some choreography that they had to throw out there all over TikTok. Parents are running around going, what is this TikTok?
Tiki-taki?
Yeah, what's TikTok?
The weekend, it's only Tuesday. What?
That's not how it's spelled, Dad. Yeah, it took over.
Did you do the dance?
I did not. Dad's on TikTok. That was a tough invite.
And you don't strike me as a big dancer either. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong.
No, you're wrong. You're very wrong.
Video or wrong. I'm not buying it.
Dude, talk to me. And remember how Steiny said we're about to get invited to a wedding? Oh, you just wait. Oh, you wait. Wait till you see what happens at a wedding.
Well, at that point, you're probably too deep.
That's all I need.
What'd you have? A Truly?
By the way, I did at the Joe Coy
I saw that. And on your Instagram, every comment, strawberry lemonade Truly. What'd you have? A Truly?
Just try to get a nice little buzz.
And you had a water too, which I thought was adorable.
Well,
you're adorable.
Preparation sensation.
That's a buck.
And by the way, the
water was more than a buck.
The water was Christie's. The water was not mine. I was carrying something for my lady.
You're a stud.
That's what a gentleman does.
Yes, sir.
That's right. And I'm like, I got one hand and I got two drinks. And we're going to make this work. We're going to make this work. So, strawberry lemonade Truly.
Yeah.
Went down nice, too. Joe was
always
funny.
Does. That's so great.
I tried to spill it at some point, see if somebody come over and get me another one. What'd you have?
Totally.
Like, damn it. Nobody saw me spill that thing.
So you're a dancer. That surprises me. I'd like to see it.
I will. I'll cut it up a little bit.
Okay.
My
fault. Totally.
I'm not trying to get in on kids' TikToks. Like, it's creepy. Let's just be. I'm not trying to. Right? Like, I do what all dads do. I try to embarrass my kids. That's what we're here to do. That's what we're here to do.
Dad, knock it off.
I mean, Christy asks me all the time, why is your guys' humor like that? She was funny after the summit yesterday. She's like, you guys set it all up. I hear with your gavel, so we're going to boo whenever one of the other hosts walks in. Or like we did to Bonte, we're all going to be silent.
Yeah.
Turn our backs on Steiny. She's like, why are you men all the same? Why do you do that to each other? I'm like, because that's what we do.
That's it.
That's what we do. We don't know any other way. And in fact, if we're doing it a different way, it means we don't like you.
Pretty much.
Right?
If I'm not out to clown you, that means I don't care about you.
I hate you.
Pretty much. I mean, and that's...
Exactly.
It's just the nature of guys. Because if I can clown you and we can laugh about it and we can hug it out, then we're going to be better friends for it.
All you got to do, go to any high school in America and watch the way two males approach one another. They punch each other. Sometimes in wildly inappropriate places.
Man.
And that to two males means, hello.
Pretty much.
How are you?
You're my guy. You're my boy.
Never mind that you're doubled over in pain. How are you?
Yeah.
Hello. What are you doing for lunch today?
Shout out Mitch Kupchak.
That's right.
Because, I mean.
It's what we do.
The Kupchak was definitely, hey, how you doing? Hi, you go for the high five. And then your buddy's going for the low two.
Too slow.
You go high five, he goes low two. And it's like, dude, I should have seen that
coming. I can't
coming.
believe I fell for that crap.
Again.
Right.
Yeah.
And it will never not be amusing. So stop telling us that it's dumb. It will
Childish till the end. Shout out Childish Gambino.
Thank you. I'm a Toys R Us kid. I don't want to grow up.
Right.
And I'm not going to.
Shout out Jeffrey.
Rest in peace.
Good luck finding a Toys R Us now. Seriously.
Yeah, they're gone, right? Is this online?
It's all gone, bro.
Can you go online?
Yeah.
Online retailer.
I guess.
Right?
But they have this thing now called Bye Bye Baby. And Bye Bye Baby is now bye-bye. It's a part of the Crate and Barrel. Everything's closing. Shout out Jeff Bezos.
Everything's closing where you're you're in the building.
Union Square is no longer going to be Union Square.
Well,
it's going to be all square, no union.
Someday they just have a big square with computers.
Pretty much.
You can just walk in and buy
Amazon
stuff.
kiosks. Anyway, that's enough of that rant.
That's enough of that. All right. So how about this? Shout out Eric Branch, who was the one who thought of this. I think this is brilliant. Just so everybody knows, at 49er facility today, Brock Purdy spoke first, Sam Darnold spoke second, and Trey Lance spoke third. So
there's your depth chart.
Yep, there it is. There's a reason his name is Trey, okay? He's 3. That's it.
I'll give you a 3.
Okay. I don't deserve that.
No, but it's for the bit. Trey, 3, you get a 3.
I understood.
Of course you did. If it was GP2, you'd get a 2. Thank you.
I need another beer.
About time he gets a buzz.
Okay.
Trying to get a nice little buzz.
All right. Now I got the giggles. So Kyle Shanahan on Sam Darnold and the veteran presence in the room. I love it. How old is Darnold? What has he got? 3 years in the league?
He'll be 28.
He's a big veteran in the room.
I mean, I met Sam just when he came out of college, just interviewing him at Indy. Then he seemed like he had a veteran presence. I mean, just the way he carries himself, I think, whether he's in a football building or whoever his peers are off the field. And he seems almost like the same guy I met 4 years ago. So he is a little bit more of a veteran, being in a couple places. But Sam's come in here with, to me, being the same guy he's always been. That's why he's had such a good reputation. And he's coming here acting like he's learning everything from scratch, which he is, and trying to act like a rookie in that way because it is all new to him. He doesn't want to make any assumptions. And he's been awesome in phase 1 and phase 2, trying to just do techniques he's not used to and things like that. And it's been cool that he put the work in those 2 phases, that he's been able to use some of it here in these last 2 practices.
The more I listen to Kyle Shanahan, the more shows you and I have done together, your impression is underrated.
Thanks. It's all about the pace and stuff, and it's all about the monotone. And in talking, you've got so many thoughts, and I've got so little time. I'm trying to get so much in there. He's a veteran presence, even though he's only 25. He's done a lot of stuff in phase 3, and
it's a big cycle that keeps feeding itself.
It's incredible.
Yeah. He's not like a rookie, but he's not a rookie, but he's acting like a rookie, but he wants to act like a rookie because he should act like a rookie, but he's not a rookie because he's a veteran.
And he brings a veteran presence because he's a veteran. He's done some stuff in some other places and stuff, and he's 25, and he's a veteran. He's made a lot of the throws, and he needs to make the throws, and he can make all the throws. And I've seen him make some throws and a lot of the throws and stuff, and it's just, it's a spiral.
Sam Darnold is 25 years old.
26 in June.
Yeah, 25, and we're like, he's been around. He's been around what? He's been around the Jets and the Panthers with no offensive coaches. So I'm glad to hear that Sam sounds like he's coming in going, dude, I don't know what's going on. Let's start fresh. I'm with Kyle Shanahan now. I'm about done with being surrounded by people who don't know what they're doing, because I do think that's a big part of the Sam Darnold conversation. I don't know if the league knows if Sam is actually not what he was cracked up to be, or if he's just been surrounded by junk his whole career. And they might be right. They might be right.
And you don't know until you see him actually play in a system where he's got some stability, because if you look at what he's gone through in his brief career with the Jets, he had Todd Bowles, and then he had Adam Gase, and then he's off to Carolina, and he had Matt Rule, and then he had the guy who came in, it was Wilkes.
Yes,
Steve Wilkes.
On an interim basis.
5 years,
yes.
4 head coaches, 56 total games, and he's not even 26 yet. He's on to his 3rd team and his 5th different head coach. Reminds me a little bit of the Alex Smith saga, where he had a different offensive coordinator every year, and we had all given up on him 17 different times, and then he landed with Andy Reid. And all of a sudden, it's like, man, Alex, where did this come from? And Alex! All of a sudden, he was a good quarterback again because he had a good offensive-minded head coach.
Well, the surroundings matter for a quarterback. We've talked about this all the time. Like you can't overrate the quarterback. It's the quarterback. It's the most important position in sports. But yes, your surroundings matter. Just go look at Kurt Warner's career. Okay, Kurt Warner with the Giants, tucked in between his Rams and Cardinals tenure. It's different. It's different because what surrounds you matters. Players, coaches, all of that. Kyle, is Brock Purdy going to be ready for Week 1?
Only God knows, and it's all estimates. So it depends what quote people have got for me, but we're hoping for Week 1. And I feel pretty optimistic about that. That's what we're hoping for. He'll be ready to play in Week 1, and usually that doesn't mean that's the day he comes back. Usually you got to come before that to make that goal, and that's kind of the goal we're hoping for, and don't have any reason to think differently.
Okay, optimistic. We're hoping for Week 1, and we're optimistic. Here's what Purdy himself said about it.
Yeah, I mean, I think for sure, like I feel good. Arm is feeling good. To say I'm going to be ready by this time or this time, I just, we're not trying to label any kind of timeline like that. For sure, though, like that's a goal, right? You want to be ready for, the season, and if that's the case, great. But like I said, we're just taking it one day at a time and don't want to say anything that we regret down the road or whatever.
Good job by the 49ers PR team. Yeah. They have absolutely gotten the message across. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to underpromise and overdeliver. We are not... Brock, look at me. We're not putting a date on this. No.
Oh, God knows. So,
but he's not available. We tried.
Well, and I wonder.
Lucas reached out to him. He is not responding.
Guys, I've got a number on God. Guys, look. I've got a number on God. Yes, with the capital G. I'm trying to get him at 5:15. Win the big days. I can't even finish it. But only God knows. And I imagine God sitting up there like, yeah, he's going to be ready. Or, he's not going to be ready. Of all the things I have to worry about, my sole focus as the creator of heaven and earth is on Brock Purdy in week 1.
God's love there. He's like, I'm an Eagles fan. Didn't you watch?
Totally.
He's like, I sent that guy out. So anyway, look, I think that's the way you got to play this.
Absolutely,
You got to play it this way, but you can, to me, you can hear it in their voice. They think he's going to be there.
Right.
Kyle's not going to say we're optimistic and we're hoping for week 1 unless they feel very strongly right now like that is the probability. Doc Pandia any minute now.
Yes, and I love it. And basically what he didn't say, but he said it without saying it, is the word that nobody wants to utter, setback. Barring any setbacks, Brock Purdy will be ready to start week 1. That's what I heard him say, because you never know what could happen in a simple throwing drill or running around. We had reports that Aaron Rodgers tweaked his calf in practice earlier this week, and that's him just running with the football. And I know he's older, but something can happen to where now you have a setback. And, if Brock goes to throw a football in 7 weeks and he feels a little twinge or feels a little numbness or feels whatever he might feel, that setback might cost him a couple of weeks, and you never know what can happen. So they have to be cautious, but I like the tone that they both delivered that.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and HD1 San Francisco, always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app, and we will definitely have that as one of our conversations with Doc Pandia, who is going to join us just momentarily. We also have this from Sam Darnold, though, asked if he and Trey Lance have any conversations about the adversity that the two have been through to start their bumpy careers as the number 3 overall pick.
Yeah, the past 5 years of being in this league and being a starter and, going through the ups, going through the downs of just being in this league and being a quarterback, you experience some things. But I think, Trey and Brock, even the young careers that they've had, have dealt with some adversity, obviously some ups, some downs as well. So, yeah, at the end of the day, playing quarterback's a special privilege. With that comes a little bit of adversity as well. I think it's just really cool, the conversations that we get to have in the quarterback room, especially like you mentioned with Coach Greasy in there, just being able to talk about the position and talk about how to kind of deal with those things and deal with adversity and even deal with success at times. So, yeah, it's just great conversations that come up.
All right, so let's talk about some of that adversity as it's time for Cleared to Play, where we take you inside the tank, get you updated on the latest injuries in the Bay. Proud to partner with UCSF Health on this segment and bring in Associate Professor of Orthopedic Surgery, Dr. Nirav Pandya. Doc, somebody plays basketball tonight. It's not a Warrior, but we're glad to have you, man. How you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you guys doing?
We're doing great. What do you think about what you I'm sure no doubt are hearing from OTAs today with regard to Brock Purdy and optimism for week 1? And I guess the larger question, what do you take from everything you've heard in following that situation in the last few weeks?
I mean, it sounds like everything's going according to the timeline. I mean, I think the key thing, number one, was, is he going to be ready to throw out that 3-month mark? And I think that's the first big hurdle in terms of, is everything healing well? Is everything recovering well? Because if he can start throwing at 3 months, that means the ligament has a lot of healing, mobility, strength is there. So it sounds like everything's on track for him to throw it month 3. If that's the case, then that's 50% of the battle. Then it's really seeing how does his elbow respond. It doesn't sound like there are any setbacks right now. So if things progress normally, will he potentially be ready at month 6, month 7, and be ready for that beginning of the season? all things considered, with what everyone's reporting, it sounds like everything's going to plan. So I don't see any setbacks right now. Now the real key is, how does, number one, his elbow respond to throwing? And then when he gets into camp, how does it respond to contact? So I think those are the next two big things that we have to see.
And based on the procedure he had with the internal brace, is there any follow-up procedure to remove that brace, or does that just stay in there forevermore?
Stays in forever. So, that's one of the advantages of it, is that it does give a little bit more structural stability. So not only does it allow you to, number one, rehab quicker because you've got some stability that comes from that brace, but also secondarily, it helps to keep that area stronger. So barring him having any irritation from it or anything else, that's just part of his ulnar collateral ligament for the rest of his life. And it hopefully allows him to get back quicker, this season, and also protects that ligament as he moves forward if he gets hit in that area again.
Doc, I want to ask you about Trey Lance. There was maybe an injury last year that some of us didn't know about, a broken finger that caused him to change his mechanics, and now he's worked on changing mechanics again in another offseason. Are there any injury concerns with changing the way that you throw the ball?
Yeah, absolutely. I think if you're starting to kind of mechanically go through things and change the way you throw, you do worry about, are you going to develop elbow, shoulder, wrist, or even lower body issues as you're trying to change the way you've done something for a long period of time. But, listen to some of the reports, they were saying that some of the soreness he was experiencing, I remember last year everyone was talking about arm fatigue, and is that real or not? But it sounds like he was getting soreness, and one of his quarterback coaches was saying that a lot of that soreness may have been coming from the way he was throwing. So there is a possibility that if this new throwing motion, which seems a little bit more compact, he's releasing the ball a little bit more tightly, if that gets rid of the soreness, then they put him in a position where what everyone's calling fatigue, which is actually some sort of muscle overuse or muscle injury, hopefully will resolve, and it won't lead to secondary issues. So it is hard. You could potentially go one way where you get hurt more because you're trying to do something different, or if that really was the case of why he was getting this fatigue and getting soreness, then it could actually help him in the long term. So it's hard at this level to do it, but he may potentially do it. And if you watch the videos on YouTube, he seems to have changed his throwing motion, which is great.
Slow motion videos of a guy throwing the football in shorts, Doc. Where do I sign up? I mean, it gets no better than that. From the pigskin to the hardwood, and a lot of talk this year about Klay Thompson and not playing really at all over the summer leading into last season. If you were Klay's trainer or Klay's doctor, how would he go about approaching this offseason to make it different than last year?
Yeah, I think, in terms of, kind of the mental aspect, I think number one, I think it's still working through some of the, the mental and kind of emotional barriers that may still be there that prevented him from playing. So number one, just kind of looking at it from a, sports psychology standpoint. I think secondarily, when you look at it from a physical standpoint, even if you kind of take the long road and say, look, sometimes it takes 2.5 years from all these injuries to recover, I think now you're really going to look at what are the things that Klay has physically struggled with. Like his three-point shooting is great. He clearly is doing well on the offensive end, but is he struggling in terms of endurance at the end of the season? Is there agility or issues on defense? Now I would say, look, let's address those physical issues. It's not necessarily about skill, but let's get that agility, let's get that strength so he can be a presence on the defensive end and also get you live game action. So those first couple months of the season aren't about getting you back up to speed, but about building on what you've gained over the summer. So I think it's just setting him up to have a nice long season and then potentially improve some of those parts of his game that are still lacking from his two injuries.
Doc, LeBron James danced around with the idea of retirement suddenly last night after the loss. And the idea of LeBron and the Warriors, this isn't the first time it's come up, but it did come up again from the Ringer earlier today. That foot injury at age 38, what are the chances that that kind of dogs LeBron the rest of the way?
I think it's pretty minimal. I mean, obviously he's been very kind of unclear about what it was, but he said it was a tendon injury, and obviously if there was something completely torn, he wouldn't be playing. A lot of times what these tendon injuries are in athletes of this age is kind of inflammation on the tendon, some partial kind of, tearing of a tendon, and typically most of these resolve with rest over the offseason. If he's got a lot of inflammation, there's a lot of scar that develops around it. Sometimes you can go in there and quote-unquote clean out the tendon, but I don't anticipate him having an issue, just the way he takes care of his body. And most importantly, how he's able to exert himself on the court at the appropriate times. I don't anticipate this being an issue for him moving forward. He's just such a player that's able to take care of himself and not really miss a lot of time. So I don't anticipate that being an issue moving forward if he decides to play next season.
Doc, do the Celtics play basketball tonight? Because they didn't 2 nights ago.
I know. All I know is that Jimmy Butler always plays basketball, so Jimmy Butler is going to do his thing, I'm sure.
Did you buy all of those Jimmy Butler jerseys that you said you were going to get, Doc?
No, although it is funny when I was making jokes, people think I'm actually serious. So I do have a Jimmy Butler Chicago Bulls jersey, but I do not have the Timberwolves and 76ers antique jersey.
The double sweep is on the table tonight. Crazy stuff. Doc, thank you so much.
No problem. Take care, guys.
Okay, you too. The proceeding was sponsored by UCSF Health.
Yeah, he duped me. He had me. Because he's like, I'm buying every Jimmy Butler jersey there is. And
he does have a lot of jerseys.
That's why I was like, okay, Doc, go crazy.
I mean, my gosh. Speaking of going crazy, though, two sweeps. Inside one playoff, or two sweeps at the same time. I mean, any way you want to say it, this is wild. You know that the NBA Finals don't start until June 1st.
Correct, which is a week from Thursday, 9 days from today. So, and I know that there's nothing the NBA can do because when they go to sell the package to the networks, ABC, ESPN in this particular case, they want to know when these games are going to be slotted. They can promote to those dates. They can sell for those dates. It's an absolute win for the networks to know in advance when these games are going to be. However, when you get into a double Broomerama, which is what we're looking at.
Unbelievable.
And I can't believe that Boston lost game 3, and the way they lost it, Mark, they shut it down.
Yeah,
they shut it down. And what do they do tonight? Because no team's ever come back from 3-0, and we know that only 2 teams have ever lost the first 2 at home and come back to win the series. So does Boston have the internal fortitude to dig deep and even win this one tonight?
They might, but they're not coming back in this series. This thing is completely cooked. It is going to be the Heat and the Nuggets. I'll just tell you one thing that was an emotion I felt last night, and while it's a good thing, I think in the larger scheme, it's a bad thing, and it's this. Let me tell you something I'm tired of. We do it very well here in the Bay Area, but I'm tired of doing it.
Okay.
And that is rooting against L.A. with our team already out.
That never gets old.
No, it actually.
Oh, it's so sweet.
Actually,
they got swept. And I was like a pig in slop.
No, me too.
Oh, so
me
happy.
Me too. And I saw it all over, right? I actually sat there and watched the end of the game with a buddy on his phone as our sons were finishing up their basketball clinic. And then the kids are gathering around. They want to know, like, it's a thing. Everybody gather around the phone. The Lakers are about to go down.
Oh, it's so good.
I get it. And same thing with the Dodgers the last few years. In the playoffs, or every year, whatever, when the Rams played the Bengals in the Super Bowl. I get the tradition. I'm not asking for that to change. I just would rather it goes the other way. How about we get LA out and have them root against our teams?
That's fine.
Let's flip that.
They don't do
please.
that though, because LA, as soon as their team's out, and even when their team is still in, they don't really care about it like we do. And we've had so much of a run of success, Mark, here in the Bay Area that we haven't had to worry about that. The Warriors with the 4 chips, the Lakers have just the 1 bubble chip since the Warriors got the 4. The Rams got the 1, but the Niners are better and have been better most years. And the Giants with the 3 titles, the Dodgers have just the 1. So when LA is in it and the Warriors are out of it, then it's a whole nother ball game. And I will never give up that Schadenfreude.
I get it. I'm not asking anybody not to do it. I did it last night.
Oh, yeah, you did.
It feels good to put a broom on LA.
So good.
Oh, so good. So high. I felt so high.
Totally.
So, yeah, I'm not asking anybody not to do it. I just think we've gotten to do it a couple too many times recently. That's all. I'd rather be rooting for our team.
It's fine. I know what you're saying, but when the Dodgers lost after beating the Giants, you can't tell me that didn't
great.
feel.
No, it's a relief.
It felt better than watching the Nuggets put the pillow over the Lakers' face.
Do it without the bubble for once.
Nuggets in 5. I liked my chances.
I know, and they never even got there.
I gave the Lakers too much credit.
Yeah.
Don't sleep on the Nuggets, Mark. I've been telling you that. Yeah.
Sponsored by Raid from SC Johnson. Okay, speaking of the demise of the Lakers, then all of a sudden, Kevin O'Connor starts writing for The Ringer about the future of LeBron, and you will not believe what he thinks is high on the potential list. You better get ready to react. 888-957-9570 on whether or not you're open to this idea. That's coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
The new Raid Essentials Light Trap uses light to attract, then trap flying insects like fruit flies and mosquitoes.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Look, this is LeBron rumor number 1.4 million. I know that. And I feel like I've done at least 12 shows where we ask Warrior fans, would you want LeBron on the team? And then here come the lines all light up, and everyone's like, no, we do not want LeBron on this team.
I've always been Dr. No. Shout out James Bond 007. I've always been at the head of that line. Mm-hmm. Dr. No.
Here's LeBron last night on the podium.
I like to say it's a successful year because I don't play for anything besides winning championships at this point in my career, and I don't get a kick out of making a conference appearance. I've done it a lot, and it's not fun to me to not be able to be a part of getting to the finals, but we'll see what happens going forward. But I don't know. I got a lot to think about, to be honest. And just for me personally, going forward with the game of basketball, I got a lot to think about.
That's 3. I got a lot to think about.
Yeah.
In the offseason. He was directly asked later, is retirement on the table? And he essentially said, yeah. What do you think he's doing there? What do you think he's doing? Because I don't think there's any way in hell that LeBron has played his last basketball game.
No, I think he's planting a seed of doubt in the Lakers organization, and he's also planting a seed of hope in every other organization that might want to acquire LeBron James, because the article in The Ringer laid out 4 possible scenarios, and I think a couple of them are nonsensical, but they're out there. One is he retires for good. One is he comes back to the Lakers. One is he sits a year, becomes a big-time USC fan, and then returns to the association, maybe with his son in tow. And the other one he threw out there was he becomes a Golden State Warrior. And that's the one that I think is most intriguing. And I mentioned before you played that sound, Mark, that I've always been Dr. No when it comes to LeBron James. But as we sit right now, with the big 3 most likely coming back, why not bring in LeBron James?
So
I'm now team yes on LeBron. Bring him in.
I'm glad you just said that, because the only thing I can do ever with you, with our listeners, with the people around me in my life, is just be straight honest with where I'm at in that moment.
You've always been authentic, Mark.
And that may mean that I say the exact opposite thing tomorrow that I said today. Remember when I was so mad at the Giants for not getting Carlos Correa? And today I'm like, super cool that they didn't get Carlos Correa.
You're wearing a Giants shirt, and you had a new sweatshirt on earlier.
It is new. Of
course
it's freshly washed.
I
also.
saw it.
Yeah. It's been in my trunk for about a month.
Waiting for him to start winning.
Warriors playoffs.
Waiting for wins. I see you.
I'm over here stacking wins, okay?
Thank you.
That's what we're doing.
You're not chasing wins.
We're stacking W's.
Coach. Yeah.
So I read this morning, and it was almost as if I surprised myself. I read it, and I'm like, I'm open to this. I'm open to this for the first time in my life. And then I wanted to explore why. Why am I open to this now? I was never open to it before, and the reasons were numerous and obvious as to why I wasn't into it before. I don't want LeBron coming in here and taking the shine off of Steph Curry. If Steph Curry wins rings with LeBron, do they even count? It would be a bigger version of what people said 7 years ago. And it's like, this isn't even fair. Kevin Durant's on the team. Of course you win a ring. And it took something away from the whole process. Plus, it's not Kevin, it's LeBron. We don't like LeBron
he's
as much.
Enemy number 1.
I don't. Well, he's not for me. He's
right.
not for me.
Historically, he's always been the enemy, especially after this year when he knocked you out.
I got nothing against LeBron James, but bringing him in is filled with so much baggage. And now he's going to be 39 years old. And so you're like, why would we do this? And it feels like fodder and not real and all of that. But then today, I read this, and I go, are we looking at this backwards? I know people have been playful with the rumor for 6 months. Draymond's going to the Lakers. Draymond's going to the Lakers. because Draymond, that's his boy.
Yep.
LeBron's his boy. And they hugged. I saw them hug. They smiled, and they hugged, and they have Clutch, the same agency, and they are BFF forever. Draymond is going to the Lakers. Then Draymond finds a microphone and goes, I don't ever, ever, ever want to leave the Golden State Warriors. So are we looking at this backwards?
Yes.
Instead of Draymond to the Lakers, is it LeBron to the Warriors? And those of you who are waiting for us to tell you how this would work, stay right there, because we will.
It's workable, and I think the way it's workable, it's twofold. One would be LeBron James is disgruntled with his current running mate, and I think that's that's the easier part of this two-prong plan.
That's a maybe.
You look at Anthony Davis, alternate days, which I thought was a genius, whoever said that on Twitter the first time. That's kind of what Anthony Davis is, and in the biggest game of the year, an elimination game for the Lakers, Anthony Davis was a non-factor. And LeBron James had 40, 10, and 9 and did everything he could to will his team to victory. The other piece of it, what would it take? Well, go ahead and start your list and add to it and pile on whatever you need to pile on. And I'm in the same mindset of you, Mark. When I read it earlier today, the piece from Kevin O'Connell, I think, from The Ringer.
Kevin O'Connor, yes.
Kevin O'Connor.
Yeah.
And the Irish names, they throw me.
Ner.
As I was getting through it, and I got to the end, and it mentioned option 4, he comes to the Warriors, and for the first time, I thought about it, and I realized that I'm now ready for what that reality would be like. Because, Mark, I want another championship for the Big Three. I would love to have the Big Three win another championship. And if it took Wiggins, Moody, Poole, Kuminga, and a couple of first-round picks to be named later, and I don't know if it would take all that, but let's just ballpark it and say that. If it would take your future to have one more, maybe 2 more runs at a championship, then you know what? I'm here for it, and I've always admired the way LeBron plays. There's a lot about LeBron that I don't necessarily like, the LaFlop, the LaCry, and some of his histrionics. But if you bring LeBron in, you could load manage him through the regular year, which you do anyway with the majority of your team, and you imagine a core of your starting 5 of Steph, Clay, Dre, LeBron, and Looney, and then you got GP2 and whoever else off the bench, and some of the young pups and some vet mins you bring in. I'm here for it, Mark. Let's see what that would be like. How fun would that be for a year or two?
Well, you say year or two. I think it's important for a Warrior fan to remember. Something like this would require you saying all the chips are in the middle of the table for 1 year. 1 year. The deal after that is an opt-in by LeBron, and would he or would he not, based on Bronny and where his son is drafted, or even if his son is drafted or whatever. He has openly said that already, so we know that's a big part of it. I don't know but if you're one of these fans who also says, look, all you got to do, you got to maximize the end of Steph's career. You got to maximize the end of the Big Three's career. Is this not that? Is it not that? Listen to what O'Connor says about Draymond, who's already stated, I want to be a Warriors, and I want to be a Warriors forever. He says, how soon until Draymond is on the phone recruiting LeBron? Did it already happen last night? Will it happen before the finals start next Thursday? No one needs a source to tell you those conversations will happen if they haven't already. So Draymond on the phone to LeBron about Golden State is already going to happen. Now keep a couple other things in mind. It was just a handful of months ago that on LeBron's TV show, The Shop, he was asked, hey, who's the one player you haven't played with yet who you'd like to play with? The answer was quick and swift. The answer was Steph Curry, Golden State Warriors. Now, our own Steiny and Goop pitched that to Steph just a number of weeks ago, and he kind of gave that's an honor, but I'm good. I'm good right now. Right, because you're in the middle of the season. You have current teammates that you're not trying to offend. You're trying to go win with what you got. We're not at that point anymore. We're now in an off season, and it's an off season with a disappointing finish. So O'Connor writes that the deal might look something like this, because you mentioned Wiggins. What if it didn't include Wiggins? What if your trade were Poole, Kuminga, Moody, and a truck full of whatever draft picks the Lakers want? What if that was the deal? What do you say?
Then you're absolutely a yes. I can't imagine the Lakers wanting to do that deal without Andrew Wiggins. Andrew Wiggins at that price is a very valuable, he'd be the most valuable piece in that trade, in my opinion. The fact that Andrew Wiggins is not even 30 and he's under team control for 4 more years. If the Lakers were to do this trade, they would be doing it largely to start a rebuild. And when you're going to rebuild, for me, if I'm Rob Pelinka, I would rather have Andrew Wiggins at $24 million-ish for the next 4 years than I would Jordan Poole at his salary, than I would Kuminga or Moody or draft picks that I don't know how those are going to work out.
Yeah, maybe, but I mean, what you're basically I mean, it's funny to say this. The money almost gets too high in the Warriors' direction if you've got Poole and Wiggins in there, because you add those two salaries together, you're already north of 50. LeBron is at 46 for next year. So if you're adding anybody, now if it was just those two, okay, maybe. But if I'm the Lakers and you're saying, look, our best player's about to turn 39 years old, what do you want? We want young assets. Don't you want, sure, Jordan Poole, you know that's going to be a part of it. Don't you want Jonathan Kuminga? Don't you want a bunch of picks? Especially if those picks are years from now, after Steph and the big three are gone, where the Warriors, if they were to make a move like this, in theory, could be bad. They could be a bad team.
Yeah, so if you get the pick in, let's just say 28 and 30, because you can't do back-to-back years, so you get the Warriors' first-round pick in 2028 and 2030, then maybe you feel like those would be lottery picks because LeBron, Steph, Clay, and Dre would all likely be gone from the Warriors. So that is definitely an asset, but draft picks aren't as valuable as known commodities, and if you really believe Jordan Poole is that known commodity, then he's probably the centerpiece of the deal. I don't know if Jonathan Kuminga would be if I'm Rob Pelinka. I would want Wiggins over Kuminga or Moody.
Interesting. I mean, that changes the financial structure. It probably changes the picks that are attached. Because that's a guy who was an all-star last year. You're talking about two guys that put up numbers. I mean, Poole
and it becomes
kind
of like the Aaron Rodgers trade with the Jets in terms of the Jets didn't have to give as much, knowing that Aaron Rodgers was only going to be there for a year or two. Right. So this similarly, you wouldn't maybe have to give up as much to get LeBron, especially if LeBron was as disgruntled as he could possibly be.
Yeah, I think one of the things to keep in mind here when you throw this out is like, all right, LeBron, he dropped retirement into the soup last night. Nobody had that. Nobody was talking about LeBron retiring at the end of this year. And by the way, nobody thinks he is.
Right.
So you got to ask yourself, why would he do that? Dummy. He knows exactly the way that we're going to respond to all this. So why would he do that? In my mind, the only reason you do that is because you are in some way, shape, or form disappointed with the current state of the Lakers. Because the only reason to drop retirement as an option is you're under contract next year. So what's your leverage? Your leverage is to say, I might not play at all. So either trade me there or I'm not playing. It's the only way to create leverage when you're under contract. And someone of his size, and I don't mean that in terms of like 6'8", I mean someone of his presence in the NBA can do that. It's how many players have gotten to a certain spot. Not necessarily threatening retirement, but threatening holding out, threatening not re-signing. Anthony Davis, once upon a time, was someone who was traded who said, no, don't just trade me there. You have to trade me there. I am publicly going to state I will not re-sign with any team other than the Los Angeles Lakers. So you can force your way.
Sure.
And to me, that felt like step one by LeBron. I don't know if it's here, but forcing his way somewhere.
Well, where else would he want to be? And let's think about this in terms of what he wants. And you heard the quote, you played it. He wants to compete for a championship. He's not here to compete for conference championships and get swept by Denver in the last 4 in the association. That to him was a failed year. He wants to win a championship. What team And he already mentioned that Steph Curry is the player that he'd most like to play with. So you look at the Warriors, are they a LeBron away from being a favorite in the Western Conference? I would say yes, they are.
Yeah.
LeBron has made, in his career on the floor, $435 million. He's getting 53.4 next year. So that's the number the Warriors would have to work off of in terms of salary match, 25%, I think, either way of that. So you could give the Lakers about $60 million in salary, which would be Poole, Kuminga, and Andrew Wiggins next year.
And Wiggins, yeah. I mean, I do look at any major deal that the Warriors might make this offseason and think about money because the Warriors are going to want to trim. So they probably do want to give more money than they get back. And by the way, you mentioned that starting lineup. If Andrew Wiggins is still here, I don't know. I'm sorry. Is LeBron the sixth man? Build your starting lineup. Who's going to the bench? Who's going to the bench if Andrew's still here?
It's Wiggins.
It is.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
is that your sixth man?
What a sixth man that would be.
I mean, it'd be great.
I can't imagine the trade happening without Andrew Wiggins being a part of it. And LeBron already famously traded Andrew Wiggins when Wiggins was a rookie in Cleveland.
Good point.
LeBron put eyes on him and was like, no. That's going to do it.
See, and I didn't look at it that way. I look at that the same way I look at the Warriors this year. And it bothers fans, and I understand why, but just keep it in mind. When you are the Steve Kerrs, the Steph Currys, the Draymond Greens, the LeBron Jameses of the world, you ain't want no rookie. You don't want a rookie. I don't want a 20-year-old to help because they mess up. Has anybody got teenagers at their house?
LeBron's got a couple of them.
Mess up. They mess up all the time. So if I'm Steph Curry, the same way LeBron was like, I'll take Kevin Love. I don't want Andrew Wiggins. I want someone who is grown and knows what they're doing. Wiggins may be dynamic. Kuminga may be dynamic. But you're trying to win a championship right now. There's no time to be waiting for 21st birthdays. That's not the way NBA superstars think.
Well, I think the Lakers would have the same mindset, quite frankly, because they won a championship, a bubble chip, with Anthony Davis and LeBron James. It wasn't with a bunch of young players. So you look at their roster, and they don't have a lot of guys under contract. So if you are going to part ways with LeBron James and you're going to start a bit of a reboot, you don't want to go with all rookies and draft picks. That's not going to fly down in Los Angeles. Rob Pelinka probably wants to keep his job. So you're not trading LeBron without getting some marketable assets back in the immediate future.
You're right, but remember, if there's a LeBron trade, no one is ever going to be like, Rob, why'd you trade LeBron? It'll come down to LeBron got traded because LeBron wanted to be traded. And yes. LeBron has the power to do that. Remember when he was a free agent from Cleveland going to Miami? Momo told me that she had talked.
Ramona Shelburne,
friend
of the program.
Thank you.
Yep.
Momo told me that, and I'm pretty sure she was talking about at the time whoever LeBron's agent was, and she said, you know, people are, oh my gosh, where's he going to go? And the question got posed, well, how many teams could even make it work? And the agent was like, are you kidding me? They all could. And if LeBron said he wanted to play in Las Vegas, the NBA would create a team. LeBron goes where LeBron wants to go.
Right.
Period. And that's the end of that book.
So if that is the way the book is going to be written, and LeBron wants to go somewhere where he can win, because that's what he said, and I fully believe that that's what LeBron James wants, then this is the place that he would want to go to. I agree with you. You can look at Miami. Miami's going to be in the NBA Finals. Miami would be a great destination, but he's going to have to work hard in Miami. Steiny made a great point yesterday on their show about the culture in Miami being the best culture in the association, but it's one where you show up and Jimmy Butler holds your feet to the fire. And LeBron actually said, I think in that same piece in the shop, about he would love to have Draymond get in his business and bark at him, but that's different because Draymond's one of his closest friends. That's not Jimmy Butler coming at you and Spoelstra and Pat Riley and the rest of them.
Is anybody else where we are? 888-957-9570. Is this hitting you different today than it ever has before? It's hitting me different. Sounds like it's hitting you different.
Oh, for sure.
I've never in my life been open to the idea of LeBron James to the Golden State Warriors, and it got thrown out today. And instead of saying, hell no, I went, Huh. Now, not too many weeks ago, Steiny and Goo are talking to the chef. And they played directly to him LeBron's comments on the shop and listened to what was said.
You hear what your boy said? Who, my boy? Take a listen.
Who else you want to play with? In today's game, Steph Curry. Steph Curry's the one that I want to play with.
Oh, shoot. The chef. You know what? Hey, he might want to play with you next weekend now.
That is phenomenal. When did he say that? Was that on the shop?
Yeah.
I guess the latest one, yeah. No. Well, he got it. We got his wish. So he's the captain. He's picked me the last two All-Star games. So I don't know if that suffices, but I'm good right now.
How's that make you feel, though?
Good right now. I mean, whenever you get the interest or curiosity of what it would be like to play with, arguably, MVP kind of caliber dude like he is, and one greatest of all time. Cool. Like, it's amazing. Right. We all can live in that fantasy world, though.
Okay. That was right before the playoffs started last year, and the Warriors did what? I seem to remember that's right. They went and won a championship. So when he says, I'm good right now, that doesn't mean now.
Oh, I bet you he's less good now than he was then.
That was then.
Yeah.
And he's not as good now. And there are two things that have happened since then. One, the Warriors got beat, and two, the Warriors got beat by him.
Right. And three, they all are looking now at the abyss and the end of days. Steph's got 3 years. Draymond has an option, and Klay's got 1 year. So if you could make this happen, you could see Klay going to management and saying, yeah, I'll play for half. And you could see Draymond picking up his player option and then saying, yeah, I'll get less, knowing that we got LeBron coming. If you want Klay to take a massive pay cut and stay, and you want Draymond to ink a team-friendly deal and stay, then LeBron comes in for 1+1 and he's here?
Or how do you get Draymond to just opt in? Oh, well, LeBron's going to come be your teammate.
Yeah.
Opt in 1 year, but you get to play with LeBron.
Right.
And then after next year, what comes off the books? LeBron, Draymond, and Klay. And you could go that route.
Or they all stay on the books.
Or right.
And if you want Joe Lacob to do $400 million,
this is how you do it.
Thank you.
This is exactly how you do it.
I'm excited.
888-957-9570. You in or you out? We're presented by Fremont Bank. Full service banking. No compromises. We got more 49ers OTA sound to pass along as well. But we'll get to your phone calls on this. 888-957-9570. Is it hitting everybody different this time? The idea of LeBron to the Warriors. Your calls next on Willard and Dibs.
Bonte Hill here from the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game, and we have some big news. The largest land animals that ever lived are coming to the California Academy of Sciences at the world's largest...
protection ritual that protects your skin from mosquitoes. Prevention is the best protection. Off, the #1 dermatologist recommended repellent brand, SC Johnson.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
What NBA team do you think is the favorite, Point Bets USA, the favorite to have LeBron on it next year?
Oh, I looked this up, and shout out Jimmy Shapiro, who sends the emails on everything. I looked it up and completely forgot. I know that the Warriors are
I'm
like
sure you
sixth.
could guess. I'm sure you could. Well, no.
I remember that they were further down the list than.
Well, we might have two different books, right?
We might.
Okay, I'm sure you actually can guess what team is the favorite to have LeBron.
The Lakers.
Okay, the Lakers. Yeah. The Lakers at -700.
I guess what I saw is if he goes elsewhere.
Yeah, this list is a little bit different. The next favorite on the board is no team at all. Right?
Okay.
Retire.
Yeah.
That's the second favorite on the board at +500. Then it shoots up to a group of teams, but one is the clear favorite other than the Lakers. Any guesses as to who that might be?
I would guess it's New York.
It is not.
It's not New York?
Either of the New York teams. Give you one more shot.
Yeah, geez. It's not the Clippers, although it would make sense to stay in L.A. Can't be Cleveland. It's not Miami. Orlando. He wants to play with Banchero. I got double buzz.
Double buzz.
Double buzz.
Yeah, actually, it is the Cleveland Cavaliers.
Oh, wow.
Point Bets USA.
That makes no sense.
Has the
Point
Cleveland
Bets, you got no clue.
Cleveland Cavaliers are at +1,200. And then there are three teams sitting at +1,500. And if you use that beautiful noggin of yours, look at the big brain on Dibbs. I bet you could get all three. That are the next three favorites to land LeBron next year. I bet you can get them coming in right after the Cleveland Cavaliers. All three are tied at +1,500.
It'd be probably Philly and Phoenix. And I'm going to say Dallas.
Okay, you got 0 for 3.
This is so interesting because I'm looking at the exact same proposition from betonline.ag, and they've got completely different odds.
Yeah. So
they've got New York as the favorite, followed by Philly, the Clippers, the Cavs, the Suns, then the Warriors.
Point Bets USA at +1,500 right after the Cavs. Heat, Knicks, Warriors. Now, think about it. Heat, LeBron, New York,
right?
Steph. I mean, some of this Clippers, Sixers, Mavericks. How? Suns? How? How are you getting to those teams and why? Why on earth would LeBron go play for the Dallas Mavericks? What was the Phoenix Suns?
Right.
Why?
Right. I mean,
you got it. If you're LeBron, you're in the why part of your life. He calls the shots. He's not accidentally ending up. Like, I understand why people would say Clippers because he wants to stay in L.A.
Correct.
But, I mean, what, he wants to go play with Russell Westbrook? Like, what do we, I don't know.
He'll get rid of Russ if that's the way that went.
Okay, fine.
First and foremost, if LeBron leaves the Lakers, what does LeBron want? Number one would be to stay close to his son, to watch his son play basketball at USC. I don't think he's going to be a starter, according to Andy Enfield, the head coach. He's going to have a chance to compete. They already have a couple of point guards, including one they just got in the portal. Not to go too deep inside a USC hoop, but
how do you even know this?
Because I've done the research. I'm waiting for Bronny to.
Lucas knows in the
and the
other
number one player in high school recruiting this year.
Yeah.
Isaiah Collier.
All
He's
right,
the best player in the All-American game with Bronny in that game.
Tibbs has been doing his homework. Let him cook. All right, what do you got? What
do I have, Lucas? No, Lucas was saying all that in my ear.
No.
You said it on the air.
Yeah, no.
What goes on the ear goes in your ear.
It goes in my ear first, and then I say it on the air in order to sound smart.
He was talking. Got it.
Yeah, he was doing the Cyrano diversion act.
He's from Georgia. He came all the way to
Collier from Georgia.
Yeah.
He's come all the way across country, and it's not to be Bronny's backup. according to sources.
According to Lucas.
Best player in college.
Thank him.
Lucas is like Will Smith in that dating movie where he just like tell the guy what to say. Like you got a little earpiece,
Yeah,
get a
Steve
little
Martin.
earpods.
And Steve Martin did it first.
Yes, he did.
And it comes from Cyrano de Bergerac, which is where that all is ripped off from.
Go ahead, de Bergerac that guy.
Thank you.
All right.
De Bergerac him.
What is going on
The
here?
second piece, Grandy, and I'll tell you, if I can get to it, he wants to win. He wants to be near his son, and he wants to win. He's not going to play for New York, and he certainly isn't going to Dallas. And why, in God's name, would you go back to Cleveland?
Well, that's why, in many ways, I would eliminate all of these.
Correct.
But if it's not the Lakers and you're so attached to Bronny, if you feel like I can't win with the Lakers, but I want to stay really, really close, the conversation is the Clippers and the Warriors, and that's it.
Correct.
That's it.
And if you look at those two teams, do you want to play for the Clippers and a guy who also doesn't play in PG-13? Or do you want to come up north and play alongside your bestie and the one guy you said who you would most want to play alongside?
Well, and who can produce a trade to get him that the Lakers want? Do the Lakers want broken Kawhi, broken Paul George, and stop with Russell Westbrook? And that's the money on that team.
Wasn't he already a Laker?
Gee, it seems
I've lost track of where he's been.
Let's go live to Lucas. Was Russell Westbrook recently a Laker? I'm kidding. Lucas actually wasn't listening closely. He's like, what? Wait, what do I have to say? Don't worry, we got it.
Bill Russell? No, he was never a Laker.
D'Angelo Russell? What do you say?
Totally.
Anyway, point being is, how are the Clippers going to conduct a trade that the Lakers would want to get LeBron if LeBron wanted to leave? But I can think of one that the Warriors would put together that the Lakers would want.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
But do the Warriors fans want LeBron? This is the part that's interesting because I know Lucas has put out a poll about that very question. And I know that maybe 2 or 3 years ago, Warriors fans would probably be like 97% on the no tip. But I've changed my tune, Mark, because of what this would mean. And the Warriors already won a title post Kevin Durant. So this doesn't feel to me like the Warriors are chasing that KD vibe again. This would be trying to get one for the thumb, Mark, so to speak.
Well, what we're doing right now is dueling data on the Twitter app because 95.7 The Game. Lucas, how long ago did you put your poll up? Put your poll up about how long ago?
30 minutes or so.
Okay, 30 minutes ago, 95.7
Is it
The
still
Game.
up?
Yeah. Stop. Pause. Pause.
It might have been a 30-minute, like, I want my results in 30 minutes.
Pause.
Grandy even
30
smiled.
minutes or less, or it's free. Anyway.
Don't talk about
All
that.
right, 95.7 The Game put up a LeBron yay or nay fan question, and I didn't realize that. So then I put my own up about 10 minutes ago. So mine only has between 50 and 100 votes. And right now, hell no is tracking only at 56%. And 44% LeBron to the Bay. 95.7 The Games is tracking closer to 65, 66%, with many more votes at this point. 65, 66% against the idea of LeBron James.
And you did a hell no and then a LeBron to the Bay?
LeBron to the Bay.
Okay.
Yeah. I'll say this. Both of those percentages are lower than they used to be.
Yeah, totally.
If you put that poll up last summer, 97%. Get out of here with this LeBron idea. So even the fact that no is winning shows me that some of y'all are coming around.
Exactly. Well,
some of you are all coming around.
Have come around.
That's what we said.
Yeah, and the poll will conclude in 23 hours. So tomorrow at 4 o'clock, we'll revisit this with the results.
I only did a 2-hour poll. A 2-hour poll. Anyway.
That's because you're a veteran, and that's what you do. You have it conclude within the same
let's get in,
sphere.
get out. I'm going to go home and have dinner. I don't want to be like waking up at 3 in the morning. How's my poll? I don't want to do that.
It'll still be up at 3 a.m. based on your advanced age. I mean, nature calls, bro. You got to answer.
It's not how I roll, bro.
Yeah, me either, luckily.
I'm like your baby. I sleep through the night.
Dude,
okay?
Yeah. 6:40, she's up with a shot.
Me too.
Come on, girl.
Speaking of your baby, we got someone named Adrian on the line. I'm thinking it's a different one.
It's the male spelling.
Adrian, Danville, you're on with Willard and Dibbs, and what are you doing?
Oh, hey, how you guys doing?
Oh, I love it when Adrian. Thank you. I love it when callers sound surprised when we pick up the phone. That was like the whole point of your call. You called to talk to us, right?
Yeah, right, but I was cooking some fish. Anyway,
all good.
I call and say absolutely no to you guys on the LeBron. And listen, if LeBron wanted to come as like a free agent, whatever the thing, but to give up a future for him, like nowadays, nothing is guaranteed. Look at Phoenix. They got, Durant, thought that they was going to give him a title. No. So hey, how about a trade of LeBron for Draymond?
Well, that obviously would defeat the entire point. Adrian, can I ask you a follow-up question? Because you said, why would you give up the future? What's the future? Go ahead.
Well, listen, I mean, if you're going to be giving away, Wiggins, I know that everybody says, well, this was the first year that last year was the first year that he ever did anything. But the guy's only 26 years old. I mean, hopefully he's got, a lot more, to bring to the table. Poole, I don't care about. Draymond,
yeah,
I don't care about. Kuminga, I kind of would like to keep him, but
Adrian, first of all, Andrew is 28, not 26. Thank you very much for the call. I would love. I know this is a hard question to answer. And I know a lot of you don't want to answer it. I get excited about young talent as well. Who doesn't in sports? We get excited when it's a homegrown player and we get to go through the process. Casey Schmidt, let's see where it goes. It's exciting. But answer that question. What is the Warriors' future? What is it? What is it that you think you have? I'm not saying you don't, but there's no way in hell you can prove to me that you do. In fact, if we polled all of you about the idea of Jordan Poole being on this roster going forward, I would guess right now north of 80% of you would like to see him traded this offseason.
Let's put up dueling polls and find out.
All right, so if you don't want Poole on this team, what is this future that you believe that you might have right now?
Well, let's just say that you want Poole on the team because some people want Poole on the team.
Now, let's do that then.
So Jordan Poole's got 4 more years, and Andrew Wiggins has 3 more years with a player option. So let's just say he picks up the player option. Jonathan Kuminga only has 2 more years, and they're team options. So after the next season, you have to decide on Jonathan Kuminga, much like you decided on Jordan Poole. At that point, you have to decide on Moses Moody. Patrick Baldwin Jr. has 3 more years. So what are we going to get from Patrick Baldwin Jr. or Ryan Rollins? So in terms of the future, you're going to need to see these guys all flash in the next 2 years in order for them to get big contracts. And you're probably not going to give them all big contracts because you'll be in the same sort of luxury tax situation you're in now.
And what is happening while you're learning about all of these young players? Oh, it's called the end of Steph Curry's career.
Right.
Hope you enjoyed it.
You're
I'm
30
sorry.
and 52 because you got rid of Draymond and you don't have anything else. And Clay walks after next year. So it's Steph and the kids.
This whole thing gets so emotional, and it's impossible because Trey Lance, now here we are with Poole and Kuminga. It's the same thing. If you say the stuff we're saying, we're haters, and you hate young people, and why won't you let it? Why you do that to a young guy? I'm sorry. You don't get both. You cannot maximize the end of Steph Curry's career and chase this feather through the wind that might someday be good, but you have no tangible evidence that it is. So that's why, for the first time in my life, I'm open to this. And the name doesn't even have to be LeBron. It can be that Celtics thing that I threw out there the other day. You can call Toronto about Anunoby, Pascal Siakam. You can do whatever you want. But the bottom line is, I don't want to hear from anyone ever again. You got to maximize Steph Curry's last few years, and you got to hang with the young guys. Because I don't think you can do both. You can't do both.
You can if the young guys can make an impact like Jordan Poole has made.
Like now, and even that, but that's not been good enough.
Well, it hasn't been good enough, and some people will tell you it's because Steve Kerr didn't give these guys a chance. And yesterday at the Summit, the 95-7 the game MVP, John Dickinson, on one of his great rants, went off on the idea of Jonathan Kuminga, and he said the Warriors don't owe him anything. Jonathan Kuminga's got to put in the work to earn the minutes, to go out and play the minutes, to show that he is worthy of everything that the fans want to see from Jonathan Kuminga. And if he does that between now and the start of next year and he doesn't get traded, then maybe he can, from week one, game one, be impactful. And by the end of next year, be a guy where you look at him and go, wow, this guy's the next Jordan Poole. We got to give him one of these monster deals in the future because minutes are not given in the NBA. They're earned, especially when you have a team like this. And you're right, Mark, if we really want to maximize the Steph Curry championship window, then you've got to do that with veterans because the young players that you have aren't good enough, fast enough to be those players.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. If the response to what we're saying is, well, then why draft these guys in the first place? Okay, you can certainly say why draft guys who are such projects. I do think that's like a whole separate conversation that we could have this summer. You look at the 3 earliest picks that the Bay Area has had in just the last 3 years. The 3 earliest picks have been what? James Wiseman, Trey Lance, Jonathan Kuminga. Project. No college basketball, no college football, no nothing. Really young, uber young players. Is it fair to say, why would you do that when you have such established cores in this moment? That's a fair question and an interesting conversation, I think. But in the here right now, we're here, they did. What do you want to do with, and I hate this, I said it yesterday, but the asset. What do you want to do with the asset? Do you want to watch Jonathan Kuminga for his age 21 and 22 season, see if he can become a thing as Steph Curry's career comes to a close, or do you want to turn that into someone who you can use in the playoffs? What makes more sense? I sort of think the answer's obvious.
Right.
It's obvious.
And it's the nature of the NBA draft, quite frankly. You can't look at any NBA draft over the course of the last 5 or so years and find a lot of 22 and 23-year-old 4 and 5-year college players who you want to draft very high in the first round and they become plug-and-play guys. For the most part, the best players in any draft are the one-and-dones or the G League players like Jonathan Kuminga was a G League Ignite guy. James Wiseman played 3 games, not 3 years, 3 games at Memphis. Paolo Banchero played 1 year at Duke. So the nature of the NBA draft is you are drafting on the future. Now, is Banchero a guy who you could have drafted if the Warriors were so lucky and plug him into your rotation? Probably. But those guys are few and far between, 19 or 20-year-olds who are ready-made and ready to go in that first or second year.
888-957-9570. Let's hear from you, okay? L in Pacifica on Willard and Dibbs. Hey, L, what are you doing?
Hey, guys. I just got home. I'm in Pacifica, about to get some groceries and get started on dinner, but great conversation so far, guys. Let me just preface this by saying, first of all, who knows if LeBron wants to play for the Warriors? It's an intelligent guy. It's a Hall of Famer. We saw the blowback that Kevin Durant got from joining the Warriors. Who knows if LeBron James want to go through that? And he'll get a lot more from the critics outside of the Golden State area. But number 2, any Golden State fan that's telling you, no, I don't want LeBron to play right now, and that was me 3 years ago. But anybody telling you right now they don't want LeBron on the Warriors team is lying to you. This is a competition, right? You have the chance to be competitive. You have a chance to win a championship in the next 2 years. And you have a chance to play against an opponent that you respect and you battled for years and years and years. And this is just an opponent that also understands basketball and has a high basketball IQ and can be very useful in that complex Warriors offense. And so anybody saying no to LeBron coming in right now is just lying. Why would you not want to give yourself an edge to win? Why would you not want a rival and a respected opponent that you played against? And you're both, Warriors teams, Warriors players, and LeBron are coming down to the end of it. So why not just hug it out and be on the same team?
Well, Al, because you're talking solely X's and O's, and some people look at this from a much more emotional place. And so there are certain players in sports where you're just like, no, hard no. Don't want that guy on my team. Like, I'm just not interested in it. Now, your previous point to me was maybe an even more interesting one where you said, why would LeBron want to play here? Kevin Durant went through the process of not being able to be the favorite guy, and it broke him. Here's why. LeBron ain't KD. LeBron has already been the hired gun in the NBA for the better part of a decade or more. Even when he went back to Cleveland, he went back as a hired gun who concocted the move by himself and became the de facto GM. You think LeBron James would be bothered by the fact that this city loves Steph more than anyone else? There's no way. There's no way that would bother him. LeBron would not come here with the idea that he was going to even be the dude. In fact, you want to know why I think LeBron would love coming to the Golden State Warriors? He doesn't need to have the ball out by the three-point line and run the whole show. LeBron probably realizes I'm 6'8", and I'm tired. I can go get down by the block and have Steph run pick and roll with Draymond, and I'll be the guy waiting for the dunk. That sounds way better than me having to shoulder this whole load and getting exhausted by the end of the playoffs.
Or just a straight up back to the basket game where he could play de facto center on that team. Small ball lineup with, Draymond, Steph, and Clay and LeBron James, and throw in whoever else you want as the fifth player. Just popped it in the trade machine, and it's on this year's salaries. But the LeBron for Wiggins, Kuminga, and Poole, it does work for this year's salaries. And
this is with Poole making $4 million.
Yes. So if you kicked it ahead next year, I think the trade may need some tweaking. The Warriors may need to get some
take a bad contract.
Exactly. Back. Take somebody take a scrub back to make it work. But financially, it is somewhat feasible, and I do think that Wiggins would have to be a part of it because even though Rob Pelinka, I think he's going to lose LeBron. If LeBron wants out, there's nothing he can do. But the one way he can save face is at least by saying, I got some players back. I didn't just get draft picks that I'm never going to realize.
Let's like while we're going down this, and this is fantasy land a little bit.
It's fun, though.
We totally get it. But now, if you take Andrew Wiggins off this team, forget Poole and the young guys for a moment. What about the defensive side of the basketball? You got a problem. Because Kuminga is an up-and-coming defender, and Wiggins now has to play second-best defender because Clay is not that anymore. So if you do go full-blown old guy, which is what the Warriors would essentially be doing.
Right.
Let's take all our 20-year-olds. You could have, except for Looney, we're going to keep Looney, who looks 40, even though he's not.
27.
Right? We'll keep Looney. You can have everybody else that's got a 2 in front of their name. And we'll go full-blown 30-year-olds. We'll go Steph, Dre, Clay, LeBron. I mean, who's locking down?
You got GP2.
You do. But you got to be on the floor a whole lot. Who's locking down the other player's best scorer? Who's guarding Ja Morant?
Well, the idea of locking anybody down, I think, is a little bit of an antiquated notion in the association. And Sacramento is a good example, a team that played their way offensively to be in the 3 seed. And, LeBron James can still be a defender in the low post. Draymond Green, still serviceable in many ways, better than serviceable. He's, 4th or 5th in the DPOY, so your defense isn't that dreadful. You get rid of Jonathan Kuminga, who didn't play in the playoffs. Jordan Poole, who's the worst defender on your team. And, you lose Andrew Wiggins. That hurts, but you more than make up for it on the other side of the ball.
I wonder. I mean, you mentioned the Kings, and it's like, okay, they became the 3 seed and then lost in the first round, and that's not what this group would be looking to do.
True.
You got to play defense if you want to get to round 4. You know that. Jonathan in the city here on Willard and Dibs. Hey, Jonathan, what are you doing?
Just cooking up some adobo. You guys got some very, very hot topic here. It's so loud, guys. LeBron James just annoys the heck out of me. I call him the king of all floppers, the most annoying superstar athlete of all time, but I respect his game. He just annoys me with his, with his stunts, kind of like when he puts a crown on himself, I find that very annoying. But, like I said, I respect his game, and at this point, I'm all about getting Steph Curry his 5th championship. So, LeBron to the Warriors, sign me up. Because you know what, guys? You know what comes after a dynasty? Nothing.
Yeah. Take a look at the Wembanyama's, right? They had a dynasty, and then they've been in the doldrums for a while, and now they'll try to reboot it around a new player. Like, you don't just get to be great forever, okay? This is another part of the message. Jonathan, thank you. Appreciate it so much. You don't get to be great forever. So I think we got to remove this fear of, man, when Steph retires, we got to have full cupboards. We got to have Poole, and we got to have Kuminga. What does that actually mean to you? Do you think if Poole and Kuminga and Moody are all here in 3 years, Wiggins too, okay, do you think if they're all here, the big three are gone, what are you doing? You think you're going to be a top 4 seed?
Well, it's not
based on those players?
It's not about what does it mean to us. It matters what does it mean to him. And by him, I mean Joe Lacob and Peter Guber and the other owners. Because if you do this trade, and let's say it's Poole, it's Kuminga, it's Wiggins, you're all in on LeBron James, and you get LeBron for 1 year, maybe it's 2 years, fine. Steph Curry's gone in 3 years unless he wants to stick around for longer than that. And basically, what are you looking at in terms of a Warrior team? You're looking at starting over because Baldwin Jr., Ryan Rollins, maybe they're your, quote, centerpieces. And if you're Joe Lacob and you're trying to put butts in seats and Steph retires at the end of his contract and Clay and Draymond are done and LeBron's a year earlier than that and he's gone and you traded Wiggins, you got Kevon Looney at 31 and Rollins and PBJ. So does Joe Lacob, is he thinking in terms of 3 more years and I'm selling this thing?
I mean, it's just...
What is he thinking in terms of the future of the organization?
Like I've been saying for 2 weeks now, keep an eye to the future, but don't get obsessed with it because it's not like you have something. You do not have a bird in hand. You don't about the future. You do.
It depends on what you think of Jordan Poole.
You do have in the present. Well, okay. We asked that yesterday to the crowd. Anybody think Jordan Poole can be a 1? You want to know why the number 1 was significant? That's how many people clapped.
Right,
Who
but
thinks
Joe
Jordan Poole can
Lacob
be a
was
1?
not in the audience. What does Joe Lacob think? And that, to me, is a big determinant because if you're the owner of the team, you're not, yes, keep an eye on the future, but don't be obsessed by it. But if you're the owner of the team, you kind of should be obsessed by it.
Well, you're
not that the
obsessed by
asset's going to
every
go
year.
down to all of a sudden the team's worth $450 million again, which is what he paid for it. This thing's not going to plummet if you lose the big 3. I get that. However, if you're owning this thing and you are loving being at the top of the heap, yeah, you want to chase it while Steph is still here, but don't you still want to be relevant when he's gone?
Absolutely. And there are ways to do that, but that is far from guaranteed by this fear of like, we got to have Poole and Kuminga on the roster. They could be on the roster and you can be Detroit. Trust me, you can be Detroit.
Yeah, you're more likely to be Detroit.
Yes, the Rockets have good players. A couple of nice players doesn't get you anything in this league. Bud in Oakland, next up on Willard and Dibs. Hey, Bud. Thanks for calling. What are you doing?
What's good? What's good, man? Just fresh off work, about to grab something to eat for the boys, man, before I pick them up. Hey, so I just wanted to send a message out to the Lakers fans, first of all.
Nice.
Just when y'all thought it was safe. You guys did all of that talking because of the foul calls. Let's be honest, you guys got past the Warriors in this series because of the free throw shooting. And I'm going to just put it out there. The league knew that Denver was not going to get past Warriors. They knew that. We obliterated them every time. And, this was the best chance they had to get Jokic to the NBA Finals. So, albeit, congrats to the Denver Nuggets. As far as LeBron playing out here, any true competitive real diehard Warrior fan will say no due to the fact that, it's just the hate for LeBron. I mean, but when you think about it as a collective experience, then yeah, let the man play. Let's run it up. That's the whole thing is let's run it up. And then everyone he wins, Curry will win too. So, they'll be tied all the way to the end. And yeah, the young guys, we don't owe them anything. If we're going to clean house, clean house. Every team cleans house. You keep the core guys around. I mean, what the Warriors right now have a chance to do, they have a chance to be the new Lakers and the new Celtics. The Celtics and the Lakers, when everybody wanted to chase a ring, all the veterans wanted to play who still had some juice, they went to the Lakers and the Celtics, trying to ball out. So right now, the Warriors can be even the Spurs. You know what I mean? The Bulls as well. The Warriors got a chance to go ahead and do something special for a couple more years. And, the whole maximize the window. If you want to maximize it, get some guys that's going to play. Not some guys that's going to shut down and pout because things didn't go their way or they didn't get any playing time or, no, thank you.
Yeah, Bud, we'll jump in.
Thanks, Bud.
You're ordering food. We'll go ahead and
jump in on this. It was a no on hot sauce, I believe.
Yeah, which I would suggest against. But anyway, point being, a couple things in there. First of all, I think he said at the beginning that the Lakers took out the Warriors because that was the league's best chance to get the Nuggets to the finals and get Nikola Jokic there. Two things there. Why on earth would the league be interested in the Nuggets getting to the finals? And two, come on, Warrior fans. Like, I'm the biggest
Did you see that leaked memo, by the way?
Yeah,
the leaked memo about it's going to be Lakers in 7, and it's going to be Boston in 7, setting up a Lakers-Celtics, battle for 18, I guess.
Yeah.
First franchise to win 18 titles.
Exactly. I take from that, if you're a Warrior fan and you think that they would have beaten the Nuggets this year, come on, man. Come on. They weren't beating the Nuggets this year if they had gotten by the Lakers. Just because they always do does not mean that this team would have beaten the Denver Nuggets. Just look at the two teams all year long. Look at everything they've achieved. How can you honestly believe that the Warriors would have gone on the road to Denver, Colorado, and won that series? Come on, you don't think that, do you?
I told you before the Warriors lost to the Lakers that even if the Warriors beat the Lakers, I'm predicting the Nuggets win that series. Nuggets in 5 or Nuggets in 6 is what I believe I was going to go with because Denver's good, Mark. They're deep, and they could beat you at all 3 phases, from three-point land, in the mid-range, at the rim. They got the best player in the association who didn't win the MVP. Denver's going to be a tough out for Miami or Boston.
Well, and if we're looking at this going, man, the Lakers' size really bothered the Warriors. Well, how do you think Jokic would have done? The largest human being on the face of the earth.
A big guy.
Right? Golden State Lakota on YouTube. We could have gotten at least 2 wins, Willard. Maybe. What the hell does that get you?
Halfway home.
Cool. We lost in 6. I'm not saying they would have gotten swept. I'm not saying that. They weren't going to beat the Denver Nuggets. Is
anybody?
Probably not.
Yeah.
Probably not. But boy, I'm done doubting Miami. I don't understand what the hell's going on there.
Miami favored by 1 tonight.
Is that it?
Yeah.
Jeez.
Well, I figured Boston would be favored the same way they were in Game 3.
Yeah.
The thinking is that Boston's got to win 1, don't they?
Right. No, they don't. There's no rule.
Yeah.
I checked it. I did.
There's
I
no
looked
rule?
at the rule book. I went over it twice because I was like, are you sure that the Lakers and the Celtics, the NBA conspiracy theory finals, are we sure that those 2 teams are allowed to lose in the conference finals without either one of them even getting a game? Turns out, yeah. Miami's allowed to win tonight. We'll see.
Yeah, geez. I mean,
We're allowed to win tonight.
Boston is, I guess, allowed to just fold up their tents and go away. And if you're still holding out hope for Jaylen Brown, then you're a Miami Heat fan tonight. You're pulling for the Heats.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because if they get swept, the implosion probability goes up for Boston.
I hope Jaylen goes 1 for 8 from 3-point range. Jaylen, do it.
I hope he goes like 2 for 3 from the floor the whole game and just sulks his way through it.
Yeah, exactly. Find your way to the Bay, brother. We know. I know the talent you have. Don't worry about tonight.
Jaylen, LeBron, Steph, Clay, and Dre. Let's go.
Get them all.
No?
Thanks. That's
thanks.
That's Dan and Moraga. Thanks, Dan, for the call.
Appreciate it. First time, long time.
We'll do the rest of your answers off the air. All right, let's go to Will in Berkeley. Hey, Will, what are you doing?
Hey, I'm stuck in traffic.
Damn it! Again?
All better. Yeah.
Sorry, Will.
I know you guys are trying to make this show entertaining by saying what if, but come on, guys, really, LeBron, really?
Will, hold on. We'll let you go, Will. But now wait a minute. This isn't from our brains. We're not making something up for fodder because you're stuck in traffic. Kevin O'Connor, with 330,000 followers on Twitter and a job at the Ringer, is doing some reporting here, and the connections between Draymond and LeBron are obvious. What LeBron did last night was messaging. I'm not saying this is likely to happen, Will, but something's going on, man. Something's going on. That's all I'm saying, and I don't think that this is as crazy as you might think.
I mean, besides that fake championship they won in 2020, I mean, what else we got for LeBron? I mean, literally, it's dynamics and culture. He has not created a healthy culture on that team, and he's kicked a lot of good people off that team. And imagine the first day he walks into the locker room. Just imagine that. It's like almost like that Ted Lasso episode when Zava comes in. It's like all of a sudden the whole team is looking around at LeBron's four locker room setup, and they're going, "Wow, look at LeBron!" But I mean, he's going to change the whole dynamic of that team. We are so proud of our team because of the strength and numbers of the little guy versus the Goliath. We are so proud of like the fact that we did not just come up with superstars. We built superstars here. So that's why I think LeBron is a terrible idea.
Yeah, Will, everything you just said is blown up by, it's the same group that flew to the East Coast to woo Kevin Durant. It's the same group of people.
Well, they're even more, I think, entrenched in who they are. Yeah, even more secure now with their own alphaness.
And by the way, they're also now all 6 years older and can't play basketball as well. And they notice that this thing is slipping. They just lost.
Yeah. And the other piece of it, Will, and thank you for the phone call and good luck with traffic there on the East Shore Freeway. You're backed up right now from the Bay Bridge all the way out into Richmond. Traffic on the 8s.
Thank you.
Weather when I get to it. But the idea that LeBron said on The Shop that he wants to be bullied by Draymond, basically. That was to paraphrase. He would love to play with Steph, and he wants to be around somebody like Draymond to get in his grill. They're all at a point in their NBA lives where they're secure with what they've done. No legacy. It's not LeBron needs one more to cement his legacy. Steph Clay and Dre need to get back to the mountaintop one more time, Mark, in order to cement their legacy. This is not about legacies. This is about getting one for the thumb and doing it together here at Chase.
What has happened every single time this Warrior group loses in the playoffs?
They go golfing. They have a banquet.
They make a major move.
Every time?
They make a major move.
Well, let me think.
Lost to Cleveland.
Yeah.
What happened?
They went to the Hamptons.
Yeah.
Take in some sun and go see Kevin Durant.
Yeah, Kevin. Lost to the Raptors. What happened?
Clay had surgery.
Yeah.
And then, Patrick McCaw got his third ring.
Yes,
you love when I bring that up.
Yes, you did.
And, what else did they do?
Kevin Durant left and turned into D'Angelo Russell.
That's right. Boy, how'd that work out for you?
All right, so go ahead. And
well, then the pandemic happened. They lost that year, and D'Angelo Russell.
But in the playoffs, I said each time they've lost in the playoffs,
and you won't count the play-in.
No,
just not the ins, but the offs.
Correct.
So this year they lose in the offs, and Dante DiVincenzo's going to turn down his player option. There you go.
I'm sure they'll take it lying down. They're not competitive. I'm sure Joe Lacob's not a big swinger, is he?
Well, I mean, it's just.
I set you up on that one.
I mean,
that was sometimes I just go lob them in the air for you.
That one I missed it. It's like I felt like JaVale right there. Wait, that was for me?
Come on,
that was a shot.
Gotta slam that home.
That's my fault.
Don't talk about that.
Yeah, sorry, Mr. Lacob.
Shot.
Just remember that, Mr. Lacob, that I didn't take the shot.
D in Santa Clara, you're next up on Willard and Dib.
Should have shot me. Shoot my shot.
Shoot your shot. That's all you got.
Dang.
D, what are you doing? D?
Hello?
Hello?
Hi, D.
Hello?
I was about to give you a D for this call. D?
It's a 4.
Sorry.
That's okay. Let's go.
So, I've been a fan a long time, and I kind of can't picture LeBron being on the team, but I'm willing to consider it. I do think that what you're saying was right, that they just want to play with people of their same caliber. So the real question is, let's say LeBron is here and the core are still here, then who else do we have? We have a bunch of our younger guys and sort of positional players. Does LeBron want to play with them no matter what?
I don't. Kevon is a voice in the room in terms of Warrior culture. Kevon is not a voice in the room when it comes to roster construction. I'm pretty confident on that.
I said LeBron, not.
Oh, does LeBron want to? Well, I mean, again, and D, thank you very much.
Thank you, D.
All we know is what he said. All we know is what he said. And last year on the shop, he was asked who's he not played with that he wants to play with, and he said Steph Curry.
And I think that the one thing that I hear from LeBron is that he wants to win a championship. He wants to win a championship every single time that he plays basketball. And he knows he's got 1, maybe 2 more years. Who knows what he thinks? But as long as he's playing, like Tom Brady, he wants to win a championship. Tom Brady didn't go to Tampa Bay because it was close to his home with Giselle. It's because he thought that he had a chance to keep winning better than he had a chance to win in New England. And the breakup with Belichick, whatever, notwithstanding, LeBron wants to go somewhere if he leaves L.A. so he can win. You can win.
You can, and Tom was right. And you're right. I do think we played the geography game a little too much. It might be relevant here because of Bronny being in L.A., entertainment interests for LeBron. So sure, in fact, I know for a fact that geography was a big part of LeBron's decision to come to Los Angeles in the first place. So maybe it does here. I think it probably does. But I also think we overplay it too much. Right? Kevin Durant wants to play for the Washington Wizards, and Chris Bryant wants to play, over here on the. It happens sometimes. Trey Turner wanted to go to the East Coast.
Shohei Ohtani, we mentioned it earlier.
Yeah, I think there are certain guys, but I also know a lot. How about why am I blanking? The Yankee pitcher, Garrett Cole. Garrett Cole, Brandon Crawford.
Yeah.
No, they're brother-in-laws. They're brother-in-laws. He's like, I'm going as far away from Brandon Crawford as possible because they're giving me the most money, and that's where I'm going to go, and that's where I think I can win.
Yes, but LeBron James, at his advanced age, I do think that the family factors
I agree.
are real. Knowing also that you would be playing in Los Angeles, if he becomes a Warriors, you know that you're going to play 4 times in L.A., twice against the Lakers, twice against the Clippers.
Well, and you're a hop, skip, and a jump. You got a private plane. I'm sure you can be there in 45 minutes.
And you can load manage your way into, hey, Steve, we're 17-4. I got a groin strain. I'll be honest. P.S. Bronny's got a tournament in Hawaii this weekend. I'm going to go ahead and bebop on over there.
The only thing that worries me about it, I will say this real quick, and especially because I was working in L.A. when this team came together. Do you remember when Kobe and Pau were like, let's get Steve Nash and Dwight Howard and Meta World Peace, and we're going to be on the cover of Sports Illustrated, and it's going to be amazing. And they were terrible. And I think they got swept out of the first round by the San Antonio Spurs, if I remember correctly. Sometimes veteran-laden and old are 2 different things. Those are 2 different things.
But they're next-door neighbors.
They're neighbors. And so it's tough to know which street you're living on.
Man.
And LeBron and Clay and Draymond and Steph, and how quickly do you go, oh, we're not veteran-laden and smart. We're just old. So you would have to surround it by effective players who have legs. You'd have to do that. And I don't know if they could. I don't know if they could. John in Oakland is next up on Willard and Dibs. Hey, John, what are you doing?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? I'm sitting in traffic. I turn on the radio, and lo and behold, talking about LeBron coming to the Warriors. Man, it's hilarious. Didn't take as long as I thought it would. But what I'm calling for is to say, instead of talking hypotheticals, you guys need to start preparing Warrior fans for reality. And the reality is that once you lose your MVP type player, Man, it gets tough. I mean, we got lucky that Minnesota passed on Steph. We got lucky that Draymond turned out to be as good as he is. We got lucky that Kevin Durant wanted to play for the Warriors. You know what I mean? But these things is what led to us having 4 championships. Hey, the future, there is no future, man. Once you lose your MVP, it's back to the end of the line, just like everybody else.
Okay, John. John, I'm going to agree with you, but then let's go back to your original point. Then why do you think it's a crazy hypothetical to talk about someone like LeBron if there's nothing waiting for the Warriors in 3 years when Steph is done? And I might agree with you. Then why would you not shove every chip into the middle of the table for right now?
Well, I mean, you can. If the GM, if they want to do that, that's great. It's just funny to me because, once again, it's let's go get LeBron. I thought it was hilarious when they were talking about getting Kevin Durant. It happened.
Right.
So clearly, it happened. But I thought the same thing, man. That's hilarious, man. KD is not coming to the Warriors. So I think it's hilarious. I'm not saying LeBron won't come and they won't make the move. I just find it hilarious that, these are the things that we want to do after a loss. I try to just live in the moment of we won 4 championships. That's probably going to take me to my grave. I mean, ask Bull fans, right? They're still living off 6 championships.
Yeah, no doubt.
Good call.
No doubt, John, but by the same token, this is living in the moment.
And what if I could offer you a shot at number 5? And even though on the back end you might have 10 years of relative oblivion, would you give up a shot at a more certain future for a 2-year chase to get crown number 5?
Well, and I gather this, and we knew this. If you bring this up, that a lot of people are going to be like, "Oh my gosh, LeBron to the Warriors is ridiculous." I'm sorry. Y'all must have missed a press conference last night.
I'm going to say it's a successful year because I don't play for anything besides winning championships at this point in my career, and I don't get a kick out of making a conference appearance. I've done it a lot, and it's not fun to me to not be able to be a part of getting to the finals. But we'll see what happens going forward. But I don't know. I got a lot to think about, to be honest. And just for me personally, going forward with the game of basketball, got a lot to think about.
Okay, stack all the comments. Stack them all up.
Conference finals.
Right.
He almost couldn't even say it.
At this point in my career, I play for championships.
Mm-hmm.
I don't get a kick out of this conference finals. He's telling you right there, stop giving Rob Pelinka. Oh, Rob, you went and got Jared Vanderbilt, and we made the Final Four. Cool. I don't care.
Do you know what his record is in conference finals?
Probably not. Well,
he's 10-2.
10-2, jeez.
10-2, Coach.
Yeah.
This is only the second time that he's lost. I don't play for conference finals.
Right.
He almost couldn't even say it.
And
he's
watching,
so mad.
And he's watching Kyrie Irving play for the didn't even make the playoffs Dallas Mavericks. And I think that LeBron is sitting there saying, stop propping Rob Pelinka up and telling everybody he did a great job. We just lost. And you didn't get me who I wanted. And so now, what does he do next? Surprisingly, I'm going to float retirement. I'm going to say 3 times, I got a lot to think about. Which, if you think from that man is not a message, I'm here to tell you it is. I've got a lot to think about. In other words, if this is what you're giving me, Lakers, if this is what you're doing, if you're keeping all your young assets, because the Lakers, if you don't know their cap situation, literally almost nobody is necessarily back.
Right.
It's LeBron, it's AD, it might be Vanderbilt, and how you doing? That's your team. You think he thinks that's going to win a championship next year? Now, you got cap space, but you're going to turn it into what? Now, most people will say he's saying go get Kyrie. Maybe he is. Or maybe the Lakers would be like, LeBron, you don't run this show anymore. You're 39. And so Draymond is over there on the other shoulder, the little devil shoulder. LeBron, come on. You could have Jordan Poole.
Yeah. You know you want to.
It's not that crazy. Like, listen to that last night. That's not a happy camper.
No, at all.
It's not a happy camper.
And if he's got 2 more years and he's under contract for 1 with a player option, you know he wants to compete. You know he wants to win. He's going to want to push for that last crown. You mentioned the 2013 Lakers. I'm fascinated by that comp, so I did the quick Googlage. They were a 7 seed, and they did get swept in that first round. You had a 34-year-old Kobe, Gasol 32, Metta was 33, Nash at 38, Antoine Jamison, Warrior legend, 36. Dwight Howard was only 27, but he was at the beginning of the end.
Oh, but Kobe
he was
and
the
him,
problem.
They hated each other.
But to your point about the collection of, hey, we want you, and we're getting you, and we're taking you, even if LeBron wanted to do that in L.A., so you bring in Kyrie, can you bring in 3 or 4 other vets to be good enough to knock off Denver, let alone Golden State? Or would it be easier to just hop on I-5 and head on north over past Tracy into Livermore, and you become a Warriors?
Yeah. I mean, I don't think it's option A, but I don't think it's crazy at all. I'm glad you brought that up, by the way, because if you want a little window into what a punch, for example, in training camp can do to a team, Kobe made Dwight cry. He made him cry in the locker room because Dwight was such a happy, smiley loser on the court.
That hurts.
Well, I'm not calling him a loser, but when they would lose, Dwight would be like, I'm still having fun. This is great. And Kobe absolutely undressed him constantly. And so how do you get great players to underperform? You do that. You do that.
I must break you.
It's the exact same thing that happened to the Warriors this year, in my opinion.
They got motorboated by the Spurs.
I mean,
by 12, by 11, by 31, and by 21.
It was embarrassing. It was not close, not once, not even a little bit.
They came home down 0-2 and lost 120 to 89. How did that go for Kobe, you think?
Yeah. Not happy. Sponsored by Chilton Auto Body. So glad you're with us. More of your phone calls next at 888-957-9570. This is Willard and Dibs.
I just want to send a message out to the Lakers fans, first of all.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body has 15 convenient Bay Area locations to help restore your vehicle to pre-accident condition. Chilton Auto Body is also actively hiring for all positions. For more details, head to ChiltonAutoBody.com, the Bay Area's leader in collision repair.
Hey, it's Willard from my friends at Evolve Training Center. Been telling you about it, and I really encourage you to check it out because it's not just a training center. It's so much more. It's good people. It's family. It's community. It's something you're going to want to be a part of. So if you're looking to learn some new skills, but also be a part of that community, I really encourage you to check out Evolve Training Center, the Bay Area's premier training center. All kinds of classes, boxing, jiu-jitsu, Muay Thai, conditioning, whatever your jam is. And all levels and ages welcome. Bring the kids. Have them do it with you. They've got their own classes. Anti-bullying, too. They really believe in bringing that family and community together as one. So that is the deal inside Evolve. If you're interested in training like a pro without the blows, please visit EvolveTrainingCenter.com to try your complimentary 2-week trial. That's EvolveTrainingCenter.com. They cannot wait to welcome you soon.
Mom?
Staples, and I couldn't miss it.
N617. Visit staplesconnect.com/printbig for details.
Joe Lacob's not a big swinger, is he?
Well, I mean, it's just.
I set you up on that one.
I mean,
that was sometimes I just go lob him in the air for you.
And that one I missed it.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
That's right. I can play that game. I can do the mic and drill.
Yeah.
And I can also do soft toss. I can toss them up there for you, and you just whack them into the net.
Sometimes, as a former slow pitch softball player, sometimes you take a strike. And that was one that I thought was a better take than me going to try to finish it over the top, elevation sensation style.
Just remember.
Took a pass.
Sometimes I rhyme slow, sometimes I rhyme quick, okay?
And you catch me off guard sometimes when you work blue like that.
Well, and that's why I was offended. When Bonte
it was great.
Felt the need to explain to me. He explained it to me. I'm like, you think I don't know who this is?
I teed him up for it.
Come on, man.
Because Guru made a reference. For those of you not at the summit yesterday, and if you missed it, go to the Odyssey app. It was 2 hours ago.
I've never been. Bonte offends me a lot, but never like that.
Guru made a reference to the Crossroads, Bone Thugs and Harmony.
Thank you.
And then when we came back, Grandy so expertly rejoined the segment, which is what we call the music when we come back from break. He rejoined with bum, 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 bum. Let's see what the Crossroads.
Yeah.
And I said, hey, Mark, that's Bone Thugs and Harmony.
Yeah.
And then Bonte jumped in and
goes, it's a rap song.
Yeah. Pile it on.
Crying out loud.
Take that in your gavel, Your Honor.
Yeah. I looked at him and I'm like,
did you just touch my gavel?
I'm like, hey, Bonte, let me tell you about Zach Brown Band. How about that?
No, you'd have to tell him about Zach
I would
Brown
actually have
Band.
to tell him about Zach Brown.
He'd be like, go ahead, Mark. Zach Brown?
Who's he play for?
Is he on the Celtics? He's not a max player.
No, he's not. Actually, he is. He looks like, he ain't been skipping any meals. I know that. All right, 888-957-9570. Hey, Julian and San Bruno. You're on Willard and Dibs. What are you doing?
Hey, what's up, Dylan and Wibbs? Doing dishes right now.
Strong.
Well,
but
it's too bad.
You know.
You already done with your meal?
Anyways,
what's the matter with you?
Nah, man, I gotta clean up from last night.
Oh, you doing the pre-meal dishes? Like
last night's dishes.
I can't cook. I can't cook yet because the dishes are dirty. Come on, Julian. Don't you go to bed with dishes still in the sink? That's dirty stuff.
What are you talking about? I go to bed on the couch and then I stumble to bed.
Julian, you're a man. You're a man of the people. All right, go ahead.
Yes, sir. All right. So I like the scenario. The hypothetical is really cool. I think Warriors fans are letting their egos get in the way. You know, we're trying to win, right? So make the best move. But in this scenario, I'm thinking of the relation sensation for the group dynamic. That being said, Draymond Green and LeBron James are homies. Then you got the Splash Bros. But honestly, I feel like Clay is the odd man out. I feel like his contract is really the one that's holding us back. So why not put him in the deal? Make Wiggins stay because he eats the humble pie. He's willing to take the cut. And I know Dibs is in need of a closer, so add LeBron, take the pressure off Steph, get a closer in the paint, one beyond the arc. Beautiful. If we fall, oh well, at least we tried.
Julian has listened to a couple of episodes, hasn't he?
Julian, you're hired.
My God.
Thank you. Shout out R&S Garage Doors.
Yeah, thank you,
Guru's not the
Julian.
only one who gets to throw in the extraneous sponsor read. I was in need of a closer. The Lakers, though, are in need of an actual useful younger piece. I don't think the Lakers, as much as Michael is the announcer, and it would be a feel-good story for a day, I don't think the Lakers want Clay as a centerpiece.
Well, there's one other big problem. Clay makes almost as much as LeBron.
Right.
He makes $3 million less. So the deal would almost have to be straight up. Why would the Lakers do that?
Right.
So I get it. I don't think that Clay would be an odd man out at all, though, in this scenario of LeBron being on the team. The weakness of the team would be defense and legs, right? Lack of youth. The strength of the team would be intelligence. You want to talk about four people and actually add in Kavan. You want to talk about people who understand how to move the ball around to find the open shot? Could you imagine Steph, Clay, Dre, LeBron, and Looney? Oh my gosh!
LeBron,
think,
one of the great passers of all time.
Yeah, I think Clay would get amazing shots.
I think the problem with the team, Mark, is the 82. It's not the 16.
Yeah,
it's how do you make it through the regular season with everybody intact and in one piece? If you get into a short series with that much intelligence and the veterans and that many go-to players, that's a tough out in the playoffs. But if you got to actually work in the regular season, and I think that was part of this year's issue. You had to work too hard in the regular year to be fresh enough in the postseason.
Yeah. I mean, there are holes in this theory. I think we'd be the first ones to admit it. There are holes in the idea all over the place just because of age, top heaviness. Who's on the bench? Who's doing the non-Steph LeBron minutes? Who's scoring for that team?
Lester Quinones and Guy Santos, Mark.
Forgot about him.
Come on. Never forget about Guy. You forgot about Guy.
You forgot about Gay. Luis in Hayward. Hey, Luis, what's going on? What are you doing?
What's going? No, man, just coming back from work. Kind of just wanted to touch up a little bit on the LeBron situation. I kind of gave you guys a call a few days ago about bringing in a big man. You guys were kind of talking about, that's not the style of the way the Warriors play. That's what you guys kind of had a heavy emphasis on. And from my point of view, LeBron James, I'm not sure the exact number, but before Game 6 or 7, he was shooting 1 for 23 from the 3-point line. So I'm not sure how that kind of play style, that penetrating the paint, I can see the kick out, I can see it work, I can see it happen, but from my point of view, why not pick up that big man, that piece that we really need, that Jaren Jackson Jr., that DeAndre Ayton, that big man that we really need to help Looney, because I really feel like we are missing that length, and the way that the NBA is now is that they're getting a lot of length, and we can get rid of Kuminga, Poole, and I think that's my take for today.
Yeah, Luis, you know what's wild? I think you actually you solved the own problem in a way that you're not even realizing. You need to go get a big man. LeBron. LeBron can be a big man. I don't think if LeBron were ever on the Warriors, he would play like he plays with the Lakers, and I think that's actually something that's on his mind when he says 3 times, I got a lot to think about. He ran out of gas. You can't ask someone who's about to turn 39 years old, here's the ball, set it all up, pass, shoot, drive, play defense, do it for 82. Now let's go deep into the playoffs. He doesn't have that kind of energy. He needs to play on a team where he's not asked to do so much with the ball, and this could be that. I think it would change him on both ends of the floor. I think you could use him to guard people that you currently can't because he wouldn't need to expend as much energy on the offensive side. And I think he can be an offensive presence down low more than he has been with his current team.
And you just have to bank on the fact that he's only going to play 2 of every 3 games, realistically. Last year he played 55. The year before he played 56. That's roughly 2 of every 3 games. He's still playing about 35 to 37 minutes a night, which is regular starter minutes, and he averaged 29 a game. So when he does play, he still is wildly effective, but you're only going to get him for 2 of every 3 regular season games. So to your point about who plays off the bench, the answer is everybody. And you're not going to hopefully load manage Steph and Clay and Dre and LeBron on the same nights if you have all those guys here. So it'd be up to Steve Kerr to and Rick Celebrini. He would have his work cut out for him in picking and choosing when certain guys get their rest.
That was fun, buddy.
Super fun.
Yeah. We're back tomorrow as always.
Who we trading tomorrow?
Ooh.
That's coming up.
Man, that's a good idea. Steph.
Boy, that's a great question.
There's a show.
Steph. We're trading Steph tomorrow.
Show! Thank you. I had to shoot my shot.
You did. It's all you got. All right. Coming up on the game is Mark Grandy, and it's brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. It's the best of the game. An hour of 95.7 The Game's best content, and that will be given to you by none other than the great Mark Grandy. So for Dibs, here comes Grandy. For Lucas, I'm Mark. And people, shoot your shot. It's all you got.
You aren't just one you. There are many sides to you. There's the one that lives for drama.
When you play the Game of Thrones, you win or you die.
The one with the wild side.
I'm on my way to Flavortown.
And the one who's a kid at heart.
You will respect my authority.
There are many sides to you. And they all deserve the best. Introducing Max, the one to watch.
Start streaming iconic series, movies, originals, and family favorites. Subscription required. Visit Max.com.
Growing a business brings pressure. Staying compliant and retaining top talent in challenging times. You feel stretched thin. Fortunately, there's Insperity. They put over 35 years of HR service and technology to work, offering my employees competitive benefit options while lightening my HR load. Engaged people empowered to be their best means overcoming obstacles. With Insperity, nothing seems impossible. Insperity, HR that makes a difference.
Complete your dream outdoor kitchen with a grill from Heston. Come see the Heston Living Suites on display at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill, a Heston dealer for both indoor and outdoor. Each and every Heston grill is built from the ground up in California, and the pride and precision that goes into each grill truly puts the Heston product in a league of its own. And now receive a free Aspire under-counter refrigerator valued at over $1,500 with qualifying purchase at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
It's Ram season, which means it's time to serve with Ram 1500, Ram 3500, and Ram